morning. Yeah, there it is. Happy Friday in Houston. The championship is alive and well. We had a great day yesterday. Today, things ramp up even more. Big day of qualification matches. This morning, we just want to make sure everybody's awake, so let's get the wave going. Down on Archimedes, are you here? Curie. Daly. Galileo. Hopper, Johnson, Milstein, and Newton. We can hear you on Galileo. It's Friday. Yeah, we're pumped up. It's Friday. We're happy to be here, and we've got a special, we're mixing things up a little bit this year. We are going to give out and present the Volunteer of the Year Award this morning, and we're doing that so people, well, the honoree can be recognized for the rest of the competition. To present the award, please welcome alum Colin Fultz and Ashley Johnson from VRD, our program director and our VRD director.
Thank you, Blair. Every year, tens of thousands of volunteers make each first team and season possible. In recognition of these volunteers, FIRST awards outstanding volunteers at every event, including the Championship Volunteer of the Year Award winner. Please welcome some of the previous Championship Volunteer of the Year Award winners onto the field with me. This past year, FIRST lost a prior Volunteer of the Year Award winner in Coco Ed Patterson. Now, I don't think that Ed would want a moment of silence. I think that Ed would want a moment of celebration. So, can you all please make some noise to thank every volunteer at this event and at the 200 FRC events around the world?
I'm very excited to be here to help recognize the FIRST Robotics Competition Volunteer of the Year winner. Every year, each of our programs recognizes an outstanding volunteer who's made a significant impact on our FIRST community. And that individual receives a Volunteer of the Year pin, a program trophy, and this Volunteer of the Year jacket. Look at them, they look nice, they look great. So now I'm gonna turn it back over to Colin to tell us about this year's recipient.
Thank you, Ashley. The 2026 FIRST Robotics Competition Volunteer of the Year began volunteering at events in 2008 as a field reset volunteer. Since then, they have volunteered as a robot inspector, a lead robot inspector, a field builder, a referee, a head referee, a judge advisor, an FTAA, an FTA, and a team mentor. They travel the world volunteering, helping ensure high-quality, team-focused events wherever they go. In 2024, they became one of the first global FTAs, helping FIRST staff with training and supporting this critical volunteer role. They always put the team experience first and help ensure other volunteers have that same mindset. They do all of this while always maintaining a gracious and professional attitude. Congratulations to the 2026 FIRST Robotics Competition Volunteer of the Year, James Serrar.
Congratulations, James. Well deserved. Today we'll get heated on the field, a lot of qualification matches, so please remember your gracious professionalism. But we can't get the matches going until we have the singing of the host country's national anthem. Please rise if able, take off your caps, and welcome members of Team Breakaway, Team 3937 from Searcy, Arkansas.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets through the bursting air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Team Breakaway, well done. Stay right there. Are you ready? Let's do it. Let's get those robots started. Have a great day, everybody. Have fun, and remember your GP. Well done.
Good morning and welcome to First Champs Live. We are RSN and we're here this morning to give you wraparound red zone style coverage of all the best matches here at the First Championship in the First Robotics division. My name is Adrienne Emerson and I'm joined by Paul Copioli and Drew Bennett. Welcome back to the desk, both of you. So can I ask, what did you see yesterday that kind of stands out, and what do you expect to see change in people's strategy today?
Yeah, for me, it was more of the same that you saw from the district championships. Like the teams that thought, hey, look, we're going to be in the top 8. They were, especially with the thresholds for the ranking points increasing for the fuel, they were like, look, we just need to score as many fuel as possible. So there haven't been a lot of changes to strategy. I expect fully to see the teams that are in the top 8 or the top 15 trying to vie for those top 8 spots. They're going to do more of the same of that. But for everybody else, they're going to start switching to their playoff strategies to show, like, record doesn't matter. We need to show people what we can do as either the first pick of the alliance or the second for the strategy. So you're going to see some risks taken in auto. I think you're going to see that, and you're going to see some more defense-style things, stealing balls from the other person's zone or team zone, or bump defense.
Well, okay. Well, I mean, I agree with you, Paul, and I'm excited to see how the strategies evolve today, and especially see some different styles of play. I think yesterday we were seeing, even in different divisions, they were playing differently based on what the rankings were and what the teams are doing in those divisions. So what about you, Drew? What did you see?
Yeah, my biggest takeaway was that predictions have been exactly that, predictions. It's not really lined up with reality. You know, some of the matches that we've watched, they've been predicted to be hitting 700, 800 points, and it just has not panned out. And it might be the alliances didn't mesh well, or the fuel management just wasn't there. But a great example is the world record was just reset yesterday. 903 clean. That was predicted to be like a 600 or 650 point match, and they vastly overperformed. So now we need to figure out what worked so well for that alliance that they were able to so cleanly go over 900 points, but other alliances with very strong robots are still sitting around that 600, 700 point threshold.
Yeah, you know, robots are a lot of robots this year are able to just kind of score at will. But the name of the game has been controlling the fuel. And so if a robot doesn't have fuel, they can't score it. And every piece of fuel that goes into the hub comes back into the center of the field and gets recycled and scored 10, 15, maybe 20 times during a match. So making sure that you have that fuel, it's in your alliance's control, even if it's not in your robot or being scored in your hub, as long as it's in the control of your alliance, you're going to be able to see those scores escalate and escalate. But as teams start playing defense, maybe that fuel isn't available. And if the fuel isn't available, those scores come right down.
Yeah, and a lot of that prediction and accuracy comes from the sheer amount of rebuilt robots, right? I don't know if First predicted that this was going to happen, but man, did they nail it with the name, because there's so many robots that, on both directions, right? So you rebuild a robot and it's way better than your previous one, or you rebuild a robot and you don't have as much practice and you're a little bit worse and you're trying to get your bearings. So it's going to be interesting today for those robots that rebuilt, that needed the time with the robot to watch their improvement curve vastly increase.
Looks like we're going to start the day over on our Galileo division. So who do we have in this match? It's going to be a really strong Red Alliance with our current number 1 rank on the Galileo field. That is 1768 Neshoba Robotics, and they are paired with the number 9 ranked team 5895 Petty Robotics from Hightown, New Jersey. What do you expect to see in this match with this Red Alliance?
I think Neshoba has one of the best autonomous modes of the year. At the New England District Championship, they kind of smoked us because they were able to actually complete 2 swipes of the neutral zone and then actually fill their hopper a 3rd time, and they were lined up ready to shoot as soon as the transition period started. They're one of the only robots I've seen that is able to complete 3 full swipes of the neutral zone, and it's giving them such an edge to start every match. I don't really know how you counter that.
Yeah, in autonomous this year, there is no change in the points for what an object is scored. Typically in the past, we have seen like an object that's scored in autonomous is worth some amount more points than when it's scored in teleop. But this year, that advantage has been neutralized. It's exactly 1 point at all times during the match. And the only advantage you get in autonomous is that if you score more fuel in autonomous than the other alliance, your shift, you do not start on an active shift. So you can spend the first shift of the match collecting fuel, and then theoretically you're able to score more fuel in your first shift than the alliance that lost the autonomous mode, because they have to gather and score in that first shift. But we've seen that be an advantage to some teams too, because of the way the shifts play out in the rest of the match. It looks like they are still getting ready to go on Galileo, so you guys can listen to us talk more.
So not so fast, Adrian.
Yes.
So some of us believe that it's not an advantage to win autonomous.
Some of us believe that. I wonder who those people are.
Yes, I have
Tell
no
us.
idea, but interesting side note, both Neshoba and Petty, both were on Einstein last year.
Yep.
So they've got Einstein pedigree. They've worked together before, so this should be an interesting match. They're heavy favorites, but like I said, anything can happen, and these teams that are not in the top 10 or 15, they're going to try different strategies to reduce the amount of ranking points achieved by these high-powered alliances.
All right, looks like Galileo is ready to go. Let's take a look at the number 1 and the number 9 ranked team there on Galileo. Let's send it down to the field for match 64.
It's day 2 in Galileo here at the World Championship. Autonomous mode, we've got 5 of the 6 robots moving, 4 of the 6 moving, and a pretty close autonomous round. Both alliances scoring very well. Looks like Red eked it out, so Red takes the autonomous round. Blue is gonna take the first shift. So the blue hub is active now in shift number 1. Blue robot shooting it in. Bedford Express putting some in. Here come the Spartyites trying to get in position to shoot. And their partner's War is shooting some in as well. Blue with an advantage of about 25 points or so. And we come to shift number 2. The red hub becomes active, and the red alliance shooting them in immediately. Neshoba Robotics putting them in. Petty Robotics putting some in as well. Red Alliance catches up and they take the lead. They are up already by 80 points. And here come a whole bunch of more shots in. Red goes over 300, and now we're into shift 3, and blue is active. Blue cutting immediately into that lead. Red was up by about 100, but now it's down to about 60. We've got a little over a minute to go. Let's see if blue can catch up here before shift number 3 ends. They go over 300 as well. They don't quite catch up because shift 4 begins and red is active again. But we're going back and forth in this match. Match number 64, day number 2 here on Galileo. Over 400 points on the Red Alliance now. We're coming down to the end game. Red putting a bunch more up, Neshoba doing that, and there's the audio indicator telling us we are in the end game. We're under half a minute, about 20 seconds left. The Red Alliance pushing 500 points. They go over 500 as we go down to 12 seconds remaining in this match. Blue gonna try to get up over 500 as well, and it looks like they're gonna make it. We got 3 seconds, 2, 1. And time expires at our first match of the day, number 64 here on Galileo.
What a match. We've been seeing it over and over again at Championship. You got a 500 score. That does not mean you are taking away a match win.
It looks like they got the thresholds right.
Yes. Yes. You know, we talked about it yesterday, but they actually, a couple years ago, started implementing this change for Championship and District Championship, where the thresholds for those ranking points can change. And for Championship, they upped it to the max, 360 just for that first fuel RP and 500 to get the second. And we have seen a lot of teams meet that expectations and a lot of teams fall just a little bit short. And that's exactly where we want ranking points to be. We want them to be hard, but we don't want to be so hard that they never happen.
And we got the scores, Adrian.
Oh, yay, we have scores. 514 to 593. So it looks like Neshoba, yeah, we have 100 penalty points that made that match close. Not sure exactly where those came from, but Neshoba stays right there in the number 6 rank with 5 RPs.
Yeah, they played very effectively that match.
Oh, we're going straight over to Daly. There's lots of action happening over here at the Championship in Houston. So let's watch this Daly match. Qualification 65.
Up and into the hub, going to secure that Red Alliance advantage at the end of the autonomous period. 11 out of Flanders, New Jersey, quickly scooping up fuel there for the Blue Alliance. Quickly scoring here in the transition shift as blue tries to close the gap on our Red Alliance. Red hanging on to a lead, 76-75, but there goes the Blue Alliance taking the lead back in this shift. Now it's time to score as many fuel as they can before the Red Alliance shift begins. Here comes 11, another load of fuel going in there from our New Jersey machine. Now there goes their partner Rex scoring there at the end of the shift as well, 155-76. Blue was leading as the Red Alliance begins their shift. 10-2-2-9, looking like they're having some issues clearing fuel out of their hopper and into their shooter, but there goes Eagle Force, our team out of Northern California, scoring there for the Red Alliance. Another load from 2073 as the Red Alliance retakes the lead, 174-157. And now here comes the Blue Alliance. 11 lining up against that hub, scoring fuel up and in. And now here comes Rex getting knocked off target by 11, but they're
to re-aim, trying to get that fuel up and in. There they go as the Blue Alliance reclaims the lead and begins to build it now. 2:03, 174 in the closing seconds of this Blue Alliance shift. And now Red Alliance takes over. Eagle Force already in position, taking aim at that hub. Quickly catching up to our Blue Alliance. This will be the final isolated shift of the match. So in about 12 seconds, both hubs will become active, and it should be a good race to the finish here. Red Alliance trying to score the last bit of fuel here before we enter the end game portion of the match. It's a 236, 232 lead for the Red Alliance, but here comes 11 loaded back up with more fuel, scoring it into that Blue Alliance hub. Red retaking the lead courtesy of 10-229. That is Event Horizon out of New York City. Now here comes Eagle Force, our team out of Northern California, scoring as the Red Alliance trying to hang on to this lead, but Blue Alliance trying to fight back as well. Here comes Rex, 36-46, playing some defense on him as time expires on match 65. All right, let's see those results for match 65. It's going to be a Red Alliance victory by a final score, 320-298. Red Alliance getting 3 ranking points from match 65.
All right, we're switching over to the Newton division presented by NASA, where we are trying to catch match 65, which on the Red Alliance features Team 604 Quicksilver, which is currently the #2 rank in the Newton division. They're paired with 1540. That is the Flaming Chickens from Oregon, and they're ranked number 16. Drew, who do you see on the Blue Alliance?
Really looking at 9408 Warren Warbots. You want to talk about a relatively new team that has been on the up and up. Fantastic performance by this team this season. Actually spent a little bit of time talking with them about their rebuild. They reached out to the Bucks Rat to talk to us about how we got our shooter tuned in. So we're talking with them. Talk about a great group. Their dumping robot that they've rebuilt for the championship, they're going to give Quicksilver and Flaming Chickens a run for their money here. I would really be watching them on the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, this is one of those where the prediction may not be accurate. It looks like Red has a severe advantage, but I don't think so. I think this is going to be closer than advertised.
Yeah, so 9408, the Warren Warbots are ranked number 9th currently in the Newton division, so we're going to be watching them as well. Looks like they're ready to get started, so let's head down to the Newton division for match number 65.
Qualification match number 65. That means we are officially in the second half of our program, of our qualification matches. Red Alliance has a lead, but Blue Alliance coming over right now. They have got fuel, and look at that, huge pile going in. Is it going to be enough to catch up? It will not. So Red Alliance is going to take the auto, and that means that Blue will have the first shift. Of course, there's always a little bit of time here during the transition where Red can continue to add to their lead and Blue can try to close it. Blue now with the sole opportunity to score. They've got 100 points on the board. They need 360 for that first ranking point. We'll see if they can get there. Flaming Chickens working, pecking that fuel right out of the ground, putting it right into the hub. Their alliance partners doing the same, looking to get Blue further and further away, but Red, here we go. Red is on the attack. .599 looking to score. Going up and in that hub. We've got fuel flying all over the field right now as defense does its job and throws the Red Alliance robots off the line. But look at this, an avalanche coming toward the Blue Alliance hub right now. 687 has been doing what they've been doing so well, going out into the midfield, coming back with a full load of fuel and putting that right in, just a few seconds in between those cycles. Blue Alliance trying to close the gap right now and get ahead of Red. Big pile of fuel just thrown into the sky there, not landing and hitting its mark. Red Alliance not missing its mark. 599 looking to pick up more out of the corner. A little bit of a pushing battle there. Tiger Robotics trying to pick up that fuel and prevent 599 from scoring. Robotics is lined up and able to shoot here in the last 5 seconds of that shift. And they've got more than 100 points on the Blue Alliance. They have made that first ranking point. Blue Alliance now trying to get there. They've got a big hill to climb. In 25 seconds, they've got to score 100 points. Red Alliance needs 25 to get to their ranking point. 604 lining up, and it looks like they may have them in possession. Robotics putting a pin in it, picking up that second ranking point for the Red Alliance as we get down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that will be time on qualification match number 65. We'll have your official results in just a moment. And here we go up on the big board. It's Red Alliance for the win. Red Alliance is going to come away with 5 ranking points. 570 points on the board for them. And that is going to mean, look at this, as we said in the last match, 604. They had been at number 3. Now they're at number
570 score over there on the Newton division. What did y'all notice in that match?
Look, 604 is, they moved up to the number 1 seed, and they're really firing on all cylinders. I think they're playing around with their autos, so they've got to clean that up. As a number 1 seed, you got to have the best auto on your alliance, or at least a couple of autos in your back pocket. So they got to get that sorted. But during teleop, they're really playing the game. They're playing defense strategically while they're collecting fuel. I just think they're really playing on their game right now.
You know, 604 is one of those teams that has competed in a region that is very, very competitive. And they haven't always been the most competitive. But a lot of times you see in those regions when you're playing with these teams that are just winning events over and over and over, and you are sitting there not winning those events, you just rise to the occasion. And 604 has been the perfect example of that over the last probably 5 years. They have really emerged as a very, very good Northern California team that consistently comes out with robots that can score a lot of points and perform at a very high level. So I've been really impressed with them, and can't wait to see what they do this weekend. Currently number 1 ranked on Newton, and we're halfway through, we are more than halfway through matches now. So where are we going next? Looks like the Curie division for qualification match number 65. Who is in this match?
Binary Battalion, the number 1 seed out of Minnesota. They were at Einstein in 2024, so they're no strangers to success. But there really is a crazy mix of the top 5 robots in this division. So this division is going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, you know, we were talking earlier today about all the divisions kind of have their own personality. You see this every year at Champs, and the Curie division is really interesting right now because you have a lot of heavy hitters in that division, like 254 the Cheesy Poofs, 125 the Neutrons, but none of them are seated first right now. It is the Binary Battalion out of Minnesota.
Yeah, they're in a battle with the Poofs. Yeah. Like, they're in a battle for no one. It's going to go the rest of the day. It's going to be very interesting. These are the type of teams, they have to get 5 RP at all costs. Like, they have to get 5 RP.
Yeah, and so when you are getting 5 RP in these matches, you really can't only rely on one robot. It has to be a full alliance that really works together to make sure you hit that threshold. Looks like we've got thumbs up on the field. So we are going to talk a little bit more until we get a thumbs up because I'm a liar.
Well, that's okay. You can lie all you want. It's really funny, 2 things. We're talking about 5 RP. Like, we have just written off the 6 RP.
The tower's not happening. We got it once yesterday.
Yeah, one unicorn match here.
But it doesn't actually matter, right? And so we're talking about 5 RP, that's one. But thing 2, you talked about the alliance. You got to squeeze out all the juice out of each of these lemons. And it's the only time I'll call them lemons. But the fuel needs, like, you have to get, if you're a robot that can only score maybe 50 or 60 in a match, you need to get 70 for the alliance, right? So just every bit of efficiency squeeze out of it, or use these other robots to maybe increase your output by making sure the field is tilted your way.
Yeah, there is probably one, maybe two robots, I think, at this event that could actually get to that 500 by themselves, and so that is not a lot. Okay, this match has gotten started. Let's head down to match 65 on the Curie division, presented by the Argosy Foundation.
Into the center of the field, more fuel going in for both alliances. And Blue Alliance with a lead, a 146 to the Red Alliance 6-7. As drivers take control, Pittsburgh Panthers and the Binary Battalion. And the Chargers all going up and in during that transition period, bringing it over to 200 points. And now they're on full defensive mode. Binary Battalion holding Pimple Pride at bay in the center of the field, leaving Chop Shop to be one of the lone scoring robots for your Red Alliance. Robots are able to break free. Ramtech and Pimple Pride getting in on the action. Chop Shop following right behind them. Last few shots going up and into a 169-point value for your Red Alliance. But here comes the Blue Alliance. Grabbing fuel, Chop Shop sending them downfield. And now the Binary Battalion back over for your Blue Alliance. Going up top for them. Followed immediately by the Pittsburgh Panthers of a small deposit from the big robot. Hub pulsates and the Red Alliance is back online. Chop Shop, Ramtech, Pimple Pride, all three Red Alliance robots going up and in. That point value rapidly going up. Chop Shop, another volley over by the tower. Bringing it down to at least 30-point differential here and slowly closing in, courtesy of Pimple Pride. Rambots from downtown. Red Alliance with a lead, but now the Blue Alliance back, quickly retaking it in just 3 seconds during their period. Chop Shop continuing to grab fuel from your Blue Alliance, poaching, bringing it down to the neutral zone, bringing up the mini dumping robot, filling up more fuel and back to their side, waiting patiently for 30-second endgame, and it starts right now. Last 30 seconds of this match. Fuel flying in on both sides. Binary Battalion stuttering a little bit, might be having some battery brownout issues in the 7028 machine. This gives the Red Alliance a big opportunity to come back. Pimple Pride getting pinned up against the hub. Robots able to break free. Only less than 50 points separating these alliances. Red Alliance with a big volley, but Blue Alliance is responding quick. Close match. Blue Alliance getting supercharged there at the end of the match. Red Alliance was energized. Probably not enough to get the super.
Very close match, but it looks like Blue Alliance is going to come away with the 5 RPs. What did you guys see?
70-28 needed that.
Yes, they
wanted
did.
to stay one. They just snuck it out, it looks like, by 25, 30 points, but that probably is enough to keep them in the #1 seed for another match.
But you're seeing the defense start to come into play, right?
Yeah.
You're seeing some pretty heavy pins at the hub. You're like I said, the scores are going to start coming down. Like they're going to start coming down into the 500 range where we just defense, moving the balls around. It was a closer match than it was predicted to be.
Yeah, and defense doesn't necessarily mean that you are going to defend them enough to win the match, but it may defend them enough so that they lose that supercharged RP, and all of a sudden you have impacted the rankings even though you didn't win the match.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean that was rampant yesterday, and I think it's going to get even more frequency this
We
time.
saw it right at the end of that match. There was a block on the Red Alliance. Does look like they did get over 500 though, but did not actually get 500 fuel.
Yep.
The 25 battle points are what pushed them over that 500-point mark. Blue Alliance was able to actually get all 5 ranking points in that match.
I mean, they were 7 fuel short
So
of
look-
getting this supercharged.
Look at this. This alliance scored, the Red Alliance scored 518 points, and all of those robots are ranked in the 50s. And the alliance together put up 500, almost 500 without those penalty points. But I mean, that is the level that you expect to see at the championship. These robots all had to fight just to be in this building, and so they are ready to go. And some people are going to be able to score a ton of fuel and still be ranked in the 50s, 60s,
But
and
look
70s.
at this subtle thing. Like the 25 penalty points, those are probably pins. but those pins stop the 7 fuel.
Correct.
And that can't go unnoticed. Those are strategic things, and I think it's going to influence the top of the rankings as we go through the day.
I think once we get into the playoffs, you're going to see like trading a 5-point penalty for a pin to stop a 40, 50 points of unloading a hopper. It's a pretty smart trade-off. If you can get one pin in, I think we might start seeing some purposefully long pins.
It's
here.
managing seconds.
Yeah.
If I can every shift take 3 or 4 seconds of shooting away from you, that's with these big dumping robots. That's a thing.
Yeah, that's a lot of fuel that you're saying. And when teams are at home and they practice, a lot of times they don't have robots to practice with, so they're practicing on their own, and they're getting into routines. They're developing things that they like to do. Anytime you throw a team off of that routine, they are wasting seconds processing what you are making them get out of their routine and do something different. And again, in the game of seconds where you're measured in shift seconds, you can only score during certain periods. That all of those seconds start to add up over the course of the match, and so all of a sudden 1 second in every period that you are off, that equals a whole volley by the end of the match.
Yep.
Looks like we're going down to the Galileo division next, where we have an absolute crazy Blue Alliance over here. We have the #1 ranked team, that's Jaguar Robotics, 74-15. We have the #2 ranked team, that's 77-69, the Crew. And we have the #6 ranked team, that's 35-01, the Firebots. What do you guys expect to see? Sometimes when you have matches like this, they either go like amazing or they just kind of fall apart.
I expect to see 800 points. That's what I expect to see.
Yep. I also think we're going to see Onyxtronics on red. I think they're going to put up a huge fight here. They have been doing excellently. Again, this is their first real event.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, and they are ranked 11th in the division, so they have a lot of implications in this match as well. So let's take it down to the field to watch this match on Galileo, presented by Mauser.
Both red and blue scoring in autonomous. Red with the early lead, blue catching up, but red now running ahead again. So it looks like red taking the autonomous. Both alliances getting 125 or more points in the autonomous round. But red takes it, so blue is going to be active in the first shift. So blue hub now is active. The Blue Alliance scoring, the Crew putting in a bunch of those fuel cells to start out shift #1. Their partners, Firebots, scoring as well. Here come the Crew again. They're shooting them in, as is the Firebots at the same time. So the Blue Alliance takes the lead by almost 100 points, but as we go into shift #2, red quickly catching up. They've almost caught up, and in a second it looks like they will catch up and overtake blue. They do. So the Red Alliance just about 300 points. Now they go over 300. We enter into shift #3, and blue takes over. They now have the lead. So we keep flip-flopping. Blue in the lead here in shift #3. Their hub is active over on the blue side. Here comes the Crew again. They are piling those fuel cells in, as are the Firebots. So blue over 400 points. And here comes red in shift #4. The red hub is active. They're looking to catch up here in this fourth shift. And it looks like they are going to do it. They got about 10 seconds to go in the shift. Not quite there yet. But the gearhead's trying to line up and shoot. Up, they don't catch up in there. And here comes the end game. Blue is active once again. Both hubs are active. So blue taking advantage, and they are building on their lead. We've got 15 seconds to go in the match. Here comes red. They're going to try to close the gap, but it may be a case of too little too late here, as we're down to 5 seconds left in the match. 3 seconds now. 2, 1. got a score coming up. We have 3 teams in the top 10. On the Blue Alliance, they win with a score of 560 to 466. And we still have 3 teams in the top 10.
All of the Blue Alliance with 560 points keep their ranks of 1, 2, and 6. We're headed directly over to the Milstein division to catch qualification match number 66, where we have the Team Taters on the Blue Alliance versus Pair of Dice Robotics on the Red Alliance. This match is about to start, so let's head down to the field for Milstein division, match 66, presented by Qualcomm.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification match number 66 here on Milstein. 4 robots, as expected, into the neutral zone, making their path either over the bump or underneath the trench, and some great volleys on both sides of the field here as teams start to come out and grab more rebounds here from midfield. Red Alliance trying to catch the Blue Alliance here with a fairly large score here in our opening period of play. Scores climbing and settling at 175 to 102. Drivers take control. Blue Alliance has the advantage out of our first period of play. There's a volley from the Popcorn Penguins and Taters machine coming out of the transition shift. Red Alliance taking over here. Pair of Dice Robotics is that team in the corner of the field for the Red Alliance, finding game pieces across the floor and popping them up into the hub for the Red Alliance. 39-28 Team Neutrino has a large hopper full of fuel trying to get into position, and they find a spot right in the corner of the field. But not before Blue Alliance takes over with their Alliance shift. Already a delivery from the Blue Alliance as they head back to recollect. Team 2811, the Stormbots, are firing off those shots from the red side of the field to pass over to their teammates all the way over on blue. Popcorn Penguins make their way out to neutral space with 3 seconds left on the Blue Alliance shift, and the drum from Team Taters piling on more fuel as they maintain their lead 294 to 163. Red Alliance heads on their second shift of the match. 39-28 trying to find a way around the defense of 2811, the Stormbots. Congestion here on the red side of the field, and they are burning clock off the Red Alliance. Just over 1 minute left in play. Team Neutrino can't find a path forward. They're going to resort to firing the fuel back over as Blue Alliance takes over once again. Their second shift of the match already with the first volley up and in. Team Taters recollecting, and their teammates the Stormbots once again grabbing that fuel, taking the full field shots over to the red side. 9 seconds left here until our end game period, unofficially 366 to 174. Both teams still looking for the energized ranking point, and another volley from Team Taters as we reach our final period of play. 2 red machines trying to find their mark here. Team Neutrino emptying their hopper up high with 20 seconds left to go. Blue Alliance secures energized ranking point. Team Taters switching places with the Popcorn Penguins, looking for the shots up high. 24:03 trying to play the interference with 7 seconds left to go. Here comes a shot from the team out of Boise, Idaho. 3 seconds left. 1, and time expires here in match number 66.
What a match. There was some insane defense being played against the Red Alliance. There are robots in this game that built tall enough so they cannot go under the trench. They have to go under the bump. The Blue Alliance recognized that that was the situation, and they basically shut down one of the Red Alliance's top scorers for almost the entire match.
Yeah, and it's much harder than it looks because your robot is on the other side of the field. So in order to play good bump defense, you have to spend a lot of time behind the other alliance's hub. So you've got to know your robot, have good software, and have intuition. And that little slow mall walker thing, you just don't overdrive.
Yeah.
And they shut them down.
Yeah, you can't get juked. When you're playing defense, you can't get juked by the offensive robot. You have to be able to predict where they're going, and you can't commit to one side and then have them come back.
Can't break your ankles, man.
Hey, there you go. I love it. And they didn't in that match. They held them. I mean, 0 ranking points for the Red Alliance in that match, 230 points, while the Blue Alliance doesn't come away with that supercharged RP. They did get the energized RP and a win, so 4 RPs in this game is pretty dang good.
Yeah, they were predicted to lose that match too, so that's a huge RP swing.
Yep.
Very big swing.
Yep. It looks like we're going to go down to the Johnson division next. That's presented by the Gene Haas Foundation. And for match 66, and it looks like in this match we have got the number 3 ranked team 6-7. Did I do that right? I have no idea.
We don't know.
You gotta get the hand motions in
I'm
there.
a millennial.
We're not doing that. Oh, God.
I'm a millennial. I don't understand the new things.
I feel.
But that is the hot team. They're a Hall of Fame team out of Michigan.
And they're doing something.
They are doing something. Well, let's see what something they do in this match. We'll head down to the field and let you watch Johnson Division match number 66.
This period, but it will be the Red Alliance on top as we start the teleop mode right now. Bravebot's going back with a full hopper of fuel, trying to get a few more points on the board before the Blue Alliance begins the first shift right now. 72-57, the Semiconductors controlling their team, the hot team, as they finally shoot into the blue hub there. Bravebots by the blue trench, trying to pick up the fuel before 72-57 Semiconductors shoots into the hub. All 3 blue robots getting on the action and to stack the points up and take the lead from the Red Alliance. But the Red Alliance has a close margin right now and will try and take the lead as they begin shift number 2. Quickly taking the lead now with plenty of time on the board for this shift, with Bravebots and 2704 Roaring Robotics roaring into the hub with all those game pieces. Team 67 over in the middle of the field trying to collect those game pieces spat out by the red hub as they begin shift number 3. 334 Tech Knights cleaning up the game pieces by the outpost in the blue zone. Hot team unloading in front of that hopper with their hopper full of fuel. 182 to 190. Red Alliance in the lead and begins the last shift before the end game. Red Alliance has an opportunity to do some damage right now, as 4391 pulls ahead, but 7257 gets a big hit against them as they try to pick up some game pieces. 2704 has a little bit of defense as well, but will unload in front of the red tower with a hefty lead right now, 270 and counting as we go into the end game. Both alliances still trying to get that energized ranking point threshold. Hot team with a full hopper trying to join their partner in taking the lead from the Red Alliance. Hot team now unloads all the fuel they have, trying to catch up to the Red Alliance. Let's see if the Red Alliance get that energized ranking point threshold in 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, we're going straight over to the Milstein division presented by Qualcomm for match number 67 after we just watched Team 67.
And they're going to try to synchronize this dance here in the autonomous period of play. 353 moves out of the way, and some great work here in these autonomous routines, able to avoid each other and play this dance here in the opening period of play. Red Alliance will take the early lead here, 107 now to 46. Drivers take control here in the transition shift, and Blue Alliance starts to head back with hoppers full. There's the first volley here. That looks like Robotics from Bridgman, Michigan, heading back to recollect with their teammates. All 3 blue machines looking for more fuel here at midfield, and Robotics caught up a bit at midfield, trying to get a slight tap from their partner, and that's all they needed to get back in action. But 8 seconds left here on the Blue Alliance shift. They're going to try and get back in.
All right, we've got scores over on the Johnson division. It's a Red Alliance victory at 385 to 217. Only 3 RPs total in that match. So all 6 teams missing out on some ranking implications, but the show must go on.
And head back to the tower, trying to avoid the defense of the Northern Knights. 5 seconds left on the Red Alliance shift, and here comes 37.07 with one final delivery. They make it count here, and they extend their lead 243 to 93. Blue Alliance takes control once again as Team 34-19 scooping up the fuel off the field, trying to find more here right by the tower and popping them up into the hub for the Blue Alliance. Robotics making their way underneath the trench, but being met by the defense of Pobots. Team 353 is that red team trying to keep the Blue Alliance out of the blue zone to prevent them from scoring here with just under 1 minute left in play. Two red machines lined up. The Techno Dogs out of Brighton will be the first ones there. Team 7250, the Oscoda Owls, fine-tuning that shooter. A couple shots off a little too low as they head back to recollect. And once again, the Techno Dogs with another volley on the far side. 3:30 unofficially to 1:19 as we reach our final period of play. Red Alliance looking for 60 more fuel here for the ranking point. Some shots off from 7250 right by the tower as they head back to recollect. 353 continues to play the defense on the Blue Alliance, as does the Northern Knights team for blue. 10 seconds left to go. Red Alliance inching closer to the energized point. 374 to 170 with 5 seconds in play. Will they get it in time? 2 seconds to go. They do, as time runs out here in match number 67.
Good morning. 26:30 is so good. They're playing so well. Okay, we're doing okay. No, it's fine. I'm waiting. Thank you for checking. Did you get hit in the head? Yeah. Are you okay?
I'm gonna sit down for a second.
You should get checked out.
Yep. The action never stops here at the Houston Championship. We're going straight to the Archimedes division with match number 68, featuring our 13 ranked team in this division from Indiana, team 10-0-21.
Mad dash to the center of the field. All four robots making it back unscathed, pummeling the upper hub. It actually looks like our Red Alliance 10-0-21 a little bit off kilter. Code Orange with a flying leap back into blue territory, and another volley from both blue and red. Kodo back to the center line, half full again. Neck and neck, but blue just ekes it out. We've got a duel of titans here on Archimedes. Code Orange and Red Rock trying to...
And we have results from that match on Milstein. Red Alliance victory by a large margin. All of those teams moving up in the rank with 4 ranking points. Let's head back down to Archimedes.
30-6 scoring, 10-0-21 full as well. Code Orange heading back for blue, getting in position. Rush emptying their hopper in the nick of time. Golden Gears right behind. Code Orange already empty. Fuel into that hub. 10-0-21, the Golden Gears sending it back over from the neutral zone to red territory as Code Orange fills up again and a big hit on the neutral line. 30-6 going up, Douglas Spark hunting them down, but the die rotor plus turret combination proves deadly. Red takes control. It's a pushing match trying to keep the red robots contained, but if it's 2v1, that means someone's left open. Golden Gears scoring in for red. Rush trying to slide on by, but Code Orange just won't let them. Rush empty now. It's red 400 to blue 275. 1 minute of play remaining. Blue takes control. Code Orange is empty already. 30-06 now putting up a stream of fuel. But all the red robots are trying to steal it away. A big hit under the blue trench. 34-76 is stuck. They're back down now, trying to fill up and score. Fuel heading in, but some of it falls just a bit short as Doga Spark shoves them into a corner. End game now. Red was ready, and they're going for the extra ranking point. Red approaching 500. There they go. 20 seconds left. Blues locked up the first, but they're not quite going to get to the second. 15 seconds remaining. 10:00, 21, and 27 heading back. The Code Orange has unloaded. Red Rock trying to do the same. Rush, another volley up. 3, 2, 1. A last second effort from all of our robots as time runs out here on Archimedes.
Again, the action never stops here at the Houston Championship, so we're going straight over to the Milstein division. Check out Team 1678, the Citrus Circuits, who are currently the #1 ranked team on that division. They are going against the Red Alliance with the Sultans of Turkey. They are currently ranked 6th. We also have scores from that match on the Archimedes division, a 6-0-5 victory by the Red Alliance. All right, let's take it down to the field.
Thunderbolts. Citrus Circuits coming out for another pass as well as the Waffles machine keeps firing a high-powered autonomous mode here in match number 68. Scores climbing and settling at 170 to 111. Red Alliance takes the early lead. Team 1678 already filled up here and looking for a deposit here in the transition shift, but Blue Alliance is going to keep this hub active. Red Alliance able to get some of those scores in as well to maintain their lead going into the Blue Alliance shift. Waffles trying to get around the defense of team number 70, More Martians. Their teammates out of Davis, California, able to add a volley up high as 1678 heads all the way back across the front side of the field with 6 seconds left on the Blue Alliance shift. 44-76 managing to get in the zone in time. Red Alliance already scoring though, 29-05, and the Thunderbolts machine out of Israel, grabbing him up off the floor and popping him shot for shot into the hub as the Thunderbolts, just over a minute and a half left in play. Team 44-76 in a great position to grab some of that fuel, those rebounds coming into the hub from the Red Alliance, and now trying to take them all the way back across the hub where 1678 begins their barrage of fuel. That team from Davis, California, finishing their first day of competition, ranked #1 here on the field, and they're going to try and hold on to that place here in match number 68. Just over 1 minute left in play. 354 to 332 as Blue Alliance has the lead now, and 3 fuel away from the ranking point. That should do it from the volley out of the Citrus Circuits. 1 second remaining on the Blue Alliance shift, and Red Alliance is all ready to go. 29:05 spins up the drum while their teammates making their way across the far side of the field. Thunderbolts grab a few more fuel and head back towards the tower and the outpost here, or rather the depot, to recollect. The Sultans of Turkey finding a spot right by that tower, currently ranked number 6. They're going to try and improve their ranking here with a win in match number 68 as we move into the end game. Both alliances up over 400 fuel, making their way towards supercharged. Another ranking point would help out both alliances. We'll see if they can get it done in 18 seconds left. Blue Alliance up to 445, Red Alliance up to 456, 13 to go. Waffles trying to recollect here, back to back with the Citrus Circuits. Looking for one more volley with 4 on the clock, 2 seconds, 1, and time expires unofficially. 478 to 471 on the...
What a match. We were all jumping out of our seats at the end. I have no idea who won.
Certified banger.
Yeah, absolutely.
No,
Absolutely.
listen, we were actually off air. We were making fun of the Martians a little bit, but actually they were doing some damage in the sense of fuel missing. They're hitting the corners of those dumper robots, and they were missing, and it might be enough
Red Alliance, wow.
By
What an
1 point.
What an upset over there on the Milstein division. This is what we come to championship for. Citrus going all the way down to the 6th seed, and the Sultans of Turkey actually bumping up to the 5th seed. That's crazy.
I have to shout out 26-30, the Thunderbolts there. Incredible performance in the end game. They cleaned up their zone right at the end, about 3 seconds left. They put in about 8 fuel. Beautiful arc. It all went in and it counted, and that was enough to get that 1 point victory.
It looked like they were running out of fuel. At the end of the match, there were fuel in the air for both alliances. Red made theirs, Blue missed theirs.
Yep, some great shooting from that Israeli robot.
Only did the Blue Alliance come away with a loss in that match, they only got 1 RP. They got the energized RP. They did not meet that 500 fuel threshold. So a 1 RP loss for that Blue Alliance, and that super shakes up the rankings over there.
This is Paul's point in action. That defense is keeping people from hitting that 500 fuel mark.
And it's almost, it's almost like we're good at this. That's crazy. So we're going over next to the Archimedes division, presented by Rockwall Automation for match number 69.
From both alliances. Red in an early lead. Can they keep it together? Chaos Theory getting bumped over by their alliance partners, the Gear Gremlins, but that means Gear Gremlins won't score. Red hanging on to their lead, but only by 6 points. Like we thought, it is going to be neck and neck here on Archimedes. Transition period, these robots are going to empty their hoppers before Blue takes control. Here we go. Blue robots heading back to begin scoring. Red trying to steal as much fuel as possible. First volley up and in, and a rain of fuel from way downtown. Courtesy of 5468. Alphabots doing the same. Blue raining it down on their hub. 2960 Automation Nation making it happen. But it's Red's turn now. Gear Gremlins getting double teamed, but they're going to find a lane. F-Pro gonna free Automation Nation, all 6 robots in red territory. Alphabot scoring, Chaos Theory right behind them. Gear Gremlins with another payload up and in as Blue begins to retreat and begin their shift. Timer switches over and Blue now takes scoring control. 325 to 190, Blue's got their work cut out for them to catch up, but they're gonna do their best. All 3 red robots just picking up the fuel left in the neutral zone. Automation Nation gonna do the same. 1 minute on the clock. It is 3:25 to 2:56. Red in the lead, and they are back on the clock now. Chaos Theory gonna be the first to score. Here comes Ico, 3045's machine. They're gonna unload as well. Alphabots clearing up the Blue Alliance zone and sending it over to Red. 38 seconds remaining. Red over 400. They're going to look for the ranking point if they can make it happen. 30 seconds left. We are in the end game. Red on track for the RP. Blue looking to earn the first RP. Blue falling out of it now. Red growing their lead. F-Pro coming in to defend against the Alphabots. 15 seconds remaining. Red running up with a score now. 10 seconds. Can they hit 500? Yes, they can. Blue, they're close to their RP. Can they clinch it? Rapid acceleration going to try and pull it together as time runs out here on Archimedes. Archimedes, we've got your score after that match. This one goes to your Red Alliance. 519 to 361. Red with 5 ranking points in that match, 1 for Blue. Qualification 70 up next.
All right, we are headed over to the Hopper division for match number 69, where we have Team 2056 OP Robotics, current #1 rank in the Hopper division, paired with their friends from Canada, 188 Blizzard. They're going against one of the best teams from the Texas district this year. That's Team 1296, the Full Metal Jackets, and the current #9 ranked team in that division. They are paired with the #5 ranked team in that division, Team 8513, Sisters First from Morristown, New Jersey. Let's see who comes out on top in this match. We'll head down to the Hopper division, presented by GE Aerospace.
With my favorite head ref of all time.
I've got a green light on the field. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Fuel getting scooped off the neutral zone for qualification 69. Tons of fuel on both sides of the field going up into hubs. Some autonomous clashes, but that's all right. Blue leads by about 60 points at the end of autonomous, meaning their hub will deactivate first. But now, drivers pick up their controllers and it is time for teleoperate period. The Red Alliance quickly bridging that gap, only 40 points behind. Lots of robot traffic as Blue Alliance members go on the defensive, shuttling fuel back and forth. I see 96-92 in the Red Alliance zone. They have a robot loaded with fuel ready to go. But the Blue Alliance quickly sending that score up to 300. 188, that's Blizzard making their way across the neutral zone with tons of fuel. Their Canadian partners, OP Robotics, currently in our first ranked position, making sure that score for the Blue Alliance stays high. Red Alliance members emptying their robots into the hub. 2056 from the blue side, OP once again going on the defensive, making sure that those red robots can't line up properly to score. Sisters First with another volley of fuel, making their way back to their side to wait for their hub to activate. On the blue side of the field, tons of fuel going up, courtesy of the Flying Circuits and OP Robotics. That whistle means there's less than 30 seconds to go. Sisters First unloading their robot one more time. The Full Metal Jackets on their side of the field. A nice rainbow of fuel right into the hub. One last ditch effort to get your score as high as possible, and this match is over.
Well, we've said it before and we'll say it again. The scores are starting to come down. OP Robotics, one of the best robots here today, and almost not making that 500 fuel threshold. Paul, what did you see?
Well, what I saw was a lot of defense in the middle of the field with full hoppers. So I think that's a really, that should become the gold standard of when you're in your inactive period. Make sure your hoppers are full and play blocking defense wherever you can. a few seconds here, a few seconds there. But this one was not done at the bump, but more like in the middle of the field, which is an equal footing for both alliances because both drivers have the same sight line.
Yeah.
So I think you're going to see more and more of that.
Yep. It's also worth shouting out, you saw your number 1 seed playing defense there, 2056. As soon as their shift went inactive, they were on the far side of the field, grabbing all that fuel and shooting it all the way back.
In this game, more than ever, to be one of the best robots on the field, you have to be an all-purpose player. You know, we've seen in championships before where you really have these roles on an alliance. One person is doing mainly defense, one person is doing mainly offense. But in this game, if you are not doing everything, you are not contributing as much as you could be to your alliance. The action never stops here in Houston, so we're going down to the daily division for match number 71.
Advantage 86-55. So red with the first isolated shift of the match. There goes Las Gorillas and Robo Jackets. Both of our teams out of Michigan there on the Blue Alliance, quickly scoring during the transition shift, giving the Blue Alliance a 100+ point lead as the Red Alliance's first shift is underway. 28-83, that's Fred out of Warroad, Minnesota, collecting some fuel there for the Red Alliance. Now they're trying to score it, but 55-50, the Bronco Bots out of Bethany, Oklahoma, playing some stiff defense on our Red Alliance. Red still trailing big here as the next Blue Alliance shift begins. Las Gorillas and Robo Jackets really starting to clean up the fuel there on the blue side of the field. Middle of the field really starting to get filled with fuel, while Bronco Bots try to keep 469 and 3538 filled up with fuel. Robo Jackets doing a quick swipe of the midfield and then sending fuel back on over to the Blue Alliance zone. Red Alliance needing to score a ton of fuel now to catch up here in this shift. And there they go, continuing to collect fuel and score is 90-94. The Earthquakers out of Pennsylvania. 276-170 is our score. Blue Alliance still in the lead. Both alliances quite a ways away from that 360 fuel threshold, but Blue Alliance might get there this shift as Robo Jackets and Las Gorillas begin scoring there for the Blue Alliance. Blue now passing the 360 threshold, so they get 1 ranking point out of this match, possibly 3 with the way this match is looking right now. 404, 187, 30 seconds left to go. We're now in the end game portion of the match, meaning both hubs are active and everybody can score. Red Alliance reloading. There goes Fred scoring for the Red Alliance. Now they're on the hunt for more fuel, gobbling it up there on the near side, but Robo Jackets shooting on the move quickly, grabbing fuel and sending it up and into that Blue Alliance hub along with Las Gorillas, a former world champion, the 469 machine, 516 to 236. Blue Alliance securing the supercharged ranking point as we come to the end of match 71.
Yep, I got you.
Hopper 70.
All right, let's see those results.
We're headed straight over to the Hopper division where we have a big match with ranking implications. Qualification number 70 featuring the number 7 ranked team on the Red Alliance, that's 1732, the Hilltoppers from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. They're facing off against a high-powered Blue Alliance featuring the number 3 and 4 ranked teams, that's 1706, Ratchet Rockers, and Team 5000, the Hammerheads, one of my favorite robots from this year.
This is 3 of the best turrets or double turrets on Hopper. This is going to be really interesting to see. You know, there's going to be probably a lot of full field passing from all of these robots.
Yeah, and I cannot wait to see it. I said it yesterday, but one of my favorite things about this game is just how visually cool it is. You just see fuel flying all over in every direction for 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and it is just so much chaos.
It's just chaos. Yeah.
Sometimes controlled chaos, sometimes just actual chaos.
Yep.
But
I also fully expect we'll see 5000. It seems like their strategy so far has been to clean out their opponent's tower area, so I fully expect we'll see them run across and they'll let 1706 handle the home zone cleanup and to do the neutral zone work.
And 1706 was part of that match yesterday that set the new world high score. So we know they have a ton of firepower and they know how to get it done. So this should be a great match, and featuring Paul's favorite ref of all time, which we established earlier.
Yes,
So
and some thought I was being sarcastic, but I was actually not.
anybody that participates in FRC knows that you weren't being sarcastic, though, because he's a great ref.
Amazing.
So we're just yapping here on the RSN desk. It's our favorite thing to do, waiting for this match to get started on the Hopper division, presented by GE Aerospace. No,
Sorry
you
about that,
interrupted
Adrian.
my sponsor plug-in, you know?
GE Aerospace.
Yeah,
GE
thank you,
Aerospace.
thank you.
Say it.
Got
we'll
it.
make up for it. No, but sometimes we talk about the robots, we don't talk about the humans, and the volunteers make this program work.
Yes.
And to have a head ref that's so technically sound, but also friendly and nice, is in a position of high power, right, for these teams.
Yep.
It's really great.
I also got to give a shout out. 1706 is still undefeated. We're halfway through qualifications.
Still undefeated.
They do not have a loss on the season.
For the season.
The whole season, they are 36 and 0.
That's
Only been done
crazy.
one other time.
That's crazy. We have some people on the field, so I am going to mention we did give out the Volunteer of the Year award this morning, and one of the things that was mentioned there was we lost a great member of our community this year, Coco Ed Patterson, who was a lead queuer at Championship for the last very long time. He was a friend of mine. We miss him so much in the community, but speaking of the people in this community, that's what this community is built on. The robots are really fun, but it's really the people. We all rely on each other to have these events every year, and losing one is really hard. But honoring his legacy is also really important. So just want to give a shout out to our friend Coco Ed and everybody that misses him, because I know it's a lot of us.
I feel like he cloned himself because he was everywhere.
Yeah.
I swear, in the same weekend, he was in Texas and then also in like New England.
Yeah, he set the standard for volunteering for his whole career. And so I just miss him a lot here.
Yeah,
so.
not just a number of hours, right, in service. It was just how kind he was and helpful.
Yeah.
In an area where queuing, which causes the most stress on teams.
Yes.
He seemed to be able to like calm everybody down.
Yeah. And we have a lot of great volunteers in this program, not only here, upstairs in FTC, in FLL, just all over the place. And it's one of my favorite things about being involved in FRC, just meeting all the people and getting to have interactions with such amazing volunteers and team mentors and students and everything. We just love robots here.
It's just one of the best communities on
We got a
earth.
thumbs up.
We have
over
a
here.
thumbs up.
Yeah.
Well, let's go down to the field for the Hopper Division, match number 70.
Welcome to qualification 70. We have an incredible matchup once again on the Hopper division. We have the rank 3 and 4 teams playing together against the rank 7 team. At the end of autonomous, blue is in the lead, but that means the Red Alliance will have a chance to catch up during the first shift. Robot traffic as all 6 robots collide in the middle of the field. It is an all-out battle for that fuel as it comes back out of the hub. Looking on the red side of the field, I see 401. That's Copperhead and their robot Typhon. Robots colliding once again. 41-91, that's IMEC going on the defensive on the red side while their partners score. Hammerheads and the Ratchet Rockers making quick work at the last second of that shift. The Red Alliance quickly climbing, ready to surpass that score. Hilltopper, their robot, which I believe uses a VR headset as a vision system. Very creative. The Blue Alliance robots scoring in that blue hub once again. 1706. The Ratchet Rockers going from the outpost depot and then back into the neutral zone. There's 25 seconds to go, and these teams are still only separated by a few points. The Blue Alliance trying to bridge an unbeatable gap. With 10 seconds to go, will the Red Alliance be able to pull off an endgame to catch up to the Blue Alliance?
What a match there. It was crazy, and I thought Red Alliance really had the ability to kind of come back at the end, but they just had a ton of things go wrong at the most inopportunity times. What did you see, Paul?
What I saw is the Red Alliance still overperformed, right? But both alliances overperformed, but the Red Alliance had so many things go wrong. Auto went wrong. Then a couple of jams in a key. They had the advantage. Losing auto, they had the advantage at the end. They had so much fuel in their hoppers, and they were just jammed. And they still kept it close.
If you would like to talk to Paul Copioli about why losing auto is good, please come up to the desk at some point today. He will talk your ear off. Okay, sorry, Drew.
All good. Yeah, I just want to say also, again, you had to watch the end game there. I guarantee a lot of that final scoring from Blue was in the end game. It just looked like 5,000, 1706 had an endless amount of fuel to clean out of their corners, and they're two of the best robots in Hopper of emptying those corners in the end game period.
But they scored 648, got 5 RP, and they didn't move up in the rankings.
Yeah, championship is brutal. This game is unforgiving. We're going to go over to the Newton division now for match 72, featuring our reigning world champion, Team 2910, Jack in the Bot. They're currently ranked number 5 in the division, going against 1833 in blue, Team Bean. They are currently ranked 9th. The Newton division is presented by NASA and is a division right now that is wide open, and I bet Jack in the Bot is trying to not only get 5 RP in this match, but get as high of a score as possible, because that is the first tiebreaker after those ranking points. So let's see how much 2910's Alliance can score. Let's take it down to the field.
Red and blue looking to take the win. Red with a surge in the end, but here comes blue right behind him, trying to match him point for point. Looks like red is going to take the lead at the end. That means it's going to be a Blue Alliance shift as we get underway here with teleoperated. Red does have an opportunity to add to their lead, which they take. Blue Alliance now has the shift and sole opportunity to score. There goes Bean. They've got fuel. Are they going to score it? Terabytes scoring at 94.50. Velocity Raptors taking a defensive position right now. Their design doesn't quite have the capacity to store in the way that a lot of these other robots do, but they can work, run along a line, and just shoot all of the fuel in any given direction. Prepatech Tech Droid on the red side looking to line up so that they can score, being heavily defended. They're going to shoot now in the last 5 seconds of the match, along with Kingsman. Red Alliance has their first ranking point, looking to get a second here. They'll have an opportunity as they'll have one more shift that's just theirs. 2910, Jack in the Bot currently sitting at number 5. They, of course, want 5 ranking points here to maybe propel them up into number 4 or number 3. 2910 going over to the Red Alliance side of the field in preparation for their opportunity to score, which is right now as they have their last shift running. Blue Alliance is playing defensively. Red Alliance now looking to get up over 500. Blue Alliance is still chasing 200, still chasing 360. Here comes a huge blast right now from Jack in the Bot. They get up over 500, so Red Alliance now has earned 2 ranking points. And they are looking to make it so that Blue has no possibility of catching them as they continue to score. Blue Alliance, though, wanting to pick up that ranking point, is doing everything they can to get to 360. Terabytes scoring right now for the Blue Alliance in the last few seconds. and Velocity Raptors doing the same. That will bring qualification match 72 to a close. There's a few more fuel to count. We'll have your official results in just a moment. And here we go up on the big board. Red or blue? Red Alliance is going to win this one. And Red Alliance is going to come away with 723 points. Well done to the Red Alliance. That's going to be 5 ranking points. Stability for Jack in the Bot at number 5. Their alliance partners are going to draft up with them with those 5 ranking points.
We've got another great match to feature here, and it's match number 72 on the Galileo field, brought to you by Mouser Electronics. Autonomous is underway. Looks like we have some high-flying fuel from the Red Alliance. Let's throw it down to the field to see what they have to say about it.
Blue Alliance trying to catch up. Might be a little bit too late, though, to catch them here in Autonomous. Yep, Red takes that Autonomous round. So when we get past this transition period, shift 1 is going to be Blue Alliance with their hub active. So blue goes on offense as we enter into shift 1. Wild Sting lining up and shooting in those fuel cells to the blue hub. Red over 100 points. Blue trying to catch up here in shift 1. They've made a dent. They still need some more to if they can catch up here in this first shift. Wild Snake lines up, starts shooting them in. But they are the only team playing offense right now. So they are the only ones scoring for the Blue Alliance so far in shift 1. In shift 2, Red becomes active and they are shooting quite a bit of those fuel cells in. Cockadoodle Dominators shooting them in there before. We enter into shift 3. Blue is active again. Red putting those fuel cells back over on the red side. Wild Sting scoring once again for the Blue Alliance. Only a 40-point deficit. There they go again, shooting. Wild Sting trying to take the load of offense there for the Blue Alliance, keeping them in the match, but Red still has a lead by about 40 points in shift number 4, and they're going to add to it right here. Here comes Ankatech with a robot full of fuel cells. Let's see if they can score some for the Blue Alliance. Wild Sting's putting some up for blue, but with 15 seconds to go, we've got about a 100-point lead for the Red Alliance. It's going to be tough for blue to catch up. We go under 10 seconds now. 4 seconds left in the match. 2, 1. And time expires here in match number 72.
And we're back heading right over to the Johnson division. Lots of action presented by Haas. We have our number 4 seeded team, the Engineers out of Michigan, but this is going to be a battle. We've got some teams that have made some intense improvements since championship, and we have 3 teams, 2 on red, 1 on blue, that have been on Einstein as recently as 24 and 25. We're going to get the scores in from Galileo coming up on our screen. The Red Alliance with a big victory, 290 to 230. So no bonus points here, only 3 RP. So everybody's dropping. So at number 6, you win a match at the championships and you don't get enough RPs and you drop in ranking. This is the life that we live right now.
Yep, win a match, go down. It's a tough life.
Something to highlight from the Galileo match, 111 Wild Sting is one of the best robots in that division, and they dropped pretty decently in the rankings there. They were 20 before the match. Now it looks like they're in the 32nd spot, so that's a pretty big ranking implication.
Well, and that changes strategy for a team like that. They're like, okay, we're not going to increase in the ranking enough to matter, so now we've got to do what we do and start taking chances and start showing some of the high-end stuff, because it's really going to come in on the margins here, right? Like during playoffs, the 3rd robot in the Alliance, the 2nd robot in the Alliance, they're going to have to get at the top end of their standard deviation, because consistency is not enough in the playoffs. You have to outperform your average and also not break.
Also want to shout out, so We talked about robots on this Blue Alliance here. 7558, I think, is the most underrated Canadian team. I think they are fantastic. They have been really good for the past couple years, and I don't think they get enough love.
I mean, they were number 3 in Ontario. Okay, so.
I know, but I just don't think they get talked about enough.
Well, they are currently ranked 8th in the Johnson division, so they're gonna get talked about at a lot of scouting meetings tonight.
Good, deserved.
This is a big match for both alliances.
Yeah.
It's good. It's gonna be good. We got some firepower here. Looks like we're close. Maybe not.
Who knows?
When the FTA is behind the Alliance station glass, we're not that close.
We're not that close. I do like the overalls, though, here. Fashion statements in first are sometimes interesting, but I do love when teams kind of make an identity for themselves, and then you can recognize them from anywhere, and I do really love that, so I'm digging the outfits right now.
Adrian, I got to interrupt on this one. So one of the kids with the striped overalls, I'm a product of the 80s, and he's got the one strap off, and the one, that's an 80s thing. If you did not have overalls with one of the overalls down in the 80s, you were just wrong.
You weren't that cool.
No, you weren't that cool.
We got the Robo Boomers up here, me and Paul.
Definitely.
Paul and I, our rookie year was the same year, I believe. 2000?
Yeah,
2000. I was a student. Paul was a mentor. Not on the same team. So we've been around for a while, and sometimes that means we are out of touch with the youths of the robotics program.
That's what I'm here for.
That is what Drew is here for. And Izzy is also here. She's just in the back right now, but she keeps us young at heart, so we do appreciate that. Izzy in our microphone just said that she was born in 2000.
So Izzy was
great.
Born the same year as my oldest son. There we go.
I was talking last night that on the team that I mentor, I've been mentoring the same team for 16 years, which means I've been mentoring that team longer than the students on it have been alive. That's not super fun.
There's been a lot of those moments for me where I'm talking about matches from a year that the kids weren't even born yet. That's definitely Robo Boomer for sure.
And you want to go back and watch it on YouTube, and it's in like 240p, and you have to squint really hard and be like, okay, I think those 4 pixels might be that robot.
You go on the Blue Alliance, they don't even have match results. It's just like they were a team in 2000 and they competed. That's it.
No, I mean, you go look at those matches. Like, I remember distinctly, like, you go back and look at matches from the O's, like the 10s, and you're like, man, the robots were really slow. I remember the first time I went back to watch an old video, and the robots actually seemed pretty fast, and that was 2017. That was about the first year that I'm like, oh, okay, they don't look really slow anymore.
That's the speed we're used to and we expect now.
Yeah. I also often think about what we could do in those old games if we had the technology that we had today. Now, Rebuilt is a game that was designed around past elements of games, so there are some similarities in some of the elements, but it's not exactly the same. So I think like playing exactly the same game.
2005.
Yeah.
Can we please just play 2005?
2005.
2005 with today's technology.
Oh my gosh. Would be amazing.
Insane.
I want 2014. That game's pretty divisive.
Oh, hot take.
It would have been incredible with the speeds we're going now.
Yeah.
I don't know if incredible is the word I'd use for it, but it would be something.
Yeah.
It would be a strategery
No, the game would be broken,
thing.
I think.
Maybe.
The robots are too good for that game now.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, okay.
But 2005, you can do a lot of subtle things like raise all the Tetras another 3 feet or put a gajillion more Tetras on there. Like, I'm telling you, that game.
I'm sure the audience, I was just going to say, I'm sure the audience is really happy that they don't have to listen to us anymore. And instead, you can watch all of the amazing robots in Match 70 on the Johnson division, presented by the Gene Haas Foundation.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
Match 70 with a heavy hit from Pi High Samurai to the Engineers in the autonomous period as 4 robots make a quick sweep to the middle of the field, and 2877 Ligerbots gets a second pass as well. Neck and neck right now. It's going to come down to this second cycle of game pieces. Engineers hold steady. Let's 75-58 picks up the pace, and it's actually going to be the Blue Alliance that takes the autonomous victory. Red Alliance will begin the first shift. We now have started the shift number 1 with Pi High Samurai is 75-58. Alt F4 shooting into the red hub. 1306 Badger bots over in the red zone, trying to pick up the fuel and steal it from the red zone. Not a lot of game pieces over there, and still the Red Alliance is focusing on refueling from the middle of the field. Few seconds left. Red Alliance has the lead, but the Blue Alliance is prepped and ready to make some damage in shift number 2. All three robots get a first cycle of game pieces. 1306 makes a pass through the middle of the field. 2 blue robots, and now we have all 3 shooting over on the Blue Alliance side. Blue Alliance takes the lead and is closing in on that energized ranking point threshold. 2 red robots now begin shift number 3. Pi High Samurai and Alt F4 contributing to the scoring opportunity for the Red Alliance. Red Alliance is picking up the pace, almost getting the lead with 5 seconds left in this shift. Alt F4 making one last push to try and do so as they wrap up that shift. But now we go to shift number 4, right before the end game. We've got all 6 robots on the left side of the field. Heavy defense and heavy stealing from the Red Alliance right now in this last shift before the end game. Engine Nerds cycling their game pieces with their partners, taking the lead and with over 100 points. But Red Alliance has Pi High Samurai and Alt F4 trying to pick up the pace and get the lead back. All 3 blue robots trying to refuel. But Red Alliance has plenty of game pieces on their side, trying to capitalize on this opportunity they have right now. Blue Alliance has 1 robot, slowly but surely cycling more game pieces through, closing in on that energized ranking, supercharged ranking point, and time expires here on the Johnson Field.
And the action never stops here. We're going to the Archimedes division presented by Rockwell Automation. The match is in progress, starting teleop. Let's go take it down to the field.
Behind them, because our Red Alliance won, that means, or Blue Alliance won autonomous, that means Red will get the first scoring shift. Maverick gonna line up. Space Cookies back, locked and loaded, sending a barrage of fuel up for their Alliance. Big crash at the center field though, as Red Thunder trying to fill up and slow down Red. The Hedgehogs are going to unload.
Scores are in for that match on Johnson. Blue took the victory. Engine Nerds are maintaining their 4th ranked position. They got those 5 ranking points. Red Alliance was not quite able to get there, and it is going to drop Alt F4 down into the 18th seed position. The rankings are starting to solidify, so it does matter quite a bit. We'll throw it back to the action on the Archimedes field.
27 remaining on Archimedes, sponsored by Rockwell Automation. Space Cookies in position to score. Mavericks right there as well as Red. It takes control. Red gonna narrow that gap that the Blue Alliance created during their shift and pull into the lead. It is neck and neck here with over a minute left on the clock. Red Thunder in the neutral zone. All 3 blue robots in the neutral zone, mopping up any excess fuel as Red unloads it into their hopper. Red's locked up the first ranking point. Can Blue do the same in this shift? They're going to be under duress, though, because there's Red robots trying to push them about. Red Thunder scores combustion as well. Mavericks double shooter on the move, going to send fuel back home to the Red Alliance zone. 367 to 340. Twin barrage the fuel up for Blue. Endgame is active, which means Red Hub is active as well. It is tied, and now Red a narrow lead by just 30 points. Blue gonna try and fight back into it. Red gonna try and hang on to their lead. Fuel flying every which way. 50-10 deep in enemy territory. 19-12 left by themselves. 7 seconds left. Blue pulls into the lead in the nick of time. Can Red answer back? 7 points separate our 2 alliances as time expires. It could not be any closer here on Archimedes. And we have a score for you after that nail biter. It's gonna go to the Blue Alliance. 441 to 433. An incredibly hard-fought match for all 6 robots.
Very close match, eked out by the Blue Alliance, and you look, they got 4 RPs and 1766 moves down in the rankings. That's where we are at the championship right now, where if you are not getting 5 RPs and a big score, you have that potential to move down. What did you guys see in that match?
Well, what I saw at the end of the match is the Red Alliance missed about 7 or 8 balls right at the end, or 7 or 8 fuel right at the end, and that could be the difference. That was probably the difference in that match.
Right, they went into the end game pretty much tied. 1912 Combustion was able to find a full hopper, and they scored every single piece of fuel. Unfortunately, the other alliance missed a couple right at the end, and it was a really tight match.
Yeah. But not getting 5 RP hurts them.
Hurts. Well, we are moving right along to the Hopper Division, match 73. It's already in progress. It's got 63-29. That's the Bucks Wrath. They were ranked #1 in the Hopper Division. Are they still ranked #1?
Nope.
Anybody know? Okay, good, perfect. Well, we're gonna watch and see if they can climb up the rankings in this match. Let's head down to the Hopper Division, presented by GE Aerospace.
Will take it. That means the Red Alliance will get the advantage shift and a chance to catch up. Looking at the neutral zone, all 3 blue robots shuttling fuel, but they're shuttling it right into the intake of Obsidian. 54-54, ready in wait to steal that fuel right back. As the blue hub activates, lots of fuel going up and in. One blue robot goes to the middle to scoop up some more. That is 63-29, the Bucks Wrath. .54 playing on the defensive on the blue side of the field. 2102, their partners Team Paradox and the Coconuts hard at work with their active hub. There's a minute left in this match, and these teams are separated by about 100 points. .2102 Paradox back, shuttling fuel to their side of the field as their other 2 Alliance members go on the defensive. 30 seconds left in this qualification round. The Blue Alliance has crested over the 500-point mark, meaning they will receive that supercharged ranking point. Frog Force hard at work, volleying fuel. On the red side, one more push to the finish. Riptide making their way back over. An even number for the Blue Alliance at the end of that match. We'll get that final tally back to you in a moment. Here come the scores for qualification 73. It will be going to the Blue Alliance. A final tally of 625 to 233. The Blue Alliance will take 5 ranking points.
And the Blue Alliance takes it, getting to 625, getting that all-important 5 ranking points. Bucks Wrath, everybody on the Blue Alliance moves up. 503 gets into the top 10, and all 3 Red Alliance robots dropping, obviously, with 0 ranking points. And we're going to take it over to Archimedes Division now, presented by Rockwell Automation. Looks like we're getting ready to start that match. We got some big players in this match. 11-14, one of the top teams in the world playing for the Red Alliance. Einstein appearances galore on this Red Alliance between all 3 teams. We have what looks like nine Einstein appearances since dating all the way back to 2004.
And the Simbots currently ranked number 5 in the Archimedes division, so let's see if they can keep their rank or move up a little bit. Let's head down to the field for match number 74.
Beach as well. That's going to leave Red wide open to pick up and score. Another collision at the center field line, but both Red robots make it back unscathed. That means it's going to be a blowout here. Red leading 142 to 17. Blue will get the first scoring shift. The one remaining unstuck Blue robot going to free their 2 partners. That's Robo Loco. Going to try and pin Simbot Tim. Stop them from scoring. Blue will get the first shift. Ricori heads back for Blue. Simbot going to unload. Pass fuel over to their side of the field. Robo Loco and Explore going to try and send it back. Ricori scoring all by their lonesome in Blue territory, trying to catch up to the damage that Red did in Autonomous. We've got a 5-robot menagerie here on the Red side of the field, trying to fill that hub as fast as possible. Robo Loco playing defense. Explore doing the same. Symbotics in the center being chased down by Ricori, but they're filling up. Team Thrust dumping fuel in as well. Red at 267, Blue 86, a minute 23 on the clock. We go to Blue. Ricori locked, loaded up and in. A stream of fuel from that team from Minnesota. All 3 Red robots on the offensive, though, trying to run up the score and lock up the ranking points they need to advance in the standings. Robo Loco full, gonna bring it back to Blue. Gonna run into 12-18 at the center line, and Red takes control. Red robot set up to go. Simbot trying to jockey for position. There they go. They're going to slide around to the other side to avoid Explore, but Explore's going to chase them down. Simbots unloads partially, retreats to the trench, scores some up and in. Explore going to try and wedge them under the trench and keep them from scoring again, but our Red Alliance is approaching 500 points. They're just over 400 now. 26 seconds on the clock.
All right, we have another exciting match happening at the same time. So we're going side by side with the Curie division, featuring Team 254. The Cheesy Poofs, currently ranked number 2 in their division. Let's watch both these matches at the same time.
As time runs out, 15:01, trying to make a last-ditch climb here on Archimedes.
In 3, 2, 1, go!
The Curie division finds itself in match number 74. Cheesy Poofs 254, stuffed to the gills immediately, and a massive volley up for your Red Alliance. Blue able to respond. Human player shots up and in. Barker
Scores are in
Graybacks
from your match from Archimedes, and it does look like the Red Alliance was not quite able to hit that 5th ranking point threshold, so that is probably going to have some ranking implications for 11-14 in the long run, but it does not move them out of the number 5 position right now. We'll have to see how that is going to play out. Let's head back over to the Curie division.
Picking up more and bulldozing underneath their far side trench. A volley to stockpile as 2053 for your Blue Alliance, waiting patiently to defend the Red Alliance. Their partners, Barker Graybacks and Saber, grabbing fuel, putting it up and into their hub. Last 5 seconds of this first period for your Blue Alliance, and Graybacks trying to do one last volley. Few of those able to go up and into count, but now your Red Alliance hub is back online. Octopus, Sessi Senai, up and in, 254 Under a barrage of defense from 60-45 Sabre Robotics, they're able to break free and make a deposit. Over 240 points for your Red Alliance and climbing. With a minute and 20 left to go, action now shifts to the blue side of the field. 20-53, Southern Tier Robotics, the lone blue robot over there, putting fuel up and in. Barker right behind them. Full wide shooter going up and in, bringing their point differential down to 44 points. Last volley up during this period, and Red Alliance Hub, you are back online, and here come the poofs. Volley to go up. Partners coming into the rescue to add in more fuel to their hub. Over 320 points. Approaching an energized RP. Fuel up and in, and a bonus RP for your Red Alliance, regardless of the outcome of this match. And now it's the Blue Alliance making a charge, trying to come back into this match. Red Alliance having other things to say. As 254, another volley. Octopus right behind them. Barker Graybacks make a statement. They shoot from the point of the hub. 370 points to 425. Last few shots up and in as match number 74 expires.
Ooh, looks like 254 may have missed that fifth RP with the defense that was coming on them hard at the end of the match. So that may have some ranking implications in that division because they're only ranked 2 right now. They want to be ranked number 1. We're going to go down to a match on Newton that also is going to have huge ranking implications. Your number 1 ranked team in Newton right now, Team 604, Quicksilver from San Jose, California, facing off against the number 4 ranked team, Icon Robotics, 9128 from Plano, Texas. And both of them have pretty good supporting casts. And so those might be the difference in this match. Let's see who comes out of this match on top and how it shakes up the rankings in Newton. Let's head down to the field.
3, 2, 1, go!
On the Red Alliance, we've got 91-28 Itkan. They've got a 55-4 season record. Very impressive. They're sitting at number 4. Over on the Blue Alliance, so we've got Quicksilver. They're currently ranked number 1, and they are looking for a win here. Both sides need 5 ranking points to retain their rank, and we'll see which one can do it. Red Alliance well on its way right now with 170 plus in the transition scoring. Blue Alliance is going to pour it on strong.
And it does look like 254 comes away with the win, but moves down in the ranking to number 3 because of the 4 RPs and the average match score. So that's got to hurt a little bit. But we're going to head back down to Newton to see how this match turns out.
We've got 1 second remaining. Red Alliance with the lead still after the blue shift. Blue Alliance now coming into play the heavy defense as well. Toolcats digging in their claws into the carpet to try and keep the alignment wrong for the Red Alliance robots. We've got 2 dumpers over there, and that does mean that they do need to be lined up perfectly to be able to get those fuel into their hub. Red Alliance shift is going to expire right now. Red Alliance still with a feeling like a comfortable lead. Blue Alliance, though, does have some high-scoring robots here that should be able to try and close that gap. There we go with Quicksilver. Shooting right now, cleaning up everything they can from the backside of their field, trying desperately to get as much fuel into that hopper as they can to try and close the gap with the Red Alliance, and they are going to get there or really close as time expires. So they've narrowed it down to less than 40 points, down to 33 points. Red Alliance has their last shift, and we'll see what Blue can do to slow down the red scoring machine. It looks like Toolcats maybe taking a cat nap right there. We'll see if they wake up. Meanwhile, Red Alliance undeterred, able to score. 69-88 coming in right now. They're juddering a little bit, maybe having some battery problems. Could spell bad news for the Blue Alliance as Red Alliance surges ahead up over 450 points. Looking to get over 500 here with a huge push from 91-28 Itkan. 604 not sitting down.
All right, we're going side by side, watching two matches at the same time. Archimedes Division, match number 75.
It's on their way to 500 as well. They're passing.
And G3 Robotics, neither of them getting, looks like, through their Autonomous the way they were hoping. Very, very close scores at the end of Autonomous, 5-point difference, now 6. That's gonna go to the Blue Alliance. So Red will get to start with that first active ship. Precision Guessworks stuck on some fuel on the near their bump. Their partner's gonna try and come and knock them over, almost tipping them all the way over. Luckily for them, wheels now on the ground. Krypton Cougars quickly scoring some fuel in their hub, grabbing more through that depot. Control.
Scores are in for that match in Newton, and it is going to be Itcon and the Red Alliance winning the match. 605, they got all 5 ranking points. It does move Itcon up into first, and 604 is no longer in first. They're now down in 7th. Massive swing there. Huge for Itcon. Let's go back to Archimedes.
Defeat our current rank 1 team on this field, just showing you why. Lots and lots of fuel coming up out of that robot and into the blue hub. Does look like, unfortunately for G3 Robotics, their robot, no signal light in front of me here. Sounds like robot just not moving on this field. Hopefully something small that they can figure it out for their next match. Red Alliance hub active at this time, and they are taking advantage of that, but they're not quite catching up to this blue. Blue really working on scoring these high numbers, already over that 360 mark for that first threshold. Wave Robotics grabbing fuel from the neutral zone, making their way on back. Their partners, AG Robotic and Control Alt Defeat, continuing to just slide around that field, launching fuel as they pick it up into this active hub. We're getting to that 30-second mark now, so that Red Hub's going to be active as well. Really, Red Alliance, both Precision and G3, gonna have to do everything they can to get that fuel from the floor and into their hub. Krypton Cougars sliding in the neutral zone, grabbing a robot full of fuel, hairdo flying in the wind. Blue Alliance, though, not giving up in these last 5 seconds as they have now broken 500, getting closer and closer to 600. We'll have to see what their final score is.
Welcome back to First Champs Live. We're the Robo Sports Network, bringing you the action all weekend here at the Houston Championship. And I want to welcome to the first time to the desk this weekend, Brian Gaffey, who's been up in FTC land. Tell me how it's going up there.
Yeah, it's been absolutely incredible up there, seeing the FTC robots coming together. There's a lot of really unique strategies. They are also launching balls. They're scoring artifacts, but they have to try and score them in color order. So it's been very interesting to see the different ways teams approach that challenge of, do I want purple balls or do I want green balls right now? And how do you maximize trying to get the total number of balls scored ranking point versus the number of pattern ranking points? And when do you make that calculated decision to switch?
And down here, it's just all fuel all the time.
Yeah, they have to think. We're not doing a whole lot of thinking here. It's just get the fuel, put it in the hub over and over and over again. No tower action down here.
And it looks like we have scores from the last match we watched over there on Archimedes. Red Alliance does look like they came out with the victory. But we're excited here down in FRC land, so welcome. Brian and I have been adjacent to each other announcing, I think, most of our robot careers, but I don't think I've ever been on the desk with you.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, we've been through so many different robotics competitions, but we always seem to just be ships passing in the night. So it's
well,
exciting to. Yeah.
I'm surrounded by the New England boys today. Makes me happy. So we're going to go down to the robot action on the field. Galileo Division, presented by Mauser Electronics, match 76.
Blue with the lead, but they keep flip-flopping. Red trying to take the lead, and they do at the very end there. So Red goes over 100. They take autonomous, so when we get to shift 1, Blue is going to be on offense with their hub active. The Blair Robot Project 449 putting a bunch of those fuel cells in for blue at the beginning of shift number 1. We've got red robots trying to get those fuel cells over to the red side of the field. The Blair robot project looks like they were stuck on the hub for a while, but their partner came and pushed them off. Then they score into the blue hub. We go to shift number 2. Advantage red at this point. They're up by about 70 points, and they are shooting into the red hub, which is active here. Team Appreciate 2468 putting a whole bunch of fuel cells in, going to get some more, and here comes some more scoring by Appreciate and the Firebots. We go to shift number 3, the Blue Alliance on offense now. And they are scoring. Cougar Robotics putting them in. Blair Robot Project putting them in. They've got a big deficit, though, still to catch up to the Red Robots, to the Red Alliance. Red up by about 60 points, and now Red goes on offense in shift number 4 once again. The Green Machine doing some offense. Firebots doing some offense. Team Appreciate doing some offense. So all 3 of the red robots on the offensive side, they're getting close to 500 points. Let's see if they can do it as we go into the end game. Here comes Cougar Robotics with a whole bunch of scoring, as is the Blair Robot Project. They're over 300, getting at 350. Red is over 500, though, as we count down to 10 seconds remaining in the match. Blair Robot Project 449, shooting them in for blue. 4 seconds now remaining in the match. 3, 2, 1. All right, we got a score coming up. It is the Red Alliance, and they did score 569 points, 390 for blue. 5 ranking points to red because they did get over 500 fuel cell points.
Big Red Alliance victory with a lot of ranking implications in that match. 3501 moving up to 4th. 2468 out of Texas moving into 9th, and 449 moving down to 6th. We are really starting to see the ranking shake up today, because most people are now playing their 6th or 7th out of 10 matches, and so these are starting to become a little bit more real. Yesterday after 2 matches, the rankings are weird, right? But now these are starting to stabilize, and so when you move 1 or 2 places, that is a really big deal.
Yeah, we're really starting to hit that point in the qualification tournament where you can start doing the math of saying, okay, if I do, get 4 ranking points in this match, 5 ranking points in this match, and then the person in second for a second seed does not do that, I'm going to jump them. You can start actually figuring out what you need to do to get each of the different seeding positions if you're near that top 8.
Well, every match has ranking implications here in Houston, so let's go to this match on the Archimedes division, presented by Rockwall Automation, to see what happens in match number 76 with 9401 Skull on a Stick team. They've cursed us in the past. We'll see if they do it again.
They are just shoving each other back around on that neutral zone. Luckily for that Blue Alliance, that collision did not stop them from their successful scoring. 108 points, it looks like, as they come into Autonomous, or to the end of Autonomous. That means Red will start with that first active hub. Blue Alliance able to get 170 points, or 69 points in before that shift to the red hub. Red's really gonna have to work to catch up to that gap established by this Blue Alliance. Enigma is working on just that, collecting that fuel from the field and tossing it on up. Their turret rotating with them as they move around the field. Blue hub now active, teams starting to score just moments before that hub activates. Laser playing some defense against these Blue Alliance members, trying to keep them from scoring successfully. Code Orange unable at first to get back into their half of the field, do that defense. Luckily for them, able to manipulate and work their way over to the other bump and start to score. The red hub now active. Enigma again sliding across that field, launching the fuel out of their robot and into that hub, scoring much as they possibly can. Blue Alliance 371 right now for that fuel scored. Blue Alliance sitting at 269. Blue Alliance, Red Alliance inching themselves closer and closer to that bonus ranking point. Blue hub now active, 2 red robots playing defense on this side. Looks like now all 6 robots on the Blue Alliance side of the field, but Enigma is making their way on out. They were there just for that fuel and to work on scoring for their alliance by bringing it back to their side. Lots of fuel in the neutral zone as Blue continues to score. Broke that threshold for both bonus ranking points as we hit 30 seconds. Enigma really going to start trying to make up what they can for this Red Alliance, the only bat currently active scoring for this Red Alliance, and Midas's Mayhem starting to get some fuel from that Blue Alliance side of the Red Alliance side of the field, and back to theirs they go. Code Orange launching lots of fuel. Midas is continuing to collect and launch it towards their teammates. We're getting to that 5-second mark here. Blue Alliance 626. Red Alliance so close to that bonus ranking point. Do those last fuel count for that ranking point? We'll have to see when final scores are published.
While we wait for the scores, we're going to head over to the Johnson division. They have the #1 ranked team in this match on the Blue Alliance. That's Team 1792, Round Table Robotics from Oak Creek, Wisconsin. Got scores for the previous match coming. Code Orange on the Blue Alliance comes out with the win. 656 points was a big score for that Blue Alliance. All of them moving up in the rankings, but still all of them in the 30s with 5 RPs. Woof. That's a rough go, but
talk about depth again.
Yep.
3 fantastic robots in the 30s.
I know, with 650 points, and they're all ranked in the 30s. That is championship, as they say.
But, you know, as we mentioned there, they got that extra 5th ranking point for getting that supercharge to 500. And so that's going to be the difference maker later on in the tournament as they try and break up into those, you know, maybe high teens.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this match on the Johnson division has gotten started, so let's head down and see who comes out on top in match 74.
63 did an A stop. Not quite sure why 3630 has died. The Stampede, their light is on, but they just stopped moving. Blue Alliance takes a big lead here, 108 to 36. It helps when you have all 3 robots working. 3630 still not working in the middle of the field. Looks like both of those teams did an A stop. 3630 still not moving. We have 2 working red robots against 3 blue robots. And, oh, by the way, on the Blue Alliance, we have the #1 ranked team. This could be tough for the Red Alliance. 7563 Sesai Sene Megazord from Brazil. They're grabbing fuel and shooting it. That last volley was a little too short, not going very far. To put a little more spinach into that robot. 1908, that's the Shorebots from Virginia. They go through their trench and they start shooting from the side. Now they back up against their line station wall, continuing to gather fuel and shoot. 1792, Round Table Robotics. It's a robot named Atlas, our #1 ranked team, just spinning around in the middle of our neutral zone. 1 minute to go, 254 to 111. Blue has a very big lead. Neither alliance has achieved enough to get that first ranking point. Blue requires another 100 points. 1792 Round Table Robotics, they lob a few fuel into their zone while they get ready to shoot. Blue Alliance approaching that ranking point now. 291, they need 360. 41 seconds ago, Blue has the lead. 296 to 124. And we're going to endgame time. Both hubs are active right now. No red robots are in position to shoot. 1908, the Shorebots, they go back and they steal some fuel from the Red Alliance. While 7563, that's our Brazilian team, Sesai Sene Megazord, they grab some fuel from underneath their tower and they get ready to start shooting. 7403, they're cleaning up the middle of the neutral zone. This match ends here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Plenty of score indicates the blue has won this match. They'll get 3 ranking points. They were able to get that 1 ranking point for energizing their hub. 1792, they did not supercharge. That may affect their ranking point average. We'll see here when we post our final score.
Let's keep the action rolling. We're going to check out this next match on the Archimedes division presented by Rockwell Automation. Want to highlight 2 excellent California teams in this match. We have Bread 5940 on the Red Alliance facing off against 971 Spartan Robotics on blue. Looks like we're waiting for a couple thumbs here, making sure everybody is connected and ready to go. We'll have some action for you pretty shortly.
Students think I'm an artifact. Puns fully intended, by the way.
Yeah, so we can see our Blue Alliance just missing that 500 threshold, getting 455 to 197. That's going to be good enough to keep 1792 in first there. So congrats to them for holding on to that position.
We're waiting for the Archimedes division match to start, and it looks like we are ready to go. So let's head down to the field.
77 match underway. Bread and Chaos into that neutral zone for Red. Blue Alliance, a few members joining them as well. Spartan Robotics launching lots of fuel, sliding around their area. Spartan Robotics looks like their robot built with 2 turrets on it. I'm wondering if they both spin individually. I see that one does. It looks like they do both spin and turn. That way, when they are sliding across the field, it gives them the opportunity to score from wherever they are. Children of the Corn, robot full of fuel, wiggling their robot back and forth as we've seen to get that fuel scored successfully. Red Alliance slight lead at the end of this autonomous and transition period, 175 points. Blue Alliance really gonna have to build to pass them, and they do. Bread launching the fuel from that neutral zone back to their side. That robot has a very large capacity ability on it. Not only does it extend out the back, but top extends up as well to give them as much space for fuel as possible. Lots of fuel coming in from this Red Alliance, so it is lying all over the floor in this neutral zone. Spartan grabbing the fuel they can and making their way on back to blue because their hub is now going to be active. Children of the Corn playing some defense against these Red Alliance members, trying to not let them score that fuel successfully on their side of the field for later. Spartan gonna line up and toss more fuel. Rapid acceleration helping them on that Blue Alliance side. They've surpassed 300. Children of the Corn, more fuel in hand, launching it back to their teammates as Red is now going to take control of this hub. Bread launching lots and lots of fuel up. Again, we are seeing why this team is ranked 4th currently. No losses yet within their qualification matches. Grabbing all that fuel out of the depot themselves. Gleam continuing to help them. Gleam over on that Blue Alliance side of the field, collecting fuel and working on scoring. Less than 30 seconds remain in the match, and Red Alliance at 468 points. Blue going to have to utilize this time to score as much as they can. Children of the Corn in that neutral zone, grabbing fuel. Spartan Robotics almost getting stuck underneath the trench, but they're able to get out and grab more fuel. Unfortunately, it looks like Gleam for that Red Alliance dead in the middle of the neutral zone. Frozen in place they are. Red Alliance not letting up and surpassing Blue.
We're headed straight over to the Johnson division while we wait for the scores because we have a lot of ranking implications in this next match. On the Red Alliance, we have Team Overcharge 9483 from Turkey, one of my favorite robots from this year. Drew, who do we have on the Blue Alliance?
Blue Alliance, I'm very familiar with them, 190, Gumpy and the Herd. They have rebuilt their robot. They now have a turret, and they have removed the L3 climb. It was really cool, but they had to make more room for their hopper and room for the turret. So,
and they're currently ranked 9th.
It's also really interesting, 190, 94, 83, if I remember correctly, were on an alliance together at the championship last year.
Wow. Well, that's nice. Old friends here at the championship. We also have Team 4522, Team Scream, on that alliance. They're ranked number 3. We have scores from the last match in Archimedes. 591 points for that Red Alliance, 5 ranking points, and that is good enough for most of the teams to either stay where they are or move up in the ranking. So on the Johnson division, again, we have, 190 and Gumpy and the Herd, and 4522 Team Scream, the 2024 World Champion. They are ranked 3rd and 9th in that Johnson division. Their supporting cast right now is ranked 21st, the Average Joes, and they are from Michigan. Over on the Red Alliance with that number 2 ranked team, we have Team 48, Team Elite from Warren, Ohio. They are having a really nice season, qualified here at the championship. And also Team 9646, the Marinators. That tripped me up for a second. Reading sometimes is hard.
I will say it's going to be interesting to see 48, one of the most effective offense-defense mixed teams that I've seen this year. So I expect they're going to put a little bit of hurt on Scream there, because I know Scream is a really strong dumper robot. I also think Red Alliance really going to need to manage their fuel well here, try and pass back to Overcharge.
Thumbs up on the field. Let's head down to the Johnson division, sponsored by Haas.
We have a couple robots go there into the middle zone. 3 red robots go in. 2 of them kind of stop and don't go anywhere else. 48 Team Elite, they decide to beach themselves on top of a whole bunch of fuel. 9483, that's Overcharge, our number 2 ranked team. They're the only working robot in this autonomous phase. The Blue Alliance takes a huge lead. Look at it, 156 in an auto period. That is amazing. 3620 Average Joes, proving us that they are not average. They're just shooting lots of fuel over into their zone while they get ready for their shift, which begins in 15 seconds. Red is active for another 12 here. Look like 48 Team Elite, they try to go over that bump, but they cannot do it. They go back and then through the trench, and now they're back behind the enemy lines. Likewise, 9646, the Marinators, they're back there also. We shift over to Blue, another 17 seconds. Blue takes the lead, 252 to 209. Look at 3620, that's Average Joes. They are just shooting. They have so much fuel in their robot. They're like almost not running out of fuel as they go along. They just keep on grabbing it and keep on shooting. We shift over to Red now. 21 seconds of Red activation. 9483, that's Overcharge from Turkey. They came in here as the number 1 team in the world, and they are behind. 9483, they have yet to lose a match their entire season. And looks like the Blue Alliance is poising to give them their first loss here. 44 seconds to go. Blue has the lead. Blue has the energized ranking point. Red has not received that ranking point. They still need another 57 fuel. Endgame time. Both hubs are active. Lots of shots coming here from 9483 Overcharge. 19 seconds to go. Blue still has a ginormous lead. 520 to 399. 190, Gumpy and the Herd just pummeling that hub. And this match ends here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We may have an upset here on the Johnson.
All right, we are heading over to our daily division presented by BAE Systems. Coming up in this match, we've got a lot of really strong teams on our Red Alliance. We've got teams ranked 3 3 and 8. So that's 1325 Inverse Paradox, currently ranked number 3, and they're partnered with the Knights out of Kansas City. They are going to be ranked number 8 here. Over on our Blue Alliance, we also have some really strong teams trying to get up into those top rankings. We've got 469 Las Gorillas. They're ranked 29, and they're partnered with 5813 Morpheus, who are ranked 9, and 2073 Eagle Force, ranked 5. So really big ranking implications going to be happening here in this match. Also helping out our Red Alliance, one of our rookie teams from Romania, they're 11-141 Alpha Z. So we'll see how these teams can strategize to see who remains on top in the ranks.
With so many teams high in the rankings, it's going to be interesting to see if we see a lot of defense. We're actually seeing Autonomous right now. Let's just throw it to the field and see what they have to say.
Pass there as they initiate their shot process here, and now they make a second pass and second swipe towards the neutral zone of the field. Now Red Alliance walking away with it 113-52, but Blue Alliance ready to answer back. 469 quickly scoring up high. Here comes 5813 and 2073 continuing to add, but Red Alliance adding to that lead, 166-107. But Blue Alliance ready to answer back, 2073. This is going to be a close match. 10 seconds left for the Blue Alliance, and they've already surpassed the Red Alliance, even with that big push there during the 10-second transition shift. 2073 now feeding the Blue Alliance side of the field. Looks like they've already settled on just clearing out as much fuel as possible. 3 Blue Alliance members over on the Red Alliance side of the field, forcing now the Red Alliance to move into the neutral zone. Excellent job and strategy here by that Blue Alliance. Enough fuel left over for 1325 to clean up though, so Red has now secured the lead. They've gone in for another round and have now crossed the 300 mark. Blue Alliance now trying to answer back and also reach the same. Look at all that scoring. Red Alliance doing the exact same thing to the Blue Alliance, just trying to create chaos and clear out as much fuel as possible over to the Red Alliance side of the field. Red Alliance has moved from the far side to the neutral zone, now getting ready for their shift as it goes back over to them. Red Alliance trying to recapture that lead, and look at all that scoring now. No Blue Alliance members over on the Red Alliance side of the field. Red now has recaptured that lead past the 400 mark. Blue Alliance working on refueling their side of the field. Red Alliance just continuing to add to that score. A lot of fuel over on that side of the field, 450 plus. Now Blue Alliance has their work cut out for them, but plenty of fuel over on their side of the field.
We've got scores from the Johnson division. That is a Blue Alliance victory, 635, big score. We have Team Scream moving up into number 2 and Team Gompi and the Herd moving up to number 7.
Make it rain over on the Red Alliance side of the field. Blue Alliance answering back. Not enough time, I think, for the Blue Alliance to catch up. Red Alliance, great job. High scoring match. Final scores coming up in just a moment. All right, final scores coming up onto the screen. High scores, but Red Alliance taking the win. Red Alliance 595 to 509. Red Alliance walking away with.
All right, headed straight over to the Newton division for a match that should be pretty high scoring. We have Team 2910 Jack in the Bot, currently ranked 4 in that division, vying for the highest seed that they can get. So they are looking for not only 5 RPs, but a very high score to keep their match average really high. Got the scores from that last match. Red Alliance victory, both alliances meeting that 500 fuel threshold to give them at least those 2 bonus ranking points. Let's head down to Newton to watch match 80.
Time for match 80.
And the Red Alliance checking the bot. A flurry of fuel up and in. It's raining fuel on the red side. More than 980 points for the Red Alliance. But the Blue Alliance also shooting and scoring. And Autonomous, Team 1807 is stuck in the pump. Someone needs to save them. Now they are back to the match, moving again. All right, here we go. 45-61, Terror Bites, shooting and scoring for the Red Alliance that has the lead. Almost 200 points for the Red Alliance, 78 to the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance looking for game pieces in the neutral zone. Team 11-463 SHC Robotics with a hopper full of fuel. They are releasing a flurry of fuel. But now, again, a lot of fuel up and in for the Red Alliance. They are close to get the first ranking point, the Energized RP. Less than 30 fuel remaining. And they got it, the first ranking point for the Red Alliance. It's the Energized RP. And now moving on to the blue side of the field. Coming through the tower, it's Team Aquanago, Bears, and now releasing a flurry of fuel up and in, letting it fly. Blue Alliance trying to close this gap. And the scores, 1 minute remaining here. Moving on, it's Red Shift again. Checking the bot, shooting and scoring. But Team 1807, Redbird Robotics playing a heavy defense on them. Who is also shooting and scoring. It's Team Laker Bots from the Red Alliance. Directly from New Hampshire. They are letting it fly. And 30 seconds remaining. Almost 600 points for the Red Alliance. Great match here in our Newton division. Checking the bot, releasing more fuel, up and in. It's a Red Alliance looking for a great score in our match. Blue Alliance trying to close the gap. 10 seconds remaining. More than 700 points for the Red Alliance. Checking the bot, shooting and scoring. 3, 2, 1, as time expires.
The action never stops at the Houston Championship. We're going straight over to the Daily Division presented by BAE Systems. We're going for qualification match number 81 with current number 1 rank on that division, Team 4414 High Tide out of California.
Qualification 81, 4189 making their race towards the center of the field. 90-94 scoring up high. I don't see High Tide scoring at all over for the Blue Alliance. Looks like there may be some issues over there with High Tide. 90-94 making their way towards the center of the field. Red Alliance may come out on top with this one. Red Alliance 85 to 56 as we start the teleoperated period. 44-14 now up and running. And look at all that fuel getting ready as they are going to have to come back from behind. But don't count this Blue Alliance out just yet. 44-14 now scoring up high, but they're getting pushed back by the Mort team. High Tide trying to make their way, and now it's looked like a pincher movement here by the Red Alliance. High Tide getting defended hard by the 11 Mort team, and now they're trying to clear out as much fuel as possible as they're making their move over to the Red Alliance side of the field. Blue Alliance with the lead, but Red Alliance trying to recapture this lead now as Red Alliance slowly making their way back up. Now recapturing the lead, 176 to 159.
Scores from the last match on noon, 735 points. Jack in the Bot stays at rank 4 with 5 ranking points. Let's see how this match plays out on the Daily Division. It's a close one right now.
Alliance side of the field, all the fuel going in. Looks like 44-14 nearly falls over as they go over the bump. 11 just right there to catch them as they fall back over, and now they let it rip. High Tide recapturing that lead, now over 100-point difference. Hard hit in the center of the field here as 44-14 now making their trip over to under the trench for their patented shot off the side there. Now it's back over to the Red Alliance, 69-41, scoring from the far field, continuing to clean up as much fuel as is available on their side. And Red Alliance doing a good job of trying to catch up here. But as we enter the end game, the question is going to be, can they do enough to continue to get over the Blue Alliance? And here comes a Blue Alliance ready to go. They're extending that lead and now trying to get that additional ranking point. They're for sure going to get it within 20 seconds here. They're already close to 500. Red Alliance now trying to also get to the first ranking point with 360. Blue Alliance only 20 points away, and this volley should do it. Over 500, securing, no, they still need about 10 more. There they go. Now they secure the second ranking point. So does the Red Alliance with the single ranking point. Final scores coming up in just a moment. All right, we have the scores for that last match. Here they come. It's the Blue Alliance with the win. Blue Alliance able to walk away with 570 to 400. Valiant effort there by the Red Alliance. Red Alliance walking away with 1 ranking point. Blue Alliance with...
Wow, an excellent match there coming out of the daily division there. 570 to 400, 5 ranking points, keeping High Tide up into the #1 ranking position here. But I'd like to just take a second to welcome up Aiden up to the desk here.
How's it going, guys? Been a fun morning?
Been fantastic. Lots of really good action so far today.
Yeah, if you're like me at home, you know, just got here, what have I missed?
I think we need to shout it in that last match. 11 played some of the best bump defense I've seen. 44-14, still scored a ton like they always do, but there were multiple spots where like they lost 5-10 seconds out of their active shift there because 11 was slowing them down very effectively.
Wow. But High Tide does have, like, you know, they're one of the few robots I've seen that are able to get just enough of the bumper over the bump that they can start shooting while they're still being defended on that bump. So, you know, even if you're slowing them down, they can get enough of that volley in that they can then come back over the bump and fit through that trench.
Just get that toe over the line and then start running more cycles, right?
Absolutely.
Well, fantastic matches all around so far. We are getting towards that 7th match mark for a lot of these teams. So as far as I understand, these rankings should start to solidify themselves in the next few moments. And High Tide looking pretty dominant over on that daily division.
I don't think anybody can touch their average match score at this point. I think they have such a large margin on everybody else in their division that as long as they continue to earn the rank points, nobody else can touch them in the average match score area.
All right, it looks like we've got Hopper match number 79 ready to go. Starting auto now. Let's throw it down there.
In making a first sweep through the middle of the field, 97-85, make a second pass for the Red Alliance. Red Alliance with a hefty lead and still stacking up the points to 116 to 50. Red Alliance going to get the autonomous victory. Blue Alliance will start the first shift. 4:01, it makes the second sweep through the middle of the field. Going back to the blue zone and now begin their first shift. 188 Blizzard for the Blue Alliance with a full hopper in that tall robot. Tries to shoot and score for the Blue Alliance. They start unloading all the fuel by the trench and takes the lead for the Blue Alliance. Copperhead Robotics contributing to that as well. As we wrap up that shift, lots of action over here on the red side as a 101-3-1 Royal Turtles in the middle of the hub with their partners and takes the lead back for the Red Alliance. Barker, Redbacks with a very full hopper, unloads into the Red Alliance's hub. Royal Turtles trying to get a few more game pieces. Gonna have to do it in the next shift though, as we now go back to the Blue Alliance for shift 3. Lots of fuel flying across the field, some of it in the hub, some of it going from the middle of the field to the red zone. Exciting match here over on Hopper. Royal Turtles continues to shovel more game pieces underneath the red trench. Red Alliance getting a few more game pieces to wrap up that shift. Red Alliance in the lead as we go to shift number 4. all three red robots understand the mission and aren't letting up on the gas and trying not to make it easy for the Blue Alliance as they continue to show their dominance and cycle the game pieces through, getting well over the enough game pieces to get that energized ranking point. Let's see if they can get the supercharge in the end game. Starting right now.
All right, we're going side by side with Curie qualification match number 73.
Let's highlight Team 1987 Bronco Bots, one of the best die rotors in the Curie division. You'll see them on the Red Alliance side of the field.
Closing in on the energized ranking point as well, needing about 10 more pieces. Red now gets that supercharged ranking point. Let's see if the blue can do the same in 3, 2, 1.
Finding their bearing straight, getting lined up to the hub, up and in from the Richmond, Michigan machine. And partners right next to them, 27-24. The Avalanche providing more fuel. Over 200 points for both alliances. Red Alliance still with that lead and expanding is 23-57. System Meltdown, one of our teams out of Missouri. Team that they know well, 1987 Bronco Bots, assisting them with more fuel as well, getting energized in the first with 1:20 left in play. And now the Blue Alliance hub back online. Polar Pilots up and in.
And it looks like the scores are coming in from the Hopper division. 547 and 5 ranking points for the Red Alliance, led by Electrona 9785, surging up to 11th after that match.
Up high, and now your Red Alliance back on the charge. Bronco Bots and the Hexhounds contributing. System Meltdown following right behind them. Fuel flying all over the place on the red side of the field. Blue Alliance getting ready for their next shift.
We have double action coming to you here. Want to highlight 67 and RoboBees coming to you from the Johnson division.
Players shots up and in. Polar Pilots right behind them, looking to go up for their energized RP, and it is achieved for your Blue Alliance. Continuing to drain them in is your Red Alliance robot. Hexhounds and Bronco Bots right next to them with 3 seconds left. 2, 1. That is.
They now have an active hub for the next 20 seconds. 6490 shuttling fuel over, while 836 the RoboBees start shooting. 955 Control C, they're stealing fuel from the Blue Alliance. They grabbed a whole bunch. Now they head back over into their area, getting ready for their shift. Red is now active.
622 points, Red Alliance. That is enough to move 1987 Bronco Bots up into the number 5 seed. Blue Alliance hits that 360 mark, but everybody does move down, probably based on the average match score as well. Let's start back to the Johnson division, presented by Haas.
As that red hub went active. Speaking of going active, we're going to shift over to the Blue Alliance hub here in a second. Blue has the lead, and they have an active hub. That does not spell very good for the Red Alliance. 836 RoboBees, they go cruising along the line station wall, grabbing fuel. 955, they're doing some serious thievery here. They stole some of the Blue Alliance fuel for along their Alliance station wall, and now they're grabbing fuel from the neutral zone. And we're getting ready to shift over to red. 955, Control C now shooting. Alliance partner 3770, a little bit late to join the shoot-a-thon, but 67, the Hot Team, now completing their shooting. Hot Team coming in ranked number 6 into this match. Getting ready to come into the end game. Both hubs will go active in about 5 seconds. Blue has the lead, 302 to 253. Neither alliance has received that first ranking point. Let's see if they can do it. Lots of fuel here coming from the Red Alliance. That's 955, Control C. Quite the thief 16 seconds ago. 10 seconds. Blue still has the lead, 375 to 311. We have not received that ranking point yet. Will they do it? 3, 2, 1. Not enough points by either alliance.
All right, we're going to jump over to the Hopper division presented by GE Aerospace. In this match here, we've got our number 3 ranked team on the Blue Alliance, 8749, Farmersville Robotics. Over on our Red Alliance, we've got Raider Robotics, Mega Meadow Robotics, 8005, ranked 23. And Wyndham Windup ranked 20. So a lot of red robots looking to make their move there. We do have scores for Johnson, 391 to 366. A close match, no bonus ranking points, just the 3 for the win, but very important there.
I have a green light on the field. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
4 robots make their way to the middle of the field yet again here on the Hopper field. 3467 and 8005 contributing to the Red Alliance's scoring right now. We've got all 3 robots on the blue side doing the same, actually.
It is the championship. There's just so much action going on. We're going to pull a side-by-side feature match with Newton Qualification Match 82, presented to you by NASA.
134, 170 right now. Red in the lead. $12.96 full metal jackets shooting on the move, while 8749 shoots by the Blue Alliance's trench. They're running out of pieces over there on the blue side, but they will make do with what they have. They've got 3 seconds left in this shift. Blue takes the lead in that shift, but now we focus on 4698 Raider Robotics as they clean up house by the depot on the Red Alliance side of the field, and their partners are on the other side of the red zone. Cycling the game pieces through and taking the lead, 288 and counting to 242 right now. Both alliances close to the energized ranking point threshold. Let's see if Blue gets it in this shift right now, as their hub illuminates right now. 1296 likes to hang out in that back right corner of the Blue Alliance by the depot as they shoot on the move, cleaning a house, and takes the lead for the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance close to getting that energized ranking point. They get it in this shift. Now let's see if the Red Alliance can do the same as they begin the last shift before the end game. 8005 and their partners working hard and takes the lead back from the Blue Alliance. They're now thinking about that supercharged ranking point. About 50 pieces to go before they get that ranking point. They get that supercharged ranking point. Let's see what the Blue Alliance has in this end game. It's a neck and neck race. No one on the red side, but we've got 2 blue robots trying to shoot into their hub. 10907 trying to stop 4698 from getting to their side of the field, but they've got all red members contributing to shooting on their side of the field. Let's see if the Blue Alliance can get to 500 in 4, 3, 2, 1.
Looking for more fuels. As the team from California now with a hopper full of fuel coming back, and they are letting it fly. 10 seconds remaining. This is the last seconds of the match. Red Alliance has the advantage as time expires.
All right, we see there 669 points for the Red Alliance, 454 for the Blue Alliance. That's going to be great for those Red Alliance. As we said, Wyndham moving up to 16th. We've got the Meadow-bots getting up into 20, and 4698 Raider Robotics jumping to 36. All of them trying to climb up there. Those 5 ranking points going great there. from our Newton field, 682-501. Another huge match. The Greybots 973, 5 points. They have now, got into that top 8 position, looking to hold on to it as we play through the back half of qualification matches.
Really, really fantastic stuff. We saw kind of the overwhelming presence of the large dumper-style robots. Looking at the 973 Alliance over on Newton, I think it was almost entirely composed of the drum shooter that has 3-ball, 4-ball. If you're 973, 5-ball wide shooters, just as many as you can throw out, right? We've been talking about all weekend, but you're seeing how prevalent of a decision this is, especially on the Newton meta, right? It's becoming very centralized around that. We know 2910's waiting in the wings to show off theirs as well later.
Absolutely. And it looks like we've got Milstein qualification match number 79 just starting autonomous mode. Let's go check that out now.
As it's been scattered by the Blue Alliance already, the team 16 of 40 from Downingtown, Pennsylvania, heading back with another collection at midfield. 2 seconds on the clock here in our opening period of play. And as scores settle, it'll be 56-24 as drivers take control. Here in the transition shift, team number 4270, the Crusaders, able to get some in for the Blue Alliance before that hub shuts off. And Red Alliance starts their first Alliance shift of the match. 77-63 is Carbo Robotics in the red side of the field. They're taking the fuel across the floor from the Red Alliance and firing it back over to the blue side of the field. Similar story here for 4270, the Crusaders. 7 seconds left for the Red Alliance as 69-25 maneuvering into position, firing off some fuel and heading back to recollect. Blue takes over here with the lead 100-63 and climbing. Heading back to recollect is team number 4270, the Crusaders. Their teammates 16-40 sabotage the blue and yellow machine, moving along the floor, picking up fuel and firing it directly into the hub. 4 seconds left on the Blue Alliance shift here with just under a minute and a half left in play. They extend their lead, 198-63. Red Alliance is ready to go. Here comes 69-25. WA Robotics, the googly-eyed machine right in front of the Red Alliance hub. They're going to be joined by Cyber Rabbit out of Guangzhou, China, pushing back and forth with the team from North Carolina. They are acting like a brick wall here to the Red Alliance, getting hit sideways underneath the trench, and a bunch of that fuel missing its mark. Some great defense coming out from the Carbo Robotics machine. 48 seconds left in play here in match number 79, unofficially 233-109 here in the Blue Alliance shift. 10 more seconds until the end game period, and Blue Alliance firing off fast here. Fuel quickly leaving the floor from both team 4270 and 1640. 30 seconds left in play here. Both alliances still working towards the energized ranking point. Blue Alliance a bit closer here as they have the lead, 288-134 with 20 seconds left. Red Alliance cutting into the Blue Alliance lead here with that score from Cyber Rabbit on the far side. 69-25 collecting on the near side, but only 8 seconds left to go here in the match. A final volley from the Blue Alliance with 3, 2, 1.
Jumping on over to the Hopper division, we're looking at qualification match number 81 on the Blue Alliance. 63-29, the Bucks Wrap playing against 910 on red. I believe that's fully freeze. Yep. They are definitely forces to be reckoned with on both sides of the field. Going to be a very exciting match here, guys.
3 really solid robots on red. So you got Talon 540, you got the Mech Warriors, you got Foley Freeze. All of those robots can score at least 100 fuel per match, probably more. So going to be a lot of pressure on the Bucks Wrath to keep up with them. We're going to have to see how Droid Rage and 4191 are able to assist them on the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, 573 was kind of new to me. I don't know if it's new to the region, but they were phenomenal in the matches that they've seen. The scores are coming in here for Milstein match number 79, 333-154. Only 3 ranking points available for the Blue Alliance, nothing for red. And that's kind of a trend that we're starting to see as these matches get tighter and tighter and these robots are getting a little bit more and more wear.
And, and we can see there, 3 ranking points aren't enough to stay up in those rankings. Crusaders 4270, they were in the top 8. They're only getting 3 points for that victory. Now they're dropping down out of that Alliance captain position there, down to 11.
Yeah, and you know what? I think a lot of that is off of the back of the red defense. I believe it was 11065. That robot is a kit bot. It is a tank drive, anti-mark chassis. It's got the pre-built or pre-manufactured kit bot that first gives as the bare bones of playing the challenge. Oh my goodness, they were amazing at just predicting where 4270 was going to go. They're in their way, left and right. They're jumping in the trench. They're going over the bump. They're blocking off the fuel. And the awareness was so stellar from this rookie team, just really shutting down and denying any opportunity at a rank there.
And what I really, what's really crazy about that too is this is their first time competing since week 1. They qualify out from the Mexico City Regional, the Monterrey Regional, week 1 as that rookie team coming in as a rookie all-star. They've taken that time where they were clearly watching matches, practicing their driving, and just working on the skills that they can do and bringing them to champs.
It's amazing what a skilled drive team can do. Really comes down to if you have a strong coach and you have strong communication, you have a strong driver that can handle these predictions and put themselves in the right spot at the right time. You don't need to necessarily be a high-scoring robot to have a huge impact on the match.
Yeah, just having that student that's a wizard on the sticks, so to speak, amazing when it comes to the joystick and the robot control. You gotta be so high level to be thinking at a point of what is my opponent's next action? What do I need to do? You're thinking 2 steps ahead constantly, right? And that is a skill that we've seen out of many of the teams here at the championship. It takes a lot to be the best, but it's great to see it coming out of the rookies as well, who maybe don't have a robot that's putting up the same amount of fuel numbers as their peers on the field, but my goodness, can they really show that they are thinking at the same level as everyone else here?
Yeah, and what was really nice about that too is, when you have those kit bots, they can, they're not on swerve, and you're still showing, hey, with this tank drive, I'm gonna go parallel, I'm gonna be parallel with that bump and that trench, and I'm still in the line of motion where you want to be. It doesn't matter if you can come in at any angle, I'll still beat you there. But Drew, looks like we got some rankings in for Hopper right now.
Yeah, we do.
What do you see?
We're still waiting for the match to start on Hopper. I believe that's Wall match 81. Still waiting for everybody to get connected. Looks like we have some people on the field, so we can take a look at our rankings. Do see that the Ratchet Rockers are #1. They have really turned it on. They've been excellent all season. Again, they are still undefeated, but I feel like they've really turned it up another level. They're getting like 1 extra cycle. They're getting, really cleaning out their corners on their Alliance side of the field. Every single match from 1706 has been fantastic so far. And we also saw another turret. No dumpers in your top 2. Another turret, Team 5000, the Hammerheads, performing really, really well so far.
Yeah, 1706 staying a whole 90 points ahead in the average, or close to it, right? That average score being the real key indicator of they've turned it up. You are just putting a whole mile between you and the next guy. Phenomenal stuff out of them. Some of the dumper robots that we are seeing on that list, 581, Blazing Bulldogs, I believe they were 6th on that rank list, but the turrets are starting to really show their strength on Hopper. We are going to throw it to the daily division here for qualification match number 84, presented by BAE Systems.
3008, they're able to pop off a couple of shots there, only giving them a slight lead over the Blue Alliance, 64-52. Blue Alliance now trying to reclaim that lead, and they do so with that volley from the 4188 robot. 10,002 now also clearing out the field, doing an excellent job of just clearing out the field. We see this strategy play out a lot more, particularly today, as we see a couple of shots making it over to the field staff. Back over to the Red Alliance. Slight lead by the Blue, but Red Alliance, there we go, reclaiming that lead, courtesy of the 4028 robot. 10-0-0-2. Also scoring up high for the Red Alliance and on target. They continue to score additional shots into the hub. Meanwhile, 4188 already scoring for the Blue Alliance. Can they reclaim that lead? There's enough fuel over on their side of the field, but Red Alliance now doing some work in the neutral zone. 11-178 able to score up high as well. Excellent job by that kitbot. As 4188 now adding some additional scoring for the Blue Alliance. They reclaim just a slight lead now, 135 to now Red Alliance reclaiming that lead with this volley from the 10-0-0-2 robot and 4028. It's a slight lead though, 150 to 135. It's anyone's game here as we nearly enter the end game. 5 seconds left for this Red Alliance, and now that it looks like they're securing.
All right, and now we've got qualification match number 81 on that Hopper division coming up side by side.
Clear for the Blue Alliance, but it might take both of these robots to be able to score to catch up to the Red Alliance. Can they do it in these final seconds? Only 10 seconds left, and now there's also a blue major foul there by the ref. Another one and assessed to the 3646 robot there for defending and against a red robot.
Last shift before the end game goes to the Blue Alliance, closing in on that energized ranking point threshold. 573 and their partners 540, trying to steal the fuel from the Blue Alliance, trying to bottleneck them before we go to the end game. A 71-point difference. Red Alliance trying to pull through, fully freeze, aiming and shooting with the Mech Warriors. Blue Alliance not letting up either. .30-35, up playing some defense against the Mech Warriors. Let's see if the Red Alliance can pull through in 4, 3, 2, 1. Here come the scores.
We have scores coming in from our daily match number 84 there, 296 to 183. 3 rank points that'll keep 40-28 in that number 5 position there. We also have scores in from the Hopper division. Blue Alliance squeaking out a win, 299 to 218. Bucksrat holding on to the 7th seed with those 3 ranking points there.
Well, we're getting a side-by-side of those 3 RP matches on both fields we were watching, right? The team's just not quite able to clutch it out, seeing a lot of heavy defense coming through, seeing a lot of struggles with the robots, just not able to capitalize. I do wonder if something is to be said about counter defense and the need for that as we move forward. Bucks Rat 63-29, amazing performance by them, just not able to showcase it to the fullest as they're getting pinned into corners, slammed into walls, taken the task left and right. Just not a great outcome for them, but certainly a strong performance.
You have to give credit to Team 540, playing some fantastic positional defense, really never let the Bucks Rat have a chance to breathe. No matter where they were on the field, they were following them to the trenches, to the bump, to the tower, to the hub. Didn't matter where Bucks was trying to go, Talon was there to match them.
And you saw in the corner of that match too, they have all the fuel gathered. Like, Bucks just want to play in the ball pit. They were trying to have fun in the play place.
And Talon said no way.
Said no, we're going home.
Yep, all right.
Come here.
We've got a thumbs up down on the Curie division presented by Argosky Foundation. 254 on our Blue Alliance. Let's take it away.
Fuel getting brought back to both sides of the field. Cheesy Poofs. And 2 Westerners swiping for their Alliance. More shots up and in. Red Alliance going up in as well. However, the Blue Alliance does win this autonomous period, 115 to 71. 40-27 center punch hung up just a little bit there in the neutral zone, getting freed by their partners. And now their hub remains active for your Red Alliance. Back on, stuck on some more fuel once again. Might be waiting for some help, but 254 holding them, their partners, the Robot Dolphins, at bay, not allowing them to free their friends. 1:45 left to go, and the Blue Alliance still with that lead. Shots continue to drain in from 85-75. As 254 continuing to play defense and now bulldoze fuel underneath their trench, getting a little bit hung up from the Robot Dolphins. And Red Alliance Hub is back online. 40-27 under some heavy defense. 2 Blue Alliance robots find themselves down on the red side. Fuel popping up and in. Hemlock's Gray Matter doing their thing. Bringing down this point deficit, but here comes the Blue Alliance. Their hub is online. Human players getting up and in. 254 pushing fuel down low. Intake might not be working here, so they switch strategy. If they can't score, they're at least saying that our human players give them a fighting chance to keep that lead in this match. In 85-75, one of those blue robots helping them out as well, keeping that lead in favor of your Blue Alliance. But now under 30 seconds left to go. Red Alliance, big volleys up and in, cutting that lead down. Red Alliance surpassing Blue here, 250 points. Penalty flags waving, 10 seconds left to go. More volleys up for your Red Alliance. Blue shots going up and in. 3 seconds left to go. 2, 1, and time.
Over on Archimedes, we are starting to watch the last 40 seconds of qualification match 83. It is close over here on Archimedes.
Just 11, now 10 away. One at a time, those fuel were coming in momentarily, but they are going to surpass that ranking point as well. 30 seconds as Red's hub becomes active. Red Thunder Robotics trying to line themselves up very slowly, it looks like. Debating what to do, they slide their way to the neutral zone, shove some fuel on over. Scores very close in the remaining 15 seconds here as teams go back and forth in their scoring pattern. We're seeing 430s, 440s for both alliances, 450s, 60s, 70. Teams going to have to make the most of this last 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
All right, our Blue Alliance 254, Red Alliance 314. A 3 rank point win for our Red Alliance there. It's going to drop 51.99 down to the number 3 position. Cheesy Poo's getting 254, earning 254 points there, but no ranking points, dropping them down all the way to 7.
That's a huge upset.
That is an incredible upset. Both of those powerhouses on those alliances playing defense on each other for most of that match. Both of them D-ranking. Our Archimedes matches up 487 to 497. That's a lot closer of a game here. With 27 staying in 12th, 71-66 staying in 7th off of those 4 ranking points that they gained. 1 ranking point being awarded to the Blue Alliance here. Mostly drops, but 10015 maintaining the rank in 65th. Well, welcome back to First Champs Live, brought to you by RoboSports Network. We've been having a lot of fun. Those are some crazy matches.
They are, there's a lot of great play going off there. You have to wonder, how are these teams feeling? 497, so close to getting to that 500 fuel rank point there. Sometimes, you still win, but it stings a little bit when you're missing out on that rank point.
And we saw right there in the last match with 254, one single mistake swings the whole match. They got jammed up early in the match. Their intake was no longer able to pick up fuel from the floor. Scoring output zeroed out.
But I did like seeing them pivot and kind of try and find some flexibility in the strategy, doing a little bit of pushing and sweeping the fuel over to their partners, and more importantly to their human players. We did see fuel just coming in from that back corner the entire time. Remember, the humans can score as well. Whatever that they've been given to their corner of the field, they can toss those in if they're active.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of teams, they're saying, hey, I've got a hopper, I've got 100 fuel in my robot, I can go score all this in here. But sometimes that nice consistent stream from the human players can be that difference maker when you're looking to squeak out every advantage in these matches.
We've seen a lot of close matches. Again, 10, 15, 20 fuel from the human player makes a huge difference. And actually, I'll throw back a little bit. Something fun that we saw in an earlier match, Wyndham Windup is pretty good about that. You'll see that whenever they come through their trench and they're on the outpost side of the field, they will almost always do a really long sweep to push a couple extra fuel to their human player before they bounce off the wall, line up, and empty their dumper. So pretty cool strategy from some of these teams.
I wonder if it makes that corner actually a priority target when teams are trying to dump fuel across the field and stockpile it, because when you come back to grab it, at least you can push it over to a human with whatever remainders you don't get. But more importantly, if you're an opponent robot trying to steal that fuel, which we've seen time and time again, I don't really want to give those leftovers to the human player. I don't want to give you like a 5% return on your investment of fuel there. It's just not the way you want to go, right? So having options, having flexibility built in, really, really great for these alliances here.
It does look like we have our next match lined up. We are looking at the Johnson division presented by Haas. This is qualification match number 80. Looks like we've got 90-72 on blue, facing off against, I believe that's Husky Robotics on red, 30-61. Who else do we have in this match that we want to highlight?
Yeah, no, you see, we got a lot of teams here. We got Catalahula Blue Dogs, 10-2-17, one of our, our younger teams joining us here. They're ranked 30. They're teamed up with 95-97, Lupin Robotics from China, ranked 29. Looking to try and see if they can make that progress. Let's throw it down to Johnson.
China grabs fuel also. Very close auto here. Blue is taking a very slight lead, but the Red Alliance continues to shoot. We'll have to count the last few fuel to see who won. And the Red Alliance, well done. Last fuel there, they won. 90-72, that's Tiger Bots. They get themselves beats on top of some fuel. Their alliance partner 102-17. Catahoula Blue Dogs, they give them a friendly nudge to get them off that fuel. They're both off now shooting in an active hub. 2 minutes ago, 134 to 123. Blue has an active hub for another 10 seconds. Got two robots in the middle of the neutral zone grabbing fuel, while 26-38, Rebel Robotics steals some of their fuel and heads over for their activation. Red is now active. We have two robots shooting from the same location. 30-61, they're driving while shooting, just grabbing fuel and shooting as they go along. Likewise, 26-38, Rebel Robotics from Great Neck, New York. They're grabbing and shooting as they go along. 90-72, Tiger Bots, they do some more thievery. They bounce on top of some fuel and then bounce over, and now they're ready for their activation. All three blue robots now shooting. Blue getting very close to getting that first ranking point. Energized is at 360, they're 281 right now. Red is prepping for their activation, 30-61. Grabbing some fuel back by their line station wall. 26-38, Rebel Robotics, they're in the neutral zone. There's only one red robot ready to shoot here during this red activation. 355 to 252. Looks like we have some penalty points that may be in this match. Red Alliance has 330 fuel so far. They need 30 more to get that first ranking point. And we get ready to go into endgame. Both hubs will be active. Boom, now we have an active hub on both sides of the field. Anybody can shoot. 30-61, that's Husky Robotics from Naperville. They're shooting for the Red Alliance. They back up against the Red Alliance station wall and shoot while they're moving. 14 seconds to go. Blue has the lead, 457 to 312. Blue getting very close to getting that one ranking, or the extra ranking point. Can they supercharge? 4, 3, 2, 1.
While we wait for the scores of that thrilling conclusion, we're going over to the Milstein division, presented by Qualcomm, to watch qualification match number 82, 44-81, the Rembrandts, representing that Blue Alliance. It's going to be an exciting one for sure. We're waiting for those field thumbs to go up, and off we go.
Red and blue meeting at midfield, heading back over the bump here is team number 44-81 for the Blue Alliance, joined by Bovine Intervention. Red Alliance, similar story here with 32-77 Prodigy and their teammates 10-6-33 Bebotics heading back out to midfield, but it looks like Blue Alliance will take the early lead here as the scores settle down after our first period of play. Blue Alliance is going to take the lead 84-57. A pileup on the red side of the field as 32-45, trying to get up and over the bump. Team 10-6-33 Bebotics getting caught up on a bit of fuel here over the Red Alliance bump as their teammates go up, over, and around to come to their rescue. Team 32-77 able to knock them free. 44-81 starting to pass some of that fuel back towards their own side of the field and trying to keep 49-05 from getting back in their zone. It looks like maybe 49-05 taking a defensive posture here early. Andromeda 1 currently ranked number 3 on the field and looking to hold on to that here at match number 82. Blue Alliance has the open shift right now, and they are firing way up high. It looks like two of those machines, Team Rembrandts and the Ravens.
We've got our scores in for Johnson qualification match number 80, 488 to 352 for ranking points for our Blue Alliance, helping them move up into the 20s.
Blue Alliance has amassed quite a bit of a lead here, 314 to 129. Red Alliance is going to try and keep pace here during their offensive period. 10-6-33, that's Robotics from Bridgman, Michigan. With a volley, they recollect quickly, and another volley from that team out of Michigan. It looks like maybe a hit from the Ravens machine was enough to knock them off their mark, and some of that fuel spilling out onto the floor as Blue Alliance takes over here with 50 seconds left in play. Blue Alliance passing the energized ranking point mark. Now they're making their way towards 500 fuel for the supercharged ranking point. All three of those blue machines getting in on the scoring here. Shot for shot from the corner of the field as Team Rembrandts out of Eindhoven. They are scooping up that fuel off the field, and as soon as it gets in their robot, getting spit back out into the hub. They're up to 459 fuel here in 20 seconds left in play. Red Alliance with 178 on the board, looking for more. Bovine Intervention with another volley. The team from Frederick, Maryland, getting very close. It looks like 7 more fuel the Blue Alliance needs for the ranking point. 8 seconds left in play. A last-second volley from the Red Alliance as Blue passes 500, and time runs out in match number 82. Scores are official. Here come your results. Takes the win here. A final score of 537 to 207. Blue Alliance will get 5 ranking points here for the win, and up through supercharged here on the field. All 3 teams moving up in the ring.
Incredible match scores over there on the Milstein division. 537 to 207. Awesome jump by those teams in the rankings. And we'd like to welcome back to the desk Izzy. How's it going? How's your morning been?
It's been great. Been spending a little time watching robots behind the scenes.
Oh yeah? Any divisions you've been watching in particular?
I did happen to just come off of Johnson, checking out my team 498. Really, really great match I caught there. Also from 2337, the Engine Nerd. So I believe I've just bumped up into 3.
Excellent.
Fantastic work there. Yeah, no, as all of these teams are getting into these later matches, they're starting to hit 7, 8 matches at a time. We're going to start to see those rankings start to solidify in, and it's not always who gets the wins, it's who's getting the good wins, who's getting those 500 points, in fuel in those matches to get those 2 bonus ranking points.
Yeah, it might be a good time to check in on some of those rankings while we wait for the matches to start. You said you were coming back from the Johnson division, was it?
Yeah, and the interesting thing about, where we're at in the day, we're still in the morning, second day of quals, is some fields have not shaken out entirely how people thought they might. Looking over at Johnson, nobody called, I think, 1792 at first. No one called 2337 up there, But there's still things, still time for things to change, but 2337 looking really, really, really good.
Teams that probably were called to be up in that top 5, 45-22,
yes,
I believe
absolutely.
That's Team Scream, former world champion, as well as 9483, that's Overcharge from Turkey. 5-1 right now, probably one of the best turrets in the game as it currently stands.
Yes, I believe they dropped a match earlier, their first one of the championship, but looks like we're getting ready to head over to the Curie division qualification match 84.
Oh, here's an awesome auto setup. I don't know if you can quite see it on the stream at home, but there are 2 red robots bumper to bumper, and that does seem to be intentional. One of the starting rules, you can have 2 robots in the same spot as long as they're intersecting that line. Let's see how this auto plays out in Quals 84.
All 3 of those robots to do a sweep to the midfield. 7539 makes their way back across. Sammamish Washington's Future Martians doing a double swipe. Blue Alliance putting in their last fuel. In the last second of the autonomous period, Blue Alliance takes it by 1 point, giving them the autonomous advantage. And now it's all offense for your Red Alliance. 169 to Blue Alliance 174, and now they have the lead temporarily. Blue Alliance doing some stockpiling. 2 big turret robots for your Blue Alliance. Neutrons and Galaxia feeding over to their side of the field. More robotics waiting patiently with a hopper full of fuel. Last shots up and in for your Red Alliance, courtesy of the Future Martians. And now it's all offense for your Blue Alliance. 125 doing their thing, taking the fuel, driving on, shooting on the move. Under defense from 75-39. Fuel bombards to the Blue hub. Now regaining the lead for your Blue Alliance. Last few shots go up and in during this period from Galaxia. And now your Red Alliance is back on the charge. Quickly closing the gap, now hitting 300 points. Down by only 2, and this volley gives them the lead once again. Fuel being poached from your Red Alliance over on the blue side of the field, denying your Blue Alliance to be able to score as many fuel as they want. But here comes more robotics and neutrons going up and in. Here comes Galaxia regaining their lead over 400 points. We're energized on both sides of the field. Neutrons, like a vacuum, picking up the fuel into their hub.
While we round out this match, we're going to head on over to the Galileo division presented by Mauser Electronics to check out qualification match 86.
In the lightning. Galaxia for your Blue Alliance up and in. Here comes more robotics. Here come the neutrons with 10 seconds left to go. Over 600 points and counting. 5 seconds left to go. Breaking almost 700 points now for your Red Alliance. Yes.
Let's see if Red can cut into that lead here during this shift. Some nice, tough defense, though, by Explorer Robotics, preventing some of the Red robots from getting over the hump. But they end up getting there eventually. And here comes Jaguar, our #1 seed, scoring into the Red hub. Remember, Jaguar 74-15 on Red is our #1 seed currently. So Blue trying to knock them down. Blue with about a 100-point lead here with a minute and a half to go. Jaguar with a full robot full of fuel cells.
All right, we've got scores coming in for Curie match 84, 713 for the Blue Alliance to 476. That's going to get 125, the Neutrons out of Boston, up to 8 in that ranking. 8 ranks? It's on there. 5 ranking points for the Blue Alliance there, 1 ranking point for the Red Alliance.
Alliance. We go into the 4th shift. Blue still with a lead, a pretty big lead. They're trying to get up to they've got about a 150-point lead. They're going to try to make it even more here with 40 seconds to go. 51-81, just doing incredible work on defense here in this match. And that is making a huge difference. But here comes Jaguar. They put in a lot of those fuel cells there, but it could be a case of too little, too late. They score a lot, but they're still being defended pretty heavily, and we're down to about 10 seconds remaining in the match. 51-81, Explorer still great defense with 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
While we wait on those scores over in the Galileo division, we're going to head on over to Daily. We're taking a look at 13-23 over on Red. They're playing alongside 35-38. That's the 9th ranked team over on Daily. We got those scores from Galileo, 347 to Red's 138. That Blue Alliance picking up 3 ranking points each.
Yeah, and we can see there, really, hard loss for that Red Alliance there. 0 ranking points. That's going to pull 74-15. They were, not quite number 1 right before that match, but they've been up there. They're dropping down to 5th. You can't, if you want to be those Alliance captains, you can't be getting a 0 rank point loss at any point in this tournament.
Yeah, just not what you can afford. You got to try and stay consistent. We talked a ton about consistency on the desk yesterday, but as soon as you slip up, it is so punishing, especially in this game where teams have not been able to get those elusive 6 RP matches. Having just a smaller number to work with, a smaller pool, every loss hurts, even if it's a win minus a couple ranking points. All those 3-0 ranking point matches that we've seen, those teams are typically hovering around the 20s or 30s because they're just not able to clutch enough to keep pushing forward. There's so much of this game that is focused on how much can you alone contribute into the triple digits, right? Are you a 200 team? Are you a 300 team? We're seeing 500 teams hit 100 point levels, right? And that inconsistency just hits like a truck when it comes to the rank. But excited for this red match coming up ahead on daily. 13-23, 35-38, and 16-76. All of these teams with quite a bit of legacy behind them. I know 35-38, an absolute powerhouse, a force to be reckoned with out in the Midwest. And 16-76, a former world champion from 2017, the PASCAC Pioneers. Really awesome alliance. I'm looking so forward to seeing how Red plays this match in Quals 87.
This could be a big one here. Madtown 13-23 in the number 2 rank on the daily division right now. They're not going to need just ranking points. They're going to need a high score because it's also coming down to those average scores are some of the tiebreakers once you have an equal number of ranking points.
Yeah, I believe they are second on their division with High Tide currently outranking them, and that's kind of been the story in California. High Tide just always squeaking a little bit further ahead than the rest of the pack out there in the West. So really, 13-23 has to just push the limit in this game, and I think they've got the partners to do it. So let's see how it goes.
35-38, following up right behind them, going over the bump. Here they come up and over. 13-23 already with their second pass. Meanwhile, 35-38 going over towards the depot zone. Excellent autonomous by the Red Alliance, well over 100 as both Red Alliance members now into the neutral zone, ready to gobble up more fuel. 35-38 bumping up into 13-23, and there they go. Another volley before the end of their transition shift. It's over to Blue now as Blue tries to cut into this lead from the Red Alliance. 624 passing up as much fuel as possible over to the Blue Alliance. 77-12 on target there, but look at all the fuel exiting the Blue Alliance side of the field. It looked like 1676 is now focused on doing exactly that for the Red Alliance. Red Alliance now active, and look at 35-38 and 13-23 splitting the field, getting as much fuel as possible and clearing out, just scoring every second that is available. There are no cycles here. It just continues to get scored. 35-38 doing an excellent job. Here comes 13-23, now shooting from the corner as well. 400 in their past 435 in their first shift. We're back over to Blue for their second shift. 624 now passing over as much fuel as possible, but 1678, anything that's passed over is just getting passed right back out. 35-38 trying to clear the neutral zone. 13-23 trying to do the same. And now 624 clearing out as much fuel and stopping 13-23 from continuing to score. 35-38 and 13-23 able to pass through each other or pass over each other and continue to clean up. 35-38 maintaining their position on the Red Alliance side.
All right, we have 40 seconds left in that match over on daily, but we're going to check out the Milstein division. We're just heading into the end of the autonomous period.
Come out of this match, we'll see only 30 seconds left. 77-12 playing some hard defense against the 13-23 Robot 32-38 Robo Jackets, now clearing up any available fuel that's available on their side of the field. 13-23 with another complement of fuel, and here they go. scoring up high. Blue Alliance also scoring up high as well. But Red Alliance now walking away with this plus 700, 736 to 342. Final scores coming up in just a moment.
That's playing the defense, making it very hard for Red Alliance to get up and over the bump. And they are also passing this fuel back over to their teammates who are starting the scoring in their alliance shift here. It is a huge pileup on the blue side of the field, but 694 just keeps firing shot for shot by the outpost. 80-20 their teammates looking for more fuel for another volley with 2 more seconds left until Red takes over, and they do right here. 49.07 trying to slow them down.
And it's 741 points for Red over on Daily Division. 13-23 still in second. 35-38 the Robo Jackets in ninth. 5 RP to Red, 1 to Blue.
Red Alliance looking to recollect here as 1690 makes their way up and over the bump. Blue Alliance will take over on their alliance shift here. They do have some fuel by the diamond plate that 694 is trying to collect as they shoot here. And 49.07 still playing the deep man here in red territory, taking the fuel and shooting it over, back over to the blue side of the field. 3 seconds here until our end game period. Blue Line still looking for a bit more fuel for the first ranking point, the energized ranking point. 49.07 now joining in on the offensive scoring here for the Blue Alliance. They will secure energized here, and Red Alliance is looking to do the same. They do. 16 seconds left in play here in match number 84, and now both alliances playing for the win unless Blue Alliance can pull out a miracle here. 49.07 way up in the air. That's a level 3 climb for the Blue Alliance as time expires with that levitating robot from St. Thomas, Ontario. Scores are in. It goes to the Blue Alliance. Blue takes the win here. The final score 502 to 447. Both alliances secure the Energize.
All right, we had a Blue Alliance win there. Only about 60-ish points separating those teams. 694 hanging on to that second seeded position. But we're going to be looking ahead at the Galileo division, Galileo match 87. Tell me all about it.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting match here. We've got 2 teams on our Blue Alliance that are looking to break up into those top 8 spots. And those are going to be 1690 Orbit, finally getting to show off their robot here at the World Championship, currently ranked 11th. And they're
Galileo 87, yeah, Orbit is in Galileo 87 with 94.96 and 28.13. Sorry, there's a little bit of technical issue there.
Yes.
I've closed up my screen. There we go. Okay, yes, 1690, 94.96. What do we know?
Yeah, no, so we know we said, rank 11, rank 14 right now. They're both averaging, around 250 fuel together. So they're going to be right up against that, that limit there. Can they get together to get that 500 fuel ranking point in order to, move up in those ranks there?
I absolutely think they're going to hit it. And I think the secret sauce here is 2813, the Gearheads out of Saratoga, California. This team has been kind of legendary in Northern California for having just a single stream fixed shooter for most of the season. But their balls per second or their fuels per second, that BPS number has been astronomical, right? They're keeping up with the dumper robots. They're faster than some of the turret robots. They have shifted to a dumper style of shooter to try and get that output a little bit higher. But in the scrimmages that they've been doing at home, I know on their own, they're able to capitalize and do about 450 points solo. And 1690, a team who had to qualify off of solo challenges, both of these teams are really good at operating on their own individually when all of the fuel is available to them. I'm curious to see how they'll handle a little bit of a resource limitation in a real match, but at home, on paper this alliance is phenomenal, but the game is played on carpet. So we'll have to see how it converts.
Yeah, and then, we can see it looks like, the Blue Alliance here setting up their third robot there to be over on the bump, so we might see some action here where all three of these blue robots are going to try and coordinate their autonomous modes, and really try and start scoring those points the entire match.
Yeah, right away you can see 28-13 just on the edge of their starting line. You know that they're going to be jumping out of their seats to go, and they are the first ones off. Let's watch this match.
Great coordination.
Oh, this is autonomous. Big flurry by the gearheads put in, and their partners link as well. So the Blue Alliance going to town, and now Orbit doing it. So the Blue Alliance going to town in autonomous, over 200 points. Wow, that's the most I've seen. So we're gonna enter, after the transition here, when we enter into the shift 1, the Red Alliance is gonna be active. They're hub and they're gonna be on offense, but they've already got quite a deficit to overcome. 2 minutes to go in this match, and already a 140-point lead for the Blue Alliance. That was an incredible autonomous round by the blue teams. And here they go once again. The gearheads scoring. Over 300 points, and they're getting close to 400. So the Blue Alliance going to go over 400 points here, and we're only in shift number 2. 450 points. Here comes shift 3. Iron Mosquitoes putting them in, Wings of Fire putting them in for the Red Alliance. But the Blue Alliance over 500 points already, and there's still a minute to go in this match. More scoring here in shift number 3 by the Red Alliance. They're up to about 225, but holy cow. Look at that onslaught of fuel cells by the Blue Alliance. They're gonna go over 600 points momentarily here. They're way over 600, and we've still got over half a minute to go. Blue Alliance, looks like they're trying to get a new high score here on Galileo. We go into the end game. Red is on offense as well. Holy cow. When you got multiple blue robots scoring, it's amazing. All right, we're up to 750 now. 15 seconds to go. Can they beat that 830 some odd point high score we have? Let's see. They go over 800. 5 seconds to go. 3, 2, 1. This is definitely going to be a high score here on Galileo. Woo! Wow. Impressive work by the Blue Alliance in that match. Let's see what the official...
An incredible high-scoring match, almost 900 points there over on the Galileo field. But we're going to head on over to the Milstein division for another, we think is going to be a super high-scoring match. You've got 1678 over on blue. They're joined by North Winnet Robotics and Super Duper Robotics.
Selections tomorrow. 1678 and 4089 heading back for their respective alliances for the second time. Highlanders can't quite get up and over the bump, and Blue Alliance will take the lead here. Incredible auto routines on both sides of the field. 158 to 122 is the scoreline. Red Alliance will take the first alliance shift, but a great volley here coming out from blue to take advantage of that first transition shift. 44.99 begins the volley up high, a stream of fuel as they collect along the ground. Dukes of Hazarding over that bump, collecting in the neutral zone and trying to get back over to score here with 10 seconds left on the Red Alliance's first shift of the match. Team number 17 to 71 moving all the way over onto the far side of the field, and it looks like they are motionless here in the depot for the Blue Alliance. So for the time being, 2 offensive scoring machines here for the Blue Alliance in the form of 1678, the Citrus Circuits, and Super Duper Robotics. 256 to 226 with a minute 30 left in play. Another big volley up from 1678 as they head back to recollect, finding fuel along the ground here on the blue side of the field. Another fast acquisition from that team out of Davis, California. Red takes over, but here's some defense from the North Gwinnett Robotics team. 1771 able to keep 4499 from going over the bump on the far side, and 4089 comes to the rescue and gets North Gwinnett out of the way so the Highlanders can score. 1 minute left in play, 341 to 319. Red Alliance still trying to close this gap as 7457 trying to get 1678 unstuck from the bump. Blue Alliance takes over here, and they have the first ranking point of the match, looking for more. Red Alliance almost there as well. Blue Alliance has the active shift for another 11 seconds, and 28-11 playing that defense here. Super Duper trying to push them out of the way, and here comes Blue with a huge barrage with 32 seconds left in play. Scores going up all the way to 500, and Blue Alliance has the second ranking point. Red Alliance surpasses Energized here, 40-89, shooting from the corner of the field. Super Duper passing back over for the Blue Alliance. A flurry of fuel on both sides of the field. A race to the finish here in match number 85. Red Alliance looking for a bit more to catch up, but Blue Alliance is not letting up. Here in the final 5 seconds of play, it's 3, 2, 1.
This Hopper Division match, qualification 86. It is Team 5000 currently in second, playing against Team 503 Frog Force in 8th, and 581 the Blazing Bulldogs in 5th. This is certainly going to be one crazy game over on the Hopper Division, presented by GE Aerospace.
Continues to stack up the points, putting them on top at the end of the autonomous period. 141 to 86 right now. We got all 6 robots scrambling for those game pieces in the middle of the field. Blue Alliance, though, has all 3 robots throwing their hats in the ring and trying to get a few game pieces through at the end of that transition shift, putting them in the lead right now, 205 to 135 and counting. Red Alliance putting up a fight here against that hefty lead that Blue Alliance has. Team 5000 Hammerheads is swimming back and forth between the middle of the field and the red zone. Within the last few seconds of this shift, Red Alliance goes to the blue zone to steal some game pieces as they have commenced shooting with all 3 robots. 503, the Frog Force, unloading more fuel, getting closer and closer to that Energized ranking point. Lots of fuel cycled through this shift, getting that Energized ranking point for the Blue Alliance. Impressive shift for the Blue Alliance. Let's see what the Red Alliance can come up with, as 494 is in the corner with the Hammerheads as they shoot on the move and tries to take the lead from the Blue Alliance.
All right, we've got those scores from the Milstein division. 600 to 500 points. Incredibly high scoring match for both alliances, but a lot of defense played. We're gonna head back on over to the Hopper division.
Hub fast enough, it almost overflowed out of the hub. An incredible performance, giving them that supercharged ranking point with 45 seconds left on the clock. They want to try and break the world record here on the field, possibly. 581 and 503 working in unison to try and pick up the fuel from the middle of the field with 85-13. Within the last 30 seconds, we got 599 points to 289 for the Red. Red Alliance trying to get that Energized ranking point still. Blue Alliance sending their sights higher with 503 and their partners working together on both sides of the blue zone. 12 seconds left and the Blue Alliance gets past 700 points here. Martians on red getting a few points, getting them that Energized ranking point. Let's see what the Blue Alliance can do as time expires here on the Hopper field.
We're waiting on those scores in that match, but it looks like that Blue Alliance handedly takes the win. They're going to be dropping Team 5000 down a couple of spots in that top 8. What did you guys think of that match?
Well, looking at our stats here, it was predicted for Blue to win. They had so much going on for them with a rank 5, a rank 8, and a rank 10 team all on the same alliance. You know that you're going to get some excellent firepower. Predicted score was about 600 to 450 in Red's favor. We'll see how close that is as the score comes up on the screen. Perfect timing. Blue, in fact, does get the win with 430 to 800. 200 points above what we were predicting.
Absolutely. You know, Hammerhead still getting that 1 ranking point for scoring the 360 fuel here, staying in the top 8 as that number 8th captain there. You know, they're what I consider to be a multiplier robot. So they've got this really cool thing where, you know, they've got 2 intakes on their robot. So they love to be in that far zone from that side, using their Dirotor turret to just keep tossing fuel in, drive in one side, pick up all the fuel with the left intake, then come back over, bring that one in, swing out the right intake, pick up more fuel, and just keep passing them out of that home zone and really trying to really augment some of those robots that have that larger capacity and can just, you know, unleash on the hubs.
Yeah, a really cool advantage to have, not one that we see much of out of the robots on any of these fields, really, the double intake being kind of the 5,000 special. Unfortunately, not winning that match by the margins that they lost by, you know, that 400 point deficit actually moves them from 2nd down to 8th, and so everybody on the opposing alliance manages to push past them. It's one big group surge to kind of overthrow the top dogs and replace them with the Bulldogs, who are now the top dogs on the field.
Yes,
so very fun stuff.
4, 6, 7, and 8 in that match. As we see teams head to lunch here, Newton's just headed to lunch this afternoon. We're going to see these rankings really start to take shape. So we're going to see how that daily division really pans out. But we're looking ahead over at the Archimedes division. I believe we have rank 1 in this match.
9470 Control Alt Defeat from California, a team that really burst onto the scene this year. They've been good for a while, but this year, week 1, week 2, dominate both, set world high scores at both, take a break until the district championships, almost win the district championships. They were finalists along with Citrus Circuits, and now they're here at the World Championship, just taking matches, taking names. Real great stuff out of 9470.
Yeah, you love to see that, especially when you can continue that success. You know, it's a very different game that is being played on week 1, week 2. You know, we're setting ranking point thresholds of 360 points just to get the full boat at those week 1 events. Now here, that's the minimum that you need to get. And so when you can see a team that can take a break after week 2, not come back onto the field till week 5, and still perform that level, fantastic program. Looks like
no mojo lost from 9470 in any of these gaps.
All right, we've got thumbs up on the Archimedes division. We're going to head on over to qualification match 88.
First to go back, Roll with another load, 1912 as well, but Blue is pummeling the hub, and 9470 gets their first pass back and then go back to their alliance zone for another round. That'll put Blue solidly in the lead here. Right, a few issues here in Autonomous. Blue gonna lead 157 to 43. That means Red will get our first scoring shift. Blue will start on defense and start picking up their fuel. Camdenton Laser is stuck up on a fuel, but their alliance partners set them free. Wavelength scoring for the Red Alliance. 9470 sending the fuel back on over to Blue territory. But we've got a 5 robot bumper car situation going over on the Red Alliance. 1912 trying to score. Camden Laser trying to stop them. Children of the Corn for Blue. Unloading their hopper along with Control Alt Defeat. Control Alt Defeat showing why they have earned their banners from California. Tearing it up here in Archimedes. Blue over 300, Red trying to find a way to get back into it at 137, a minute 20 remaining on the clock. 1912, our team from Slidell unloads into the upper hub. Rolt on its way back over. They're gonna pass fuel over to their alliance partners, letting 1912 play the cleanup game in friendly turf. A big crush on the side of the field. Rolt is gonna right themselves. 2 seconds before we switch over to Blue, and here comes the barrage from Control Alt Defeat. Children of the Corn right behind them. Wavelength trying to play defense and shut down Control Alt Defeat. 1912 passing fuel over to neutral territory. Rolt, Control Alt Defeat, and Camden Laser scooping up in the middle as we move to the end game. Blue knocking on the door of 500. Red trying to find a path to 360. Blue locks up the ranking point. 1912 still on the hunt for red. 20 seconds left on the clock. Rolt now scoring. Shots going a little bit high. Camden Laser on the prowl, looking for who to beat up next. 167, passing field to the human player, picking some up for themselves. There's 7 seconds left. One last volley for each of these alliances. 3 scoring robots for red. 94-70, mopping it up for blue as time expires.
All right, we're going to be looking forward at daily division qualification match 90. As these fields are going to lunch, we actually have a lot of rank 1 teams still playing matches. So over on daily, we've got 44-14 High Tide. Tell me all about them.
Well, they've been really showing up. They are the #1 ranked team in both the daily division as well as the California district. And you can see why here on the field. They're going into those auto modes, ready to race, ready to get as much fuel as possible. I expect any auto with them in it is going to end in a minimum of like 120 points. Just an absolute tear as they go back and forth through.
Yeah, and they're joined by 1538. The Holy Cows also putting up a lot of fuel in auto. We're going to head on over down to the daily division for this qualification match 90.
It's quickly scoring up high. 44-14, another volley. Here comes 1538 right behind them as well. Red Alliance now scoring and answering back, trying to cut into that lead, over 100-point lead by the Red Alliance. 2883 shooting on the move. 1538 grabbing as much fuel as possible over from their side of the field and passing it back over to the Blue Alliance side of the field. 4414 with a full complement of fuel. Now passing it over towards the corner. That's 1538 getting into position to fire up high. 1538 now scoring up high as well. 4414 right behind them. And now it looks like 1538 just applying more fuel and more shots into the Blue Alliance hub from the edge of the field. They continue to clean up as much as possible as 4414 now comes on back. 330, 40 plus. Here comes the Red Alliance now trying to answer back. 75-20 and 28-83 scoring up high for the Red Alliance. They continue to clean up the field as much as possible, as much fuel that they have. Meanwhile, 1538 now clearing out the neutral zone, getting back over to their side of the field as they get ready for their shift. Here they go, 44-14, scoring up high, 46-74 doing the same. Meanwhile, 1538 now making their way to the neutral zone, adding more shots up high for this Blue Alliance. 460 plus as they continue to grab as much fuel as possible. Red Alliance trying to clear out as well the neutral zone. A lot of fuel over on the Red Alliance side of the field. So great fuel management there by the Red Alliance. But here comes Blue Alliance also answering back, 500 to 272 as Blue Alliance continuing to add more scoring up high. Some shots going in for Blue Alliance. 1538 getting played defense against 46-74, also getting played defense. And now 44-14, even though they're up on some fuel, able to still fire and score for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance, 28-83, left alone there, continuing to score. Great job by this Red Alliance, 75-20, now scoring and letting off another volley. Final scores coming up in just a moment.
While we wait on those scores, we're going to head on over to the Curie division presented by the Argosy Foundation for qualification match 88.
Still 10 seconds of hub active time. Beach Cities and Pontiac Firebirds continuing to collect fuel. Fridolins launching it with them side by side. Blue Hub now going to become active. The Chargers, their robot, cinching itself up to get all the fuel into its intake and up into the hub. They want to take every moment they can to score. Blue's hub will remain active the remaining 40 seconds of the match, and they're trying to keep up to where...
And we have those scores over from the daily division, 617 to 379. That Blue Alliance picking up 5 ranking points from their 44-14 High Tide stays in that number 1 seeded position.
5-point difference is happening between these teams. Chargers lining themselves back up. Their partners, Cyborg Cats, across the field collecting more fuel to bring back to score. Few point differences, 3 points making the difference right now as we get to the remaining 5 seconds, but Red is not giving up, continuing to climb, so is Degrees of Freedom and the Chargers for Blue. 1 point difference tentatively at the end of that match. We'll have to see what the final score reveals.
We're waiting on those live scores here on the Curie division. Looks like a very, very close match. Welcome back if you're new here. We are the Robo Sports Network, and this is First Champs Live. We're bringing you wraparound coverage of all 8 divisions here at the championship. Aiden, tell me a little bit about that Curie match.
Well, I'm just looking at the score here. You know, you got to squint to see it in the corner, but 350 to 351, just such a tight margin. And looking at the fuel points, I'm seeing that Red Alliance has, I believe, 331 out of 360, while Blue has 340 out of 360. So Blue arguably leading when it comes to the fuel and the main game element here. Red, maybe 1 or 2 fouls flipped in their favor, so I'm sure that there's going to be some sort of referee meeting to make sure, because it could impact and overturn how this match goes. Anything that you noticed over there, Brian?
Yeah, no, just it was a very back and forth with every shift. You know, as they were going, you know, Red Alliance would take, you know, come ahead, take a bit of a lead, then Blue would go on their shift, come back, try and get that lead, and it seemed like they were, you know, everyone was fighting over the same fuel in the center and kind of, you know, missing that fuel that was, you know, right at the ends of the field. You know, it's hard to look down and see all that. Sometimes you always want to look out, and that can, you know, be why you come up a little bit short on those fuel points.
While we wait for those scores to be finalized, we're going to head on over to the Galileo division. Looks like we have the scores in. 366 over on Red. The difference actually being those fuel and some penalty points. With that, we're going to head back on over to the Galileo division for qualification match 90 over on Red. 77-69, the Crew from Michigan. They're currently at rank 1 up against Hall of Fame team 111 Wild Sting.
Take this autonomous round. They get over 100 points. And Blue is going to go on offense in shift number 1. Red adds to the lead in the transition period, and now Blue on offense. Wild Sting queuing up and shooting a bunch of those fuel cells into the Blue hub. Their partners, Bullabots, putting some in for Blue, and now Wild Sting lining up and shooting for Blue as well. So the Blue Alliance doesn't quite close the gap all the way as we go into shift number 2. Red still in the lead, and they have built up a 100-point lead over the Blue Alliance. So our number 1 seed, the Crew, scoring heavily here, and now scoring again for the Red Alliance. So the Crew helping their alliance, the Red Alliance, go over 300 points, and we now enter into the 3rd shift. 3rd shift, and Bullabot scoring for Blue. Here comes Wild Sting to score for Blue. So both teams scoring well for Blue. There's the Bullabots again, and Wild Sting as well. But the Red Alliance, especially team 77-69, the Crew, just outscoring the Blue Alliance. So Red with 350 points, the Blue Alliance just about at 200. And when they go active again, they will probably get above 200. go into the end game. Blue Alliance goes over 200. The Red Alliance trying to go over 400, and they do. We've got about 15 seconds to go. 300 points for blue, 430, and now we're going to be up to 450 at least, maybe 460 for red. 5 seconds to go. 3 seconds now, 2, 1.
While we wait for those scores, we're going to head over to the Curie division for qualification match 89. We just began the teleoperated period.
8 points making the difference there. Army Ants right in front of the hub, launching that fuel up on in. Lots of robots in that Red Alliance zone. Looks like a piece on the floor. Looks very flexible though, nothing important. Spectrum and their partner Shambots launching lots of fuel. Paragon doing the same for this Blue Alliance. Army Ants chasing them down, collecting fuel as they go. Blue Hub active for another now 10 seconds, and they are continuing to score. Red
We have scores in for that. We have scores in for that Galileo match, qualification number 90, 475 on red, 367 for blue. That will keep the crew in the number 1 ranking space with 4 ranking points.
Gonna try and get their teammate down, and they do so. All 3 blue teammates back on all 4 wheels. Lots of fuel coming in from that Blue Alliance again. CC Shambots lined up, and they're gonna start launching. Couple pieces in, readjusting, few more, and there they come. The rest of the robot emptying up towards that hub. Again, lots of defense happening between these blue and red robots, specifically here in the neutral zone. Going back and forth, Spectrum and Pittsburgh Panthers, slowing them down as we hit the 30-second mark. Red Alliance 229, blue over the 400, now 50 mark. Team's gonna have to do what they can to score. Lots of fuel on the floor on this Red Alliance side in the corner tucked away. Teams are gonna start picking it up. Avalanche trying their best to grab it. Just 5 seconds remaining now. Blue Alliance score continuing to climb over the threshold for that supercharged bonus point as well.
All right, we're gonna head on over to the Archimedes division presented by Rockwell Automation. It's qualification match 90.
And with the all clear, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Wall 90 here on Archimedes. 5 robots race to the center. Singularity gonna hang out there. Now 6 robots in the center. Everyone wants a bite of the fuel up for grabs. which means we'll have some incredibly high scores coming out of Autonomous. 2 more streams of fuel coming in, now 3 for Blue. Red's got 2 streams coming in. Blue will take the lead here. An astounding 156 points in Autonomous. Red 87. That means Red will get the first scoring shift after transition period is over. Blue runs up a score of over 200 in auto and transition and begin to rack it up again, pushing fuel from the center over to the Blue Alliance zone. Red gonna try and fight their way back into this match. Rolling Thunder scoring. Enigma hiding in the corner, emptying the fuel from over there. Singularity now in the center, scooping it up, but there's 3 streams of fuel from Blue. Making it look easy here on Archimedes as they break 300 points. Trying to lock up that first ranking point. There it goes. Moving on to the second one. 7 seconds left of their match, and these robots are putting up additional volleys again. Here they go. Now we're back to Red. 2075 going to be the first to make a move. The team from Penfield right behind them, and their third partner, Singularity, going to hide in the corner to take their shots. Enigma back to the center. Cookie's already there trying to mop up. 2106, the Junkyard Dogs bringing fuel in for Blue as they switch to Blue control. 52 on the clock. Blue gonna make a play.
We've got about a minute left in that match over on Archimedes. We're gonna pop over to the daily division, beginning of teleop for qualification match 92.
Back into the action to score. We approach the end game now. Blue, a lead that may look insurmountable as we approach the end game. 600 points to 330 for Red. Red looking to fight their way back in. They've got the ranking point. Blue running up the score here on Archimedes. Going for a high score perhaps. 10 seconds left. 3 volleys of fuel in for Red. A single stream coming in for Blue from Alpha Bots. Blue over 700 as time runs out.
Fuel's finally done there, but now 58-13 able to get a volley of shots there into the hub, extending that lead way nearly 200-point difference between these 2 alliances. Red Alliance trying to claw their way back into this match.
Still waiting on those scores from that Curie match, but over on Archimedes, the Blue Alliance takes the win, 744 to 409, 8608, bumping up into that second seeded position. Oh, we matches or that score over from Curie, 551 to 294, another Blue Alliance win.
Cleaning up and shooting on the move. Meanwhile, 58-13 letting off a quick volley. That dumper style robot quickly letting go or releasing that fuel. As 33-39 continuing to clean up the backside of the field where a lot of that fuel tends to end up. Completely extending that lead, nearly 300-point now difference between these 2 alliances. Red Alliance just trying to get an additional ranking point. Now Blue Alliance, their eyes are on that additional ranking point, trying to get that hub supercharged. 1 more volley should do it. Here comes 11-141, and they're able to do it on behalf of the Blue Alliance. 58-13, assisting them in 33-39. Shot from the outside. Final scores for this match coming up shortly.
Welcome back, everyone. I know you guys might be thinking, Brian and Aiden look a little different here. Well, that's because this is Paul and Mason, everyone. This is not Brian and Aiden. You've been duped.
No, Brian didn't instantly age 30 years.
Yeah,
no.
yeah.
Yeah. So welcome back. How are you guys enjoying all the action here at the first World Championship?
It's great. It's great. It's been getting more and more exciting, but we're starting to see a lot more parity between the alliances more often.
Yeah, we're starting to see those scores come down. There's some anomalies, but we're starting to see the scores come down. Bump defense, fuel placement defense. The teams that are out of the top 8 ranking, they can play a little more loose now, and they're going to start showing off their playoff strategies.
Yeah, what's crazy about it is people are stealing the ranking points. One team that's happened a lot to is 254. They had a jam in one of their matches this morning, and then they've just been being defense on them. So it's hard for them to get the 5 ranking points, even though they can win the match.
Yeah, I think we're checking into that match, right?
Yeah, we're checking in right now. Curie Division Qualification Match 90.
Red Alliance going to come out on top from that autonomous, 148 points. Blue Alliance trying to get a teammate down, gets themselves stuck, Team Titan. But Misty Panther going to turn back around and be like, thank you for helping me. I'm going to help you, and get them back onto all fours as well. Fabricators over here trying to slow down Cheesy Poofs, but while their partners Misty Panther work on scoring for this Blue Alliance, Team Titan grabbing fuel and cycling it, pushing it, plowing it back to their side of the field. Red Hub now going to be active. Cheesy Poops ready to go, launching lots of fuel up towards that Red Hub. Their partners in the corner, Team Ramtech, looks like not launching any fuel at this time. Collision as they get up onto some fuel. Lots of robots shoved in the corner of this Red Alliance, making it real difficult for them to score. Ramtech starting to launch some fuel, but Team Titan still pushing them around. System Meltdown launching the fuel back to that Red Alliance side of the field. Blue Hub currently active, 15 seconds still for it. Misty Panther lighting up, launching more fuel up into the sky. 1 minute remaining in the match. Red Alliance sitting at 2:36 right before their hub activates. Ramtech starting to launch fuel. Cheesy Poofs trying to line themselves up to launch the fuel, but again, defense coming in from Fabricators. Looks like Fabricators' intake a little bit wiggly outside of their robot. They're having to be careful not to cause damage. Ramtech continuing to try and line itself up to launch more fuel. Getting closer to this 30-second mark. Misty Panther looks like lining themselves up right.
All right, well, we're finishing up that match over on the Curie Division, and we're going to check out Archimedes Qualification Match 91. We've got Team 5940 Bread over on the Red Alliance.
And our field is golden. Drivers behind the lines, match number 91 in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match 91 on Archimedes. 4 robots drive to the center. Bread and 36 absolutely obliterating the Red Hub. 5548 and 1501 doing the same for Blue. Chaos Theory back to the middle. Another round for both Bread and 1241 filling it up. That'll put Red in the lead, 133 to 89. That means Blue will start on the first scoring shift. 1241 filling all the way up. They're gonna go ahead and try and get that up and in. Looks like they're having some camera issues though. Blue full to bursting with fuel. They're gonna take it back to score. Red Alliance getting ready to stockpile extra fuel. Volleys going all which ways. Bread full up again. 548 dumping in for the Blue Alliance. Chaos Theory right behind them. We switch to red control. Bread looking for their scoring position. Robo-Stings in enemy territory trying to cause a ruckus. 1241 up and in as well, and a single stream of fuel coming in from the Night Owls, running up that score even further. Red advantage 40 points. 1241 adds another handful on top of that, but we switch over to blue control. Chaos Theory going in for blue. Thrust adding in another volley. Looks like the Robo-Stings might be having trouble getting over the bump. There they go. They're going to try and add it, and there's the 2. There it is. Extra points for our Blue Alliance. 5 seconds left in the blue scoring cycle. Red using that time to grab extra fuel. Bread locked and loaded and ready to score. 1241 right behind them. Bread racing around yet again, filling up a second time. Hopper extra tall. 39 seconds left. Red up, but only by 40. Blue trying to get as much fuel as they can to prepare for the end game. And that's what that sound means. Blue gonna unload. Red was ready for it too. Theory 6, full to bursting. Bread filling up as well. Chaos Theory, a volley in for the Blue Alliance. Thrust trying to make their way home in time. Red grows their lead. Can Blue fight back? 10 seconds left. Bread, another stream of fuel. Chaos Theory shooting on the move. Robo-Stings right behind, another bunch of fuel barraging down on Blue as time expires.
All right, we're waiting on scores for that match, but we're starting to see a shift in the dynamic and vibes of these matches as we progress later into day 2. What's going on? Why is it going on? Tell me about it.
Well, I think there's a lot of competition right now to get those ranking points. We're down to teams played about 6 or 7 matches, which means they have 3 or 4 matches left. So rankings are starting to solidify. And if you don't get 5 ranking points, you are in jeopardy of dropping in rank. So everybody's fighting hard for that.
Right, and there's this other dynamic too that's happening, and it's happening to the Poofs big time, right? So there's certain divisions where there's front runner robots that are a little bit of like a standard deviation better than the rest. Right. And so the entire division, whether they talk about it or not, is really basically saying anyone but them at number 1. So if they're in a match against them that even though they know they're going to lose, it's a win if they can steal ranking points away from them, because you don't want those two together. And then when you split everybody up, then the playoffs become more interesting for us. But also everody feels like they have a chance.
Yeah. I mean, this is a dynamic that's happening for 25 years for
Robotics, right?
It's nothing new. But they know that they can demonstrate we can stop an elite team. It makes them a better pick, right? Like they want to show off, like, we know how to stop the game. We know how the game works. We're willing to do what it takes to sacrifice our own offense to bring down someone else.
Yeah, we have alliance selection auditions going on this afternoon, and it happens every year. Teams, if they're not quite in picking position, they're not super offensively capable, or maybe they are and they want to show off this other side of their team that, hey, we can fill any role you need.
Yeah, I think this is one of those things. We talked about it a lot yesterday in the morning, especially about vision. Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. I think we have scores coming up.
Yep, scores coming up for that match. 578 to 478, 100 points separating these alliances. 59-40, bumping up to that second seeded position over on the Archimedes division.
And getting those 5 ranking points is a big deal, right? But so what I was saying is the long-term vision that First has had, this has been in the making, right? Some of us that have been around way too long remember, like, when you were stealing ranking points, you were getting them stolen. Like in kind of a shady way, where you were not doing co-opetition.
Especially with co-op. I was going to say co-op for sure.
But by getting rid of that, and this is a legitimate sports way to try to help yourself in the rankings. I think it added a great dynamic to the sport.
It levels the playing field, right?
Yeah.
Keeps it interesting.
Yeah, with that, we're going to head on over to the Curie division presented by the Argosy Foundation. Qualification match 91.
Looks like scoring for this match coming out of Ozone Robotics. The Chimeras also on their way back with fuel in their robot. Hemlock's Gray Matter over on the Red Alliance side of the field right now. Looks like they are going to get ready to play some defense against these teams. But this is no worry for this Red Alliance. Pinball P-Platter scoring lots of fuel. Their partners Binary doing the same. Gray Matter, though, trying to slow them, but both down. Chimera's over on that Red Alliance side as well, trying to slow this red team down. 40-point lead built by this Red Alliance, but Ozone is going to challenge it. Chimera's over on the field as well, playing, slowing them down and scoring. Hemlock's Gray Matter up on the Red Alliance bump. They are stuck on the tip top. This is going to block the bump for usage from these Red Alliance members unless their partner gets them down, but it looks like that is no worry for this Red Alliance. They sneak underneath that trench. Chimera's getting Gray Matter back onto their wheels so they can continue to help score and play this defense. Red Alliance sitting at 270 points currently. Ozone making their way back into their side, bumping into Blue Thunder, who looks like their goal is to slow Ozone down. 30 seconds now remain in the match. Ozone launching fuel piece after fuel piece, some of it stuck in their capacity area, but they are able to get it moved. Both teams continuing to score. Ozone on their own on this Blue Alliance side of the field, working everything they can. Red, lots of fuel coming up from their members, but Blue playing strong defense against them. Less than 10 seconds remain. Red Alliance breaking 300. Does look like, unfortunately for the Chimeras, intake piece broken. Results from that match are in. We're going to have a Red Alliance win. 323 to 243. Red going to walk away with the 3 ranking points from the win. Unfortunately, that does mean for Binary Battalion, they're going to drop from first to second.
Yeah, the story here is 254 is low.
All right, we've got 323 Red Alliance taking the win over in that Curie match, 70-28, dropping down to that second seed. Now is a great time as all these fields are heading to lunch for us to look at some rankings. So let's take a look at the Curie division.
Yeah, we've just watched 2 matches from Curie. 2 matches ago, we saw the Cheesy Poofs play. You know, obviously, one of the best robots in the world. I think by EPA standards coming into this tournament, they were second by just like a hair. But they've struggled today. Yesterday looked amazing. We saw like a great match against the Neutrons where they had a jam. They were able to recover, and that kind of started this match after match of having some technical issues, but just getting beat up in the matches and getting prevented from getting the rankings. And I think they've gone from first, and 3 matches later, they're all the way down to 7 without losing a match.
Yeah, like 70-28. Let's just talk about that. It looks like they're close in their ranking, but they have 1 less match, and 5907 only has a lead of 3 ranking points, right? So if 70-28 does what their basic average is and gets 5, they're going to start extending that lead a little bit.
Yeah.
So some interesting numbers at the top, right? This is going to be a wide open. This is going to be a wide open group this afternoon. This is the division to watch. How messed up it is right now.
One thing I really do like about this game, though, is if you look at the tiebreaker, which is our average score, and you look at the rank sort of that, it's almost a perfect match to the ranking points, right? So we don't have a team that's obviously the best score, but for some reason not getting all the ranking points. Yeah. This is really shaking out, where it's like, yeah, the highest scoring robots are making it to the top.
Well, okay, there is that. There's that. I'm going to disagree a little bit because
bring it on.
Well, because some of these teams are just getting way more defense right now.
That's true.
And so it's going to be a challenge for these top-ranked teams. If they just go on pure points scored, I think they're not going to pick the right alliance partner for them, especially in this division with how many BFDs, big fabulous dumpers that are in this division.
Yeah. So,
Izzy, what do you think?
Yeah, I also think it comes down to strength of schedule. Is you're looking at the average match score, but how many times are they paired along with those other really high-seeded teams? And so we can't just look at average match score and RP and be like, yes, the high scorers are the best.
Yeah, there's always that storyline of the team who just has the Cinderella schedule, right?
Yes.
And they just have the
And
best
it
partners,
happens.
and it carries them all the way
It's
up all the way
happened to all
through.
of us. And
Yeah.
but what I'm more talking about is when they're in their scouting meetings and they're looking at their data of like, well, this team scored more. If I'm looking at like just watch the matches, right? Like watch the Poos just getting like, they have an opposite color robot on them the entire match, even in their inactive period.
Right.
And is the same thing happening to Mercenary at 6? Is the same thing happening to 6800? Is the same thing happening to 7028? Not from where I'm standing.
Yeah.
So the scouts have in this division especially, the scouts are going to have a really tough job figuring out how the best complement to them is.
Yeah, and I also think, I mean, if you're scouting, in that team, and you're considering, maybe a team like 254 has fallen to 7th, but consider the amount of resources that team has to help you. Even if they haven't had the most beautiful schedule in the world, has had some defense played on them. That team has a lot of resources. They're a great partner regardless.
Yeah, they're a machine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do we expect to see any divisions potentially burn from what you guys have seen? I don't know if you guys have kept your eye on all of the ranks currently, and things are, expected to change. So maybe a bit of a premature question. Do we expect to see any burning here happening at the championship?
I don't know, because at the top, I don't know. At the top, there's really good robots.
Yeah.
They may not be big names, but they're putting up mega amounts of fuel.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, 2 matches ago we saw Bread play, and what that really reminded me of is there's a lot of teams who rebuilt going into this tournament, and so they have basically a brand new robot. And yesterday, Bread did not look good. They were shooting short all over the place. They were not sticking them in.
Yeah.
And in that match, they looked awesome. They've got it figured out. They've got it dialed in.
So a question is that if you're a scouter or you're a team and you're looking at your rebuilds, how late is too late to have figured out your rebuild?
I would put a lot of weight on how a team is performing at the end of the day today.
Like
if they are on fire, they could have had
match.
a terrible day yesterday, but if they are on fire this afternoon, that's going to be weighted crazy heavy. I think that's how you find a diamond in the rough, because people are looking at averages.
So we're going to the Curate division presented by the Argosy Foundation, and looks to be a battle. This looks to be a battle, so let's take it to the field.
Southern Tier collecting fuel. Regal Seagulls launching their fuel towards that Red Alliance hub. Max Throttle Mavericks over on the Blue Alliance side of the field looks like collecting some fuel and launching it back towards their hub for their teammates to score. 5 seconds only left in this red active hub. Blue hub going to take over now and start being lit up. This fuel powering that hub. Future Martians launching plenty of fuel towards that hub, grabbing it out of the depot as they slide along the wall. This is how we play, grabbing more fuel as well. Some defense again coming in from Max Throttle Mavericks against the Polar Pilots at this time. Polar Pilots not scoring as much as they were looking to, but they're still getting 329 points currently. Red Alliance, their turn with an active hub. They are grabbing and tossing. Southern Tier Robotics, not hesitating, launching fuel piece after fuel piece. 5 seconds left in this red active hub as we hit the minute mark. Blue hub going to become active and remain active until the end of the match. Red Alliance really going to have to prepare themselves for the last 30 seconds of the game. Blue Alliance now over 400 points scored. Their hub is energized. They're looking to supercharge it. Polar Pilots over into the neutral zone, grabbing fuel, bringing it back. Mavericks still playing defense, trying to push Future Martians from scoring. 30 seconds remaining. Red hub active. Southern Tier and the Regal Seagulls launching plenty of fuel towards their hub, trying to catch up to Blue. Blue about to break 500 points, and there they go. They've earned that supercharged bonus ranking point. Red Alliance did energize their hub as we get to the last 10 seconds here. Fuel continuing to come up from the far corner. Just missing. Robot needs to adjust. Blue Alliance going to line themselves up as well. 582 to 440. Blue's going to earn those 5 ranking points.
Blue Alliance picking up 5 ranking points there in Curie qualification match 92, 90-23, and 85-95, bumping up into that top 10 seeded position for their division. We're going to look ahead over at the Johnson division for qualification match 88. We're looking at a few Hall of Fame teams over on the Red Alliance. We've got 3-2-1 the Robo Lancers. Also quite a bit of Einstein appearances over on Red.
Killer Bees, Team 33.
Yep, as well as the Tiger Bots having last played on Einstein in 2024.
Looks like we're ready to go.
Yeah.
Qualification match number 88 here on the Johnson division, presented by Gene Haas Foundation. 955 Control C comes out. They beach themselves temporarily during this auto phase. Close auto, but Blue wins our auto. Student drivers step forward, take control of the robots. We have a 10-second transition phase. Red Alliance doing their best to fill that hub up. 955 Control C from Corvallis, Oregon. They shoot and they come back into the Red Alliance zone. 955 grabbing fuel from the Red Alliance and shooting it all the way to the blue zone. 33 Killer Bees shooting while 2704 plays some defense against them. 119 to 175. Blue is behind, but they have an active hub. 48 Team Elite from Warren, Ohio, shooting for the Blue Alliance. Killer Bees grabbing fuel from the neutral zone and shooting it all the way into their zone, getting ready for their activation, which is in another 5 seconds. Red Alliance retreating back to their zone. There goes the Tiger Bots, dumping all that fuel in there. They run back towards their depot and grab some more. It's almost tied, 221 to 211. Red now has the lead. They have 11 more seconds worth of activation, and then we go over to Blue. 9072 jumps over that bump, while 33 fires from the other side. Shift over to Blue. This is our last activation solely for the Blue Alliance. Blue is behind, 225 to 315. Can they make up the difference? 2704 shoots through the trench and they start shooting from the side. 48 Team Elite, they're shooting from their tower. Getting ready to end game time. It's almost tied. 289 to 317. In this match, that is nearly tied. Red Alliance getting close to getting that energized ranking point. They do. Red is now energized. 15 more seconds to go. Last few seconds here before we go to lunch. And this match ends here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Last second barrages by both alliances. Preliminary score advantage to the Red Alliance, 457 and 364. Red Alliance very close to...
We're waiting on those scores over on Johnson, but for now, we're gonna head on over to the Curie division for qualification match 93. Take a look at 51-99 over on Red. They're one of our higher seeded teams in this division.
Robot Dolphins from outer space send Paradox into the neutral zone under the trench. Mercenary Robotics sliding in for the Red Alliance over that bump and back onto their side to score. Aluminum Narwhals waiting their turn. Their teammates getting in the first dibs of the neutral zone, but they slide in after. Almost like a rotation, these teams being as efficient as possible with who enters the neutral zone when. And for this Red Alliance, it works. 156 points in that autonomous period and now into transition period.
All right, we've got scores over from the Johnson division, 483 to 374. That Red Alliance taking 4 ranking points in that match. Let's go back to the Curie division.
Of launching that fuel quickly out of their robot and into their hub. Aluminum narwhals launching lots of fuel back to their side of the field, some of it bouncing off the trench and out. Octopus for the Blue Lions making their way on back, but that hub has become deactive. Red's hub now active for scoring. Robot Dolphins from the far corner launching that fuel right in front of that human player station all the way into their hub. 10 seconds still of red hub activation. Aluminum narwhals launching lots of fuel, large capacity on that robot, and they empty it quickly. Their goal is to get as much in there in as little time as possible. Paradox doing the same now for the Blue Alliance instead. Launching lots of fuel up into that hub, getting it in and out. They are currently trapped though. 2 Red Alliance members playing defense on this field momentarily, keeping them from getting where they were headed. Mercenary Robotics now playing some tough defense against these Paradox. Just under a minute remaining as the red hub becomes active. Aluminum narwhals feeling that hub, their partners helping them do the same. 15 seconds left before we get to endgame and both hubs become active. Blue is trying to prep themselves. Does look like the Dragons robot stuck on top of some fuel near the Red Alliance side of the field. Red being very careful to go around them. They do not want to knock them down. Under 30 seconds remain. Dragons still up on this piece of fuel. They are getting pushed by their teammates. Octopus trying to get them down. They're wiggling. Are they getting all the way off? And they do. Off the field they go and back to their side. Still 10 seconds and Red has surpassed and supercharged their hub. Blue just trying to get closer and closer as we hit 3, 2, 1. Results from Qual 92. 3 are here. It's going to go to the Red Alliance, 567 to 324. Red Alliance going to walk away with those 5 ranking points. That does mean both Robot Dolphins from outer space will maintain.
All right, the Red Alliance takes the win there. Qualification match 93, 567 to Blues 328. They picked up that 5th ranking point, I believe, in the last few seconds of the match. 51.99 holding on to that 3rd seeded position. 63.69 also staying in that 6th. 31.28, not a bad place to be, just outside the top 8.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I saw in that match. On the Red Alliance, we had 3 robots all in the top 10, scoring 156 points in autonomous mode, 156 fuel in autonomous mode. The secret here really is that they have the coordination. Aluminum Narwhals had a pause in their autonomous, so their 2 partners, the Robot Dolphins from outer space and Mercenary Robotics, they went out, collected, went back, and then the Narwhals went out, they collected and went back. And by staggering those, you know, they're not super productive right off the bat, but they're able to score and then even go back out. So all 3 robots had 2 trips to the center and back, stacking them 150 points. That's what we're gonna be seeing all day tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I think that, and the Blue Alliance did a more simple version of that, where the third robot went back, they shot their shot, and they went back to the depot and stayed back there to stay out of the way. So you've got to do something. You got to score your 8 if you're that third auto. And when we mean third auto, that means like the 2 in the trench or the bumps, and then a third one that does something else. Those points are meaningful, right? If you max out that depot, you're getting 32 additional points added. That's going to put teams in the 250s, 260s tomorrow during the playoffs, I think.
There's a lot of thoughts that are going into like what makes up the ideal alliance, and one thing is how many tall robots do you have in your alliance, because that not only affects, you know, where you can traverse during the teleoperation portion, but also is going to limit your autos, because now you have these robots that have to only use the bumps.
I was going to say, if you are a high-seeded tall robot and you're making your first pick, can you confidently also pick a tall robot? Or do you kind of just have to go for who's short, and maybe we can pick up somebody else, you know, on the way back? But do you have to secure that high quality short robot if you are tall.
Yeah, yes.
I think so.
If you are a tall robot and you pick another tall, and you're in the top few, and you pick another tall robot, like all things being equal, you need a robot that can go into the trench.
Well, no, it just means your alliance is so set up to get blocked by a defender because they just play the bump defense. They know you can't use the trenches.
Yeah.
They only have 2 spots to defend. You need 2 robots that use them because you never get 2 robots that can go over the bump together, right?
No.
I mean that's just
Especially
a recipe.
not in a big dumper meta, no.
Right. So
yeah, because they're so big.
They're so wide.
Huge.
They're huge.
Yeah.
They're tippy.
I mean, I think it's actually strategic to have 2 short robots. You know,
Yeah.
maybe you want the capacity of the taller robots, but I don't know.
You want to be able to
just have more options if you have your 2
egress
best shooters.
throughout the field
Yeah.
any way possible. Yeah.
Let's take advantage of the fact we have so many divisions at lunch right now. Let's take a breath and let's look at some rankings. I think the Archimedes division is a great division to look at right now. We're looking at Curie, which we just saw before, but here's Archimedes. Yeah. So an interesting thing playing out right in this division. So you've got 11-14. Which before this was predicted to win this division by many people. But you got Bread with their rebuild. They're 59-40. They're a different robot now, right? They're getting used to a robot. Their trajectory is pretty darn good. And 94-70 has just been super consistent and playing their game. And they can keep their number 1 seed. They get 5 RP. Even if they only get 4. Depending on how their average score goes. Yeah, that's great. And so that's an interesting mix-up. We got a couple of divisions now, Curie and Archimedes, that are just all mixed up.
Yeah, and speaking of Curie, we're going to head on over to the Curie division for qualification match in 94. We have 6,800 Valor over on Red. I believe they're in the top 8. We're going to see how they perform here.
The neutral zone. They didn't want to stop their autonomous though because they have another chance, and there it goes, successfully making it over that bump and back to their side of the field. Red Alliance though making quite a large lead over this blue as we get into Teleop. 125 points currently for that Red Alliance means blue getting that first active hub time. Red, though, not going to let this blue alliance have it any type of easy. They are gathering all that fuel from the neutral zone and launching it back to their side of the field without hesitation. Limited fuel availability on the floor outside of this blue hub area, but they are going to try and catch up. Red hub now active, and there is lots of scoring from these teams. Freedom trying to play some defense against the Red Alliance, having to be very careful. Their partners, looks like, also in that Red Alliance zone, almost getting stuck on the tower, able to make their way out. 3 seconds left in that red hub means Blues is ready to activate. A couple early shots from the Blue Alliance not scored, but their Blue is going to continue to try and make that scoring up. Valor showing us exactly why they're ranked number 5 as they collect all that fuel and launch it so quickly back to their side of the field, as well as plowing a whole pile over. Looks like strike zone on the Red Alliance side of the field right now, really playing some defense. I do see what looks like a roller laying on the Red Alliance side of the field, wondering if that's from strike zone's robot. We noted earlier strike zone doing a lot of scoring for that Blue Alliance. Red hub now energized as teams continue to launch the fuel towards them. Valor grabbing more from this neutral zone, trying to get back, bumping into strike zone. 30 seconds remain means it is now both hubs that are active. Freedom Robotics grabbing fuel and tossing it up. Not much available on that Blue Alliance side of the floor. A little bit, but nowhere near what's laying in the neutral zone. 15 seconds remain, and Red is so close to that 500 ranking point, but strike zone not letting Valor get there easy. Valor wants this point. 3 seconds are all that is going to remain. They are over the threshold. There it is, supercharged at the last moment for the Red Alliance. 282 to 282. Red Alliance going to walk away with those 6 ranking points. That's exactly what Valor was looking for to continue to maintain their rank in 5th. Luckily for the Robototes, this also bumps them up into rank number 8.
All right, welcome back. It's just Paul and I now, as everyone started to take their lunch breaks. But we'll have fun with it.
Yeah, we're gonna have some fun with it.
So we're gonna go around the divisions, check out the different rankings. We're gonna start with the daily division, picking up there. Paul, what do you see about these teams?
Well, Daly's the one that is happening as predicted, right? This is a nightmare, in my opinion, this is a nightmare scenario for everybody else.
Yeah.
You got 44-14, number 1 seed, by far looks like the best robot here, and you got 13-23. What's interesting about this division is there's not a lot of big dumpers in this division.
Yeah.
This is like turret heaven in this division. So that actually plays in. If you're the best 2 turret robots in the world, you want to be in a division with all the other turret robots.
Right.
And so I think that 44-14 and 13-23, this would, what I argue would say that this is the closest division to a lock, in my opinion. Like, it would be a crazy upset.
I mean, look at the number 3 seed. They've already played 8 matches, but they only have 35 ranking points. So they are 4 ranking points behind 44-14. So they would have High Tide has to have a catastrophic match to give anybody a chance to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're 5 ranking points ahead with the same number of matches. Like, this is the division that, like, it's kind of boring to talk about at the top 2. All the other ones are kind of a mess.
Yeah. So I am excited to see, can these 2 robots put up a big enough score if they were to get out of their division to be competitive against the big numbers.
And what's the counter strategy to them? Like the world is their hopper, right?
Yeah.
So if I'm against them, I'm taking away that world. Now the problem is 44-14 can also hold 110 balls. So they're a big, beautiful turret.
Yeah. It's
opposed
awesome.
to a big, beautiful
I love the robot.
dumper,
All right,
yeah.
let's move on to the Galileo division, check out those rankings, see who's on top of that division. We're bringing it up now. Team 77-69 with only 36 ranking points, only winning 7 of their matches. There is an undefeated team, 59-13 with 7-0. But they would have to get a 6 ranking point match to catch up to the top there.
Which we know that's not happening.
Right.
I think that's not happening.
Yeah, I think it happened one time at this tournament.
We have 1-6. We have 1-6.
No, I take that back. It was still a 5 ranking point match. We've gotten 1 tower ranking point.
And why is that? It's that way because if you're climbing like this, it's because you can't shoot enough.
Yeah. So in your opinion, Paul, does that make the game better that everyone just is not playing that part of the game, or is that a deficiency of the game?
I've talked. Look, it looks like we're just going to a match, so we can talk over this match if the powers that be let us while this match is going on. So I think that being on these game designs in the past, like this is one of those moments where it's like, we don't really know how much we should make the end game worth, but we don't. The worst case scenario is if you make the end game too strong. We call that putting the thumb on the game. So if your end game has too many points associated with it, you can play defense or just not actually play the game as intended until the end, and then put your thumb on the game. So that's the
We saw that a lot the last time we had fuel as one of the game piece items. The end game was very, very powerful.
And detrimental. It was like everyone had to climb, everyone had to do gears, and so a lot of teams didn't do the fuel, so they kind of put the thumb on the game. So if I'm in that room and I go, what if we make the climb points not worth it? And I'm looking at that going, well, if nobody climbs, the game's still going to be awesome. And I think that's really what's playing out here. So I think it's fine. The tower's a nice little challenge because it's a protected zone, right? It's an obstacle for where fuel just tends to collect, and teams had to make design decisions to get fuel from that area. And so I think it's fine.
I think what's really unique about modern FRC as well is that without having a bag or any period where you cannot work on the robot, if you made a choice to build a climber and then found out, it's not valuable in this game, you can adapt. And it's a lot easier to remove part of your robot than it is to build a whole new climber or some other subsystem.
And also I think that like with that in mind, there's a lot of teams that are playing a wait and see game, especially with a lot of districts coming into play. It's not as and universal points, it's not as critical to win a match, to win a regional or win a district.
Right.
You just got to get the points. So you can play a wait and see and be like, well, we'll see what happens in the first couple of weeks. Just because we don't really think that this part of the game matters. And if you're right, then you just saved all that time. And if you're wrong, you still have time to recover.
Right. There's those few teams that are still just only doing regionals, and they have really just one shot on goal. Maybe they go to 2 regionals, they get 2 shots on goal to try to win an event and go. But with
but universal points, though.
Right.
No, but so now they have universal points, too, so you don't have to win a regional anymore.
So you still can adapt to it, but you might only go to 1 event or go to 2 events. So it's like you get what you get when you showed up at the event. Whereas with the district, most of the teams who qualify for World Championships have gone to a district championship, so they're playing a late season event where they get that like warm
And we're
up.
pontificating while a very exciting match is happening over here in Archimedes.
With just 10 seconds left, we are nearly tied. Red pulling along, but Blue still firing up. This is really going to come down to the buzzer.
And Red had the fuel. And
well, this Blue's still putting a few up there. They're bouncing out. It's literally too close to call.
Yeah, it was a pretty tight match.
And we have some teams coming back from lunch. That means we're going to get to visit a few more fields. We're going to be going over to the Newton field next. 6 robots on the field, 148, a team that has maybe not lived up to their past of making Einstein every year, has been looking quite good this weekend.
Drivers behind the lines, we are getting started in 3, 2, 1.
And on the screen, we've got the scores from that Archimedes match. At the buzzer, it was too close to call, but the Red Alliance takes it with 452 points and just 4 ranking points, though. Let's go back to the big screen and show you the Newton division, where we are wrapping up autonomous mode.
46 on the Red Alliance side. RoboHawks continuing to put fuel up into that red hub, but over on the Blue Alliance side, they will be ahead by 10. That means that Blue Alliance will take the auto. Red Alliance will have the first shift. 4206 Robo Bikes with Omnibot out in the midfield, trying to take as much of that fuel away from Red as Red now has the advantage. Red ahead of Blue now. And let's see if 346 can find their way back home to be able to score during this shift. There's 10 seconds remaining. There they go, 346 in position. They're going to score now, but look at this. 2 defenders over there on the Red Alliance, or against the Red Alliance. That means that Red has got a 30-point advantage at the end of that shift, and that is erased very quickly by Blue Alliance. 346 looking to put fuel back on their side of the field. Fuel is literally flying everywhere as the strong defense drives the Blue Alliance robots off of their aim, spraying fuel out of the arena on all sides. 40 points the Blue Alliance has managed to gain on Red Alliance during that shift. Red Alliance now looking to try and close that gap, which they have done, and expand the lead. We'll see if they can manage to make it happen. 148 Robo Wranglers, they are shooting and scoring now. On the other side, Blue Alliance is ready for the shift change, and let's see how they score. Falcons lining up and shooting. Velocity Raptors doing the same, and out into the midfield, Robo Bikes once again collecting fuel for the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance now with a lead. We'll see how big they can make it, because Red is going to have an opportunity here to close it up. They've got 40 points to go, and they are ready for the shift. 148 Robo Wranglers shooting right now. 346 looking to do the same. Blue Alliance retaining defense, but look at this, 94-50. Velocity Raptors running along the back, stealing fuel from Red. Red is in the lead. Blue is trying to catch up right now. Red on 360. We'll see if they can expand the lead. Robo Wranglers looking to get more fuel in as we get down to 3, 2, 1. It's a huge barrage from Blue, but will it be enough to take Red? We will find out in just a moment. And here we go. Is it Red or is it Blue? It's Red Alliance, and that will be 4 ranking points for the Red Alliance with 418 points. Blue Alliance will pick up 1, and this is going to mean for 148 Robo Wranglers, they had been at 16. Now later in the tournament, it's a slight increase there. They're going to go up to number 15. Their alliance partners will draft with them as they move up in the rankings over there on the...
Winning that match, the Red Alliance with 418 points, but it wasn't a takeaway. They didn't carry that away. It was close throughout that match.
That was a battle. It was a seesaw battle, and there was some definite delay tactics. There was some wicked bump and trench defense. I think that just suppressing the scores, suppressing the scores.
Yeah, this is what you're talking about. This is exactly it. Like, neither of these alliances got to that 500-point threshold. The Blue Alliance didn't even get to the 360-point threshold.
And 148, they have like the 6th hardest schedule in the entire competition, and they are out kicking their coverage right now.
Well, we're going to head over now to the Archimedes division. We got qualification match number 96 playing out on the field here. We got thumbs up by the FTA, just waiting for that head wrap to give us a go, and he does. Let's see what happens on the field.
Red right behind them. Robo Lions up and in. Who's going to be the first back to the center? Robo Lions and Explorer both at the same time. Red in a bit of a lead here. Can Blue find their way back into it? Explorer going to try and figure it out. 73 to 44. Red in the lead. That means Blue will have the first scoring shift. Quadrangles up on a fuel. They might need some rescuing. 1261 back to the center. Fresta Valley gets beached as well. 1261 going to try and free the Quadrangles. They need a little bit of a bump. They are free. Fresta Valley off as well. All 6 robots back in action. Red in the lead, 119 to 85, but Blue's going to try and claw it back. Quadrangles passing field to their side. Robo Lions full to the brim, and they're going to get into scoring form. Here they go. A barrage of fuel for the Red Alliance grows their lead now, 155 to 93. A minute 30 on the clock. What can Blue do about that? Explore, they've got the fuel, they've got their turret spinning. They're trying to figure out where they want to go with it. G3 might be down for the count right now. Blue takes control. Red grows their lead. 223 to 95. Red going ahead even further. Blue fighting to stay in it. Looks like the team from Wixom is stuck up on a bump. Robo Lions gonna try and save them. There they go, a big hit, and they're free. Another barrage coming in from Fresta, but it's back to Red. Robo Lions score. Quadrangles looking for their position. There it is. They're going to score as well. Robo Lions taking their stockpile for another swing at things. In it goes. Red Alliance going to try and go for the extra ranking point. We are 5 seconds from the end game, and Blue's hub will come back online then. Quadrangles falling a little bit short. End game time, here we are. 1261 Robo Lions lined up and in. Fresta Valley doing the same, 20 seconds left. Red needs to scrape together 48 more fuel in 15 seconds if they want the RP. And boy, do the Robo Lions want it. Fresta Valley, a volley for Blue. They're trying to find an angle to stay in this. Explore doing the same, 5 seconds left. A few fuel away for Red. Can 1268 do it right as the buzzer hits? Final scores coming in shortly. Archimedes, here come your score. It's the Red Alliance winning this match. 367 to 189. Red with 3 RP here. We prepare the field for qual 90.
Really suppressed score match. 3 ranking points to the winners at 367. No fuel ranking points for either alliance. Red Alliance moves up in the rankings, but they're at a point now where they're not really caring about the score. They're just they're just playing the game.
We're down to 2 matches left. Some teams have 3, but anyone who's playing right now, they're only going to have 2 matches after this. So if you're in the 30s, you're out of the hunt, right? Like, it doesn't matter what your ranking scores are going to be.
Let's go over and check out Newton Division presented by NASA is in autonomous mode. Let's go throw it to the field.
All day. 10-9-35's over there. Chrono scoring again for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance trying to catch up to the Red Alliance, and it looks like they might have just squeaked it out in the end. Blue Alliance will come away with the win in auto, and that means that it's going to be a Red Alliance shift. We got a transition right now. Blue is going to take advantage of that. And Red now has the opportunity. TJ squared, loaded up. Let's see if they can get fuel flowing through the robot, and there it is as they go up into the corner, and their steady stream of fuel is running right now for the Red Alliance. Ox B4 coming in and over the bump. Let's see if they can get to their side of the field and they can score there. They've got a turret shooting on the move. And right there with them, Chrono scoring again. So that's going to put Red Alliance ahead for a little while. Blue, though, is ready for that shift, and they are scoring. Engineers up tomorrow, moving out. Looking to see if they can score right now. In the back row, it's Flaming Chickens. They are picking out the corn, I guess, you call it that, off the ground. Dumping it right into the hub. 88 now. Trying to close that gap on the Red Alliance side. All the Red Alliance robots on the offensive, trying to pick up all the fuel that's available. But look at this. We've got Narbalut Pars Robotics stealing fuel from the Red Alliance while they try to get it all scored. Red Alliance has got 5 seconds to go. They need to put up 40 more points to match the Blue Alliance. Not going to quite get there, but it's close. Blue Alliance is ready. 2 Blue Alliance robots shooting. A third one packing. And we've got a torrent of fuel coming down, just like the rain outside, into that hub on the Blue Alliance side of the field. Red Alliance will have one opportunity to try and close it up. Blue Alliance well on their way to 500 fuel in the hub to pick up that second ranking point. 30-44 looks like they may be unable to drive, but there it goes. They are shooting on the move. 88 also unloading into their hub, trying to get to 360 and pick up a ranking point. They've got 10 seconds to do it, and it looks like there's enough fuel to pull that up, but Blue Alliance now passing 500 and picking up a second ranking point in the hub, getting supercharged. We'll have your official results up here in just a moment. And here we go up on the big board. Is it going to be red or blue to win? It's Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance will pick up 5 ranking points from this match, 558 points. Well done there. And this is going to mean upward motion, 1540 now.
Welcome back to First Champs Live. We've seen a big blue score on the screen, 1540. The Flaming Chickens moving into the 9th ranked spot. Coming back to the desk, this is RSN. We are broadcasting live from Houston, Texas at the first World Championship event. Joining me on the desk, we got Paul Copioli, Steve Caneb. Thank you guys for being here.
It's wonderful to be here, seeing all of this super high level competition. 1540, a team from Oregon, and they're really showing up at Championship, getting real accuracy as they've practiced throughout the season and get the match schedule, and now you're a big player on the world stage.
And they have a cool name, the Flaming Chickens. Come on, that's an awesome
This
thing.
guy likes teams with chickens in them.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
What's cool about where we're at in the tournament right now is we're about 75% of the way through your qualification matches, approaching the 80% way through. So now we're really starting to see the ranking shake out. We're starting to get an idea of what kind of teams are going to be at the top. So we can start looking at the rankings. So let's bring up the Newton rankings. We just watched Newton on the field. We've got 3 teams that are still undefeated. They've only played 7 matches, but they are undefeated on this field so far.
Yeah, and at least 2 of the teams in the top 4, 29-10 and 91-28 out of Texas, and 29-10 out of Washington, they rebuilt their robots. right? Now 9128, ITCON, they were already a dumper, but they refined that dumper and increased their capacity by almost 75%. And in 2910, they completely rebuilt their robot. And Steve, you know a little bit about that.
Yes, it was a ground-up rebuild. The game is still about throughput in our eyes, but the initial version of the robot Blitz, we believe to be impossible to get that robot working to capacity. Collecting this heavy fuel is no laughing matter. It takes a lot of effort, and we found that was just too much to keep up with 2 intakes.
Well, we're starting to see though, like we got these are the big fabulous dumpers at the top here, but we've been seeing some matches where teams have been successful defending the dumpers.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Milstein rankings. We've got a match coming up in Milstein, but while they're getting set up on the field, students are still placing their robots. We can see this #1 team on the Milstein field, 287. We're going to be featuring them on the Blue Alliance this time. They also undefeated so far, but what's interesting about these Milstein scores to me is how low the average score is. It doesn't mean these robots can't score as much, it just means there's more defense being played in these matches, where we're seeing 500, 600, even 700 in some of the other divisions as average scores.
And Team 287 out of New York, not projected necessarily to be at the top of this division when the divisions were first announced and when the rankings or when the match schedules first came out. But it's how you play. It comes down here. We're at the day. You got to play all the matches, and they're going to try to maintain that #1 seed here. They've got some good partners, but they're up against some difficult scorers to play against. So,
Paul, can you speak to the variability that your match schedule has on where your final rank is going to come out?
It looks like at 4476 Waffles, they're an amazing team. They are in 40th position here. If you told me before this that they were going to be in 40th position in the rankings deep into Friday, I'd have been like, you're crazy. And so this match, the Red Alliance is actually favored. You've got teams that have kind of a really bad schedule that are really good teams with high EPA, high OPR, however you want to look at it. And this is going to be a battle. 287 is really going to have to do something to keep their rank in this match. And it looks like we're getting ready. FTA's counting all the things, doing all things. Looks like we're ready to go on the field. So we should throw it down to the field, yeah?
All right, let's see what happens in Milstein. Qualification match number 87.
Our matches, qualification number 87. Team setting forth 26 pair of dice, robotics, shooting, and now back in the neutral zone to grab some fuel for a second wave of shots now. Red Alliance with the advantage, but Blue Alliance also with a good scoring of 67. Okay, moving on to the Talia. 4476 Waffles from Canada on a neutral zone. They are looking for more fuels to fuel their hopper. First shift is the blue shift. The robot from Team Floyd Robotics is trying to come back to the blue side, but they're having issues because the defense of the Red Alliance is really down. And now moving on to the red side with the lead of this match. The Red Alliance is shooting and scoring from the corner with pair of dice robotics. They can collect and shoot at the same time. Also shooting Team Waffles. It's a flurry of fuel up and in on the red side. Moving back to the Blue Alliance. In a constant shot of fuel up and in. It's Walton Robotics from Marietta Halton High School. 1 minute remaining. Blue Alliance trying to close the gap here, but Red Alliance is now back. Team Waffles with a hopper full of fuel up and in. More than 300 points for the Red Alliance. They are close to get the first ranking points, Energized RP. And they got it. The Energized RP, a lot of fuel up and in the red side. More than 420 points for the Red Alliance. On the blue side, Floyd Robotics letting it fly, scoring more and more for the blue that is trying to close the gap. 20 seconds remaining. 3 robots from the red alliance shooting and scoring. It's raining fuel into the red hub. 550 to 270. And 3, 2, 1 as time expires. It goes to the Red Alliance. 595 to 313. And 5 ranking points for the Red Alliance.
All right, we got the scores from that match. 287 went into that match as the #1 seed, but they did not leave in that same rank.
Getting 0 ranking points as the in moment #1 seed, you're gonna tumble.
No, but listen, they only tumbled to 6. So this division is kind of crazy. The scores are all suppressed in this division.
Well, the difference between 1st and 6th is quite a bit when it comes to picking tomorrow.
Sure.
But Paul, what was it that made the Red Alliance so good in that match to beat them?
Well, they did you're starting to see more of these triple autonomous modes, so the follower autonomous modes. So the Red Alliance actually executed it to perfection. They had all 3 robots go out to the middle of the field, not run into each other, score. Now, they didn't score a whole bunch, but they got the coordination right, which is really the first step in getting that triple autonomous routine going.
Because it's not like during the middle of the match where a lot of the scores up with we see getting all 5 ranking points there on the Red Alliance. These high enough scores near to 600. That's where you want to be if your alliance is kind of clicking.
But up note that Red Alliance scoring 113 points in autonomous mode and still had more in their hopper to score.
So it's not like the rest of the match where a lot of the fuel is just up against the far alliance walls and you just don't have a lot of opportunity. Because it's all concentrated in the center to start with, you can actually fill up all 3 of your hoppers without taking from each other.
And the Milstein rankings are interesting. I talked about this earlier, right? Where, as you can see them on the screen, you got 694 in first. And so this is a division where it's like the rest of the division, whether they say it or not, they don't want 1678 to be the #1 seed.
Why is that?
Because they're so good. And they're the OG big fabulous dumper, right? They're the OG, right? Them in 254, they were the way they came out. They came out week 1 actually. And they're like, watch this. Right? And everyone was like, okay, time to redesign our robots.
We built the wrong robot.
but if 1678, right, with all of their Einstein, and you know they got a little chip on their shoulder from missing last year, right? So if I'm in that division, I'm like, anyone but them.
Right. And the thing is, though, don't you want to be with them? You know, like anyone with them, except if it's with me. It's not like they're a team you don't want to work with.
But if they're #2 or #3, your chances as a team in that division, if you're #1 seed, guess how you get them on your alliance?
Yeah, you pick them.
You pick them.
You pick them, and they can't decline you because they are so low in the rankings.
But they're not. They're #2 now, so that could bring in some interesting strategy. And yeah, it's going to be a fun. Milstein's going to be fun for the playoffs.
A big unique part of championships is because of the structure, because alliance selection happens tomorrow, but there are no qualification matches tomorrow. If you're the #1 seed, you have the opportunity to really to really plan out. If you know the team that you want to be with you and they want to get picked by you, you can spend the night planning for your other partners.
Well, let's
and that's
talk about
a big
that a bit.
advantage.
It's unique, but it's not. It's rare, but not unique anymore because Texas does the same thing. There are no qualification matches on Saturday at the Texas State Championship.
So they get a chance to prepare this sort of thing, but using that is there aren't a lot of opportunities for teams to practice being the #1 seed at a district championship or a championship. So
that's correct.
When you're in that position, trying to maximize the time that you have to coordinate over over this night so that you can get some sleep before you have to get back here very early
So
tomorrow
I
morning.
want to touch on these Newton rankings that we have. In the number 1 seed, we have 55-49 with 33 ranking points and 532 as their average score. Right behind them, the team we're going to get to see in the next match is Robotics, 91-28, with the same number of ranking points, just 3 fuel points, 3 total points behind them at 529 for average.
Yeah. Look at 29-10 though, 680.
Wow.
Right.
God.
So it's that loss, right? The 3 ranking points that come with a win and a loss, and so, but that means that we have. They have 3 more. All of these teams have 3 more matches left. There could be some pretty violent swings here. In this ranking.
And one team we've seen be really good this week, and we featured quite a few times on the broadcast, is 604 Quicksilver. They've really just come out firing on all cylinders at this tournament.
Yeah, and their only loss is to Icon.
It's hard to beat Icon. I had the fortune of seeing Icon play week 1 and was just blown away. I was like, wow, they are so good. And they've just gotten better and better and better with a few rebuilds and tweaks to their robots throughout the season.
Well, we see these, like, now we can big rebuilds, like whole physical robot changes, but it's always been the case that throughout the season there have been major iterations for robots, and all of a sudden, like, they're a lot better at championships because they've refined something. And like, the mechanical side rebuilds are obvious and you can see it. Sometimes there are major software rebuilds that happen before championship, and all of a sudden a team that had a lot of issues with ball throughput or with aiming, if all of that gets fixed and the robot was physically good in the first place, then it's like a rebuild. It's just one you don't see from the outside.
It's a software rebuild as opposed to a hardware rebuild.
And now in this modern day, we have things like current limits that are such a big factor in how well a robot performs. I think, Paul, you can speak to that as one of the experts in setting current limits on robots.
But we're going down to Newton Division presented by NASA right now. We're going to get to that in a minute. We'll get to that in the match, but let's throw it down to the field as they just start autonomous mode.
91-28, a little bit off aim, and maybe some of the rebound will go in, but 10-291 hitting their mark. Mutum X scoring for Red Alliance. We'll look at this Blue Alliance now, lining up for another shot. Here goes 29-96. Looking to get ahead of Red. Red might squeak it out in the end. We'll see. No, Blue is going to stay ahead. They're going to have 100 fuel scored, so they will end up ahead as far as auto is concerned, and that means that Red will have the first shift. 91-28 scoring for Red. Their alliance partner, Mutum X, coming around right now, taking the rebounds, coming up a little bit short. We'll see if they can find their spot and score. Looks like those are all going in now for Red as they crest to 200 plus during their shift. They got 5 more seconds, enough time to score a little bit more, and they are going in. Over there on the Blue Alliance side, Cougars Gone Wired, currently sporting a number 6 ranking. They would like to have a win here. Blue Alliance is going to need to have a little bit more scoring there to catch up to Red. They're about halfway there now, 29-96. There they go, Cougars Gone Wired, but right there with them is Raid Zero, scoring from right near the tower. Red Alliance takes over. They're going to get to 360 right now, so now they're hitting for 500. They are energized, trying to get all the way to Supercharge and pick up that additional ranking point. Hitcon Robotics, 91-28, currently sitting at number 2. They would love 5 ranking points here, as that may be just enough to kick them into the number 1 position. Switching over to Blue Alliance scoring. Here we go. Laker Dreadnoughts taking a couple of shots. And Cougars Gone Wired backed up against the wall. 45-61, stealing some fuel. Terrorbytes coming back over to the Red Alliance side of the field. Red Alliance undefended and able to score. Let's see, 45-61. They're going to make it in there with just enough time. Blue Alliance putting another 100 points plus on the board, but Red Alliance has surged ahead. They are supercharged. They're on their way in the last 20 seconds, cresting 600. Will they be able to make it to 700? Let's find out. There goes Mutum X. They have found their groove, and they are scoring a 91-28 Hitcon. Scoring right now, going a little bit wide. Those fuel coming out the back of the net. We'll see if they can back it off and get more of those in, and the time is over. That is going to be it for the match. Blue Alliance very close, but not quite there for Supercharge, but they will pick up 1 ranking point. Red Alliance will have 2 ranking points, and we'll see where the other 3 go in just a moment. And here we go up on the big board. Is it going to be red or is it going to be blue? It is Red Alliance with the win. Red Alliance is going to come away with the win here. And let's see the details. 645 as the final score. And that is going to mean, as we predicted, #1 position there for 91-28
A whopping 645 points by the Red Alliance, enough to put ItCan into first place with that tiebreaker now.
I bet they're up by like 1. I bet they're like 1 fuel average. I think they're up by.
No. They were down by 3.
That's average, though.
Average, and they played 7 matches, so it's like only like 21, 24 points that you got to put up to get above.
Oh no! Now we're doing math on the desk. That can't be the correct answer to any of our problems. Come on.
I don't know. You just
Math is always the correct answer to all problems.
No, we're at lunch break right now for a lot of the field, so we're doing a lot of talking, a lot of exploring of what the rankings are like. There we have the updated rankings where ItCan 91-28. They did pop up. They were previously at 529 as their average score, and with that big 645 match, they went all the way up to what 543 now. So the second ranked team would have to put up 140 points above their average, like something like 670 to bump and take them, which is possible. We've seen scores all the way in the 900s. Yeah.
This is a battle that's going to be worth watching, I think. And let's not sleep on 29-10. They can nip some ranking points here, although they are. I mean, they're significantly behind in RPs because of that 1 loss. But
yeah.
1 loss without any, with only 1 bonus ranking point there. So we talked about it years over different games. The most that you can do with a bad schedule is get all the bonus ranking points.
Yeah.
So in other years where you could get 3 ranking points, or like the same number of ranking points as you could get for a win, you had to get the bonuses in the matches that were just terrible for you because you just have to max out. So not maxing out in their 1 loss is also a missed opportunity for them, because
double whammy, right?
Then even if somebody else loses, if they get enough bonus ranking points, they might not be able to jump.
It doesn't help that the max out is now only 2 of them and not 3.
Yes, that exacerbates it. It's these rankings are certainly volatile. It depends on the schedule and all of this, but they are by how the game is playing out less volatile than we have seen previously.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit more. So you know, when you design these games, like the fact that we have so much capability in the robots now.
When I design these games?
No, when
individuals who participate in the activity.
See, so we're in Texas, so you means plural. When we design these games, right? Like, that's hard, and as you increase the capability of the products that you're using, it gets even harder, right? And so when they tried something this year, they made an experiment where they said climbing in auto is going to be a significant contributor to the bonus point.
Right.
Now, that didn't work out this year.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to make them take pause in the future to see, like, well, we maybe went a little overboard with that, but I'm okay with that. I'm okay with trying to test the boundaries and seeing what's going to work and not work. Just don't make that same mistake again.
I agree wholeheartedly. I like a game where it doesn't seem like by the time you're at championship, you should play it this way.
Yeah.
Some previous games have been like this. This one, when we all watched the kickoff, we said, this is wide open. I don't know what the best strategy is going to be.
What is y'all's hot take on longer autonomous modes? Should we keep going in that direction? Should we start having 30-second autonomous modes?
I love it.
Yeah, I mean,
I'd say keep it at 20 for a little bit. I mean, we see teams going out 3 times into the neutral zone.
Right.
There's some high stuff, but
with the localization technology that's come about with Vision, I think it's really changed the game where a robot can make a mistake and recover, which never used to be a thing. It used to be you have 15 seconds.
Yeah,
if you get a little off
like
script,
10 seconds of doing nothing.
Right, you got a little off script because a game piece got in your way. Now, robot relocalizes, it turns itself around and it catches back up.
I think we're going to Milstein Match 89 pretty soon here. I guess we're back, but
we're going to be.
So Milstein Match 89, I want to highlight the Red Alliance here. So we've got one of our certified tall dumpers, the 2481 Robotics machine out of Tremont, Illinois. One of these robots that can just hold like a casual 120 balls, 120 fuel, but they're with winners of 2 district championships. They're 2 partners. 6238 Popcorn Penguins from Northern California and 9644 NEIA Robotics won their division in New England district championship. So, and won the overall district championship there. So two teams that have been all the way through playoffs. So a lot of practice there in doing coordinated.
And not just practice, but also playing with really good teams and learning the strategy. But they're going up against on the Blue Alliance 2905, the Sultans of Turkey, who came out of the box just amazing this season.
And we're watching them now as we're live on, and so we'll send it down to the field in a minute. But this is the Milstein division presented by Qualcomm, and we're just towards the end of autonomous mode, and it's really close, so we're going to throw it to the field.
It's a close one. Great match ahead. Team 2480 Robotiers letting it fly. Hopper full of fuel up and in. Now it's the blue shift. Blue robots trying to find fuels to score, but they are not shooting at this moment. 4362 is having trouble to cross the bump. Finally they got it, and now letting it fly. Scoring for the Blue Alliance. It's Redshift. A flurry of fuel up and in from 2481, and now Popcorn Penguins shooting from the corner in a constant shot of fuel up and in. On the blue side, we can see Team Nia Robotics stealing fuel from the blue side. Okay, it's a blue shift. And Team 6238, sorry, Team 4362 is stuck in the bump. Look, they are back to play now. All right, they are moving again. And as they will try to score, but no time anymore. It's Redshift, and it's raining fuel into the red hub. 45 seconds remaining, 422 to 183. Popcorn Penguins shooting and scoring for the Red Alliance. 3 seconds remaining for the red shift, and now it's end game. Less than 30 seconds remaining in our match. It's now or never. Red Alliance close to get this supercharged RP. Blue Alliance is still trying to score and close this gap. 15 seconds remaining. And the Red Alliance got the supercharged ranking point. And less than 10 seconds remaining. Robotiers shooting and scoring. 3, 2, 1 as time expires. It goes to the Red Alliance. 622 to 224.
Big score by that Red Alliance, scoring 622 points. Sultans of Turkey, 2905, not able to score very much in that match, really holding the Blue Alliance back. So not as close as we expected. We were just kind of touching on a couple different topics about this season and why it's different. And one of the things at this tournament we're seeing a lot of, Steve, is rebuilds. Robots are changing. Your team changed a lot. Why is it that this year we've seen such an uptick in robots that are getting rebuilt for championships?
Well, I think it's a continuation of a trend, because we saw a lot of this last year in Reefscape as well. But Rebuilt specifically rewards this because you don't have to integrate two major systems. You don't have to have a climber that can also work with your geometry. Like, the Rebuild it's one singular path for the fuel. So you can kind of just sketch that out in 2 dimensions almost.
So you're saying it comes down to game design because there wasn't a strong end game element to this game.
I think that makes it.
It's only one part of it, though.
I think that perhaps makes it like the current peak, but I think the trend might go downwards for games where the best possible physical robot design requires too much integration and too much testing.
Yes, if you don't get it right the first time, you're done, though. But like, But this is also one, we had these conversations, those of us that did turrets or whatever, and we said, well, okay, if the dumper is the thing, we'll just make that, because the turns out a very good design is a very simple two-dimensional problem. And that's why you see a lot of these
teams.
teams.
A side profile of the robot and sketch it
out. You don't even need a 3D modeler to do this. Right?
Get some engineering paper, draw some circles.
Draw it on this.
But that is an aspect to what's coming into these tournaments. But like at championships, you have 10 matches. You're with random partners, and your match schedule is not predetermined. So it's what can you do to coordinate very quickly with teams that have not worked together before.
I think one thing this makes me think is it going to be a trap next season? People are looking at this season as an example. It's like, oh yeah, we can do rebuilds anytime we want. The most successful teams were rebuilds last year, so next season they're thinking we'll just rebuild mid-season. But because it's so dependent on this game and this game object, that's actually going to be a bad idea.
Look, man, I think with districts and universal points, you're going to see teams that aren't competing till week 5 and 6.
By choice.
By choice, and they're going to just go, you know what? We'll do the basic stuff, but if we've got a tough decision to make, let's just go see how it plays out in week 1 and week 2. Because week 2 to week 5, that's plenty of time.
Right. So we talk about how many successful rebuilds we're seeing, but look at some of the tippity top teams that we're talking about. They have just been refining the design that they started with. Yeah, High Tide was a die rotor with this big, very complicated way to make their hopper gigantic. 254 was a big slide out. 1678 had the giant expandable under trench sometimes and over bump sometimes. Like these robots have gone through changes, so but conceptually they've got a lot of opportunities.
Yeah. We've got a great match coming up here on the Newton field. We have 2 teams that are in the top 10. One of them rebuilt 2910. 604, another robot coming out of California that has been playing great. We should see a pretty high-profile match that does have a lot of implications on the rankings. We've got the 3rd and 4th ranked robots playing against each other. We're going to talk all about it when we come back to you in 2 minutes and 30 seconds from now.
Move up to number 3 to displace Jack in the Bot on the Red Alliance side, who is currently sitting at number 3, and they very much want 5 ranking points out of this match. Looks like Red Alliance is on their way. They've got 40 more points at the conclusion of the autonomous period. That means that Blue Alliance will have the first shift, and we'll see how this shakes out. Blue Alliance now has the opportunity. They've got to make up 100 plus points to get ahead of the Red Alliance, and here they go. Quicksilver looking to go and start shooting. Their alliance partner, Flying Octopi, scoring now, coming out into the midfield to shoot again, and they will do that. So Blue Alliance on the move, getting close. They'll get very close to where Red was, so they've caught up, but Red now is going to put some distance between themselves and the Blue Alliance, advancing by 100 points there in a matter of just a few seconds. And we've got one Red robot hung up on fuel. See if they can get some help from their alliance partner. 2910 is still stuck. Jack in the Bot. They are now off and running, but their alliance partner may have given themselves up to do that. Looks like 868 Tech Hounds is disabled. That's an opportunity for Blue. Blue Alliance has the shift, but we're not seeing any scoring going on. Here we go for Blue. Starting to close that gap right now and zero in on 360 to pick up that ranking point. Red is already there. They've got that energized ranking point. Jack in the Bot moving now. All 3 robots on the Red Alliance side in action. There goes Jack in the Bot from the other side of the field. It takes them almost no time to go and fill up that robot with fuel and then score it. We're down to 39 seconds on the clock, 8 seconds for the Red Alliance shift, and then it's going to be everybody's game here. Red Alliance with 360 points on the board, on their way past 600. And we'll see if the Red Alliance team all comes on the offensive and Blue does what it can to get to 500. There we go, Red moving along, 868, just mowing fuel off the ground and scoring it. Jack in the Bot up underneath the tower, picking up everything they can get their hands on and scoring that as well. Up over 700 now. Oh, wow, folks. That is a heck of a finish. Looks like there might have been enough fuel in the Blue Alliance hub to give Blue Alliance 2 ranking points, but we'll have to wait and see. All right, let's find out the winner. It's going to be Red Alliance, and we'll also find out if Blue manages to squeak out.
Major scores by both alliances there, with over 500 points being scored by the Red Alliance.
Yeah, just at the end there, you could see on the live screen that it was showing 495 fuel scored for the Blue Alliance, but it continues counting for 3 seconds after the match, but it doesn't show it in the live score.
Right.
So that can sometimes trip you up. But what we have, it's the modified unicorn match or the rhinoceros match.
Yeah.
The maximum ranking points that can be earned during the match that we're actually
practical maximum. So the rhinoceros is a very practical animal.
That's right.
So we're going to say the practical maximum.
All right.
Rhinoceros.
A rhino match. Well, we're going over to Hopper next, where we have another opportunity for a rhino match. We've got the number 3, number 4 ranked team playing against the number 5 ranked team. One of those teams is 2056, who won the Ontario Championship, and really fun this season watching them play because they paired up with 11-14 so many times. It's just kind of a blast from 10 years ago of these two teams that used to always complement each other, and magically this year they did. One building the dumper and one building the turret.
And Hilltopper Robotics 1732 showing they've been strong. They've been strong throughout the years, but this year, the first year of Wisconsin districts, they've had more opportunities to practice with teams with the district championship and the extra matches.
So as we go to the field here, be mindful of the autonomous modes. We're starting to see more and more scripting of all 3 robots. So we're seeing unique autonomous modes from these 2 alliances as they try to demo what they're capable of and what's going to work for them in the playoffs tomorrow.
Because it's not just where you end up ranked, where your team and your robot ends up ranked. It also matters what you've shown, your capabilities, and how well you'll work with partners in the playoffs. So your best opportunity to show that is in your qualification.
So we're going to throw it to the Hopper division presented by GE Aerospace. Let's go to the field.
Back to the Hopper division presented by GE Aerospace. We are on qualification 91 of 124. Lots of fuel going through the middle as robots move on their own code during this autonomous period. At the end of autonomous, Red has a commanding lead of almost 100 points. As their hub flickers a last volley, trying to get an extra gain on the Blue Alliance. And let's look at those blue robots. First up, I see 2486. That is the Coconuts. Looking for fuel and going on the defensive on Red. Robots trying to get back to their side. Their partners, Hilltopper, currently our rank 5 team, unloading that Hopper into the hub just as time expires on their shift. Looking to the red side of the field, lots of robots, both red and blue. I see the Coconuts once again on the defensive, but now in the Red Alliance zone, throwing those red robots off their aim. The Crusaders emptying that Hopper and racing back to the neutral zone to pick up more. Back on the Blue Alliance by that tower, I see Droid Rage swiftly cleaning up that Blue Alliance zone. Their partners, the Coconuts and Hilltopper, doing the same. Looking to the neutral zone, I see Yeti Robotics.
We're going to go side by side. Advanced Tech, we're going to the Newton division presented by NASA next to the Hopper division. Two big matchups in these two divisions, and we're giving it to you live, side by side.
.3056 Yeti Robotics once again with another stream of fuel into the Red Alliance hub. 30 seconds have passed. There is not much time left for the Blue Alliance to catch up. One robot down. They will need a strong push to reach the Red Alliance's 590 score. Another load of fuel from Hilltopper Robotics. Their partners, Droid Rage, doing the same with 2-1 time.
Pours on the power. Blue Alliance up over 300 now, well on their way to 360 in the hub. But look at 930 and 2194 surfing on fuel in the midfield. 195 sending fuel back to their side of the field to see if they can use that later. Blue Alliance up over 400 now, chasing 5.
And we've got the score. Another Rhino match over there in the Hopper division. 691 to 518. 2056 moves to number 1. 238 keeps its position at 3. Hilltoppers drop out of the top 10. Imagine scoring 518 and losing. It's only at the championship, baby. Only a championship. And we're bringing it back to the Newton division. It's a tight back and forth match.
Another Rhino on deck.
All over the field. Red Alliance now behind by 100 plus. Red Alliance with an opportunity with 10 seconds to go. They need to maximize all possible points. See if they can do it. Blue Alliance screaming ahead now, over 600. Red being held back, 195, unable to get across the trench as we get down to 25 seconds. Red Alliance looking to get to 500. They'll get there without any difficulty. But can they catch Blue? They need 165 points on the board in the next 10 seconds. And Blue is just expanding the lead as they cross 700 on the board. Blue Alliance with 2 seconds to go. Can they get to 800? It's going to be close. We'll have your official results up in just a moment. And here we go. It's going to be red or blue. It's Blue Alliance. They'll pick up those 5 ranking points. How far will this send Bison in the rankings? 568 for red. They'll get 2 ranking points. Look at that. And Bison's going to move up.
And we're back. What a crazy match. Another Rhino match. That's 3 in a row. We're getting lucky.
Yeah.
We're getting lucky.
That has to be what playoffs are going to look like. I mean, there was so much scoring happening constantly, and the game just changed every 30 seconds throughout. It was so much fun to watch.
I don't know. I think it depends on the division. I think we're going to have many of those matches, but we're going to also have the matches where it's just pure chaos, where 6 robots are going to be in a home zone.
Yeah.
It's just the whole, it's bunchy ball like 8th grade soccer. You're just, all 6 robots are going to go from one home zone to the next home zone.
Yeah.
We're going to get some variety based on the way that these.
But there were elements in that game where one alliance, they get such a lead, and it's just trying to slow the game down at that point, right? And like, well, let's not let them pick up any more balls, any more fuel, and load up. And then when they're coming back across, there was just so much scoring at the end of the match that the center was filled with balls. If there was any robot that could have just picked up, when you see these great robots with really fast intakes, they had enough time, 10 seconds left in the match, that they can go out there and pick up another 50 points.
This is the archetype that Steve's team and my team was trying to do, and that's the robot that just can go back and forth and be a snowblower. The problem is the power limitations of our current system just made solving that problem really hard. Because you can't run because you have to run all the motors at the same time.
Right.
Where when you're doing these collect and dump, you're only running some motors at the same time, and it's a huge power draw on the battery.
When was it that it changed that you had to start planning for how much power, how many motors you were going to use on the robot?
2910 knows a little bit about that.
Brushless motors.
Yeah.
As soon as those were introduced, and the lifting of restriction of how many motors you could have on your robot, then you can draw If you don't have current limits on your robot, you can instantaneously draw 600, 700 amps without any protections on it. So you have to start with lots of protections and then slowly creep them up
But
for
there's
optimums.
another little thing too. So the breakers of past that we've had did not actually follow the ASTME standard. They were much lower performing than the standard. Well, these new breakers that we all have actually perform to the ASTME standard, but that means at their rating of 40 amps, they don't trip for like a minute and a half. And so now you have to do these software limits, and now supply current limit is, in this game, is some of the stator current limit isn't even really that restrictive for us. It's the supply current limit.
Right.
Now
So
we're deep into it.
So for folks at home, you can think of current. That's the flow of electricity. So I think of it as like how big is your pipe that the electricity is able to go through. So if you have higher current, you've got bigger pipes, and you hit this limit where the pipe is just not big enough. The battery cannot eject current any faster, so you just can't get that flow to the motors to power them.
But coming up in this next match on Johnson, we've got the number 4 ranked team, 94-83 on the Blue Alliance. They're looking to keep that rank. They're paired up with 67, who is also rank 11, and 498, the Cobra Commanders Blue Alliance, with a capacity for a gigantic score here on the Johnson division. Let's throw it down to the field.
Amber light, not quite sure what happened there. Hot team turning the robot off during that autonomous phase. Lots of scores coming in here. We shift over to the red. They are behind, 152 to 246. The hot team coming over here, stealing fuel from the Red Alliance, grabbing it from the Alliance station wall. While 498, the Cobra Commanders and Wild Weasel also steals fuel. Lots of robbery going on over here. 4 more seconds and we shift over to Blue. Blue has the lead and they have an active hub. And look at that. The whole field has turned golden yellow. 356 to 212. Blue Alliance has now earned the Energized ranking point. All of the robots seem to be down in the blue section now. Getting ready to shift over to red. 409 to 217. Red is way behind. Blue Alliance going around, grabbing fuel. 94-83, just grabbing fuel. The hot team shooting long distance shots from the Red Alliance zone all the way into the neutral zone, bouncing into their area. 1 minute to go, 432 to 269. Blue has a very big lead. They're about ready to supercharge also. Blue Alliance now getting their last solo activation before we go to endgame. Supercharged! Blue is now supercharged. They will get 2 ranking points, most likely getting a total of 5 coming out of this match. Getting ready to go to endgame. Lots of fuel shot there by the Red Alliance, some of it going out of the field. And endgame time. Both hubs are active. Anybody can shoot. Nobody's shooting though. Some shots here coming out of the hot team. They have a dumper robot. They were misaligned initially, but then they corrected their aim and were able to slew over and get fuel in there. 691 to 301. Blue has doubled the score of the Red Alliance. And this match ends here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And we are switching over to the Newton division, presented by NASA, where we're getting ready for one of my favorite team names, Team Bean. This will be an interesting match. We looks like the field's not quite ready to go. We got a little early here. We're joining the action in the Newton division while we're waiting for the score from the Johnson division. Autonomous ending and the score coming up. The Blue Alliance winning 755 to 304, getting the all-important 5 ranking points. Hotbot moves up into the top 10, 94.83, staying at number 4. Red Alliance only getting no ranking points, no bonus points for them. And we're going back to see all the action in Newton division. Let's take it to the field.
They will do it. 1902 trying to get fuel to move through the robot. Moving now to ferrying or picking up more fuel. We'll see if they can use that. And 386 looking to line up to shoot here in the last seconds. Red Alliance now ahead by a little bit. Blue with an opportunity to create a substantial lead here if they can get all of the fuel moving through the robots and up into the hub. 1833 Bean out into the midfield. We'll see what they can do with the fuel that they collect and bring back for their alliance partner. 5216 Evil Empire shooting and scoring along with Bean. And we're going to switch over now to the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance just 12 fuel short of a ranking point. Red Alliance looking to catch them. Red Alliance needs another 70 points, and there goes a whole bunch of them up into the hub right now. They've got 10 seconds remaining in their shift. We'll see if they can take advantage of that and surpass the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance is prepared for the next opportunity to score, which is right now as we get down to the end game. 30 seconds on the clock. All the hubs are active. Every fuel matters. Here we go. 390 for Blue. They've got their energized ranking point. Red Alliance has an energized ranking point. Blue Alliance putting some big distance between them and Red. Red needs support on strong here. We'll see if they can do it. Up goes 4,400. They're over 400. Blue Alliance wanting to put a pin in it here as we get down to 3, 2, 1. And that is going to be time on qualification match number.
Picking up some more fuel and passing it over to their partners, 46.55 for one other shot there, 59.13 also making their way. Oh no, it looks like 64.29 is down for the count. Looks like they're trying to restart their robot. Hopefully they'll get up and moving before the end of the match. 40.87 though, doing some work here for the Red Alliance.
For the Noon division.
Scoring up high into the hub
all important
for the Red Alliance. Now nearly catching up to the Blue Alliance. The Blue Alliance, look at all that
Red
fuel
Alliance
going in.
Getting one ranking point, not quite getting to the supercharged bonus.
Lead 250 and climbing. 46.55 continuing to shoot on the move. Excellent job by that robot. And here comes another volley by the entire Alliance. They're quickly moving up the score, passing the 400 mark in their first shift. 400 plus for their first shift. And we're back over to Red Alliance now. Red Alliance 40.87, trying to pick up as much fuel as is available on their side of the field. There's not a lot of fuel there. It's 2 robots that are just running for the Red Alliance, so they got their work cut out for them. Under 5 seconds left for the red shift, and we're going to go back to blue. Take a look at 59.13 and 24.91, already scoring up high. It's a waterfall of fuel going into that hub, pushing their score now nearing 500. They're hunting for that additional ranking point and to supercharge their hub. They do it with this volley. Now past 500, everything here is it's just gravy for this Alliance. They're looking to push their average score up. 59.13 continuing to score. 24.91 doing the same thing. Both Alliance hubs are active in the end game. Heavy defense being played by 71.83 and 40.87 just left on their own, while 59.13 goes for another volley Here comes their alliance partners. Another waterfall. We're going to go near 700. Can we break it? There we go. 700 to 200, and they continue to climb as we reach the end of this match. All right, we got the scores for that last match. Here they come. It's the Blue Alliance with the win. Blue Alliance.
Blue Alliance taking that with a massive score, 724 to 294. Even with these suppressed scores on the second day, they secured the 5 ranking points, 59-13, holding its position at 3 with their alliance partners, climbing the ranks, getting close to the top 20 and top 10. We're back. We have a whole new, well, almost a whole new crew. We got one old guy and 2 new crews. I'm joined here by Brian and Justin, and we're going to have some fun this afternoon talking about the advanced strategies that are going to come into play with only a couple matches left, people getting ready for the playoffs tomorrow.
Yeah, it's about time for anyone who has the secret sauce to start showing it to get themselves picked for Alliance. Absolutely. You know, all these teams are going to go out there and try and just execute and show what they can do in every match after match, because if you're not in those top rankings, you have to show why you are the best complementary robot to those Alliance captains at this point.
I think we're going to see some robots being picked up as the 3rd robot that are used to being the 1st robot selection or being the 2nd robot in the Alliance. It's going to be very interesting. So I think we have a potential for some powerhouse alliances to come out and just go just sheer battle in these playoffs.
And so certainly the depth of a lot of the divisions here this year lend themselves to having people who were first picks or Alliance captains at their regional events or districts being the 2nd robot on the Alliance, this 2nd or 3rd robots on the Alliance here.
Yeah, I think that's a real possibility. I think the nature of the game, the nature of the way this is played out, and more regions going to the district play, teams are just getting better. So what you had to do to be a top team a few years ago, isn't enough this year.
And I'm also curious to see, we mentioned it before, the autonomous checkers to chess evolution that comes with once an alliance is formed. Now they can start planning a cohesive alliance autonomous together. So all 3 robots working in tandem rather than having one robot sit still.
And double elimination makes that pretty brutal. So in the old days, right, when it was best 2 out of 3, like, okay, well, we can kind of figure this match out and coordinate, but nobody wants to lose that first match and be in the loser's bracket, which is like the lower bracket, I'm sorry. It's a brutal run from that bracket.
But the evolution, of course, with autonomous now, we have Path Planner and all these fancy methodologies, where back in the day, it was like, yeah, we programmed it, we'll see if it works. Now you can really visualize your autonomouses and see it with the path, with the timing, and coordinate with your partners.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like we're going to head down to the Newton division pretty soon. We've got it up on the screen. We're still waiting for them to get started. The Newton division is presented by NASA, and we're going to try to get you on the field to catch all of the action here in a few minutes. But Brian, tell me what you've seen so far today as you've been watching matches.
Yeah, no, it's been very, very fun to watch. I think First has tuned this the 500 ranking point so perfectly, because every time you're watching these matches, you're like, are they going to do it? Are they pulling it out there? Is it is defense going to come across? But then these teams, they always manage to get that final volley, that one more push to squeeze it over to get that ranking point, because you can't leave it on the table. It's been interesting to see that change. Because now the line where the opponents can deny you your ranking point is much, it's more set in the sand.
Yeah,
right?
so I wonder if these teams agree with you, Brian, that the ranking point was set at the right number. I think some of these teams may think it's a little. Now you've got teams defending the ranking point, and I think that's a good debate whether that's a good thing or a bad. Like, do we want defending the ranking point to be a dynamic or not?
Well, I mean, are you trying to find the robots that can outmaneuver those defense and always get to the? What robots do you want to be at the top? Who can get that extra ranking point every single time they go out there? Who can be that consistent? Do they deserve that #1 spot? I think what we're seeing now is though that those mid-pack teams are having a bigger impact on the overall ranking than they would typically.
Yeah, and the question is, that's a fact, right? That's happening. But the question is, Is that a good thing or not? And I think that's a healthy debate, and I think we get it right. If half the teams think it's a good thing and half the teams think it's a bad thing, then I think it's a great thing.
Yeah, I think by the end of today, we'll really understand how much it shook things up. You know, our predicted top 8 versus the actual top 8. I mean, it's championships. Things happen every year where you're like, I'm not really sure how that robot made it to the top 2 on their field, but you know, we're here for it, and it happens every season.
Yeah, there's always a division that you look and go, wow, that was a surprise. That's a surprise team representing this particular division. I think you're going to see a lot of that this year, as we were showing the rankings earlier, and we'll get to that later this afternoon. As we start firming it up, there's some divisions that have chaotic rankings where the scorched earth is a real possibility. And for those of you that don't understand, scorched earth means there's a team in the number 1 or number 2 seed that other teams in the top 8 don't really think they're a good complement, and that team knows it, so they purposely select those teams, forcing them to decline. And that's a strategy that's perfectly acceptable, even though some people kind of like look at it in a weird way, but it's a perfectly acceptable situation. We're down on Newton now, presented by NASA, and we're going to go to the field because they're getting ready to start that match.
And it's going to put Red Alliance ahead of Blue, but Blue is putting the surge on in the end, and so let's see where we land. There's going to be tick, tick, tick, tick, tick, tick. Oh! It's a tie. We go to the randomizer. Nope, looks like Blue may be ahead here. Oh, 86 to 86, so this is going to be a Red Alliance shift as a result after the randomizer. Red Alliance now with the opportunity to go and score ahead of Blue. 148 Robo Wranglers stealing fuel from the Red Alliance and sending it back to their side of the field. 341 working the back row, scoring as they push against that fuel. Look at the leap into the air. 27-13 Red Hawk getting some air as they shoot. The fuel is heading back, so Red has now about a 100-point lead, and we'll see if they can slow down Blue while Blue is making every effort to catch up. Here comes some more fuel from 54-14 Paradox. Seeing if they can get that scored, and 148 trying, but they're going to come up short in that shift. Red Alliance is ready. Melrose trying to get the shooter to shoot. It's unable to process fuel. We'll see what they can do as we move through the match. Their alliance partner is working very hard to keep that hub turning and filled with fuel. 25-86 slowing down 54-14, and now Blue Alliance has an opportunity. They need 137 points to match the Red Alliance. 341, Miss Daisy doing more of the mowing. That has been extremely effective during the course of this competition. Blue Alliance now shooting on the fly. 148 Robo Wranglers looking to get in and cleaning out underneath their tower. Trying to get up to 360. Red Alliance is nearly there. And that's going to be it. So they're going to pick up that ranking point right now on their way to Supercharge with 13 seconds remaining in the match. And we'll see where we go with 8 seconds remaining. Blue Alliance still a long way to go to get to 360 to pick up that ranking point. Red Alliance doing everything they can to get to 500. It looks like it might be a little bit short. We'll have your official results up in just a moment. And here we go up on the big board. Is it red or is it blue? It is Red Alliance with a win. Let's see the details.
Have the scores for that match. Red Alliance takes it, 424, only getting that one extra ranking point. Blue Alliance, unfortunately, no ranking points, which 148 climbing into that top 20 is now out of the top 20. We're back going to the daily division presented by BAE Systems. Doing a little picture-in-picture action as we take a look at the crowd. Some very interested parties hanging out in the field. 35-38, waiting to get ready. I swear their robot looks like it's way more than 30 inches. What do you think, Brian? I swear, like, did it grow after inspection or something? It was crazy.
Yeah, no, these robots, they're always trying to push those limits to get as much, get as much fuel in your robot as you can as possible. This is a space optimization game at its deepest levels.
Interesting with the rules this year, actually. There's a lot of teams who used bumper pants or attached their hoppers actually to the bumpers, allowing them, because of the hard parts rule, for their hoppers to actually be slightly bigger than the frame perimeter.
Yeah, by 1.25 inches on the side. It's crazy.
Oh, it's almost like you. It's almost like you.
No, we didn't take advantage of that. I come from a world where you try to do things at the edge of the rules, and you get to your first event, and they're like, "No, you can't do that anymore." So we're a little behind the times. I've been going through the pits today, and some of these bumpers are crazy. Crazy amount of stuff. I'm like, that's like half a robot.
I've seen entire belly pans on the bumpers.
I've seen people that have their hopper and then they attach their shooter to their hopper that's on the bumper. It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy.
You have to get the whole robot lift up and go over the bumper, over the hopper walls to get it in to put it on.
I think it's a good change. I think it's a good change on the ground level. Like this is something that spectators don't really see, but it's made the team experience much better. Like the interactions with the inspectors. I don't know about you all, but our team has sometimes had some pretty contentious relationships with inspectors because of like just some of the way the rules are written. And I believe that the rules have been made better. And so we're going to actually go to the action on Millseam while we wait for this Newton match to go. We're in the middle of teleop, and we're in phase 2 of the match. We're going to join the action live.
Great advantage for the Blue Alliance, but the Red Alliance trying to close this gap. And now, look, Spartronics is stealing fuel from the blue side. Red Alliance, team 80-20 coming through the tower, letting it fly. More points for the Red Alliance, but the advantage is still blue. 230 to 140.
And we are side by side with the daily division presented by BAE Systems. We're watching Millstein action live on the right side of your screen. We're getting a nice view of the crowd as we get ready to go. We're going to join the daily division by itself here real soon.
Make this a hard time for them to score. Now Redshift. Team 10-6-33. Robotics grabbing more fuel and now ready to let it fly, scoring a few more points for the Red Alliance. 202 to 262. Now a flurry of fuel opening for the Blue Alliance. The Highlanders, they are stuck in the tower after an intense defense from critical hit. Highlanders again shooting and scoring from the corner. 3 seconds remaining in the blue shift, and now it's endgame. The Blue Alliance already with the energized ranking point, looking for the supercharge. And the Red Alliance, that was the Blue Alliance and the Red Alliance with one robot not moving anymore. So they are scoring with Cyberpunk. 10 seconds remaining, 438 to 250. Good advantage for the Blue Alliance. They are close to the win. 3, 2, 1, as time expires.
Up on some fuel, but now the 35-38 machine is back and working again, sending fuel up and in to that hub for the Red Alliance. 246 to 90, under a minute 20 left to go. Still a lot of time for the Blue Alliance to come back in this match. But now Unipard sending fuel up and over the driver station, not once, but twice there for the Blue Alliance. 36-46 for the Blue Alliance, sitting idle there. That's Integra Bahashir out of Istanbul, Turkey. 6 different countries represented in this match. The United States, Australia, Canada, Turkey, and Chinese Taipei. Now here goes 35-38. Scoring for the Red Alliance. They're getting pinned in the corner there by 10-0-0-2. That's Bot Builders out of Brisbane, Australia. Bot Builders going back, hitting 35-38 off target again as they go looking for more fuel.
Red Alliance approaching the energized ranking point as we enter the final 30 seconds of the match. We're now in the end game phase, so both hubs are active. Both alliances can accumulate points.
Short of the 5 ranking points, but everyone in the blue lines goes up with 26-30, moving into the top 10.
Over the 360 fuel threshold, and now 35-38, recollecting fuel in the middle of the field, while their partner Tech Gear and Umoja scoring there. All 3 Red Alliance robots scoring as time expires on match number 95.
And we're joining the action at the Hopper division while we see the score and the results on the bottom. Red Alliance winning, but falling short of that Super RP. So they only get the 4, but 35-38 keeps their number 8 seed, which is very fortunate. Like the top 8 teams trying to get 5 all the time, but getting 4 and staying in the top 8, very fortuitous. Hopper division looks like it's getting ready. So let's talk about what we've seen the last couple of matches. Justin, what do you think?
Yeah, well, we were just talking about the Robo Jackets in general, and perhaps we're seeing like the cusp of the drop-off of RP if they were able to maintain that level, stay in rank 8, even though they didn't get all the ranking points that they thought they needed for this match. So maybe we're seeing now that the cream is rising and everything's shuffling out, we're seeing that drop-off. After the 8th spot where, you know, maybe the RPs are starting to matter a little bit less outside the top 8. Yeah. Inside the top 8, probably still a factor.
So, veteran, I also think it's a little bit of that, you know, average match score as that next tiebreaker after you have all those ranking points get in there. That's where it really matters when you want to be the best of the best. It's not about hitting 500. Can you push that 600, 700 threshold that we're seeing the elite teams do?
Yeah, we're seeing 2 games in the games, right? Because like we talked about this yesterday. Like yesterday was as predicted. Like you're going to play it like it's a regional, a region, or a district. You're just going to try to score as much as you can, try to get to the 5 RP, and let the chips fall where they fall, right? Today, not so much. So you're looking at the situation, and you're like, well, if I can take an RP from this team, or take an RP from this team, or look good doing this, yeah. And so you're going to see the scores compress, which with that new ranking point height, you're going to see a lot less 5s. Maybe not a lot less, but you're going to see less 5s as we go through these matches, because teams are starting to care about how they look for the playoffs, and how like these matches are going to start to turn on, at least in segments of the match, into auditions.
Yeah, so like I'm starting to see a lot of teams are, you know, these massive robots with their large hoppers, they might not fit through the trench when they're fully loaded with all of fuel. And so now they have to go over the bump only when they're coming back to their home zone. And some teams are starting to play smart defense of, once you're in here, you're going to be able to score, but I can block you on this bump and hold you up for half of a shift period, and, you know, limit the amount of throughput from your robot.
So one thing I think we have to think about here is the way that the Alliance captains are scouting. So nowadays there's so much data available. There's Statbotics and OPR and EPA and the Blue Alliance and all these things that are available. But those just show you the numbers. And what we're really talking about now is like the qualitative data versus the quantitative.
Synergy.
Yeah, like it's not so much maybe how much your alliance contributes in a positive points method, but maybe it start like how many points are you denying your opponent. And that's not something you can really pick up just from the data.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's so true, and let's not forget about autonomous, right? Because again, with districts and all these things, like last year was kind of similar. There are 2 kind of autonomous things, 2 paths that are obvious, right? So you're gonna start in a trench, go over the bump, which we've been calling a citrus auto. Why? Because they were the first ones to do it in week 1. But then you've got the trench to trench auto, where you go out, come back to the trench, go out, come back to the trench. And a lot of teams are running that. And so to expect that the 3rd robot on your alliance here at the championship is going to have an alternative one, that's not really realistic. So these alliance captains, these elite level teams, they got to start having more than just their cream of the crop auto. They got to have these crazy autos, these follow autos, these delay autos. Because I think the alliance that can pinpoint that is really going to have a huge advantage.
Yeah. Well, what I also noticed is, something that differentiates High Tide from 44-14, a rank 1 team, they've developed this auto that does one sweep and then goes back to the depot. They go and get those extra balls from their home zone, allowing their other partner to maybe stay out and do that second sweep. So they're saying, hey, we trust ourselves to go have this auto that plays in our home zone during autonomous mode, so that way we know we can pick up these people who have the bump. Or
It
the
helps
swipe
when you can
auto.
hold 110 balls.
But I think those types of autos are largely focused on the turret robots that are able to shoot continuously in the zone. So, for example, Overcharge does something similar. They go out for a single big sweep, they come back, they shoot, and then as they're shooting, they drive back to either the human player or the depot and continue shooting, because then they're not having to do the double sweep to get the extra fuel.
I'm going to ask for the moon. You know what I want to see? I want to see one of those shoot-on-the-move turret robots partner with a robot that they go out and do their big sweep, and their partner robot, the third one, comes out and passes to the corner, like maybe 341 can do, and then just let that turret robot eat. I think that would be something special.
So,
I don't think we're going to really see it realistically.
So I think that there's potential for a team like Orbit potentially. So Orbit has showed an auto that they used when they did their qualifying event, where they.
So we're going to go back to the field. Oh no, but you're still kind of waiting. So go ahead, Justin.
So
Sorry.
Orbit at the qualifying event showed that they had an auto that essentially just stayed out and swept. So they went into the into the neutral zone. They did sweep, and then they crossed back with a full hopper, and then they picked up their own sweeping. So we could see autos like that start to show up towards the end of qualifications, because you want to prove it on a real field. But then the X factor is like, what are the autos that people have done at home or on the practice field in the back here that we haven't seen on the real fields?
I'm excited to see it. We're going to go picture in picture. We got Johnson division on the left, Hopper division on the right. It's a race to see who's going to start their match first. Not really, only in our minds, but yeah, so I think we're going to see how this evolves. Like these last couple of rounds, these last couple of hours is going to be interesting, because many of these divisions are what we traditionalists would call a mess. Like the rankings are a mess. I'm getting blown up on text. People who aren't here, like, what's going on with the rankings? And my answer to them is 500 RP. So we're back on it. We're at the Hopper division, just get started under our nose. They are in autonomous mode right now. We got a mechanical advantage on the Red Alliance here. Let's take it to the field and let's call to action.
It's Otto going back for a second, just bumping into the corner of that Blue Alliance hub. It looks like that Blue Alliance hub will deactivate first. It's flickering as last second points go up and in, but it is the Red Alliance's turn to bridge a lead. 32-97. That's Full Metal Jackets stuck surfing some fuel. Their partners, no, that's Cell X, not Obsidian, helping them down. Although the Blue Alliance is quickly catching up, they are down one robot. It looks like 54-54 either lost connection or lost a bumper. Those red robots racing back over to their side of the field, playing against blue robot defense. IMEC working hard to push fuel back to their side of the field against opposing robot defense. The Blue Alliance steadily catching up despite Red Alliance efforts to keep that gap wide. Mechanical advantage playing heavy defense in the center. Ranger Robotics. I don't see them. With 10 seconds to go, a 2v2 Very close match with last second.
Chinese Taipei trying to play some defense and bounce into them. 45-22, team screen, shooting. They have a dumper and they have to turn around and shoot. They grab a whole bunch of fuel and then turn around and shoot again. 2-1. 6:41 to 2:35. Blue Alliance unable to energize their hub. They will likely get 0 ranking points out of this, but the Red Alliance fortunately will get a total of 5 ranking points.
And we are back with the scores from the Hopper division. Red Alliance winner 411 to 390. Both teams got the first ranking point, but neither of them got the second. Red Alliance, all the robots moving up in the rankings, probably not as much as they wanted to. What did you see from that match, gentlemen?
Well, I saw like very interesting there. A lot of the fuel was actually gathering in the center of the field. It seemed like it was all covering around in the mid zone rather than getting pushed out to some of the home zones there. And I think that made it harder for these teams to convert them into points because they're used to looking for them in their home zone, someone's past them or they're inside a robot. And instead, they were like gathered up around one of those trenches.
We have the Johnson score up, so the Red Alliance did get 5 ranking points. 45-22, staying at the #1 seed. 32-55, almost breaking a top 10. 6:59, which has been a big score for today. Like we haven't seen the high 800s like we did yesterday, and I just don't think we will see it at the rest of the day because people are just suppressing the scores, trying to take away that ranking point.
If you go back to the previous match, we are starting to see the end of the season woes because you're seeing the beatings these robots are taking and starting to have the wear damage and of course just the brutality of this game where we're seeing, unfortunately, at the championship level, dead robots on the field.
You have a game where the game object is as tall as the bumpers. You have to go over the bumper to intake the object, and everybody has their intakes out. It's a brutal bash fest, even when everyone's trying to play offense.
Yeah, and of course, the limitation of the trench forcing you, if you have a turret or a shooter where your hood has to compress and come back up, because you want to maximize your volume but still fit under, it's a recipe. It's a recipe for problems.
And you can't discount the fact that over half those teams were from a district, so their robots are pushing 60, 70 matches by this point in time. That's a lot of matches for these robots.
Unless you're 118, you played 842 matches this year.
Or 359.
Or 359. They played only 841 matches this year. Yeah, so we've got some breaks in the action, so we get to talk. So let's talk a little bit about, we can bring some rankings up maybe. Like, let's throw some rankings on the screen. Some of these rankings are just a crazy mess. Like Johnson Division, for example. You've got just 45-22, 17-19, Engineer. Like, this is something that you don't see a lot in the modern first robotics competition, right? You don't see these multiple divisions with jumbled up rankings. You know, there's a lot of pontification that happens before the champ saying this team and this team are going to be top ranked. That's just not happening this year.
Certainly in Johnson, it's interesting to not just look at the win-loss tie record, but the average score versus their rankings. And you saw, like, at least on Johnson, the team with the highest average score is currently ranked #1, but the second highest average score was ranked 4th or 5th.
Yeah. And it looks like we're ready on the Newton division. We're going to throw it to the field and let them take it away.
Big speed, 1540 screaming out here, Flaming Chickens. Let's see if they can score right now, and they can. Prepotech doing the same, Robotics, but look at this huge onslaught from the Red Alliance side of the field. And we've got 4099 is actually beached and able to score, even though they can't go out and finish the rest of their auto. 948 out for one more trip, and look at this. Red Alliance is going to just creep past the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance will win auto. Blue Alliance will get the first shift, and let's see how this proceeds. We got 1108 over there stealing fuel. Panther Robotics stealthily moving in, but look at this. The pink team unable to get onto their side of the field as they are trying and struggling to get over the bump, being blocked right now by Panther Robotics, who's dug their claws deep into the carpet. Blue Alliance losing on time as they struggle to get fuel scored, and up it goes right now. Pink team able to do that. So now we're going to shift over to red right now. 948 already with fuel in the air. 4099 looking to do the same. And we'll see if Blue Alliance takes that aggressive stance. The team from Mexico pushing and pushing, trying to drive the Red Alliance robots off the line, and we'll see if it's enough to keep them from scoring. Those cylinder scorers, those big cylinders, don't have a lot of aiming ability, so if you can drive them and hit them on the corners, you can potentially run the aim off to one side or the other. And take a look at this. They've got 217 points on the board, but Blue Alliance is now catching up. 10 seconds on the clock now for the Blue Alliance shift. Blue Alliance firing on all cylinders right now. Pink team scoring, moving out into the midfield to go and pick up some more from the Blue Alliance. No, from the Red Alliance, stealing that fuel, trying to make it so that the Blue Alliance does not have enough, or the Red Alliance does not have enough to be able to score. Red Alliance still scoring, shaking off the heavy defense right now from the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance has made up the difference and made this basically anyone's game here as we head into the end game. Red Alliance resources depleting. They're going to have to go and get resources, going to have to get fuel from the neutral zone or from the Red Alliance. 11:08 coming across the line now, looking to bring fuel in for their alliance partner. And the Mexico team stuck on the Red Alliance side of the field, unable to contribute to blue. This is point for point. Red and blue, blue and red, red and blue. Blue ahead now. Red Alliance now going to catch up. Look at this, 9:48 with a full load of fuel. Can they go in there with 1 second remaining? And that is time. And they are still scoring. We'll have your official results up here in just a moment while you all take a breath.
We're going side by side with Galileo Division as we wait for the score at Newton. That was a match that was predicted to be very close, and it lived up to those expectations. I look forward to the score, and we get the score in a tight match. The Red Alliance takes it. We can hear the crowd behind us going crazy, and it was a 2-point differential match. Penalties they made it closer, but did not make the difference. However, did not get that supercharge, only 4 ranking points for the Red Alliance, but all the teams went up in ranking, and all the Blue Alliance teams, 1540 getting out of the top 10. We're down to the Galileo Division qualification match 97. This should be a good one. We've got Orbit with more matches under their belt now. We've got the thumbs up. Let's throw it to the field.
צצות, 15:33 מתחילים עם ירי, 10:991 מתחילים גם הם עם ירי, אורביט יימתח לסל הכחול, 7:415 יימתח לסל האדום, טריפל סטיין 15:33 יימתח לסל האדום גם כן, נשארו לנו 5 שניות לאוטונומיה, הברית הכחולה מובילה מעט, לא אם זה תלוי באורביט שרק מגדילים את הפער, כדור אחרי כדור, 7:415 יימתח זריז לכיוון האב האדום, ונגמר האוטונומיה, אנחנו מתחילים בשלב הטלאופ, כל הקבוצות אוספות כדורים, הברית האדומה תתחיל עם תורה, עם האב דלוק, כרגע זה עדיין לא קורה, אבל עכשיו ההאב האדום נדלק והקבוצות האדומות ירצו להתחיל ללכד. אורביט גונבים כדורים מהאמצע, 18-16, הלוא הם The Green Machine, יורים לכיוון ההאב האדום, 7:415.
We're going side by side here. The action is fast and furious as the end of a Friday. Galileo on the right, Hopper on the left. There's a lot of ranking jumbling that put up for these two matches. So let's just watch the matches as they unfold.
כדור, אחר כדור, אחר כדור, הם לא מחמיצים, 10-9-9-1, מנסים לעשות קאונטר דיפנס, אבל 15-33 מתחמקים מהם, בינתיים בצד האדום, 6-6-6-5 עדיין מגנים, מה שמשאיר את אורביט כתוקף בודד. יש לנו עוד 5 שניות לסיום השלב הכחול, 3 שניות, ואנחנו עוברים לצד האדום שעכשיו פועל, והנה היגוארים מצליחים להוציא כדורים אל עבר ההאב האדום, אבל לא הרבה כי הסי-אוטרס נותנים עליהם הגנה שחבל עד לזמן. 18-16, גם הם יורים ללא הפסקה, כדור אחר כדור, ובקושי מחמיצים. הברית האדומה מקטינה את הפער, אבל הוא עומד על קצת יותר מ-90 נקודות, ואנחנו עוברים חזרה לצד הכחול. אורביט עם הרבה כדורים שנכנסים, הפיובייטס נראה שהם לא זזים, אבל לאורביט The Beast from the Middle East, זה לא משנה, כדור אחר כדור, הם מנקדים, מגדילים את הפער ל-140 נקודות, וזה רק הולך וגדל. אי אפשר לעצור את הקבוצה הזאת מבנימינה. נשאר להם 5 שניות, הם מתקיפים לבד, ואנחנו נכנסים לשלב האנד גיים. הברית האדומה תרצה לצמצם את הפער, אבל זה קשה כשיש לנו את הסטיוטרס שעושים שם הגנה שמשתקת את כל הברית. 18-16, 7-4-1-5, מנסים לקלוע, אבל הולך שם בלגן גדול. בצד השני, אורביט כבר קיבלו נקודה דירוג ראשונה, הם ממשיכים לראות, הם לא מפסיקים, אין עליהם הגנה, הם רק נהנים מזה. 5 שניות אחרונות, כל הקבוצות רוצות להכניס כדורים אחרונים, ונגמר הזמן!
That Blue Alliance defense did little to hinder that Red Alliance scoring. Still, with 15 seconds to go, only 10 points separate these two teams. Quickly scoring a very close match. Who will come out on top? Blue has a very slight lead at the end, but we will get that official tally back to you in just a moment.
We saw something that we were hoping to see, and we saw it. Who wants to take this one?
42,
Justin, go ahead, talk about it.
4201, coming out with an X factor, a little addition to their robot, a blocker.
And the blocker, at the full height blocker, using the 12 inches to come out, it only works on certain types of hoppers, but everyone's kind of trying to do those hoppers. We got a score. It was tight. And that blocker made the difference. Fighting Bulldogs, dropping, still in the top 10, but dropping down. They were surprised by that blocker. They got camped, and they had a full load, and they didn't score anything.
Certainly right at the end of that match, you saw Vitruvian come over, park bumper to bumper against 581, pop open the blocker, and 581 just unloads the entire hopper load straight into the blocker.
Yeah, and that works because the archetype of dumper shooter opposite of your intake, you do not have the protection of the depth of your hopper. It has advantages, but the disadvantage is the full height blocker can really make an impact. And I think there's some other teams that are using that.
Yeah.
We have the Galileo scores up to the Blue Alliance when he's taking 4 ranking points, 1690 jumping in the rankings, even though they didn't get the 5th ranking point. Unfortunately for the Red Alliance, 74-15 dropping, but still in the top 8 with no ranking points. So it's getting the defense and point suppression is really happening. Brian, what do you think?
Yeah, no, it's like, you know, what I also really loved about 4201, their defense there against 581, was they kind of pushed him into the trench to then use that blocker.
So while you're talking, we're just, go ahead, keep going. We're watching Milstein presented by Qualcomm.
Yeah, so they just, really managed to get them, block them, slow them down enough, and then catch them off guard with the unexpected block for a match swinging outcome there.
So we're going to throw down to the action at the Milstein division presented by Qualcomm. Qualification match in 97. Take it to the field.
Kids, let's check who is going to take the win. With the red hub active, Team 9140, the Robobots trying to find a space to shot, but not able until now. Who is shooting and scoring as Team 4907, Thunder Stumps from Canada. They are in the corner, looking for more fuel to shoot and score. Also there, North Green and Robotics shooting for the Blue Alliance as the Blue Alliance takes the lead. And now 359 all the way from Hawaii, the Hawaiian kids shooting and scoring in a constant shot of field up and in. At the same time, Team 4907 playing at defense on the Blue Alliance. Okay, moving on to the Blue Alliance. Team 17721 letting it fly. They are looking for more fuel close to the tower, now coming through the tower to shoot and score more and more for the Blue Alliance. 331 to 278. Blue Alliance close to get the Energized RP as they got it now. Less than 30 seconds remaining. Hawaiian Kids shooting and scoring for the Red Alliance. Red Alliance is trying to close this gap. They are trying to take the lead. And look, 4907, it's climbing the level 3 of our tower. Great job. Just a few seconds remaining. It's a close match. 3, 2, 1 as time expires.
We are going over to the Hopper division presented by GE Aerospace, qualification match 97. We're getting deep. We only have less than 30 matches left in these divisions, so this is going to be some interesting juxtapositioning. What do you guys see for this match?
Well, I see 5000s back on the field, and if you've been following along on Chief Delphi on their build thread, it's a pretty serious die rotor with dual intakes and a chandelier-style turret that they've been iterating all season long.
Yeah, we're joining the action on the right side of the daily division. We got some autonomous action going right now while we're waiting. We got in the Hopper division. We've got rank number 5 in red versus rank number 9 with Electrona in the Blue Alliance. And over here in the daily division, Blue Alliance looks like it took autonomous mode. We're in transition period now. So let's talk about this Hopper division. So you've got rank number 5 versus rank number 9. This is huge implications for Alliance selection tomorrow. Hammerheads have been really consistent all year. Justin, what do you think is gonna go on in this match?
Wow, well, we'll likely see a couple different styles of play. We know Hammerheads likes to do more of like the cleanup and passing role because of the turret and the style of play. But the question will be if their partners can help feed them, and if their opponents can starve them. So that's really what might come into play here with this Red versus Blue Alliance.
Yeah, and these fields seem to be being very particular about when they start their matches. We've seen, it seems like everybody's ready, but watching the action over in daily, the Blue Alliance is starting to pull away, although now the Red Alliance is on their active shift. Fuel kind of everywhere here, evenly dispersed, so we'll see what goes on. The daily division is presented by BAE Systems. They've been a huge partner to FIRST for such a long time. Really appreciate their support.
And we see the Blue Alliance there. They've got 316 Lunatics there. They're in the top 8, hoping to maintain that position. Really trying to use this off period here to get as much fuel back to their side for that entire. They've got the final shift and the end game, so they really have this section of the match that you can view as 50 seconds of you have unlimited scoring, so you have to make sure that you've got a big enough stockpile to actually take advantage of 50 seconds and get all those points in.
And I think that's going to play a part in the playoffs. Teams trying to make it so they don't have enough fuel in their fuel box, right, to score. And it's going to. I've made it clear that I think that it's a disadvantage to win auto. I'm okay being wrong, but I don't think I am on this. Brian, where's your take on this?
I think it depends on what style of robots that you have there. If you got all dumpers or 2 dumper robots there, they're gonna score all their fuel, and then who's in the middle trying to get it back? It's the other alliance who's gonna go steal it, just pass to their home zone because they're not trying to score. They're not wasting that time. So I think it depends on your alliance composition, but. Yeah, 1 turret and one dumper. I think you probably want to win that auto if you could make a play there. But with 2 dumpers, it gets trickier.
I think the amount that the Alliance collectively can score in auto here also makes a difference. So if you have an Alliance that can put up close to 200 points in auto, maybe it doesn't matter whether you win or lose.
You should do that. Looks like we got a thumbs up on the Hopper division. We're going to go ahead and throw action to the field.
Welcome to qualification 97 on the Hopper division field. Lots of fuel going up for both sides.
Watching the Hopper action on the field, but we do have a score, 466 to 224. The Blue Alliance in Daily 316 keeping and holding on to their number 4 spot, even though they only got the 4 ranking points. It's a common theme this afternoon. Like, it seems like 4 ranking points is the minimum right now, and you can hold your position.
We're getting those last second scores in before it does. The blue hub remains active for the next 20 seconds. 35-12, making its way back to the Alliance zone. Lining up right beside their partners, the Engineers, to put a spray of fuel into that hub. That third blue robot making its way to the middle to intake. That is Electrona. They are currently our 9th ranked team. They're on the Red Alliance side, perhaps playing some defense or stealing fuel.
And
65-17.
we're picking up the action in the Johnson division on the left side of your screen with the Hopper division continuing. We just started tele-operated mode in the Johnson division. Let the action play out.
More and those robots are quick to catch up to the red side. Sono Robo trying to keep that fuel away from those blue robots. The Hammerheads are also hard at work shuttling fuel, but the Blue Alliance has no sign of slowing down. The Blue Alliance crests over 400 points, and the Red Alliance is quick to catch up. The Foley Freeze making their way over, almost getting beached on some of that fuel. The Red Alliance climbing over 460 points. There's 30 seconds left in the match. It is still anybody's game. The Foley Freeze collecting fuel, launching it back over towards their other Alliance partners, but the Blue Alliance coming for fuel in the middle. Electrona making their way back with 35-12. At the end of that match, Blue Alliance pulls ahead by...
None of it's coming out. There we go. Now 1492 shooting. Revolution, they're on top of some fuel there. Can they get themselves off? That's kind of funny. Revolution is spinning around like their drive team does. Now they're up on fuel again.
And the Blue Alliance pulls it out with 5 ranking points, 97-85, moving into the top 10. 5,000 moving out of the top 10. This is what we're calling a Rhino match today. A Rhino match is the practical limitation of a unicorn match. So 7 ranking points available, 7 ranking points taken. Imagine scoring 576 and losing. Imagine winning auto by 60 points and losing. Imagine why that's happening. And we're back to the action in Johnson.
Score 439 to 399. Advantage Red. Again, preliminary score. Both alliances were able to get the energized ranking point, but Red did not.
Daily division presented by BAE Systems. Let's take it down to the field.
13:23, Madtown Robotics coming back over with a huge load of fuel over onto the blue side of the field, but Red Alliance not to be outdone, quite an autonomous mode of their own. Already over 86 fuel scored by our Red Alliance, as the Blue Alliance coming back for a second helping of fuel. Going to be enough to give them the edge. 118 to 95 is our score as we begin the driver control portion of the match. 13:23, Madtown Robotics out of Madera, California, quickly scoring a load of fuel there during the transition shift, getting that Blue Alliance score up to 168. Meanwhile, 60-17. That is Cerberus out of Prepa Tech in Mexico.
And the results from the Johnson division, the Red Alliance squeaks it out, getting 4 ranking points. 1792, keeping their position as the number 2 seed in the Johnson division. Going back to Daly.
78 now is our score, but there goes Madtown Robotics shooting over the defense. Over that defense of 1676, 251 to 220. Blue Alliance building up that lead now. Meanwhile, the Pioneers, the Pascack Pioneers out of New Jersey, sending fuel out of the Blue Alliance zone, but Madtown's back with some fuel from the Red Alliance side of the field. They're scoring that up and in to that Blue Alliance hub as their shift ends. That's now the Red Alliance's shift, 3:15 to 2:42. Minute 10 left to play as 1939 trying to score there and getting hit off target by 1741. Here comes 33-14, the Mechanical Mustangs. A couple balls in their possession, heading back over into the middle of the field. But it's now the Blue Alliance's shift. And there goes Madtown, reining them in from long range all the way by the driver's station there as Mechanical Mustangs trying to knock them off target. Now there goes 60-17 for the Blue Alliance. That is Cerberus out of Nuevo Leon, Mexico, scoring for the Blue Alliance, 420 to 289 with 30 seconds left to go. The Blue Alliance already with the energized ranking point. Red Alliance still chasing the final fuel they need to get their energized ranking point, but Blue Alliance trying to chase down a supercharged ranking point of 1676, playing some brutal defense on the Madtown machine. But Blue Alliance getting the 500 fuel they need to get that second bonus ranking point. There's 5 seconds left in this match. Both alliances trying to score as much fuel as they can as time expires on match number 100.
We are going straight to the Johnson division, where we see one of the few double turrets in the tournament.
Double turrets.
Double turrets with Engine Nerds and Robonauts on the Blue Alliance here.
4 turrets on a single alliance.
That's a lot of turrets.
That's a lot of turrets. It's a lot of throughput of fuel there.
The Johnson division is presented by the Gene Haas Foundation.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, rebuilds.
It's qualification match number 98 here on the Johnson division, presented by the Gene Haas Foundation. On the Blue Alliance, 2337, ranked number 3. And
we got the Milstein division on the left. Johnson division is in the middle of their autonomous mode. Lots of turrets in this match.
Our autonomous phase. Student drivers step forward, take control of their robots. 4391 Brave Bots from Gladstone, Michigan, shooting a lot of fuel there. And we shift over to blue. No blue robots are shooting though. They are unprepared for this. Got 2 blue robots in the middle of the neutral zone. Not quite sure where the other one's hiding back there, shooting from afar. Getting ready to shift over to the Red Alliance. And the Red Hub is now active. They have the lead and they have an active hub. 4391 Brave Bots from Gladstone, Michigan, shooting from near their tower. 2 blue robots back here in the Red Alliance's zone. 118 Robonauts playing tough defense against 4391. And we shift over to the Blue Alliance. Blue has 1 robot back there shooting. About half of those shots are going into the hub. Some of them are going slightly to the right. Robonauts back there. Robonauts not shooting. I haven't seen any fuel come out of the Robonauts robot right now. Not quite sure why. They're now shoving fuel back into the Blue Alliance outpost so the human drivers can throw. I wonder if the Robonauts can't shoot. Maybe they're stuck. They got 2 fuels stuck inside the robot. 47 seconds to go. Red has a big lead, 249 to 132. 43.91, Brave Bots from Gladstone, Michigan, placing lots of fuel up there. While 63.24, Blue Devils from Salem, New Hampshire, shoots. Endgame time, and Red has the lead. This is not looking good for the Engineers, who have not yet lost a match. Red close to getting that extra ranking point. Couple more. There we go. Red has it. And this match ends here in 5, 4, 3, 2.
And the Red Alliance with almost 500 points. They are getting the supercharged RP and still 35 seconds remaining. Now we approach end game, 21-22, directly from Idaho, shooting and scoring for the Red Alliance. And now coming back, Team 6, 60-02, letting it fly, Red Alliance. It has the lead, they are close to 700 points, 10 seconds remaining.
And we have the scores from the Johnson division. The Red Alliance taking it 438 to 211. Blue Alliance getting no ranking points. 20 Engineers drop to the 5th seed. 63-24 stays at 6. We're live. We're back. We're talking about rankings. I believe we're talking about rankings next.
Yeah,
we're going to get some rankings up on the screen, and we're going to pontificate about those rankings. And it looks like we've got Archimedes. What do you see going on in Archimedes, Brian?
Yeah, I see a lot of very interesting stuff here. 9470, Control Alt Defeat being their 610 highest average score on their division. Undefeated at this point, but still only 7 matches played compared to Bread. They've got 8 matches played, a little bit lower in scoring average there, but there's a really big match coming up here. 2 undefeated teams, 9470, 1114, both 7-0. They're going to come up against each other. Only a few ranking points separate them. 3 ranking points in difference there between those two.
And we got the scores from Milstein, the 776, 1678, yet again being part of a high score in a division. They were the OG. They set the standard, I think. They set the big dumper standard, right? And
I think they just like seeing that yellow with the stars dancing.
I mean, who doesn't like to see that? But like 1678, number 1, holding on to that seed. The things are starting to shape up for them real nicely, even with that 1 loss. And we're going to talk about Curie, I think, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to talk about Curie. A lot of undefeated teams in Curie, 4 of them, as a matter of fact.
These ones at least mostly sorted by the average score. The only outlier seems to be, Valor sitting down in 5th, even though they have the 3rd highest average score.
This could be really interesting because these teams are all very good, but like maybe matchups won't happen. I don't remember the last time I've seen a situation where the Poofs are sitting at 6 or 7. You got Mercenary sitting at 6. Oh, well, they switched up to Deleons. Can we go back to Curie, please? I would love to go back to Curie. See, the production crew really likes to mess with us. I can't think that fast on my feet. But we've got a lot of really good teams in that in that top 8. So there's going to be a lot of interpicking. But like, if the Poofs are selected by 1 or 2, are they going to say no and say no? We're going to go with our own alliance because we can get a better 3rd robot? I think in this division with so many good dumpers, that may not be a good idea. Brian, what do you think?
I was gonna say, there's like how deep is this field? You have to start looking at the calculus here of, I'm Alliance captain number 6. I have a very fast match turnaround timeline. I'm on one side of the bracket. Is this the spot where I want to be? What's my match against the number 3 alliance? Is it better to, do I want to be on like a 1-4, or do I want to be on that 2-3, 6?
I think we can't discount the Serpentine draft either. So, maybe you're in the 6-7 spot.
Even though we'd like to.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, depending on how old you are, you may not have had the Serpentine when you started.
So you don't know how good it can be.
No, I didn't have it either. When I first started, there was no Serpentine draft, but we suffer by the Serpentine now. But what that means is something interesting. You may not. You get to make 2 picks in succession quicker at the bottom of the top 8 than you do at the top.
I can tell you from experience, being on a team that has declined from the 6 and the 7 seed twice to our advantage to win the division, it is a real conversation. It's a real conversation. If you're one of the best robots to decline from those positions, we're going to throw it to the Archimedes division where they're just getting ready to go.
Robots race to the center of the field for their first bite. Red Alliance barrage the hub. Blue Alliance do the same. Neck and neck. Blue just a tiny lead, but can Red take it back with 2 double dips? They're sure gonna try. Looks like they're not gonna quite make it. Oh, yes, they do. In the nick of time, Red will take the lead, which means they will get to collect first. Blue will have the first shift to score. There they go. Blue Alliance is gonna score first. Octobots will lead the charge. Symbotics full to bursting, but getting pinned by 9470. They're gonna sneak on back to their side where they're gonna be met with another defender trying to slow them down. World doing their best to shut down Blue scoring, leaving Red open. But 10-0-21 will send fuel flying across the field back to Blue territory as Red takes control and begins to score. The Red Alliance is trailing by about 40 points as both alliances go into the opposing side to try and send fuel home. 90-84 doing a great job defending, and it is neck and neck, a 5-point difference as Blue takes control, and Blue shows just how dominant they are as they immediately jump up above 390 points. Another volley up for Blue. Symbot trying to get a few more points in. Gonna creep on back over. Orange Dynamite filling up. 9470 doing the same. Looks like 90-80.
As the action continues on Archimedes, we're going to also show the Curie division presented by our Gosi Foundation. Looks like they're ready to get going on the Curie division. Qualification match 100.
Orange Dynamite doing their best. Control, alt, defeat, back in Blue territory. Gonna try and seal the fuel and shut down Blue's scoring as we enter the end game. But Blue's lead might just be too big. 20 seconds on the clock. Blue pushing up to 550. Red at 400. They're gonna need to fight as hard as they can to get back into it. Blue now passing 600 points on Archimedes. 5 seconds left of the match. Red trying to lock up the ranking point, if not the match, as time runs out.
More fuel up and in for them. Pontiac Firebirds complimenting their partners. Blue Alliance ready to shine. And there goes the Shambots putting a few fuel of their own up and in. Followed immediately by Ramtech, and now under heavy defense from Blue Thunder, the Shambots trying to find a nice place to park their robot up to next to something hard.
We have the scores for Archimedes. The Blue Alliance winning 664 to 508. Symbot staying in the number 4 position. 9470 dropping down to 3. We have another Rhino match, which is now just amazing to say. The Rhino match is 7 ranking points. Imagine scoring 508 and losing. That's a pretty tough thing, but actually 10-0-21 moved up to number 6 position, so that was a helpful match for them.
Qualification match number 102 on Daily Drivers Behind the Lines. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, we're on our way here. Match number 102. Brainstem quickly racing out to the middle of the field for the Blue Alliance, along with Iron Pulse Robotics. Both of those machines quickly scoring fuel as Blue Alliance racing out to a little bit of a lead here against our Red Alliance. Brainstem coming back for another round of fuel, and now a third, while Iron Pulse is going to sit ready to score here during the transition shift. It's going to be a
Blue Alliance advantage 84-51 as Iron Pulse out of Shanghai, China, quickly scoring during the transition shift, while Brainstem 83-93 coming over, scooping up fuel there for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance's shift is now underway. They have not crossed the 100 fuel mark though, but here comes 999 looking to score for the Red Alliance. Up and in goes some fuel out of our machine from Cheshire, Connecticut.
And the results from the Curie division, 359-174. Even though the Blue Alliance won, just shy by one fuel to get the 4th ranking point, and that dropped 59.07 to the 4th spot. Probably one more fuel, and they're probably staying in their position that they were in before.
But this is where we're at this point of the day. This is where we're at this point in the day, where every fuel really is starting to matter, and defense and the methodology that we're seeing on the field is really coming into play now.
Yep. I think also they probably could have found one place to get an extra fuel here or there, so there's probably some mistakes on that. Yeah, we didn't get to see that whole match, but
yeah, it's the human player's fault for sure.
Definitely. Oh, I guarantee there was a human player that missed. They should be doing push-ups for that, I think.
Hey, Paul, I think I got to give you your roses here. Archimedes match number 100. Red Alliance comes out strong, wins that autonomous mode, 122-100. But then, Control Alt Defeat, trying to unleash a whole scoring volley in that shift 4, getting over 100 fuel scored. But Blue Alliance has shifted all of that fuel back to their home zone, and it's really starved them through the end game. And
it's just a matter of time. Everyone's going to be on board with the you better lose auto, and I'm telling you, there will be a team that A stops their robot so they make sure they lose auto. It's going to happen.
Okay, we've got to take a look here quickly at the daily ranking board. The thing that's jarring to my eyes right now is that the number 1 seed over the number 2 seed has nearly a 100-point lead in match average.
Wait, let's say this in a different way. The number 1 seed over the defending world champion number 2 seed by almost 100-point average.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy. It's the only division that's shaping up to like what people expected. Like it's the ho-hum. Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
The 2 teams we thought were going to be 1 and 2 are 1 and 2.
It's one of those, I think you would have to say the tide is rising.
That's pretty good. That's a dad joke. You're supposed to lead those for me. All right. You're also a dad. Okay, you're allowed to say dad jokes. Galileo rankings are up. 77-69, 17-68. 1690 rising, but with 2 losses. And they're still keeping up there in the rankings. It's Galileo seems like it's going to be a battle. What do you think, Brian?
Yeah, no, with that hopper, 238, they're a tall robot. They have to go over the bump to get things back in and over to sort of maintain that position as one of those undefeated teams. There is it really shows that maybe their drivers get some heads-up play, or maybe they're really smart about having their partners pass to them, so that way they don't have to navigate as many bumps on the field.
If you could put Hopper back up, the really interesting. In the top of those rankings, there are several teams that I don't see there that I would have expected. Isn't Wyndham and Mechanical Advantage on this field?
Oh yeah, they're all there, and it's like one of those things where it's just maybe a little bit of strength of schedule, having to play against each other, play through a lot of really hard matches. But those teams both played many district events. Tired robots by the time you get to the district championship. When you come in with a name like that, you get a lot of hits on defense.
Yeah, I think we're going to spend more time as the day goes on talking about rankings, and as each division finishes up, we're going to talk about the rankings and the line selection. It's going to get very interesting. Being the number 1 seed is a pretty decent advantage because you get to figure out who you are picking. But maybe, just maybe, it may be tough to figure out what you want to do because of the way how jumbled the rankings are. So it's going to be a very interesting dynamic, seeing if we can figure out who the number 1 seed is going to pick. Are they going to let anyone in their division know? Because that's kind of been common courtesy lately, is for a little bit of fairness, where they tell the number 2 and number 3 seed, like, hey, here's what we're picking, so that you can have more alliances predeterminate. As we get ready to start this hopper match presented by GE Aerospace, I want to just plant a seed, and we can talk about it later, I think that maybe we should take this one step further, and we should have the first round of alliance selection on Friday night.
You mean just pick your first robot?
Yeah. The first. I just want you to talk. Let's think about it.
Wow.
Take that in for a second, and we can talk about it a little bit later.
Absolutely.
And we're going to throw down to the hopper division. It looks like we're getting ready, although 5 robots ready.
You know, it feels like doing that might give a little bit more advantage to that number 8 seed who gets to make that next first. They get to start the morning off with that next pick.
Yeah, that could be a thing. Like, I mean, but look,
so maybe that's not a problem. No, that's what I mean. That could be an extra advantage to help out that 8 seed.
Because it would add a little bit of stress too, because like you don't get to pontificate as much. But it kind of brings the district thing. You got to like decide right away,
no,
right?
But what I like about that is it takes away the pure advantage that the number 1 seed has, where they can collaborate with their partner immediately, and allows every alliance the ability to work together as a set of 2 teams.
I know, but what it does do, though, is it gives the number 8 seed an advantage because they can tell their third robot who they are, and so they have their entire alliance.
Third and fourth.
Third and fourth? No, just third.
Just third.
Because you gotta go back. Yeah, you gotta go back. But I don't know. It's something that like. Sure, so the number 1 seed have an advantage. Sure, okay, fine. And I think it's fine the way it is.
They already have an advantage.
Yeah, but I think it's fine the way it is, right? But it'd be interesting to throw that dynamic in where the first round's selected, and now every alliance is figuring out how they're going to round out their top 3.
The only problem I see with it is that means like all top 8 alliances will probably not sleep that night instead of just the top 1, 2, 3.
Well, I think that's great. and the problem is? Brian, what do you think? You've been thinking about it here.
I guess, hopefully your drive team's not making that decision so they can go off. They can get that sleep in. So, they're still ready to go the next morning. But, we're always looking at, is it unfair that 1 and 2 always win? And could this be the upset? And, that might be a way. But I think the number 1 and number 2 alliance winning this year is because infinite scoring games.
Okay, we have thumbs up on Daily. We're going to Daily presented by BAE Systems. We're going to throw down to the field right now.
Go!
All right, welcome to match 103, and a big collision early on sends Eagle Force up, surfing on top of some fuel along with their partner Inverse Paradox. Could be problematic for our Blue Alliance, to say the least. Red Alliance coming back over into the mid zone, 176, grabbing more fuel, setting it up and into that hub, and it's going to be a big advantage for our Red Alliance, 114-33, as we begin the driver control portion of the match. Red Alliance carefully picking that fuel up around 1325, trying not to unbeach him and keep him out.
And we get double the action here with throwing the Daily division and the Hopper division. Both matches entering into the teleoperate period. Let's hear the action on the field.
There on the backside of the field in front of our head referee, Garrett Coalition, trying to free him up, and they got it, almost beaching themselves in the process. Very chaotic start to the match for our Blue Alliance as the Red Alliance takes over here. 176, aces high, quickly gobbling up fuel and sending it into that Red Alliance hub. Meanwhile, 77-12, ACCN Umoja scoring there for the Red Alliance. Red already over 300 fuel scored, and we still have 1:20 left to go. Aces high, a couple more shots right as the shift switches over to the Blue Alliance. Blue now with the active hub, trailing 341 to 128. Blue with 128 fuel scored, still a ways away from that 360 fuel mark, but there's some very good scores here on our Blue Alliance. But 1325 having some trouble getting fuel and getting a line there, and they spent almost the entire shift unable to score as they only have 140 points. Meanwhile, over on the red side of the field, Red's ready to go, 176. Aces high at a Windsor Locks scoring there for the Red Alliance, continuing to score as the red side of the field almost completely devoid of fuel. Only 9 fuel away from that supercharged ranking point as we are now in the end game portion of the match. All the fuel over on the blue side of the field, but Blue having such a hard time catching up as 1325 finally able to score uninhibited. 1325 out of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada, trying to score as much as they can here in the closing seconds. But Red about to cross 600 fuel scored here with 3 seconds left to go in match 103.
On the side of the field to give them that ranking point. They just got it. Trying to pick up more points to give them that supercharged ranking point and keep up with the Red Alliance. Let's see how high the Red Alliance can get in 4, 3, 2, 1.
We have the results from the daily match. 6:06 for the Red Alliance, getting them 5 ranking points. Everybody moving up. 176 getting into that top 8 this late in the game. That's a big move. Blue Alliance, however, no ranking points, moving 1325, still staying in the top 8, but going to 4, and 2073 dropping to 10.
Aces have been having a great season, so it's nice to see them climbing back up the ranks.
And then we have the Hopper results, 740 to 41. That's getting over 700 has been rare today with all the defense and the different strategies being played. 1706 moves into the #1 position, getting all 5 ranking points. That's a huge number for them.
You know, on Hopper, all day yesterday and all day today, it just seemed like the matches with 1706, there was some kind of X factor happening, and the scores were just ratcheting up.
Yeah. I can't take the amount of dad jokes that are coming across the airwaves right now, but it looks like Galileo's getting ready as we start talking about. You got me so wrapped around this dad joke thing, I don't even know where we're going next. But Brian, why don't you just give us some wonderful insight?
Yeah, so we're going over to the that Galileo match where we've got 77-69. They've been riding. The crew, they've had a fantastic season. Winning the Michigan District Championship. I believe they're in the top ranks. They've been ranked 1 most of the day here out on Galileo, and so they're looking to try and hold on to this position. Want to make sure that they've got that there. So it looks like they're trying to work with their alliance partners, get everything just set up just right with those trench robots in there. And what's been great about 77-69 is like the way they control every match for where the fuel is. They're always playing around getting fuel onto their side of the field, constantly scoring it up into that hub, but then always having that their driver knows where the next patch of fuel is coming from. And that's one of those things you can tell. Some the well-trained teams, their coach, their operator is called out, here's the next pile of fuel. Whereas other teams, they're out shopping, they're out searching around, where's the fuel, where's the fuel?
We've got a thumbs up on the Galileo division presented by Mauser Electronics, so let's take it to the field.
Scoring up high, 95-72 and 40-87 right behind them. Here comes another swipe by both alliances. 32-43 quickly making their way under the trench, and now scoring for the Blue Alliance and expanding that lead, but Red Alliance is right behind them. Excellent high scores here by both alliances. Red Alliance taking the lead just by 3 points, 117 to 114. Excellent job there for both alliances. But now that puts Blue Alliance going up first for their first shift. Blue Alliance quickly grabbing onto that lead and now extending the lead, crossing the 200-point mark here with this volley of shots. More shots going up, 32-43, 9-31. Supporting, it's a triple barrel shot there by the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance ready to start firing. There they go. Red Alliance firing. And now quickly trying to cut into that lead from the Blue Alliance. 195 to 309 as 40-20 able to get a couple more shots in there. 95-72 right behind them as well. Looks like there's a fuel stuck right under the robot. There they go. They're able to climb right over 95-72. That fuel that was stuck inside of their robot. 40-20 now scoring up high as well. They do not catch up to the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance now looking to extend that lead. Only a couple of shots going up for the Blue Alliance, but here comes a full hopper. 77-69, the crew ready to fire away. Off they go. Their robot chunk just continuing to expand and push that fuel through to their shooter. Meanwhile, over on the Red Alliance, they're trying to catch up. It's 374 to 290. They got their work cut out ahead of them, but 95-72 able to score, 40-20 able to score as well. Now they're in the 300 mark, just about 40 points away from the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance, though, ready to come back up and over with 2 full hoppers. Here comes the crew, scoring up high, 32-43, right beside them. 40-87, trying to play some defense, but doesn't look like that affected the Blue Alliance. 352 to 457 with 15 seconds left on the clock. Can Blue Alliance now get up to 500 and get that extra ranking point? They're going to need it. They want it. Here they go. Another volley is still going to be needed. Can they do it in time? Not enough time as we reach the end of qualification match 102. All right, here come the scores for that last match. It's the Blue Alliance with the win. Blue Alliance, 499 to 409. They were.
And we're back. We got the score in the lower right corner. They get the win, but they give up a ranking point. They could afford it, but the crew gave up a ranking point, and they were so close to not being able to do it. Will that change things? I don't know. We'll have to look at the rankings later. The Red Alliance did get 1 ranking point, but only getting 4 when you're sitting at the top could have been catastrophic for them. Turns out, for now, it's okay, but
there's still 20 or so matches left on the field, so yeah, it could play into it later. Maybe if we had the rankings up. That would be. I know it takes some time to update after the match, so we'll have to come back to that later. I'm sure we'll have a conversation about where things land at the end of the day.
Because right now they could stay at 1, but maybe the one behind them has another match, and that was opening the door.
There it is. There we had them. We had them up there. Should be Galileo. The Galileo field has got so many of those great robots who are trying to hold on here. They've got the match average there, but now 1768 Neshoba Robotics. They have they won both of their.
They left the door open. They left the door open, right?
They left it open. Yeah, I was gonna say Neshoba's looking
only 5
for.
behind now.
But also you notice that no one has gotten through the qualifications clean. Everyone's
that's
taking
the nature of the rebuilt robots. So we're on the Curie division, presented by the Argosy Foundation. We're joining the action live with the Cheesy Poofs trying to climb back into the rankings. The starting teleoperator period. Let's send it to the field.
Last shots to go up and in for your Blue Alliance during this transition period. Over 170 points. And now your Red Alliance continuing to stay on the offensive power here. Robototes 24-12. Shooting on the move for your Red Alliance. The lone robot over there. And now 40-27, their partners make their way over at center punch. Double barrels there. Getting over 130 points. Field continuing to fly both sides. 254 feeding over to their side of the field during an active shift here. Now picking up more fuel in their zone. Race back over in a volley, long distance going up and in. And now surpassing 400 points. They are energized on the blue side of the field. Red Alliance shots continue to go in. Chimeras and the Robototes. 2 turreted robots for your Red Alliance. Last few shots trying to go in for your Red Alliance. Center punch able to put in just about 3. And now Blue Alliance absolutely stuffing that blue hopper. We are supercharged with 45 seconds left to go on the blue side of the field. More fuel up and in for all 3 Blue Alliance robots. Poofs, Narwhals, Martians, all going up and in. Fuel still going out of the hub from that last volley from all 3 of our teams on the blue side. More fuel goes up and in. Now surpassing 700 points for your Blue Alliance. 15 seconds left to go.
Red trying to get a energized RP. Shots going in for your blue once again, closing in on 800 points. One more volley to go, up and in. Narwhals go up, and the Martians and the Poofs as time expires.
While we wait for the scores of that match, we got a little picture-in-picture action with the Galileo division. Looks like this is the FTA that does the low-key thumbs up, so I'm going to have to pay a lot of attention there. That was big points by the Poofs, and I'm telling you, I know these guys, they're saying, we need to do something. We need to make a statement now. We need to get our average match score up, so if our ranking points are the same, we can jump into the #1 seed. Galileo division has just started autonomous mode, so let's throw it down to the field.
Been over, but oh no, they get stuck up against the side of the bump there. 6201 also not able to make it through. 111 finally making it up and over. Looks like they're able to fire and grab some more fuel from the depot. Will that be enough? Yes, it will be. Red Alliance with a clutch autonomous shot there by the Red Alliance by 111, 48-40. Blue Alliance quickly reclaims that lead, but Red Alliance able to score.
Big implications with that score. Even with the 861 points, high score in that division, the Poofs stay at 7. Big help to their alliance partners, 90-23 and 31-28, both moving into the top 10, with 90-23 sitting at 8. So that score did help their alliance partners, but the Poofs are still sitting at 7, which is a big surprise. That's a huge score deviation. And we're going to take it back to the action on Galileo.
Lead now. 111's firing from the logo, the first robotics competition logo there at the edge of the field. A blue foul there, again assessed to the Blue Alliance, 11-2-14. As they're not clearing, they're doing the pin there, but they're not clearing and continue to count there. Oh no, it looks like that's maybe something else for the Blue Alliance, and they continue to add more and more fouls there. Red Alliance now with a commanding lead of over 100 points. Scores jumping around there, 208-67. Blue Alliance just trying to get into position and get a shot off, but good defense being played by the Red Alliance. 6201 able to push and hold back the Firebots that entire shift. 11-2-14 now trying to make their way back up and over. It looks like their hopper is off to the side and maybe protruding a little bit too far, causing those fouls. We'll have to see what those fouls are as they continue to play defense against 111. 111 firing from the logo once again, 270, now 200-point difference, but Blue Alliance finally able to get a shot off. Firebots now picking up as much fuel as possible. There they go for another volley, but Red Alliance answering back in this end game. 25-82, trying to make their way back up and over. Firebots now quickly climbing back. Can they complete this comeback? Not enough time with 5 seconds left on the clock. Here comes 3501. They'll certainly try as 111 defends that lead at the end of qualification match 103.
And we're back, waiting for the results of that match. Quite a difference in strategy between those last two matches we just watched. Justin, what do you got for me?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things at play here. There's the technical skills and the designs of all the robots, but also like match strategy. And in this match, it just seemed there wasn't a cohesive strategy.
I think a lot of intakes were also not working, maybe. And when your intake doesn't work, all you got is your human player to score, and last time I checked, they can't score as fast as robots can.
They can't, no. I did see, 6201 here qualified from, they won the New England, won their division at New England District Champs, got to the finals there. They were a defensive robot there, so they were out there trying to show, hey, maybe we're contributing by slowing down these other scoring robots, and trying to make their play for why they should be picked tomorrow afternoon.
That's a good point. Like if you look at this match and you go, well, we're not going to win, so we might as well showcase how we can shut down somebody who can score. That could play a part. I just don't see it happening. I think that every alliance is looking for 3 robots that can manipulate the game object at least, so that they can fill their hopper up with fuel even while they're being defensive.
Yeah, I don't know. With the way that this game plays and the large numbers especially, I think defense is a huge role in the elimination bracket. because, like, at the end of the day, if you can deny your opponent 100 points, it's worth just as much as if you could score 100 points yourself.
Sure, yeah, absolutely, and that's the mathematics, because you don't have to win by a lot, you only have to win by one, and you don't get extra points for winning 700 to 300. It's the same amount of points as if you win 310 to 308.
And I think there's a dynamic shift that happens when you head from quals into the eliminations, because there's no more ranking points. So now the score really doesn't matter. You just got to do more than the other guy.
Yeah, and I let you get away with it once, but I'm not going to let you get away with it twice. You are a robot boomer, and you need to say the playoffs, and not the elimination matches. That is so aggressive of you. Yeah. So we are in the playoffs now. Playoffs? We're talking about playoffs.
Okay, agreed.
And we're getting ready to. We're getting. I would know.
The pot calling the kettle black over here.
I would know. We're getting ready to go to the Archimedes division, presented by Rockwell Automation. Looks like they're just about ready on the field. And so we got one robot yet to get connected.
Yeah, this should be a really great match here. 59-40 Bread.
We do have thumbs up. We have thumbs up, so let's throw it to the field.
We're getting a signal to hold tight for just a moment. And now we've got the all clear for match 104. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, qual 104 underway on Archimedes. Bread will be the first one back. They've got a lot riding on this match. Goat making a pass at the center line. Wildcard gonna score it up for the Blue Alliance. Bread takes another bite into center. They're gonna run into Silverhawks on their way, but both will be able to come back and score. Incredibly close here to round it out here on Archimedes. It'll be 93 to 79. Red in the lead. That means Blue will get their chance to score first. And they're going to do just that. Bread going to empty their hopper as they get out of the zone after transition. And the Goat comes sliding in to beat up the Cybersonics. Bread trying to jockey for position against the tower. A safe place for them to hide away from the defense. Wild Cards in the center of the field with their partner, the Constellations. Constellations now coming to harass the Red Alliance. That's 2 defenders on 2 scoring machines. But it switches to blue control. Wild Cards will be the first one back. Cybersonic sending fuel over into red territory. Bread doing the same. Constellations have glued themselves to red bumpers, trying to keep Bread from getting home. But Bread is just too prepared for that. They're going to skate right on by. Blue trying to add up to their score. They're up above red, but a single volley from a red robot will send it back to red control if left undefended. However, blue defense is doing a fantastic job, and red hasn't landed a hit yet, but there they go. 91-26. Silver Hawks from way downtown make it happen. Bread gets a volley up as well, and it's now up by 70. Blue looking to try and take it back on their shift. Wild Cards will be the first to score. Constellations trying to keep Bread from getting into scoring position while the Goat and Wild Cards begin their scoring cycles. 40 seconds left of this match. In the last 30 seconds in the end game, Red will get another chance to score, so Blue has to make this cycle count. As we get 5 robots in red territory, trying to make sure that Red can't score. But Red was ready, and they are going to run up that score. They've locked up the first ranking point. They're going to see if they can get the second in the last 15 seconds. Blue looking for their first, 286 to 450. 10 seconds left of this match. Wild Card, one last cycle. The Goat coming back for one more as well. All 3 red robots fill that hub as time expires. Here come your scores. It's gonna go to your Red Alliance. 5:30.
And we're moving over to the Curie division, where the number 1 seed Binary Battalion is working to keep their rank.
Long shots going up and in from Southern Tier. Binary Battalion and SS Prometheus for your Red Alliance. 39-32, trying to line up for an autonomous climb. One arm pull-up might be off the ground, not quite sure. Drivers take control, and away we go. Red Alliance with the early lead and making their statement in the transition period. Over 200 points, and now Blue Alliance is on the offensive. Binary Battalion keeping 10-9-22 at bay. Now it looks like they're playing some downer defense there. Shots over the Chinese Taipei machine. Getting the Red Alliance robots ready to go. Southern Tier under some heavy defense from the Dirty Mechanics. And now the action shifts back to the red side of the field as Southern Tier playing defense on the red robot out of Mandeville, Louisiana. They take a different direction, grabbing fuel underneath their tower. Blue Alliance back on the offensive. Hub is online, 5193, trying to find a way back across. Able to juke out the red defender of 3932, makes their way and starts to unload onto their hub. Southern Tier Robotics, the leap of faith, over 2 bumps there, over the blue and over the red, and now find themselves sandwiched on the red bump with their partners. 5193. Now Red Alliance back on line once again. 29 more fuel needed for that first energized ranking point. A few more shots to go up and in, courtesy of the Binary Battalion and SS Prometheus coming on long downtown shots. Hopper wall starting to get a little funky there on the Prometheus machine, but able to break away, still able to pick up fuel and dump into the hopper, into the hub.
Binary Battalion doing the same, energized on the red side. Blue Alliance trying to match that with 5 seconds left to go. Last shots going up and in from Amped and their partners in the closing seconds. 1 point fuel away from an energized RP for your Blue Alliance. However, more fuel was counted after the match. Most likely an energized RP. We'll have your final results. They'll be up next.
All right, and welcome back here. We are First Championship live here, presented by the Robo Sports Network at the World Championships down in Houston, Texas. Joining me on the desk, we have Justin and Sarah coming to join us here. What has your championship experience been like so far?
Yeah, so yesterday I spent a lot of time here on First Champs Live. This morning I had a chance to actually spend some time at the rest of the event. So there is some wild weather going on in Houston if you aren't in the area. Some severe lightning, thunder going on outside. But despite that, lots of folks inside having a great time at our innovation fair. We can go check out all the First sponsors and see what they have to offer and what their companies do. There's also some folks outside still checking out a few displays there. We have an autonomous tractor here from John Deere, and the Navy is also represented outside. So make sure if you are here at the championship, you get a chance to check out everything, including First Tech Challenge and First Lego League up on the 3rd floor.
Yeah, that's one of the most incredible parts of the First Championship is that all of the programs are here. So we've got the Lego League to the First Tech Challenge and the big FRC robots, and they can all cross-pollinate with each other, support each other, and just see all of the innovation from our future leaders.
Yeah, it was pretty cool actually. During the lunch break, I snuck over to the innovation fair as well, took a look at some of the new products from the vendors, sent some photos back to my students in the Slack channel so they understand what's coming.
And for all of our students, it's a great chance to go see some future employers as well.
Absolutely.
And schools. There's some universities there as well.
Yeah, Scholarship Row. Yep. And so, Sarah, I think we can also pull up some rankings here, and we can give you a little bit of the story of what's been happening on all 8 of our divisions. Most teams are now playing that 8th, 9th match. Ranking starting to solidify here. Over here on Hopper, we can see 1706 in the first place, undefeated still with 9. Coming right up though, you had them 2056, 7-1, 630 points though, average score. They're going to try and see if they can get, overtake that and get to that coveted #1 position here today.
We talked yesterday a lot about the importance of those average match scores, and there you can see it, right? They're still in that #2 seeded position.
Now looking over at the Johnson division, 2 teams still sitting undefeated at the top of the rankings. Average scores sitting in the high 500s and 6 and 4, right below 500 and just above 500.
Over in Milstein, we have 74-57 in first, remaining undefeated. 16-78 dropping into that second seed position with their 1 loss today, but they do have that high average match score, keeping them up in the rankings and actually ahead of the 3rd place team, 694, who is also undefeated at 9-0.
Milstein's an interesting division with the collective field doesn't swing one way or another in terms of dumper or turret. It's a very split field. So it's really interesting. It's going to be really interesting tomorrow morning to see how Alliance selection shakes down on this field.
Will they go for the double big shooter, or are they going to try and get a combination and get those different strategies playing together as complementary?
Yeah.
Do we have another field we can put up? Yeah.
So over on that Newton division here, 2 undefeated teams, 91-28 and 55-49. We've got our defending world champions here, 29-10. They're in that 3rd position here. But what I really love to see here is, they picked up that loss, but that average score just under 700, 691.
Yeah.
So
more than 150 points cleared above the next highest ranked. That's a wild difference, being ranked 3rd, but averaging well over 100 points more than your nearest competitor on your field.
700 is an incredibly high score as we've seen across the season. So to average 691, that's mind-blowing.
Now over on the Galileo field, no one making it through the qualification matches so far clean. Everyone picking up at least 1 loss.
Oh, well, 59-13 though, it looks like, might actually still be keeping it alive at 8-0 there.
But the average score in the RPs, it means they were losing out on those extra RPs during the qual matches if they're sitting down there.
It does, but sometimes a win's a win.
Absolutely. Here again, 600 just over 600 points as the highest average. 44-14 on sitting on top of Daly. Again, 700, just around a 700 point match average across their 9 matches, sitting undefeated. This field, 3 undefeated teams.
3 undefeated teams, yeah. And look at that. Reigning world champion again, 1323 Madtown, 597. They're 100 points below what High Tide is putting up there. And then both, you know, it's just that division seems to be playing out the way most people kind of predicted. A lot of the other ones, we're seeing these teams that have put in the time and effort. They've rebuilt, they've changed their strategies, and it's really been changing up the rankings from maybe what people predicted with just EPA or OPR or some, you know.
That field is super interesting to me because most people are talking about the super wide dumping robots, right? That field sitting on top, 2 turrets.
You know, I think it's the dumper has to score its entire batch of fuel one go, and then they have to go and find that next batch. 44-14 does not stop. They just keep driving and scoring that entire 20 seconds. The robot is just continuously just getting fuel into that hub.
Well, it looks like we're ready to send it down to the Galileo division to watch qualification match 104. We're going to join this just as autonomous period is starting.
Galileo. It's autonomous. We have 5 of the 6 robots moving here. Advantage red. So the Blue Alliance is going to start shift 1 in offensive mode with an active hub. Red doing some extra scoring here in transition. And here comes shift 1. Blue is active and they are scoring. The radioactive Roach is putting some in. Their partners, Petty Robotics, scoring as well. We've got 1 blue robot that is not working right now, so it's really 2 active blue robots going over in shift 1. We go over to shift 2 and the Red Alliance takes over. They're on offense now. We've got Link and we've got Arasia scoring for the Red Alliance. They've got over 200 points already. About a minute 20 left to go in this match. Now we go over to shift number 3. Blue takes over once again. We've got Petty Robotics and the Roaches both scoring for Blue. Red has about a 50-point lead, but Blue trying to cut into that and maybe even tie it up with just under a minute to go. They do. They tie it and they take a slight lead, but now we go to shift 4 and Red has an active hub again and they have taken over the lead. So here comes Link, putting in lots of those yellow fuel cells. They take over the lead. They're over 300 points. Link doing it again. So over 300 points for the Red Alliance. Blue about 250, almost 260. We are in the end game now, under 15 seconds to go in the match. The Blue Alliance running out of time to catch up, but they're getting close. They're over 300, but here comes Red again. Blue just about caught up, but then Red started unloading with 3 seconds to 1, and time expires. So Blue making a valiant effort at the end.
All right, we're going to jump over to our Hopper division presented by GE Aerospace for qualification match number 104.
Go! Match 104, yet again, gets 4 robots to the middle of the field. 5406 and 4673 of the Red, unloading their fuel into the Red hub. 8005 and 11118, the babies for the Blue.
All right, and we see there 375 to 363, Red Alliance getting 4 ranking points. Link squeaking just over that 360 threshold to hold on to the number 7 seed.
Their partners, Barker Redbacks, quick to cycle from the middle of the field to the red zone. Celtacs also joining the fight with their partners, the Mech Warriors, as they unload into the hub, putting them in the lead, 170 to 106 right now. All three red members trying to get last-second shots in the hub before we go to shift number 2 over on the blue side. We've got 2 robots playing offense while we've got 28-30 for the Bionic Blackhawks playing defense in the Red Alliance zone. 1-1-1-1-8. The babies on the Blue Alliance and 8005 Mega Metalbots hanging out on the right side of the field in the trench as they shoot and cycle game pieces through the blue hub. But now we go right back over to the Red Alliance side to begin shift number 3 as they quickly take back the lead. Thanks to all 3 members shooting their fuel through the Red Alliance's hub. 5406 and Mech Warriors 573 continuing to cycle more and more pieces. Barker Ripbacks getting their second cycle as well. Red Alliance quick to get quickly approaching that energized ranking point threshold. Blue Alliance getting shift number 4 underway. Slowly but surely catching up to the Red Alliance as well. .8005 of the Blue Alliance hanging up by the blue tower. Not moving right now, actually. 1-1-1-1-8. The baby is the sole shooting member of the Blue Alliance. Gonna have to try and put the team on their back as the Red Alliance has 417 points and counting. Thinking about that supercharged ranking point. They're getting closer and closer to that supercharged ranking point. Let's see if they get it in 3, 2, 1. Here come the scores. The Red Alliance wins the last match, 504 to 329. Red Alliance with the 3 victory ranking points in addition to that energized ranking point, but not the supercharged ranking point, getting 500 points, but not 500 game pieces through the hub.
We're going to send it over to the daily division presented by BAE Systems to catch up with qualification match 108.
we're taking you over to a match currently in progress over on the Curie Field, qualification match number 106.
8 as drivers take control. Blue Alliance hub going offline, and the Red Alliance will stay active here on offense. Texas Torque goes up and in. Parker Graybacks trying to find their way back across. Galaxia continuing to pummel your Red Alliance, not allowing them to come back. But now Texas Torque able to break free, and now the Graybacks responding. Red Alliance able to take the lead here temporarily in this match. Blue Alliance going to try and bring it back into their favor. Long shots going up and in from 67-73, and they have the lead back into their favor. 5 seconds left of this period for your Blue Alliance, and the Red side is back online. Graybacks at the point, lining up, taking their shots, spinning up the engines. There they go. Now back into the Reds' favor. Torque providing some more ammunition for their alliance. And now Galaxia poaching from your Red Alliance, filling up their hopper and now getting punished for doing that. Graybacks trying to not let them go back. And they're saying, if you're going to take my fuel, I'm not going to let you score it. Going to go hit the Galaxia machine. Keep them at bay. Trying to make sure that point differential does not increase as we hit 30 seconds left to go. Red Alliance looking to add more shots onto their hub. Texas Torque going up and in. Galaxia playing some defense. Lone Blue Robot putting fuel up, 67-73. And 11-304 appears to be laying a motionless at their near side trench. 10 seconds left to go. Red Alliance surpassing Blue with 6 points here. Last shots going up and in on both sides. Red Alliance might have pulled out a win here against the Blue Alliance. With 10 seconds left, Blue Alliance was in the lead. Did the Red Alliance have enough? We're going to find out soon. Stand by. And we got those scores. They are in. It is your Red Alliance. 251 to the Blue Alliance, 233.
At First Champs Live, presented by the RoboSports Network, we are bringing you coverage from all 8 divisions as they close out their qualification matches today and get ready for the playoff tournament tomorrow. But we're going to cut into live action going on the Archimedes division, just coming out of autonomous mode. Qualification match 107 here on the Archimedes division.
Scoring. Red gonna get on the defensive. Red will take the first scoring shift, so they'll come back to get into scoring position, leaving Blue Robots to start cleaning up fuel in the mid zone. 11-297 gonna be the first to score. 11-387 right behind them. Gleam gonna take on our offensive role here as we switch back to Blue control. Here comes the first round of scoring up from Audibots. Combustion doing the same. Combustion gonna look for another volley. Audibots already found theirs. Lady Cans now going to red territory, trying to scoop up some more fuel with 3 seconds before it goes to red control. Now that we're in red, human players start taking their shots, lined up to score. They go in 1, 2, 3, 4 for the Red Alliance. Red Alliance adding to their point total. Blue Alliance beginning to pass fuel across into their own station for future use. 1912 now sliding into position. They're going to start spewing the fuel they've got. Audibot's going to do the same. Blue looking to earn themselves a ranking point here on Archimedes. 2881 comes on back. There's two red robots on the prowl in blue territory. 7 seconds till endgame. The score is 300 to 45. 10, 11, 297 trying to defend these swerve machines as we enter the endgame. Combustion, one more path in. Comes back with the fuel. They line up and in it goes. 17 seconds left. Blue has secured their ranking point. Can they get the extra fuel they need to earn the second one? 10 seconds left of the match. Red starts coming back home now, 11:29.7 in position. 281 on the last prowl as time expires.
Well, we'd like to welcome Steve back to the desk here on First Champs Live, presented by RoboSports Network. How's your day been going, Steve?
It has been fantastic just watching all of the matches as they're going, trying to keep track of who is seeding in all these divisions, try to predict how the Alliance, how the playoffs are going to play out tomorrow, Saturday, the last day of the World Championship for Rebuilt.
Sorry, just quickly, we do have the scores from qualification match 107. 445 for blue and 48 for red.
Well, speaking of how playoffs are going to play out tomorrow, we have an absolute certified banger of a match coming up next for you. Qualification match number 106 on Hopper. We were just talking, either one of these could easily be a playoff or even potentially Einstein-level alliance. What are we expecting to see?
Well, the heavy hitters in this match, we see high-ranked teams from the divisions or the district events or the regional events that they came from. So 63-29, the Bucks Wrath from Bucksport, Maine, and 2056 OP Robotics. 63-29, part of the World Championship highest score, the world high score here in one of their matches. 2056 has been great all season. They're also with 2383, the Ninjineers from Florida. So 3 robots that can collect a lot of fuel and do something with it. Meanwhile, they only have to go up against 581, the Blazing Bulldogs from California, and 3467, Wyndham Windup from New England, and 401 Copperhead Robotics from Blacksburg, Virginia. They themselves, the 8th ranked team within all of the FCH district. So teams with lots of capabilities here. This match is projected to have a very high and very tight score. It might not be as high because we might see a lot of defense in this match as these very high capacity, fast shooting robots start to kind of play playoffs in this one match.
Indeed. When we look at the data, we see that both alliances, at least statistically, capable of scoring more than 650 points. Either alliance.
At that point, you start to actually worry about the scores getting lowered because the other alliance is going to be trying to get all the fuel, and so you may get fuel starved just because there are only 500 of them on the field, only.
But we might also see the opposite, which is not necessarily unintentional defense of getting the fuel out of the way, but if the fuel is going into the hubs fast enough, then it's no longer starvation. Just everybody's picking up the same fuel or their opponent's fuel over and over and over again. We might see as many cycles as we could expect from these teams, even against each other, if they choose not to take a primarily defensive stance in this match.
One of the highest combined scores we saw was in the Northern California State Championship playoff match number 1. It was 820 or so to about 700. Combined score of 1,500. Do you think we're going to see that broken here?
It's certainly possible, but there's always, it's qual matches. There's chaos energy always.
What would be the incentive for these teams? Where are they currently ranked? On the Red Alliance, we've got the number 2 and the number 3 ranked teams. And on the Blue Alliance, we've got the number 8 and the number 13th ranked team. So if anything, Blue Alliance has more incentive to play defense, because if the Red Alliance, without
dedicated defense against them is going to get 5 ranking points. So they're going to stay right at the top of those rankings. Blue Alliance they certainly definitely want to try to win, but their best chance is probably to also try to decrease the possibility of the Red Alliance getting the bonus ranking points. If they can keep them under 500, not only would they probably win the match, but also take out another one of the ranking points that could keep them near or above or at the top 8.
Of course, anytime you see a match like this, the expectation is high on both alliances.
Well, we circle this really early.
And if we circled it, we're not the only ones. We know that the drive teams and the coaches and the strategists involved in this match are also feeling the pressure to perform.
It's these high-profile matches, these sort of playoff previews, they can swing the whole tournament because we have 4 teams that we're expecting to or preparing to, not necessarily expecting, but we're prepared to make decisions relevant to being in the top 8. So they all looked at this match and said, well, this is going to change some stuff. Hopefully it really works in our favor, because this could not only keep you up at the top, but keep other teams from leapfrogging you in the standings. We're on tenterhooks here. We've had a few of these matches on the desk over the past couple of years. These really tournament-wide anticipated matches. So we definitely want to bring you the best matches that we have at the championship when they're available. And this one, the hope is that we're not going to caster's curse this, that everybody is functioning throughout this match. But even high-functioning alliances, the coordination is going to be the coordination is going to be unprecedented. They only have as much time, like a normal amount of time, to go through their strategy. So how daring are they willing to be? Are we going to see different autonomous modes, or is everybody going to say our best thing is to put our best foot forward? That's playing our game. And if we get a Rhino match here, if everybody gets all the ranking points and then one of us wins and one of us loses, we'll try to do that. But maybe we don't go, well, we're going to play 3 defense just to prevent you from scoring at all. I don't care about my score. Crabs in a bucket. Just pulling. It depends, but it's likely that these alliances will try to show out their best scoring.
Especially when you look at Wyndham, they are outside that top 8 currently. They will be looking to try and climb into the top 8, but also trying to show off what they can do in case they don't make it into the top 8. That way tomorrow they're likely to get picked as well.
And again, these alliances no stranger to Einstein. I see more than 10 appearances total across the 2 alliances. Yeah, OP 8 of those, but sure.
But this year specifically, these robots are more than up to the task.
Absolutely.
So are the drive teams prepared for this match? These high pressure matches can sometimes show whether you have an effective strategy, or if you trying to just play your game is going to run into something that is going to really disrupt you, and you don't already have an answer prepared. In qualifications, you might not always have that.
This is a great opportunity for these teams, since it is kind of like that playoff experience. They're going to get a chance to experience the nerves, and hopefully that'll give them a leg up tomorrow.
Well, we thought we were ready, but
maybe we can get the Hopper rankings up on the screen, just so we can see maybe what the implications of this match could be.
Looks like they're leaving the field.
So here's the Hopper rankings.
Yeah, so on the same alliance, 2056 and 6329 in that 2 and 3 spot. So certainly the Red Alliance wants to stay where they are. Can't get above 1706 yet because of the big gulf in ranking points, but you don't want to lose where you're at.
Yeah, but 581 and 3467 just outside. Oh, I see we've got the match kicking off, so we'll throw it down just to the field here on the Hopper Division, powered by GE Aerospace.
Bucks Wrath over the red. Bit of a friendly fire over on the blue side as 581 and 401 make a little bit of a collision in the middle of the field. That will put the Red Alliance on top with over 200 points in the autonomous period. But they're not quite done yet. OP Robotics and the Bucks Wrath continue to stack up points getting more than 300 points even before the first shift begins. Incredible feat from the Red Alliance here. Let's see what the Blue Alliance can do as they get 158 points right now. They're not quite done as their Blue Alliance is shooting several pieces of fuel over by the Blue Alliance trench. A few seconds left. They're actually gaining steam and catching up to the Red Alliance, but the Red Alliance is going to have opportunity right now to try and strengthen that lead. They quickly get that energized ranking point a few seconds into the first shift. Now they're going to get all three red members to line up in front of the hub and shoot and unload all these game pieces and cycle so much fuel. They're actually looking to try and get this supercharged ranking point in this shift as well. Let's see if they can do it. Looks like they'll have to do it in the next shift as the Blue Alliance begins shift number 3. The Blue Alliance is shooting on both sides of the trenches there, as they also have some Red Alliance members siphoning the fuel out of the blue zone and throwing it back into the middle of the field. 2056, OP Robotics hanging out by the outpost and intaking some more fuel to prep for their next shift, which starts right now as OP Robotics shoots underneath the tower with their partners 6329 and 2383. Red Alliance gets 500 points to get them a supercharged ranking point with 12 seconds left in this shift, but they're not done scoring quite yet as 6329 and OP Robotics continues to cycle them through. We now go into the end game where the Blue Alliance has gotten their energized ranking point. The Red Alliance is close to 700 points. 6329, the Bucks Wrath, trying to get even more cycles through the Red Hub. Red Alliance gonna pass 700 points soon. 2383 trying to make it happen for the Red Alliance with 10 seconds left. 401 stopping the Bucks Wrath from getting back to the Red Alliance zone. And time expires here on the Hopper field. Let's look at those scores. The Red Alliance wins the last match. 769 to 594. High scoring match.
Well, that actually lived up to expectations. That match lived up to our expectations. Both alliances getting above the threshold, so a Rhino match, but even with dedicated defenders, or at least robots in the opponent alliance zone for pretty much the entire match, both of these alliances able to do many cycles and get above those.
In this case, it was really interesting. 401 playing like this cleanup role in the opponent's scoring zone, somewhat starving 2056 and forcing them into an alternative strategy where 2056 had to go steal from the opposite opponent's zone and the mid zone, while Bucks continued their typical sweep from the mid zone to their scoring zone.
We talked about the possible ranking implications of this match as well, and we saw their 2056 moving up into the #1 seed with those 5 ranking points and the massive score, enabling them to go up to #1. Bucks stayed at 3rd with their
so it kind of calls into question now. 2056 now seeds #1. They just played a rather nice match with Bucks. Maybe this gave themselves a bit of a preview on how the drive teams work together. Maybe this factors into the alliance selection tomorrow morning.
And Blue Alliance playing well in their own right. 581 and their partner 2383 running kind of an ambitious autonomous mode there meant that they collided, but certainly worth it in that match to try to push the envelope because they were still able to get both bonus ranking points for Energize and Supercharge. We are going to go straight over to live action. Qualification match 107 over on the Johnson division presented by Haas. Check out 1792 from Wisconsin. They are currently the #1 seed.
45-22 Team Scream ranked #1, grabbing fuel and shooting it over into their alliance area. 11269, batteries not included. Our rookie team They have some fuel underneath themselves, and they're having a hard time getting that out from underneath their robot. They finally get themselves loose. Red Alliance is active now for another 20 seconds, and they have the lead, 175 to 119. 1792 Roundtable Robotics are ranked number 2 team. Look at the fuel inside that robot. They can carry a whole ton of fuel. They're shooting it all over into their zone, getting ready for their activation.
Now up on the
Blue's
screen,
now active for another 22 seconds. They're way behind. 135 to 231. 1792 shooting while they grab more fuel. In the middle of the alliance, or the neutral zone, 6652. Tigres from Mexico trying to play a little defense. They're moving kind of slow. They look kind of like a low rider. They're dragging their bumper along the carpet. I'm not quite sure if they're damaged or not. Very low bumper on 6652. Blue Alliance has 2 robots back behind into the Red Alliance zone. Getting ready to go to in-game time. Red Alliance has the lead, 309 to 223. That sound indicates both hubs are now active and anybody can shoot into the active hub. 321 goes back. That's the Robo Lancers trying to play some defense. They're trying to slow down. 45-22. Once again, 45-22 up. In the end game, you cannot touch a robot when it's against the tower. Both of the referees did not like that. 321 likely getting a foul there. 3, 2, 1. That's ended qualification match number 107.
Fuel coming in now from the Citrus Circuits as well as Stealth Robotics 4089. Red Alliance collecting at midfield, bringing all of that fuel up and over into a red space. Blue Alliance ends their alliance shift here and heads back to recollect as well. 68 and 30-75 in a red space, tangling with 10101. That's the team from Huntsville, Alabama. Critical hit. Playing the defense here on the Red Alliance. They are running out of ammunition. 30-75 has plenty over on the red side of the field as they're collecting along the diamond plate. And 1 more second until the end game period. Blue Alliance is ready with a huge barrage from Blue to start out our end game period. They extend their lead 479 to 294. Only a few more fuel to the ranking point. This should do it for the Blue Alliance as they pass 500. 15 seconds left to play in match number 107. Red Alliance trying to cut the lead, trying to get up to 360 fuel here before time runs out. 6 seconds left to go. 1 more volley here from the Blue Alliance with 2 seconds in play, and time expires in match number 107.
So, couple matches there with high ranking implications. So not only was in the Johnson division was it 1792, who was the 2 seed before the match, going up against the 1 seed, 45-22. So the scores for Johnson coming up, 45-22 on the Red Alliance, maintaining that number 1 seed with only 4 ranking points in that match, but 1792 staying at the number 2 seed with 0 ranking points. So a lead had been built up, and that's sometimes you got to cash in that lead.
That's why we say every ranking point matters, even for match 1, because you never know when you might get one of those losses, and it takes the sting out when you're able to maintain your number 2 seed for sure.
Well, we'll see if they can continue as we get the rest of the matches as they come in.
We also watched the Milstein division there with 1678 putting up an absolute dominant performance. We're looking to get the scores here as soon as they come to you live. However, it was pretty safe to say they took the victory there, I think.
Yeah, the question is, of course, if the victory and the ranking points were enough to jump them back up to the top of the top 8.
Yeah, it's. I mentioned it earlier, but it's difficult with only 5 ranking points available to practically available to actually move that much when you're comparing yourself to the other teams that are in the top 8, because they're mostly getting 5s. Losing a match is really devastating because you can't even make up a win. You can't even make up the points from a win with bonus points, which you can usually do. It just is the way that rebuilds ended up playing out. Sort of to speak on the end game of rebuild is to speak of incentives kind of just going in one direction. To get the end game ranking point, you needed 2 robots that could climb. So even if you have a level 3 climber that climbs in auto as well, you still don't have enough. So you need somebody else to do it. So if there aren't enough of those, then you have less incentive to get yours working. So then there are fewer L1s that are out there. So then there are fewer L3s that are out there, and it just sort of spirals down into, you're not going to get the ranking point for doing this, so don't put the effort in.
Here we've got 2 other alliances trying to get those 5 ranking points over on the Newton division presented by NASA. We're going to join this just as autonomous mode comes to a close.
Scores from that Mills team match where 1678 was looking to jump up in the rankings. They get the 5 ranking points, but it's only enough to maintain them in the 2nd place.
And we're back. Qualification match 110 underway. Blue Alliance with the lead, 188 to 132 as we get down to red shift here with a 144. They are looking to get higher up here, trying to boost it. Trying to get a win here. They want to get as many points as possible. To get 23, we got Goonies at rank 23. We've got NRG at 29. They want to get up above 20 with a win here. Over there on the Blue Alliance side, we have got ranked 18 RoboHawks. Looking to get up into the top 10 with a big win here right now. So we have got Blue Alliance on the charge. They are trying to get to 360. They've got 328 on the board right now, up to 330, and it looks like they're going to get there. Blue Alliance now energized. Red Alliance supercharged, trying to get there too, as they are looking at 264 points on the board. They need another 100 to get to energized. We'll see if they can get to where they need to be.
So we're going to bring you coverage from more than one field at a time as we watch the end of the Newton Division match 110. We're also going to bring you
Red Alliance now with 8 seconds left in the shift.
Screen. That features the number 5 seeded team.
And it's going to shift over to everybody is able to score as Blue Alliance comes alive, looking to drive themselves towards 500 points. Red Alliance has hit 360.
Chesapeake District aiding their partners 63-24, trying to get them higher in the rankings.
Alliance wants to put more and more distance between them and the Red Alliance, and off they go. Look at the huge surge from the Red Alliance right now as they are trying to get in the last few seconds up to 500. Blue Alliance is going to take 2 ranking points. Red looks like they're going to get 1. We'll have your official results up in just a moment.
These have their intake broken right now. Their lower roller is disconnected and they are unable to intake well. 121 left. Red Alliance has the lead, 246 to 139. Blue is active, but no blue robots are shooting. Nope, now we got one. Look at the long shots here by the Red Alliance, 63-24. That's the Blue Devils from Salem, New Hampshire, grabbing fuel and shooting it over into the Red Alliance area. RoboBees, they are actually doing a good job here, even though they are visibly broken. They're still able to intake that fuel and do well. 49 seconds to go. Red has the lead, 313 to 176, and they have 14 more seconds of activation. We have another robot part in the middle of the field. Not quite sure who lost that one. In the Red Alliance zone, there's some piece of somebody. Looks like maybe part of somebody's shooter. Not quite sure where that came from. End game time, both hubs are active. Red has a big lead, 359 to 215. Red about ready to get that energized ranking point. Red is now energized. 10 seconds to go. Blue not quite there. And this match ends here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Once again in this match, we had rank number 3, 117 on the Blue Alliance, and on the Red Alliance, 63-24, rank number 5. They had the exact same ranking point average, 3.88.
Checking out these last matches in these divisions, about 125 matches. We're very near the end, so the rankings have coagulated at this point. Some movement still available, but teams now have a better idea of they should anticipate being captains. They should know that they have to have a robust pick list so that they can put together an alliance that'll win them the World Championship here.
I'm sure we're going to see some of those last matches, though, change up the rankings in just a big way and make a difference. It always throws a wrench in the works at the very end for some teams. So,
well, the backside or the other end, the other edge of the blade that is all of the ranking points matter from your matches is sometimes the highest leverage ones are the last ones. So as much planning as you have, sometimes you have to say, we planned for this, but we have to have a major contingency plan because this last match, we don't have enough control over it, and this would move us significantly. So lots to keep track of here. You've got each team has 75 teams in their division, and ideally, teams that are near the Alliance Captains stations should have a pretty good sense of what all of those teams are capable of doing. So that takes a lot of focus and personnel, because it's not just the kids driving the robots on the field that are the difference makers here. It's the strategists, the programming. The entirety of FRC teams is about using all of these different resources to put the best robot onto the field to win championships, it's difficult. You have to win an entire double elimination tournament on your field and then go up against 7 other alliances that have done that already. So the best of the best go to Einstein after winning their division, and that's what tomorrow is all about here.
We've got a thumbs up over on Curie, where we're going to send you now, joining this match live.
A second round of fuel going in, and now Red Alliance starting to run away.
Not able to get as much of it up into the hub as they were looking for, it looks like, but Red Alliance, 127 points in autonomous. Blue going to get that first active hub, but Red is not wasting a moment. Strike zone, unloading an entire robot's worth into that hub for the Red Alliance, building them a lead to 191. Blue Alliance hub currently active. Rosbots lining up, tossing a bunch of fuel. Their partners, Rice, doing the same next to them. Getting closer and closer to Red's number, but not quite there when Red's hub becomes active. Team Titan for the Blue Alliance overplaying a little bit of defense against High Rollers. High Rollers, though, undeterred. They are going to take the chance, and they're going to continue to score. Most of their shots making it into that hub successfully. Strike zone next to them scoring as well. They're already over 300 as it becomes Blue's turn again. That hub active. Strike zone, though, not making it easy, collecting lots of fuel from that Blue Alliance side of the field. Team Rice lining up, tossing a lot of fuel. First couple shots just short, able to make the rest. Rosbots, few shots just to the side, readjusting successfully and making them into the hub. Red Alliance hub active now again for the remainder of this match. Cavallo near the neutral zone, grabbing a couple pieces of fuel and making their way across. Strike zone, grabbing some fuel, launching it up into the hub, filling one entire robot's worth in. They are currently sitting just 40-some points away from that 500 mark as we hit 30 seconds remaining. Blue Alliance over 300 now, climbing closer and closer to that energized ranking point. Red Alliance just earning that second ranking point. Unfortunately for Cavallo, looks like a motor sideways inside that robot primarily used for driving. Hopefully an easy fix for them after this match. Just 3 seconds remaining and Red continues to climb their score, Blue doing the same. And results are in, and we're gonna have a Red Alliance win. 600 on the dot to 396. Red Alliance gonna walk away with all five of those ranking points. This is exactly what Strike Zone was looking for, bumping them up.
So we see that score coming in from the Curie Field presented by Argosy Foundation. The Red Alliance able to get all 5 ranking points and 600 points, so bumping those teams up 54-60, knocking on the door of being an Alliance captain. We're previewing and getting you live into the Milstein Division qualification match 109, where we have the rank 6 teams 2360 Thunderbolts and rank 4 team 2481 Robotiers on the Blue Alliance side of the field, looking to climb up in the rankings and be high Alliance captains for tomorrow's playoff tournament here at the FRC Championships.
To 23 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Red setting up for their shift here. The first one of the match in 2481, and their teammates, the Thunderbolts, trying to get as much fuel in there during the transition shift, and they did a great job extending that lead, 177 to now 50 as the Red Alliance starts to cut that gap. On the Blue Alliance, both the Thunderbolts and the Robotiers in the top 6. Thunderbolts currently in 6th, Robotiers in 4th, and they are looking to hold on to those positions here, if not improve them. 2481 is back and ready at the hub for the Blue Alliance, and they have started that volley for Blue. 2 machines letting it fly over on the Blue side. 2481 recollecting, and the Thunderbolts back over in the depot, sucking up as much as they can across the floor on the Blue side of the field. 12 seconds left in the Blue Alliance shift. They're already up past 300 to 317. Just under a minute and a half left in play with the final volley coming in this shift from the Blue Alliance. Action shifts to Red now. 2 Red machines caught up on some fuel on the near side of the field and some defense from the Thunderbolts, making it difficult for 5462 to get to their teammates to help out if they can. 2 Paw Robotics moving around the far side of the field. They're going to try and get some shots in before time runs out. They still have 8 seconds left as 8158 Bosphorus Robotics gets freed, but the Sepulpa Robotics team still caught between the fuel and the bump. Just under 1 minute left in play as Blue takes over once again with a large volley coming in from that Blue side of the field. 2 Paw Robotics trying to push back and forth with that Thunderbolts machine, but they are shooting across the far side of that diamond plate and finding more and more fuel across the ground. Already up to 530 points here on the Blue Alliance. They're well past the supercharged ranking point and now going for match points here as 2481 looks like they have a hopper full, and they are unloading once again here in the end game. Emptying that hopper completely, heading back to recollect as Red Alliance trying to get some more points in here in the last 16 seconds left in play. 639 to 126 here in favor of the Blue Alliance. Blue trying to close it out here with another stream in from Thunderbolts. 5 seconds on the clock. Last second scores as time expires in match number 109.
So high-performing match there from the Blue Alliance. Team from Illinois and team from Israel working well together to put up nearly 700 points on the live score. Good coordination there from like the big, huge capacity hopper and the small one just coming in when they're supposed to, bringing more fuel into their alliance zone and not just starving themselves by always collecting from their own alliance wall.
You see, they actually outperformed the prediction, so the sum was better than the parts.
Oh yeah, the predictions. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the metrics that we've been using, the community-based metrics. While I appreciate them, that they're very useful tools in your toolbox, they are not what you should be using to differentiate between teams. This year, it seems like these sort of combined metrics that pull out like what your expected contributions to match, they should work really well for a game like this where 3 robots operating at full capacity aren't competing with each other. But it has not been the case. With the match predictions have not been super accurate. Some of that is rebuilds, but some of it is just match dynamics. The difference in playing a match where you lose auto or you win auto, or playing against another alliance that's taking all the easy fuel that's coming out of the hubs in the middle of the field, and really high-performing teams having to, in qualification matches, go to their opponent's alliance zone to pick up fuel. Doubling the length that it takes to pick up fuel in a cycle can be a major drag on their own performance, even in a match where they're not being directly defended.
I think it also comes down to the schedule as part of that, and who your alliance partners are as well. You know, if you get decent alliance partners, it can actually boost your OPR and EPA this year more than perhaps in previous seasons as a result.
It's definitely field dependent as well. Like throughout the whole season, we saw in different regions that OPR or EPA was actually inflated based on the performance of the teams around you, and that's also happening here on all 8 fields.
Well, I think I don't want to denigrate these. Like, I use these metrics. It's just I think that they are most useful to tell you information about teams up until the point where you watch those teams on the field. Then you can mostly replace just the one number part of it. Like, their EPA is 140. That only helps me up until the point where we're at the competition and I watch them play, because then it's okay, this is how good that team is based on how they actually play. Before that, it might tell me what sort of grouping they should be considered with.
So we're heading over to Newton now. An interesting combination of teams and current rankings. So we've got 2910 currently sitting 3rd, partnered with Peninsula, currently sitting in 4th, playing against the Griffin Robotics, who are currently ranked 2nd.
And it's not just the rankings here. Both alliances have high-scoring robots. 57-36 on the Blue Alliance, a very high-scoring robot from New York. So this is not a match that is whose outcome isn't in doubt. Both of these alliances have to show out to be able to get the bonus ranking points that they need to stay high in the rankings for the teams that are currently projected to be alliance captains.
We're going to throw it down to the Newton division presented by NASA just as the autonomous period comes to a close. Red taking it there.
They will wake up and start to move. 60-36 scoring right now. Peninsula Robotics currently number 4, and 2910 Jack in the Box. So fast and so accurate. Blue Alliance now has the shift. And let's see what they do with this opportunity. Blue Alliance are going to catch up to Red Alliance. Red Alliance put a high mark, 209 points on the board. Blue Alliance needed to get there, but look at this, 57-36 completely blocked out by 2910. And there goes Kingsman, finally able to score, but it will not be enough to catch the Red Alliance. Red Alliance now being heavily defended. Blue Alliance are going to steal as much resources as possible. Jack in the Bot out into the middle of the field, getting heavy hits right now from 57-36, looking to take away as much resources as possible from the Red Alliance. And Jack in the Bot hung up on top of the trench, unable to move. They're going to manage to find their way down, not stuck on fuel. Well, a tremendous defensive display. Red Alliance still has the advantage by more than 100 points. Red Alliance are going to get to 360, but now the question becomes, is there enough time with only 1 minute left on the clock for the Red Alliance to get both of the ranking points in the hub? If Jack in the Bot has anything to say about it, they're going to get there. There's one on the clock. Now they're going to get to the second one with 500. Red Alliance with an opportunity now. They're halfway there, well, more than halfway there. Looking to get to 15 more, and that's going to do it. Red Alliance now with 2 ranking points to their credit. Blue Alliance looking to pick up 1. There goes more for Jack in the Bot, showing why they are sitting at number 3, looking to move up to number 2 or number 1 with a huge win here. Can Red Alliance get above 600? Yes, they can. Can they get above 700? We're going to find out here in the next 15 seconds. Here comes Melrose. And 2910 back again with another huge dump of fuel. That's going to push them up to 690 and over 700. There goes some more from 2910. Can we get to 800? Blue Alliance will come up shy of that ranking point. Red Alliance will pick up 2. We'll see who wins in just a moment.
Lots of defense seen in that Newton match, trying to slow down that high-powered Red Alliance, but they put up a massive score anyway. What we're going to next is a matchup between the number 6 and the number 3 seeds on the daily division presented by BAE Systems. Team number 316, Lunatics from Carneys Park, New Jersey. From the Mid-Atlantic region. They were the winners of the Mid-Atlantic District Championship. They're currently sitting in 3rd. They're playing up against 35-38, the Robo Jackets from Michigan, currently ranked 6th in daily division. Massive implications for rankings in this match. Let's go down to the field to check it out.
And storming back courtesy of the Robo Jackets and Mort. And now here comes Mort, scooping up more fuel here, but the Red Alliance ends up coming out on top in autonomous, sending the Blue Alliance to the first shift of the match. There goes the Robo Jackets quickly scoring fuel up high there for the Blue Alliance, as Blue catching up to the Red Alliance, passing them up 139 to 124. 2 minutes left to go and about 15 seconds left in this shift. Now there go the Robo Jackets. They got to cross over that bump, and Lunatics playing some stiff defense on the 35-38 machine, but there they go from the corner of the field, raining in fuel, cleaning it up, as Blue now possesses a 194 to 124 lead as the Red Alliance begins their first shift. Here comes the Lunatics, scoring from the trench there. A lot of shots missed as it's a bad angle shot for the 316 machine. Red struggling to catch up here as the Robo Jackets and still lead 194 to 142. Blue Alliance with 189 pieces of fuel scored, and now their next shift begins. This is their second shift of the match and the last before the end game portion. So here come the Robo Jackets along with Team 11. Team 11 going over and collecting fuel there from the red side of the field. Lunatics already filled up with a ton of fuel, sending it over into the Red Alliance zone, and big collision between 316 and 11 as 316 scores a bunch of fuel there.
And that score coming in from that Newton match that we just watched, 751 points for the Red Alliance, scoring 5 of the 6 ranking points and moving 2910 into second place, and 6036 Peninsula Robotics into third place and bumping down 5549 to fourth. So big changes up at the top of the rankings on Newton Field. Let's continue to watch this match on daily as we come down to the end.
Robo Jackets and their alliance partners lead 329 to 213 here as the Lunatics continue to gobble up fuel there. 361 to 231. Lunatics, big load of fuel into that Red Alliance hub with 5 seconds left to go. Lunatics at risk of not getting any ranking points out of this match as time expires on match 113.
Looking like not all of the bonus ranking points there in that daily division match based on the live score, how many fuel they got. Blue Alliance getting just the energized. So Blue Alliance takes the win, 436 to 280, but we'll have to check out the breakdown to see how many fuel were scored. So Blue Alliance getting enough above the 360 threshold for the ranking point. Red Alliance not able to do so. So pushing 316 down 2 ranks. So Lunatics missing out on bonus ranking points there in addition to the win ranking points. So changing their fortunes here at the end of the qualification tournament.
So Robo Jacket staying here in the 6th place, holding strong with only 4 ranking points this match.
That has been interesting to me. That maybe it's just been something that I've noticed as we've talked about it, but just how 4 seems to be the one that keeps you stable in most divisions, but there are a couple of divisions where scoring 5 keeps you stable, and maybe if they hadn't been, they would be tumbling down. But it is also, the rankings aren't volatile, like minute by minute. Other matches have to be played for it to fully reflect, because it's a ranking point average. So until something else actually changes, it's not your total ranking points as we go, because that would have the rankings move even faster. They instead are smoothed out a little bit. So still matches to play, still matches, outcomes to determine these top 8 seeds on each of the fields. It's such a big part of that. Like that is what we are trying to get from all of these divisions at once, a sense of which teams are going to be the players on Saturday, which teams are going to be fighting for the right to be their field's representative on Einstein. One of those teams looking to do that here, 23-37 on the Red Alliance, along with their partners, 334 Tech Knights and 9277 Sparkhands. 23-37 Engineers, currently the number 4 seed, but not winning autonomous mode. We'll see if Paul Copioli's idea about what is advantageous for them will be borne out in this match as they play against the giant capacity of Team 498, the Cobra Commanders.
For the Red Alliance, Engineers now getting on the action and trying to pick up the game pieces in the red zone and shoot into the hub. Blue Alliance has the lead as begins shift number 2. 221 and counting to 112. Engineers go underneath the trench while their partners hang out in the middle of the field, collecting those recycled game pieces that come out of the blue hub. 498 going back to the trench to pick up the pieces from the middle of the field now. Engineers and their partners take aim at the hub, closing in on the lead right now, 154 to 283. Three seconds left. We're gonna go in for the last shift before the end game. At 498, the Cobra Commandos shooting beneath the blue trench.
We are bringing you more than one match at a time here at the First Championships Live. We've got the Archimedes division coming up on the left, just midway through autonomous mode, as we watch Endgame from Johnson match 111.
Goes to the red zone to pick up some game pieces as we go to the end game. Engineers and their partners trying to get that energized ranking point still. 92-77 of the Red Alliance is hanging out in the middle of the field with 498, while the Engineers and 334 try to get those game pieces through the red hub and give them the energized ranking point, but the Blue Alliance wants a supercharged ranking point with 8 seconds left. Let's see if they can get those ranking points in 3, 2, 1.
7 away from the red hub. We might just have a shot. But 27 slips through their fingers and up and in they go. They're back on the move again. 88-84 left undefended. They're going to score as much as they'd like. Fuel coming in every which way. 27 puts up another volley. A minute 30 on the clock. It's 270 to 140. Red up over 100 points over blue.
Scores coming in from that Johnson match that we just watched. 23-37 on the Red Alliance, not getting any of the ranking points or the bonus ranking points, so moving down in the rankings. They're out of a captain's position. Moving 498 on the Blue Alliance up to rank number 17 here at the close of qualification matches at the first championship.
Point to score. 3 seconds left before we go back to red control. Children of the Corn have hunted down 27. 27's gonna rein it in though. And 88-84, the Night Owls sending in a barrage as well. 45 seconds left on the clock. Red Alliance locks up the first ranking point. Can they get to the second one? They've got 40 seconds to do so. Looks like Children of the Corn are down for the count. That means it'll be 2v3 as we enter the end game. Red Alliance over 400. Blue Alliance still looking to earn that first bonus point. Ricori's gonna put up some score. 22 seconds left. Red inching ever closer to 500. They need another 35 to do so. Can Rush do it? Almost there, a little bit more in the last 13 seconds left. 2 blue robots fighting back. They're almost gonna get to the ranking point. A little further for them as well. Red locks up the 500 they needed. 3, 2, 1 in the nick of time. Blue gets the energized ranking point as well. Here come your scores, Archimedes. This match goes to the Red Alliance. 522 to 385.
Scores coming in from that Archimedes match. Team 27, Rush, moving up into a captain's spot after a really difficult start to this tournament in their first qualification matches. They have shown why they were the champions of the Michigan State. 5 ranking points here, just what they needed to do to move up in the rankings.
They'll definitely be happy to be in that guaranteed captain's seat going into tomorrow, especially after the rough start that they had yesterday. It's been great to see them bounce back across the day today.
It's the resilience of teams that have been here before, not literally here, but often in cases because we've been to this venue so many times also here. But just, yes, you're gonna have a rough schedule at a certain point. Play through it. Do the absolute best that you can. Even if you don't get into the #1 spot, it is still important to be able to control your destiny by knowing that you can make your own alliance if it is the right decision for you to decline an invitation tomorrow.
So for a moment there, we had the rankings from this field up on the board. Interesting, everyone in the top 10 averaging over 500 points in their call matches so far.
So everybody should be watching out for Archimedes, it seems like. Boy, that's a tough prospect. These teams are going to team up with each other and play against these other fields. Ooh, somebody's got to stop them.
It'll be interesting to see if that works out to their advantage or disadvantage, because it means all of your top alliances are going to be pretty even. There was no one there with like a 700 average match score. They're all in the 500 range, so we could have some incredibly interesting playoff matches over on Archimedes.
Yeah, Archimedes could be the field of upsets.
What we're previewing for you now is the Newton match 114, which features 2 teams just outside of the top 8 looking to break their way in. Team 599 and Team 2052 on the Blue Alliance, currently ranked 13th and 10th respectively. Robotics and Nightcrawler trying to get a very cohesive game plan together so that they can win this match, because up on the other side, 233, the pink team with a big capacity, Fondy Fire and 3256, both part of some really high-scoring matches. So Blue Alliance can't just leave this to chance. They have to do everything correct in this match to make sure that they get enough ranking points to hopefully move up in the standings. Coming out of auto now, we will see which alliance comes out on top here on the Newton division presented by NASA.
Robotics right now in the neutral zone, and we'll see what happens as they do have the lead. Their alliance partners contributing a big ton of fuel here. Blue Alliance surging ahead again. Red Alliance with 112 on the board, looking to now take the lead with a continual flow of fuel. But Blue Alliance is collecting those resources as fast as they can. The pink team down there on the Blue Alliance side of the field looking to worry as much as they can out to take it down for their use, but that's not getting scored. Red Alliance with the lead. We'll see how long that lasts now that Blue Alliance has the ability to score. 5-9-9 shooting and scoring right there with their alliance partner Nightcrawler. But the pink team sending resources back as far as they can away from the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance up to 299. Here comes 300 plus as their shift expires. Red Alliance with their last shift, shooting and scoring now. They've got 100 points to go to match the Blue Alliance. Can they do it? 21-94 with fuel in the air. Fondy Fire is on fire as they continue to shoot and score for the Red Alliance. The pickings look pretty slim down there on the Red Alliance side, though, as Blue Alliance has managed to hoard as much fuel as possible. And there's the pink team trying to slow down 599 Robodocs. Red Alliance robots continuing to play the defensive role as Blue Alliance has accumulated 1 ranking point. Red Alliance is short. They need another 90 points to do it. 10-903 playing defense right now, slowing down Fondy Fire. Fondy Fire's got a full load of fuel. Let's see if they can get it scored. And here comes 233, the pink team trying to help out. Red Alliance in the last 10 seconds looking to get to 360, and we're getting to close to 500 on the Blue Alliance side. They might be able to make it with 3, 2, 1, and time expires. Blue Alliance does pick up that ranking point, as does Red, but
just getting over that 500-point threshold near the end of the match for the Blue Alliance there, looking like they will get all 5 ranking points that they need. But is that enough in the average match for the tiebreaker to really move them up within those top rankings? We'll see when we get the score breakdown. But we want to preview match. Oh, sorry. The scores are going to come up from that match that we just watched, and we'll get the breakdown for you from that. So 2052 on Newton moving up into the number 7 spot, and 599 moving up into the 9 spot. So yes, able to move up into really actionable positions there for both of those teams. Great showing there from the Blue Alliance. Coming up next, Hopper 112 has pretty significant implications. So right now at the top of the standings, the top 2 seeds have the same number of ranking points. 1706 is in the number 2 spot, and they are coming up in this match. They are playing against the number 8 seed currently, team 238. But what Ratchet Rockers has to focus on, what 1706 has to focus on, is their average match score is 30 points lower than 2056. So even if 1706 gets the 5 ranking points from this match, what they really want to do is see if they can increase. Not saying increase to be above 2056 in this match, but see if they can increase it so that in the case that 2056 has a 5 ranking point match that's low enough scoring, there's a potential chance for a flip. Otherwise, they have to hope for 2056 to miss bonus ranking points or ranking points.
Yeah. Here I also want to point out, though, that on the Red Alliance, Royal Turtles have been having quite a good season. Over in Turkey, they were putting up tons of points, ended up finalist at one of their events and winner at the other. So they're no slouch, and they know how to play the game.
And they're going to be joined by 238, currently ranked number 8 in the division as well. So this is by no means an easy match for 1706. They're going to have to bring their A game. It could actually be quite close.
So even if the score is close for them, 1706 does, I think, have to think about this in terms of they want the scores to be high. They would rather have both scores be high than both scores be low. So how do you, with your partners, work out the match flow that makes that happen? Is it making sure that the Red Alliance isn't playing effective defense against you, or is it just pushing as much fuel into your side of the field for the entirety of the match, and then whenever it's your active period, just score a bunch and not really care about your opponent's score?
And I know we're skeptical about EPA and OPR and all those things, but the numbers on this match show that it's actually in favor of red by around 10 points. So this could be really interesting. Technically, could see an upset of the 8 beating the number 2 here.
And that would have even more massive implications. This is the kind of match where the number 2 seed in this position has more to lose than to gain. It's unlikely that even with a very good match that they will even be able to leapfrog the number 1, but there's potential for them to lose out on a ton of rankings equity here, just with this match being so close.
It's one of those matches where both alliances really have a lot to gain and a lot to lose. So they're going to be
high leverage matches here at the championship right at the end of qualifications, just what we want.
It feels like implication has become the word of the hour, and that's very intentional. It is definitely, as you get to those final matches, it feels like they're more important, even though really they're just as important as the ones at the beginning.
That is something that's hard to, well, you think about it, rankings are like how the fuel during a match is. Technically, it's the same number of points all the way through. But the ones at the end feel like they're higher leverage. So it's maybe just that a confirmation bias of if you miss out on early ones, then the later ones that you get don't really matter that much. But here we are, watching these matches between teams in the top 8, and each of them has a big incentive to try to show out in that particular match.
Yeah, it's all about the law of averages, right, with RP. But yeah, of course, it feels a lot more high pressure when you come towards the end of the qualification matches, because that's when things are really starting to stratify, solidify within the ranks.
We have a thumbs up over on the Hopper division presented by GE Aerospace, so we're going to take it live to that match and see how it plays out.
GE Aerospace for match number 112. Lots of action in the middle of the field as teams empty their hoppers into those hubs, and the fuel bounces back out into the center. At the end of Autonomous, Blue has the lead 126-64. I see 1287 going on the defensive. Those blue robots trying to keep the Red Alliance away from that active hub. That doesn't stop 10131 though, the Royal Turtles and their partners, the Crusaders, quick at work emptying those big hoppers into the hub. Scores are neck and neck. A minute 40 to go. Fuel, a nice stream of it up into the Blue Alliance hub, courtesy of a robot that's hiding from me behind that hub. I believe it was 1706 Ratchet Rockers. But we're back on the red side. 1287 Aluminum Assault going on the defensive for their alliance partners. Having some serious robot traffic. With a little under a minute to go, it's 333-271. The Blue Alliance taking the last half of the match to finish strong. The Bionic Blackhawks going on the defensive, trying to throw those blue robots out of alignment.
And we're bringing you both matches here playing right now. We've got the end of Hopper match 112, but we're going to check out the autonomous mode from Archimedes match 115 at the same time.
Sure, supercharged ranking point. Yes, they will.
66. 94-01 up on some fuel, but they're able to get free. Rolling Thunder into position. They're going to unload as well, but Blue does the same, and Blue starts with control. 71-66, full of fuel. Looks like Fresta Valley might be wedged under the trench. Can someone come set them free? 71-66 might have some issues with their camera, shooting a bit wide in that barrage.
And that Hopper match that we previewed, we've got the score in the bottom right corner. 508 points for the Blue Alliance, pulling out the win and sending 1706 currently into the #1 spot on the Hopper division. 5 ranking points for them, looking to hopefully maintain that as everybody else plays their last matches of the day.
The start of this match. Red Thunder in position. They've locked in. Can they begin to score? Looks like they're scoring a bit high. Can they get that reconfigured? Looks like they can. A minute 10 on the clock. 268, 152. Advantage Red. A barrage comes up now from 1731. Idea ready to fuel back to their side, but it's Red's turn now. Midas is Mayhem putting up some shots of their own. Lady Cans following behind, and Rolling Thunder putting the finishing touch on this match. 40 seconds left. Red creeping up to that first extra ranking point. Lady Cans gonna find the last few they need. Idea taking a nap at center field. Hopefully they can get back into it because we are in the end game. Red Thunder puts up a barrage of fuel. Fresta Valley looking for their next handful. 15-11 Rolling Thunder for Red. Here comes another cycle up from Fresta Valley. 15 seconds left. Red has earned their ranking point. Blue, 100 fuel short. 8 seconds left. Another volley from Fresta Valley, followed by Red Thunder. Can Red keep on to their lead in 3, 2, 1?
Welcome back to the desk, Aiden. As we're closing out the last of the qualification tournament here, what have you been seeing?
I've been kind of making the rounds up and down these fields here, and I've been noticing just so much defense coming up more and more. I think a lot of it is as the teams are starting to lock down their final rankings, such as the ones shifting here after our results on Archimedes. You know, these teams are really getting aggressive in trying to maintain rank, and that looks like one of two things. You're either A, playing your heart out on the field, get the 5 ranking points, maybe 6 if you're lucky, or really try and fight to get somebody else's rank down by playing for defense. Stall them out of that 360. If you can't stall 360, stall out of 500. And so it's kind of a rank battle, and the meta game is evolving to be field-wide at this point. So we're seeing so many strategies where teams could be breaking world high scores, but they don't want to. They don't want to go for the world high score. They want to go for, we're gonna stop this team from ever passing us up in the future with 2 more matches left on the line.
And it's not just that these teams are necessarily trying to manipulate other teams' rankings. It's also showing that they know how to play the game well.
100%.
And so making a good decision can sometimes be, and that means that the ranking points will not be in your favor if you're against me, but I am not trying to move your rank down. I am trying to demonstrate that I can effectively check a team in the playoffs.
And stay ahead as a result.
Yes.
It also could be some teams are trying to show off for tomorrow. You know, we've been talking about the rankings and the importance of being in that top 8. There are other teams who at this point know they are not going to be in that top 8 and are trying to show off so that way the top 8 teams can see what they do have to offer in the hopes that tomorrow morning they're going to get picked and they're going to be able to go far in this competition through another means.
because it's hard for captains and first picks to pick a team to play a role that they've never seen them play. They can make that leap of judgment, and teams that are good are typically good at other aspects of the game that they haven't played yet. But if they've already demonstrated it, then you have more confidence.
Typically the no bro, just trust me scouting doesn't really work or go over well at the championship. So agreed, running what's proven, right? It's how a lot of teams design their robots, it's how a lot of teams design their strategies. You know what you know, and that's based off of outside information. Great, take that info, let's run it.
So coming down to some of the last matches here, we've got up, we still have 8 fields running. So some of these fields already have the #1 seed locked in. There is nothing that anybody else can do to leapfrog them. So those teams are already talking about what their plan is for tonight and for tomorrow. But other teams, most of the teams here are on tenterhooks. They don't know what's going to happen. In this Newton match coming up, we have the #5 seed 973 paired up with the #10 seed 1577 on the Red Alliance, also with a high-powered team 195, the Cyber Knights. So they are looking to hold, solidify, or move up in the ranks to be captains tomorrow.
Let's throw it down to the Newton division presented by NASA to see if they are able to climb in those rankings in this match.
Get them up into the top 10. Greybots wants to secure their position in the top 5. Red Alliance has the first shift with the Blue Alliance win in auto. And here we go, 195 Cyber Knights. Big load of fuel, putting that up in, and their alliance partner 1577 Steampunk doing the same. Here comes Greybots with the Dust Bowl. It's a regular tornado. Red Alliance up over 240 points now after their first shift. Blue Alliance pouring on the power. Robo Wranglers scoring right now in a steady stream. Their alliance partner helping out 94-50, the team from Woodinville High School. 148, Robo Wranglers scoring from the tower. And the Woodinville team adding a few more to the Blue Alliance total. But over there on the Red Alliance, they're still 100 points ahead, and still more is coming down. 195 Cyber Knights scoring along with 973 Greybots. They've now achieved energized. They're on their way to supercharge with 360 plus points on the board right now. 195 has got 1 second left. Are they going to score? Nope. They're going to go and get resources, bring them back for the next shift for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance now on the back foot, looking to move ahead, get up over 200. Robo Wranglers lining up and shooting from the back wall. Chrono also shooting and scoring from the back wall as well, but we've got one Red Alliance robot dead. Steampunk unable to move. 195 Cyber Knights lining up against the back wall, delivering some more as Red Alliance marches toward 500. Blue Alliance on their way to 360. Can they do it? 148 is trying desperately to push that total as high as it can go to pick up that ranking point that they need to stay at number 18. They want to stay in the top 20 with a win here. Oh, this is going to be interesting. 496 was counted before the last fell, but it looked like there would be at least 4 going through. We'll have your official results up in just a moment and find out if the Red Alliance picked up 5 ranking points here. And here we go. Is it going to be red or blue? It's Red Alliance. And they're going to pick up.
Red Alliance with a strong victory here. 522 to 328, 973 holding on to that 5th ranked spot. 195 climbing up. We are going to transition over to the Johnson division presented by Haas for qualification match 114. Here's the tail end of auto as we transition into that teleoperated period.
Konumu Kırmızı İttifak üstün bitiriyor mu derken Mavi İttifak öne geçti ve tail whip'a başladık. Sürücüler kontrolü ellerine aldılar. Sağda ciddi bir hareket var Mavi İttifak alanında. Kırmızı İttifak'ta skorlama sırası. 94-83 overcharge. İttifak alanının arkasından yakıtları yüklüyor. Mavi İttifak ise kendi vardiyasına hazırlık yapmak üzere. Alt F4 ve ittifak partnerleri 955 Ctrl C. Klavye kısa yollarından oluşan Mavi İttifak sıra şu anda onlarda ve skorlamaya devam ediyorlar. 25-22 orta sahadan Kırmızı İttifak alanına geçiş yaptı. Ve oradan kendi ittifak alanına doğru yakıt göndermeye çalışıyor ittifak ortakları skorlarken. Kırmızı İttifak'tan 2 robot Mavi İttifak alanının içindeydi. Overcharge şimdi sıranın Kırmızı İttifak'a geçmesiyle beraber kendi ittifak alanına geri dönmeye çalışıyor ama 955 rampayı kapattı. Skorlama sırası Kırmızı İttifak'tayken Kırmızı İttifak'ın 2 robotunun Mavi İttifak alanında olduğunu görüyoruz. Sıranın Mavi İttifak'a geçmesine 1 saniye var. Mavi İttifak'tayız şimdi. Mavi İttifak robotları 955 ile 75-58 pozisyon aldılar. Ctrl C ve Alt F4. Yakıtlarını atıyorlar. 25-22 orta sahada bulunurken Kırmızı İttifak robotlarından 2 tanesi Mavi İttifak alanında. Endgame'deyiz. Son 30 saniyenin içindeyiz. 94-83. Yakıt yüklemesini yapıyor. Mavi İttifak'ın üstünlüğü var şu anda skorda. 75-58. Merdivenin altında konumlandı. Son 5 saniyedeyiz. 75-58'den yakıt yüklemeleri. 2, 1 ve maç sona erdi.
A defensive match there, both alliances keeping the other from one of the ranking point fuel thresholds there. So you were right. We're seeing a lot more defense here at the end of qualifications.
You know, my heart goes out to 955, who I saw trying to run as much sweeper defense as possible, just find the little clusters of fuel, bring them to the side, and twice I watched them take it at speed. They're coming in to help, they're going, and the fuel catches underneath them at the last second, they go crashing into the trench. And, you know, they're trying their best to really support their alliance and hold people down, but teams like 5026 counter defense, smacking them around, just really, really dangerous.
We do have the scores in from that match. Definitely changed up the rankings there a little bit. 58 able to hang on to the 4th seed with those 4 ranking points. Unfortunately, though, we did see one team drop to the 9th seed out of a guaranteed captain's position, but still likely going to be picking tomorrow.
What I really liked seeing there from Alt F4 7558, there was a moment where they were trying to go through their own trench to come into their alliance zone, but they were being fully blocked right under the trench, and they took that opportunity to just unload their full hopper into their alliance zone passing.
Yeah, them and 5026 butting heads there, right?
Yes, and it's really difficult to push robots, modern robots with modern swerve, offensive robots, even that aren't geared super high. You can't push teams. It's not effective, and it's probably going to drain your battery, no matter what your current limits are set at. So instead of pushing, do something else. Pivot to the next best thing that you can do that isn't like get through them somehow magically, and start shooting the hopper that you have. It's let's get a hopper's worth of balls, or a hopper worth of fuel into our alliance zone that is useful for later.
We are waiting on the daily division to bring you daily match 118. Looks like we're waiting on the head referee there. He's probably answering some questions from one of the teams in a previous match. So we will get down to daily as soon as we can for match 118 there.
You know, I do have a question for that head referee myself. What are the rankings looking like on daily division? I wonder if either the head ref or the FTA or the people behind the scenes might have some of that info for us while we wait. Because daily has been not a hotly contested division. 44-14 and 13-23, walking up 1 and 2. They've been there all day, undefeated throughout this championship run so far. But let's look at the rest. How is the rest of this division shaping out?
Well, coming up in this match is the number 3 seed from that field. So 13-25 looking to maintain there because they have to assume, as the rest of us assume, that the 1 and 2 seeds are going to be on an alliance together. So now 13-25 has an opportunity to prepare for the alliance selections tomorrow with the team that is likely going to be with them.
Yep. And we can see in the rankings that they are actually tied for ranking points with the number 4 seed. So they're not only going to be looking to win this match, but keep their average score high so that way they can maintain that number 3 seed going into tomorrow.
13-25, 2 numbers away and 2 wins away from where 13-23 stands. Let's see if they can catch up in this next quals match.
Station. Blue Alliance, meanwhile, going for another pass. Red Alliance extending that lead, but here comes a large amount of fuel from the Blue Alliance. Who's going to take the lead? It is going to settle in at Red, 94-86, as 13-25 quickly makes their way back to the end of the field. Blue Alliance now has their hub active as 10,002 starts to score into the hub for their Alliance 25-30, playing some excellent defense against the 69-41 robot. 69-41 just not able to make it. Whoa, hard hit. Loses half of their fuel there. They're gonna have to go and pick it up. It looks like they're gonna go ahead and pass instead. Excellent defense there by the Red Alliance. Meanwhile, 13-25 now trying to make their way back, but 39-90 playing the exact same defense that was played against the 69-41 robot. But they're able to make it in. 75-20 now making sure that they clean out all of the available fuel on their side of the field. Red Alliance with the lead, 235-124. As fuel's going all over the place here. Blue Alliance, though, mounting a comeback with 10,002, able to fire in and continuing to fire in along with 69-41. 170-235, a minute left on the clock and 5 seconds left for the Blue Alliance shift. Red Alliance now ready to fire. 13-25 shooting on the move as 75-20 now does the same over on the other side of the Red Alliance field. Meanwhile, 13-25 continuing to fire and add more and more fuel for this Red Alliance. Another hard hit in the center of the field, and now 25-30 gets beached on some fuel themselves. 75-20 trying to push them off. Looks like they might be able to get clear. No, 25-30 now having connection issues with their robot. That's going to leave only 2 robots up for the Red Alliance. Well, that may be enough. It's 430-242 with 10 seconds left on the clock. Now Red Alliance wants that extra ranking point. They're oh so close, but do they have enough time? 3 seconds left on the clock as the final volley going up for the Red Alliance. Not sure that's going to be enough. We'll find out in just a moment. All right, here come the scores for that last match. Red Alliance takes the win. Red Alliance 497-300. Red Alliance only walking away with 4 ranking points, but 13.
497-300 in favor of Red. Just 8 Fuel shy of making that ranking point. 5 points coming from penalties. 497 makes it look a little bit closer. But 1325 staying at third, 7520 moving up to 31st. Certainly something they'll be pleased with. 6941 dropping to 24th, 0 RP for the Blue Alliance. We are going to transition to somewhat of a more hyped up match that we've been hearing about a ton. Milstein's got something special for us. Sarah, what are we looking at?
Yeah, over on the Milstein division, we have match 115 coming up. This is a certified banger by the RoboSports Network. Steve, who are you excited to see in this match?
9644 NEIA Robotics out of Marlborough, Massachusetts. They were the defensive powerhouse on the New England District Championship winning alliance, and they have an opportunity here to show how well they can defend one of the best scoring robots in the world in their opponents in this match, 1678 Citrus Circuits.
I'm actually really excited looking at this alliance. 1678 and 1671, these two teams from California were both the Impact Award winners at the district championship. They also have won a championship together, and in 2015, when they won together, 1671 had set a nice, fun record of having won a world championship before having won a regional event at the time, as they qualified off of Impact and then continued to just dominate throughout the matches at the championship on that alliance. Let's see if some old memories come back to this Red Alliance in Quals 115.
And the Blue Alliance also trying some shots, but another wave of fuel opening from the red side. Great match here, 145 to 105. Citrus Circuits with a hopper full of fuel passing into the red side. Team Hamrand from the Netherlands also trying to grab some fuel to pass it to the blue side, or at least to go and score. The first shift is the blue shift and no blue robots shooting. But now there we are with Whale and Wildcats letting it fly. Team Rembrandt's also shooting and scoring, but now it's time for the Red Alliance. Citrus Circuits letting it fly. And with them, Dream Team from Israel. They are grabbing fuel, and soon they will be back to score more. 36-75, letting it fly. And the Red Alliance has the lead. In a high score for both alliances at this point of the match. This is going to be a great one. 60-90. Wildland Wildcats looking for more fuel, and they are back, letting it fly. More points for the Blue Alliance from the Rembrandts too. And on the red side, playing defense, it's Nia Robotics trying to stop the Red Alliance, but it's raining fuel into the red.
Now we're going to send you another match coming up on the left side of the screen. Hopper 114 just starting as we watch Endgame over on Milstein Division. The teams in the Hopper match, we're looking at Team 8749 Farmersville Robotics on the Blue Alliance. They're currently ranked 9th, looking to make their way into a captain spot with their last match.
And score with Tim Buchanan Bird Brains. 10 seconds remaining. It's a point by point. Who is going to win this one? 1671 shooting and scoring. It's now or never as time expires. Oh wow, what a match.
A strategy I haven't noticed yet this competition, outtaking in reversing their intake. Instead of shooting the balls up into the air to get them across the field. That final red robot is Charger Robotics. They are on the move on the blue side of the field, stealing all of that collected fuel. Looking over to those blue robots now, 401 Copperhead, moving back with a hopper full. Or should I call it a copper full? Fuel goes across the field, courtesy of the Frog Force. Those other red robots stuck away from their partner. But 401 has become lodged, but they free themselves. Yellow Jackets looking for a place to score. And 87-40.
And the scores from that Milstein match that we just watched, 1678, staying in the number 2 rank, but not getting the 5th ranking point there on the Red Alliance. With 9 matches to go in this division, still the rankings aren't fully solidified, so missing out on that ranking point has to have them a little bit nervous.
Yeah, I got to be a little worried. It's not so much about losing out on, a future match. I think that should be it for them at this point as we get into our final 10 matches for the day. But it's, does anyone else have that opportunity to jump past them now?
Yeah, actually, instead of saying that they should be nervous about that, I should check the rankings to see whether there's actual potential for that to be. But no matter what, in matches, you want to be scoring.
Also, we've got the score from the Hopper division here, 523 for the Blue Alliance, taking the victory there. But going back to that match with Citrus and the implications, you always want to control your destiny. And if you aren't number 1, you aren't fully in control of your destiny. So number 2, hopefully number 1 picks you, and hopefully it's a team you want to be with. Otherwise, you could have a situation where you're not playing with the team you want.
Number 2, you might be a couple of phone calls away from your destiny, but still something that you don't want to leave up to chance, right? So very, very exciting stuff. Let's see if we can get those rankings from the Milstein division as they currently stand. But yeah, Citrus punching number 2. We'd love to see, what's number 1 looking like. It is 74-57, super duper. Finishing with 9 matches. Not sure if the Citrus rank is up to date. Well, sorry, it is up to date. They are still number 2. Not sure if that was their last match or not. But 74-57 with a significant lead over them, going 9-0. The average match score, not as good as Citrus is looking, but 6-9-4, also undefeated, hot on their tail.
74-57 really has their destiny in their control because they are that ranking point above 1678 now. If they can go into their last match and score 5 ranking points, they will lock in the number 1 seed. They'll be their 2nd year in a row ranking number 1 in division. They did rank number 1 last year in Archimedes, so they'll be looking to capitalize on that number 1 rank should they end up getting it at the end of the day today.
Someone I'm excited to see. In number 7, we got 21-22, and in number 9, am I seeing that right? 62-38. Is that the Popcorn Penguins?
I believe that is the Popcorn Penguins from Northern California. Northern California, of course, moving with the entire state to the district model this year. It has been amazing to see sort of that mid-tier California teams upskill. We've seen some of them, like Peninsula, as high as 3rd rank, which has been absolutely incredible. But let's move over to Galileo and see how their rankings are looking there.
So currently at the top of the table with a pretty significant ranking point lead. Perhaps insurmountable. I don't know how well my math is working right now. They are currently 8 ranking points above 1768. 77-69 winners, the crew, winners of the Michigan State Championship, and showing that they are in just as fine form here at the championship.
They have locked that #1 seed position, so going into their last match, obviously they're going to want to put up a good performance. You want that momentum going into playoffs, but they can kind of relax a little bit now, take a deep breath, and start thinking about who they're probably picking.
Yes, and in comparison to, we were just talking about 74-57, who's at the top of the Bilstein division, they play in the last match. So if you are the #1 seed, you don't want to be playing in the last match if there are any ranking implications, because you'd rather have some knowledge before you have to clear out of the building about whether you're going to be the #1.
So someone who does intrigue me in the list right now, 1690, that's Orbit from Israel. They did not have a strong start to day one. They were not putting up the numbers that they wanted to, and they've been climbing slowly but surely. They are hungry for another championship win, trying to come back to the same level that they had last year in the finals on Einstein, the year before winning the whole thing. They've been clawing their way up to 4th. They've still got one more match to go. That average match score of 596, currently leading the pack on this field, except for 77-69, only 2 points behind, but only one ranking point behind the #3, right? So their average is great, their ranking points not so much, and this is where those early games are really starting to bite them.
We did mention earlier, unfortunately, no official competitions in Israel this year, so 1690 coming in. These are the first matches they played, so to have your first matches be at the World Championship and still rank so high in your division, absolute kudos to the team there and what they've been able to pull off. I'm sure we're hoping to have a better first day, but they're climbing back and they're learning how to play rebuild very quickly.
Speaking of 1690, they are in the match that we are going to show you on the screen here. They are on the Red Alliance. They're currently ranked 4th, as we showed you, but they're up against the #2 ranked team, 1768 in the Blue Alliance. So this match has huge ranking implications as we near the end of the tournament, the qualification match, the matches of the FRC Championship.
Mode. Drivers have control of the robots. Everybody moving here in Galileo. Shift #1 begins. The blue hub is active. Blue robots on offense here. Olympia Robotics Federation putting some in. Their partners, Nashoba, getting in position to score. They are pumping a lot of those fuel cells into the hub. But Red, over 200 points, maintains the lead. Orbit putting him up. Nemesis putting him up. Over 275 points for the Red Alliance. They're trying for over 300 here in shift #2, and they do it. Here comes shift #3. And the Blue Alliance is on offense. A big dump of fuel, though, in by the Blue Alliance. But they've got a lot of ground to make up here if they want to catch the Red guys. They're down about 100 here in shift #3 with about a minute to go in the match. So there is plenty of time to make something happen over on the blue side. But like I said, they've got their work cut out for them. We enter into the 4th shift. Red Alliance now up over 400 points. Blue at about 340. With under 40 seconds to go in the match, we've got over a 100-point lead for the Red Alliance. Coming to the end of the 4th shift, now we're going to get into the end game here. Both hubs are active. Olympia Robotics Foundation pumped a lot of fuel back in there to try to catch up. They brought it down to about 50, 60 points. Here's another big dump by the Blue Alliance. But Red already over 500 points. Blue at about 475, 480. Now they're over 500. But in 4 seconds, 3, 2, 1. The Blue Alliance may have just run out of time there. But let's wait and see how the referees score it. And here comes the officials.
So in that match, we saw the number 2 seed against the number 4 seed, with the number 4 seed coming out and taking the win. But welcome back to the desk, Paul Copioli. What a match to come back to.
Yeah, happy to be here. I caught the back end of that match, and as I understand it, the Red Alliance won by 127 in auto, and they still ended up winning the match.
Yes.
But if you win by 127 in auto, you're in a pretty good place to be.
Yes.
Almost as if winning auto is important. I don't know. I feel like I'm in the middle of something here.
Scoring more than your opponent in every phase of the game is very important, yes.
Strategery abounds here at the First Champs live desk, but the ranking implications of that match in particular, swapping the 2 seeds of those 2 captains in that match. So now 1690 is in the number 2 spot, and 1768 is in the number 4 spot. So huge.
And it seems that those spots are now locked for Galileo, with 7769 still maintaining their lead as number 1. 4 whole ranking points above 1690. Again, some hard matches at the beginning of yesterday, but wow, what a fight. What a comeback for 1690.
I mean, look, and they're still learning to play the game for real, because they've only played 10 matches, real matches total. Like, this is crazy.
I feel like we've almost, if anything, skipped over, like, what does a match in Rebuilt look like? What is the basic structure of the match? Because we've started talking about like the highest level of strategy about it.
Yeah.
At its basic level, 20 seconds of autonomous mode, and based on who has scored more fuel in autonomous mode, then the rest of the match is broken into shifts, where your hub is active only during part of the match. If you win auto, then after the 10-second transition period where both hubs are active, then yours is turned off, and you get the opportunity to feed balls back to yourself and prepare for the later.
So I got to show you something. I was very distracted when you were talking. Like, can we show the Curie ranking? Can we show the Curie rankings?
Yes.
This is crazy.
Talk about how scoring more matters.
Look at 1 point,
one ball
fuel.
average, 1 fuel. The ranking
10
points tied.
Fuels, 10 fuel difference, crazy. 6,800 and sitting in number 2. I know they were really trying to get to that number 1 seed in that Curie division, but 1 fuel, like 10 fuel total was the difference between 1 and 2.
When you think about, was that human players? Was that one match where you just missed a full hopper? Or is it consistent difference?
If my human player scores the 10 fuel that make the difference between first and second, I'm giving them a raise. They get a promotion for sure.
It's noise, right? And we're getting into Curie, presented by the Argosy Foundation, and we have a thumbs up. Look at that FTA. He's really presenting that thumbs up so we can see it, because some of these guys have been really hiding it. And we're going to throw it down to the field.
572, a little off kilter on their line, able to pick up more fuel than their opposing alliance. Fuel rains down once again from the poofs, and Hemlock's Gray Matter running into them. Friendly fire underneath the backside trench of your Red Alliance. They are up in this match and will go up in this offensive period. Now the Blue Alliance hub remains active as your Red Alliance starts to feed over to their side of the field. Boneyard Robotics doing their thing, playing defense they've been doing all weekend long. Now trying to free their partners, Falcon Robotics, able to go and do that. Shots continue to go up and in from the Hemlock machine. And now Red Alliance back online. Poofs from downtown. This is how we play, joining them. Hemlock's Gray Matter putting up an in. While your Blue Alliance stockpiles, Rossboss 5572 breaking away from a hit out of This Is How We Play, back to the blue side of the field. Last shots in for this period for your Red Alliance, and we have 346 points. Massive stream over from the red side down to the blue zone. As the Cheesy Poofs grab all that fuel sent back. Right back over to the red side of the field. Underneath the trench they go. Picking up a few more fuel, lining themselves up. 2 more seconds left of this period. And now Red Alliance back on the offensive.
And we're adding the Hopper division. We're live action here. They're just finishing up autonomous mode, while the Curie division is now entering squarely in phase 5.
So in this Hopper match, we are checking out the number 3 seed 6329 on the Red Alliance is playing against the number 5 seed 8044 Denim Venom. So major ranking implications again here at the end of the tournament.
And 6329 just did partner up with 2383, if I remember correct, in that match with 2056 OP Robotics. So a little bit of that partnership now turning into opposition for this match specifically. Let's see how 2383 is able to adapt, knowing some of the secret sauce for 6329 strategies.
Falling just short. 3 seconds left to go. 2, 1. Looks like we might have
to score in the hub. Denim Venom unloading a hopper full. Quickly response from the Red Alliance. Tons of fuel going up and into that hub. They quickly regain the lead, but not by much. There is a minute left in play. Mars looking like they're having
609 to 222 on Curie. They're all 5 ranking points going to 254, jumping to 4. Nothing for the Blue Alliance, only scoring 222.
It looks like 254, number 4 position. Yeah, okay.
Red Alliance robots doing the same. 30 seconds to go. Both hubs are now active. And tons of scoring. Robo Warriors making their way back to the blue side of the field to steal some fuel. Their partners are in the neutral zone. With 9 seconds to go, one last ditch effort from both sides to keep the scores even. Who will pull ahead? It looks like the Red Alliance takes a 40-point lead. We'll have that final score back to you in just a moment.
Mega match, like crazy. I just want to point out that the Red Alliance did lose autonomous mode, but they did in fact, more than likely, allegedly won the match.
You can take that if you want. I don't think that what we are talking about is about an actual strategic advantage. I think that it all comes out in the wash, that you can manipulate the fuel throughout the course of the match so that you are not in a disadvantageous position as your end game starts because you had the shift just before it.
This is great, I love this, but this really comes down to, if you lose auto by a small margin and you're a high-powered alliance, because someone's got to lose auto, right? And you have 35 seconds of straight shooting time in the beginning. That is better than having to have 55 seconds, because you have to do things during the match to ensure that you have enough fuel for those last 55 seconds, which may be on the margins, but I believe it's a slight disadvantage.
You know, I do think that there is something to be said, though, for those alliances. We're still waiting on the scores, so things have yet to be confirmed, as well as our recollection of who won and lost auto. Because I'm not certain at this point. The rest are huddling. I think they're also...
They may not be certain who won auto.
If we can actually cut to the picture-in-picture, I think the refs are actually having the same discussions. That's like, you know, hey, should they have lost auto there? I think it might have been better.
I hope they aren't.
It would be very funny if they were. But as we can see in just the score preview alone, 662 to 706, it will be the Red Alliance running away with the match. By how much? 678 to 720, so roughly 40 to 50 points, 119 to 163. It was in Blue's favor, but Blue did also end up that match a robot down towards the end there.
Yeah, Yeah, so again, but the down robot is like, again, this is one of those things that I think in the playoffs is gonna, when teams are at full strength, it's really gonna show. And this may be so much on the margin that some teams may believe it's an advantage to lose auto, and some teams may believe it's an advantage to win auto. My claim is there's going to be teams that believe that losing auto is an advantage, and they're gonna do something to make sure that happens.
Well, let's see how this auto plays out over on the Johnson field. Qualification 118, win or lose, it's sure to be a fun one.
So we've got 118 in qualification 118. Yeah, that's cool.
Nice.
The Red Alliance that comes out on top during this autonomous period, 90-31. Looks like 22-52, the Mavericks having a little bit of difficulty moving as we start the teleop mode. But now they've engaged the shooter and begun shooting for the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance has a nice lead of 153-85 right now. Blue Alliance going to the middle of the field. They are very low in game pieces in the blue zone. They quickly go back and cycle those game pieces to the Blue Alliance hub. 36-03 to Cyber Coyotes joining the fight in those last few seconds to try and give the Blue Alliance a chance in the next shift. Now we have the Red Alliance strengthening their lead with all three robots shooting in every corner of the Red Alliance zone. (66-52), the Tigers hanging out in the red zone, playing defense against the Red Alliance as that shift ends 306-142 and counting. Two robots focusing on shooting while 66-52 is trying to play some defense against the Red Alliance. Red Alliance has got two members siphoning fuel out of the blue zone. Within the last few seconds, the Blue Alliance runs out of game pieces. Now they've got all three robots in full gear, shooting into the Red Alliance hub. Red Alliance gets that energized ranking point, trying to get this supercharged ranking point before we go to the end game in 10 seconds. Robonauts getting one last cycle out before going to the middle of the field. With 30 seconds left, 117 to get to one last cycle. Robonauts contributing as well, getting to 500 game pieces, getting that supercharged ranking point. 18 seconds left. 66-52 playing defense against the Robonauts in the last few seconds. Let's see how high the score can get for the Red Alliance in 3, 2, 1.
And we are going side by side. We got the Hopper division presented by GE Aerospace in action in autonomous mode.
Human players and robots. At the end of autonomous, only 3 points separate those teams. Already, 540 is out on the defensive. Dare I say they have their talons out. Fuel goes launching across the field up into the neutral zone. Looking at that red robot stuck in the neutral zone, that is 4613 Barker Redbacks, stuck right in front. And
652 to 263 on Johnson. Once again, 5 ranking points going into that red winning alliance. 117 and 118, both climbing up higher. 118 and 8 staying neck and neck. 21 and 22, nothing for the Blue Alliance.
Racing back to the Blue Alliance zone. Fuel flying in every direction. Lots of action. 100 or so points separate these scores, but that volley from the red side ties them up. .25 seconds to go. The Blue Alliance pulling ahead by 10 points. Talon throwing 34-67 off their game. Last-ditch efforts to take the lead by the Red Alliance. It might just be enough. Will this last volley allow them to pull ahead? Your final scores for match 116 coming shortly. And it looks like scores are in. This match will go to the Blue Alliance. A brilliant match.
Well, welcome back to the desk. We've got Steph Morrison up here now. Steph, how's your weekend been? Actually, you know what? That's not fair.
It's been a wild weekend, Steve. I've been upstairs with the FTC crew a lot. It's been a lot of fun. We're running First Chance Live for FRC and FTC this year for the first time, so lots of robots, lots of action, I'm excited to be here on the other side of the tech for once.
It's tough being the boss.
Yeah. It's a lot of fun though. The shows are going really great, so it's really, really awesome to see what we've been able to do.
That's great. That last match that we were watching, the Hopper division, really swingy during that match. Alliances going back and forth, tossing who took the win. So we'll come back with scores when those come up, but both alliances really trying to get it right at the end. And I don't think it came down to fuel management as much as it was just robots being able to get back into their zone.
Well, I think that match was a lot closer than it should have been. The Red Alliance, the Barker Redbacks were stuck on a fuel for an inordinate amount of time, and that let the Blue Alliance take the lead early. But the Red Alliance had so much firepower, I think they did squeak it out at the end.
What we are also showing you now is qualification 118 from the Archimedes division, and that has the number 1 ranked team in it, 5940 Bread on the Red Alliance, on the Blue Alliance. So as we get through the rest of Teleop here, they are trying to make sure that they stay at the top of the Archimedes division. Let's see it play out.
Alliance. Bread ranked very high on our during our day today. They're already at 230 points, now 240. This fuel continuing to fly back and forth between the Red Alliance member and then the far side. Unfortunately, though, looks like a piece of Tiger Dynasty's robot flying far into the air, collision between them and Krypton Cougars. These cats are going back and forth, launching fuel from the far side of the field to their teammates' side. Blue Hub now active in the match. Again, this fuel going from the far side all the way to their home side. They are trying to get everything together to score as much as they possibly can. Blue Alliance sitting at 345 points. Red Alliance sitting at 199, waiting for their hub to activate. And there it goes, hub now activated, quadrangles lined up, starting to toss fuel. Their partners, Tiger Dynasty, joining them, launching fuel. Blue Alliance over 400 points now. Red Alliance just getting closer and closer to at least that 300 mark. 15 seconds remaining in the match, and Blue Alliance is not slowing down. They are grabbing that fuel from the neutral zone, bringing it back over. 5 seconds remain. 3, 2, 1. Results are in for that match. It's gonna go to the Blue Alliance. 4-9.
And we have the scores from that match, 496, 316. Just missing out on that 5th RP. So Brett drops to number 2. Even though they won the match, they dropped an RP. And as we've said all weekend, today the dropping of that 5th RP has happened a lot more than it did yesterday.
And what a way to end your qualifications at the championship. You've played your 10th match, your last match of the weekend before our playoffs. You are 9 balls short of your 5th RP, and you drop from 1st to 2nd. That's tough, right? And they played great, right? They're out there, they're scoring almost 500 points. They're locking in that number 2 spot, most likely. The team currently ahead of them does still need to get, it looks like, 4 and score above 572.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty big ask.
That's a pretty big ask, and depending on what they're, this could be interesting because maybe 5940 just only dropped as a matter of semantics, but if they secured that 5th RP, it would have really made it a tough task. So now, you know, you can't really score 570. Well, I guess you could with penalties, but it's tough to score 572 and not get the 5th RP. So this is one of those things where they're going to either 8608 is easily going to be the number 1 seed, or they're going to be 2 because they only got the 4 RPs.
So now it's a question. It's a little bit of a question of what's in the rest of that match. Their partners and their opponents could have an outsized influence on the top of the table here at Archimedes.
Well, and also like something that we don't talk about. Like if I'm Brad, I'm like, hey, we're thinking about picking you. You need to show us defense, lots and lots of defense, and that's a perfectly legitimate thing. Especially if you are actually looking to see, like, we want a defensive 4th robot or 3rd robot.
It is within the bounds. It is within it. But because they're, but 8608 is in the driver's seat.
For sure.
They want to get 5 ranking points. They've been able to do it a bunch of times. So if they do that, they lock the number 1.
Yeah.
They've got one clear goal right in mind. They can focus on just doing that.
Yeah, they got the 5 RPs every match except 1.
Yeah. So if they just have to do it once more.
Remember how you said like you didn't want to bring math to the task? I just used math there to figure out how many RPs they had per match. Yeah.
So I mentioned previously Milstein rankings. One of the things that's a little bit of a wrench in it is 7457 Super Duper plays in the last match of the tournament for Milstein. So there is still the potential for that.
And 1678 dropped a couple of RPs, and they only need 3 RPs they need 4 RPs, right? So they get to over 360 and win. They get over 360 and win.
They can do it with 3, and they probably got the tiebreaker. So I think
no, they don't have the tiebreaker right now. They're 499 versus 561. So they need 4 RPs. Yeah, Citrus has the tiebreaker.
Yes, Citrus has the tiebreaker.
Yeah. So. 7457, like I promise you, everyone in that division is rooting for 7457 to be the number 1 seed.
Definitely
except for Citrus.
Yeah.
I think the thing that's consistent between all the divisions that we've seen here is a disconnect between the win-loss tie, like the ranking points that these teams have earned, and the average. There have been at least a couple of outliers in each direction, and so that kind of informs, okay, this team that's at the top of the table, they have the highest ranking score, but their match average is low enough. Does that portend for the future declines?
Right, and I think that's a valid point, but also in the case of some of these teams, they're pulling heavy defense early. But I think for the most part, you are right. Like the teams with the higher average have been the more higher performing teams in the match. And we all know how much the schedule influences. You could have the same performing robot and be ranked 30 or be ranked 1 with the same exact performance depending on your schedule.
Scouting does play a pretty significant role at championships. Now, okay, everybody, in case you didn't know, scouting matters. So go back in time to like the beginning of the tournament and make sure that your team is on it, because you're going to need that today and tomorrow.
So what you're saying is we're a little too late, yeah?
Only the best advice here. Talk to me a little bit about surprises. I feel like we've seen a lot of surprises here this weekend already. I mean, we've seen some on Newton. I think some of the teams, bare metal, we maybe expected to be at the top. There was a lot of talk about them. There's other divisions that have been kind of shaken up. Some like surprises up at the top.
I think
of
the surprise is that the parity in FRC, especially now that more and more teams are moving to districts and the universal point systems, meaning the most deserving robot performance teams are now coming here. And so the parity is close. So the match schedule has a higher effect. The changing of the ranking point numbers has an effect. And you could argue it's an outpaced effect, but I don't know. And so, while we're thinking about talking about that, we can watch the Milstein division presented by Qualcomm and join the action as we're just exiting autonomous mode.
But what we've been talking about is at championships, because of all of the changes to the game, the ranking point thresholds, and all the changes to robots, not only code changes and rebuilds, but also an entire district didn't compete before they came to the event. And we see one of the Israeli teams in this match, 2630, is one of the captains, or right now, one of the captain spots on their field. So total unknowns coming into championship.
Yeah, and Israel, every year at the championship, they're always a major contributor or leader of many alliances during the playoffs and on Einstein.
And talk about tough to come in and have your first event be the championship. This game is especially brutal on robots. Robots are breaking all the time.
Team 32, 45 Ravens looking for a spin.
Very excited about side by side about this match as it gets started. 13:23. I got a little inside tip. They might have something special for us during this match. So play close attention. If 13:23 purposely goes close to maybe a dumper robot on the red, you may see some interesting interactions between 13:23 and a red dumping robot.
Bringing out the surprises. And the turrets are fun to watch.
Are we clear?
The field. Here comes 1323, Madtown Robotics collecting fuel there. No, they're playing defense onto the blocker, using this blocker, a very unusual strategy from the 1323 machine, as 2073 trying to shoot fuel, but 1323 blocking them out, burning time here during this shift. 360 to 326. With under a minute left to play. Blue Alliance's shift begins now as there goes 1323 and 2883. Shooting fuel into that blue hub, retaking the lead, 386 to 372. Both alliances, one of the alliances, the Blue Alliance, has secured the energized ranking point. Red Alliance needing just 3 fuel to get there as the Blue Alliance begins working towards that supercharged ranking point. 449 and counting here, just less than 50 fuel away for the Blue Alliance to get that supercharged ranking point. Red Alliance and Blue Alliance hubs are now active as we are in the end game portion of the match. Eagle Force, another big volley there, keeping it close against a very powerful Blue Alliance here. Blue securing the supercharged ranking point. Red trying to do the same. 497 fuel. There goes both alliances getting a supercharged ranking point as time expires on match 124. All right, here are our results for match 124. It's going to be a Blue Alliance victory. Final score, 561 to 5.
would you like us to talk about this score? Okay, and the results for this match, 561 to 550, very close match. 1323 stays in the number 2 position, 2073, 4678, despite the loss, is still in the top 10, and we have another Rhino match, which we've got the 7 ranking points. This is like the baby unicorn, so to speak, but I love having a Rhino match. We had some special sauce in that match, and I think we have it on replay at some point. We're going to go look back and do some technical highlights of what happened during that match, but to be honest, 1323 almost got a little too cute. Like they wanted to use their little special thing, and it almost lost in the match.
Trying to focus on like a brand new thing that you're bringing into a match can sometimes make it so that you don't have clear focus on winning, earning ranking points. But perhaps this is a look to the future. So what we've got here, check out 1323. They are up at the top of the screen. They're going to be going into their opponent's alliance zone. But watch what happens, and you can see it down in this corner cam as well, as they bring up a little roof. It's a little blocker at the end of a little mechanism on their robot. And so what that allows them to do is put a physical blockade over where their opponents are ejecting the balls, trying to get them to go into the hub. So not pushing defense and not preventing the opponent from getting to a place, but instead sitting in front of them with a blocker bar, making it so that all of the shots that they take just bounce off something and don't go up in the air.
Yeah, I mean, this is like this. Oh, let's get the Milstein score, and we can talk more in depth about this. Or maybe not. I guess they're too quick for us. But you talk about this is like the rock, paper, scissors. It looked like it was turning out that the big dumper robots were both the rock and the paper, right? And it looks like 1323 said, not so fast, my friend, and brought out this blocker. Now, I want to, in that highlight in the video, it wasn't just the fact that they were blocking, but you could see that the Red Alliance robot was shooting prematurely to avoid the blocker, and they like kind of forgot that they were a dumper robot, and the fuel was shooting 10 feet away from the goal. So it's not just the amount of balls that they blocked, the fuel that they blocked, it's the psychological effect it had on the other alliance, throwing them off of their rhythm.
Because what we've seen so far from these high throughput robots, the dumper robots, is once they're in position, even if somebody is pushing them from the side, they're not moving enough, they're against a field element, or they've got their wheels at an X. They have full confidence. They can just send their whole thing. It's going to make it if their robot is telling them that they're lined up. This is a new wrinkle.
This is the second year in a row that Madtown has brought something new to the championship in terms of like some kind of evolution of play. Last year was the firewood stacks on the L1 coming out of the championship between 1323 and Jack in the Bot, and now this pretty cool blocker. And I totally agree with you when it comes to like the psychological effect. They did not spend a lot of time with their robot physically blocking the other robot that's trying to shoot, but they sure prevented a lot of score happening.
So coming up next on the Archimedes field, we have 1114, who is currently the number 4 rank. They're going to be on the Red Alliance, and they're paired up with a high-performing team from the Pacific Northwest, 5468 Chaos Theory, with a small capacity turret, dead bang accurate, able to shoot on the move and move a bunch of fuel, and 1114 just able to scoop up a whole bunch, get into position, and fire them all at once.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're just going to see that highlight of the different styles of play with that. But like 1114, in my opinion, is probably the best non-trench dumper, like large dumper, tall dumper robot. But again, I think as a tall dumper robot sitting in number 4, they can realistically jump to number 3 if they have a high scoring match to get over that 629 tiebreaker. But
on the other side of the field, we've got the masters of machination, 2767 Strike Force, themselves in the number 10 position, and they are with world champion from last year and winner of the Indiana district championship, 4272 Maverick Robotics. So nowhere near content just to be a side player on 1114's quest to stay at the top of the rankings. but perhaps looking to be a spoiler and move themselves up.
Yeah, the way the ranking points are in this division with the different teams playing so many matches is really confusing. But like, you see 59-40 sitting at number 2 at 48, and we talked about that before. Virtually tied, actually tied in average fuel scored. So 8608, whenever they come to play, it's going to be an interesting jumble at the top. And 1114 is kind of on the outside of the top 2 looking in. They have to have a couple of things go their way that may not be in their control.
I will say our graphic here does truncate the number. There is 2 decimal places, I believe, that the ranking does actually go out to. So the actual current ranking there would be 572.44 for 8608 with 572.5 for Bread. So they are within 0.06 of each other, but not quite tied.
That's 0.6 balls a match. That's 0.6 balls fuel a match. That's definitely one human player tying their shoe.
What's going on? Is it our shift? Do we have to? So for as few matches as we have left, we do have to wait to find out what's going to happen at the top of Archimedes, because 8608 plays in qualification match 123 out of 125. So we will still be checking in, but knowing that the absolute top of the rankings hinges on that match 3 matches before the end of the
I think right now the only division that, I guess there's maybe 2 between Newton and Daly. Those are the only 2 that like kind of got a concrete answer of what we think there's a concrete answer, concrete allegedly of the teams we together. I mean, I think I would not bet against High Tide picking 1323. I would not have bet against that. Newton may have a similar dynamic. Can we pull the Newton rankings up if we have some time?
What we have on Newton is the number 1 and the number 2 seeds are locked up. So those 2 teams, if they want to play together, have known for a couple of matches already that either of them could pick the other. And Itcon and Jack in the Bot can have already been planning, if they wanted to work together, to just
anyone that's been watching Newton and anyone that's been watching 2910's matches and 9128's matches, if they have eyes that can actually see, I would not bet against 2910 picking 9128, picking Itcon. If 2910 doesn't, I would have to have a conversation with some of their lead mentors to see what kind of juice they're drinking.
I'm just a coach.
I'm just saying.
But
some things are obvious in life.
But a dynamic that you can get pretty far into the weeds when you talk about overall tournament strategy.
Sure.
But a dynamic that I've highlighted is the ability overnight to have your first alliance, the first 2 teams of the first alliance locked together so that they can strategize together, look at their pick lists and compare them so that they're on the same page.
If they wanted to do that, they could go back to their hotels right now and do it, like right now.
But it also gives an opportunity for the team that's going to move into the number 2 captain slot, if they know that number 1 alliance is solidified, they can also start doing that with the next team down the line.
5549 also has eyes, so they probably don't need to know. They know.
One thing that I noticed about when divisions first came out, like about the Newton division in particular, especially, I mean, EPA is not the greatest accurate metric this year, especially with all the rebuilds and everything.
Yeah, for sure.
But this division, compared to the others, the top of the top was lower, but the middle, I mean, it's just like the depth is there, right?
These are going to be some fantastic playoff matches.
It really, really is. Those lower alliances are going to have a lot of firepower.
And a lot of firepower, and even relative to what I've been using as a mnemonic for championship level play is the 3rd robot on every playoff alliance. These are robots that are the captains or the first picks of regionals and districts.
They're not used to being a 3rd robot.
Yeah, these are fully capable. They can play the whole game.
They're not your typical 3rd robot.
Well, yes, they are not the 3rd robot that you would see at your qualifying events. These are robots with the ability to do some pretty complex things, some advanced strategies, have high scoring capabilities or high passing or are very good at defense or all three. So this opens up some real opportunities for what does each alliance want their makeup to be.
And Galileo, as you can see the rankings on the right, they're already formed up too. So 7769 is locked up, the #1 seed. 1690 is locked up number 2. If I'm 7769, I'm trying to select 1690 if I'm them, because I wouldn't want to go against them. But I don't know, because again, 1690 has not played this game all that much. None of us have any idea what kind of strategy they want to run in the playoff. And as we know, 1690 likes to run different types of strategies during the playoffs that aren't really mainstream. So you have no idea what they're thinking. And being the #2 seed, they can really kind of have the pick of the litter outside, you know.
There's a lot still to be played on these, and with the unknowns. So we've seen how this game has played out at qualifying events, at high-level district championships as well, like what we imagine to be just about championship-level play between alliances of similar caliber and similar firepower. But it's even higher here at the championship. You don't know exactly what you're going to be up against. So what is the most robust strategy that allows you to go into matches with one pivot so that if your opponent is doing this major thing different, you're ready to play against it without going so far into the weeds that you're thinking, okay, so if they bring this robot over here, we're going to move, instead of us being the primary scorer, we're going to go over into their tower and start. You can get too into it. You got to play your own game. But
So in this Archimedes division presented by Rockwall Automation, 4272 has been bypassed, and so they're not playing in this match. And they're removed from the field. So it's 3v2, a little more open field. That's a nice break for 1114. Tough break for Strike Force 2767. And so let's see how this match is going to play out.
Red going to take the next hub shift. All 5 field robots in this zone. Megahertz trying to score, getting some defense played. Symbotics currently ranked 1, are currently in our top ranking. They are going to continue to try and climb in this match. Blue Alliance hub active again, but yet no scoring happening from either team member at this time. They continue to launch balls or fuel to their side of the field, but not scoring it into that hub during this time. That time is going to run out as well. Now it's back to Red. Their hub active once again. Both Strike Force and Bubbles trying to slow them down, but this Red Alliance is not giving up. Megahertz, Chaos Theory, Symbotics, all 3 tossing loads and loads of fuel at this hub, a few away from that bonus ranking point. And there it is. They've earned the energized ranking point. Now less than 30 seconds remain in the match. Red Alliance going to try and continue to score at 406 of the necessary 500 for that supercharged ranking point. Just now only 10 seconds remaining in the match. Blue Alliance continuing to try and play defense against these teams. 3, 2, 1.
So, an abrupt end to that match. We will get you exactly what happened. That Archimedes match was all kinds of wacky. Didn't start as its predicted time because it looked like 4272 unable to get their robot ready for that match. So they would be bypassed, and then they were given the choice to leave the robot on the field or take it off the field. You should always take it off the field if you're going to be bypassed. But
yes.
Well,
yes.
Yeah, you're pretty much better, right?
Yeah, if you're bypassed, there's no hope of connecting. So you should probably take your robot off. and work on the thing that has caused
more
you
time to work on it and fix it.
Work on it, and you know what? There is no good place on your alliance side of the field for there to be a robot that doesn't move.
You're correct. Correct.
It's a deep insight. You can hope to
especially in this game. Especially in this game.
Nothing but deep analysis here at First Champs Live. Yeah, so this is the same as it was before. 74-57. It'd be interesting if somebody could get us. When's their next match?
Their next match is the last match of the tournament.
Oh,
they're
so
playing in
we have some
124.
time to wait, right? And so 16-78 is, it's really just comes down. It's really just simple. If 74-57 can get enough points to get 4 ranking points, they're going to be a number 1 seed.
Yeah, the only thing that anybody's looking for at the top of the rankings there is does Super Duper win the match or not?
Well, they have to get 1 more ranking point too. They have to get 4 ranking points. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I skipped a step in there. I don't know this. I haven't looked at the breakdown of that match yet, but if they don't score 360 points, how are they winning the match?
I think that's a great assumption. And we have the score from the last match in Archimedes, and 11-14 is locked in and staying at the fourth seed.
Yes,
position.
so they earn 4 ranking points from that scuffly sort of match, but still sticking there in one of those top captain spots.
Yeah, and the only way they were going to be able to jump to 3 is to have a 5 ranking point match, and they didn't get it done.
Yeah, Chaos Theory in that match also jumped up to 10, so just about in striking distance if there's a lot of in-picking there in the top 8. 27-67 unfortunately dropped down to 12, so they're out of the picking there.
Outside looking in, and that's unfortunate, right? When you have a robot that gets bypassed, I mean, no one likes to see that, and it's just bad luck, and that plays a part here at Championship with so many evenly matched teams.
Well, let's see if we've got a little bit better luck going on here in Milstein match number 122.
They are shooting for the Blue Alliance. It's the Blue Alliance trying to close the gap in our score. But it's going to be difficult because 40-89 Stealth Robotics is stealing fuel from the blue side. 149-86. And now moving on the red side, Stealth Robotics shooting from the corner and scoring for the Red Alliance. That is now with more than 200 points. Trying to play defense is Team 7039 XO. All the way from Israel. The team trying to make it a hard time for the Red Alliance. Moving on to the blue shift. A lot of fuel for them there, but not anymore because 4089 is again there stealing fuel from the Blue Alliance. 29-74. Walton Robotics trying some quick shots. As the Blue Alliance is still trying to close the gap. Less than 1 minute remaining in our match here. It's raining fuel on the red side. Red Alliance just got the Energized RP. And now more than 400 points for them. Great advantage. They are close to winning this match. But the Blue Alliance is still playing. Team Walton Robotics trying some shots for the blue side. They are with more than 200 points. And the Red Alliance is looking for the supercharged RP. Still 25 fuels need to be scored to get this ranking point. Just 5 seconds remaining. And now flurry of fuel up and in for the Red Alliance as they almost get the ranking point. Let's wait for the official score.
Looks like Team 686 Bovine Intervention will be able to keep or solidify that number 6 spot that they had. But looking, we'll get the score from that Milstein match when it comes up. But looking forward, the top of Galileo may be locked, but there's a lot of ranking implications coming up in their next match.
Yeah, a lot. I mean, the number 7 team 2468 Appreciate is in this match, and if they get a 5 RP match, they get to number 4.
Well, not just them. There's also the number 8 seed, the number 9 seed, and the number 12 seed all in this same match. So no matter what happens, there's going to be some moving and shaking around here.
Right. And is the number 8 seed, are they on the same alliance as 2, 4, 6, 8, or are they opposite?
This 2, 4, 6, 8 is against all 3 of those, actually. So it will be...
it's an uphill battle.
It's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle here.
That's a big matchup for 1506 then, because they have the same, they're in the same boat. They can jump all the way to 4.
So projections being what they are, projections being what they are in this upcoming Galileo match, the alliance that has the 8, 12, and 9 seed is projected to score about 200 points more than the alliance that has the number 7 seed. So based on previous things, this would be a pretty significant shake with the higher seed moving down and the lower seeds moving up. But that match we just watched on Milstein, 686 able to move into number 6, and 4089 Stealth able to move up into the 9th spot.
Yeah, in the 9th spot, I mean, at the championship, pretty much guarantees you're going to be in the top 8, right? I mean, there's at least one inter pick at the championship.
Yeah, and Stealth, another one of those great turret robots. They kind of maybe underperformed a little bit, had a little bad luck there at the district championship in P&W, so great to see them coming back strong here at the championship.
In this Galileo match, I'm excited for this one. Looks like we're getting prepared for this match. I think the FTAs have caught on to our commentary, and they're now messing with our heads a little bit, because you notice the FTA is like not quite in the scene, and they've been giving us these little incognito thumbs up, so we can't get our cues. We can't cheat and get our cues from the FTAs.
Well, the thumbs up that they're showing is to the scorekeeper, to let them know, and that's the person behind the desk.
Oh, I understand. But do you understand that the FTA chat is talking about how we talked about the thumbs up, and now they're all doing the same little incognito thumbs up
I was trying
to
give a generous read.
I have actual facts.
I am trying to assume the best in all participants.
Facts win. Facts should win.
Well, there are still humans on the field there, so it looks like that may not be quite ready yet to play.
That is the cue, and I look forward to seeing how the FTAs respond to that little conversation we just had, because they will respond. They will.
They don't have fields to run.
No. They're also very funny people, and when an FTA comes into the audiovisual room and tells us specifically that they're doing it on purpose, I'm going to believe them.
I do tend to believe FTAs when they tell me things, yes. Sort of speaks to just all of the volunteers who have to be here to put on such a huge event. All the work that they're putting in at these fields, the field resetters on this, and the queuers, making sure that teams are coming in and out. Championships is so different from any of the qualifier tournaments that teams have been to, that it's helpful that it's such a welcoming environment to say, we know it's different, but here we'll help you.
Yeah,
we'll make sure that you're ready.
And FTAs and head refs and referees especially, this is not their first time volunteering this year, so they put in hundreds of hours volunteering at events up to this, and these are long days for them. Like, the teams get to go home, but the FTAs and the head refs and the key personnel, they're spending a whole heck of a lot of time. Oh, she's presenting us. We can see it. So this thumbs up. We're getting ready. So let's go join the Galileo division as they start autonomous.
Moving here in autonomous on Galileo. Blue Alliance taking a lead here in the autonomous round. Red making a final push, but Blue's going over 100. It looks like they're going to take it, and they do. So advantage Blue as we enter into teleoperator mode. Drivers have control of the robots. Everybody moving here. Shift number 1 is active. The Red Alliance hub is active, and the red team is on offense. Team Appreciate putting a bunch of fuel cells into the red hub. Blue, though, has the lead here, and they are building on the lead. All three blue robots shooting into the hub. And then the terabytes going over all across the field, collecting more fuel cells. They're shooting them in again. Metal Muscle shooting some in. The Raid had shot a couple in as well. So the Blue Alliance up to almost 300 points. But we enter into the third shift, and Blue in the lead, but Red is active. So Red trying to catch up, but they're down by about 100. Team Appreciate putting in about 20 balls there, cutting into that lead. We go to shift number 4. The Blue Alliance again, putting a lot of those fuel cells into the blue hub, building that lead up to about 130 points. We're down under 40 seconds remaining in the match. About 150 point advantage, now almost 200 point advantage for the Blue Alliance, about 180. Red cutting into that a little bit here as we enter into the end game, and both hubs are active. So Red over 300, Blue over 400, and Blue scoring quite a bit there. That 44-69 Raid just putting in a lot of fuel cells. They're over 500 as time expires.
Never in doubt with that match. We see the Blue Alliance, I believe, just barely getting over that 500.
I agree. I agree. We're going to see right now, though. We're going to see. Did they get it?
The Red Alliance also getting the energized ranking point from that match. So nearly a Rhino match there. 5 ranking points for that Blue Alliance bumps all of those teams up.
Yeah, we're gonna see this rank. Oh, this is Archimedes ranking, is what we're seeing right here.
And real quick before we move on, we saw 2468 there pull out the double defense. They really, they were really going for it, trying to swing things their way.
And they did have the field tilted in fuel. It's just that 1506 saw that happening, and they moved across the field before their active period was over. And the normal move is wait till your active period is over and go, but no, they went early and they were able to snipe back a bunch of the fuel that 2468 had stored in the back there. So, and here's the rankings now. So
2468, that's from just before that match.
No, 2468, no, they dropped to 9. No, 1506 up to 4, and 2468 only
10 matches there.
And they only dropped one spot, so 1506 is the one that jumped them. And so 2468, it's okay. They're still in a fine spot, right? Sitting at number 8, or number 9, they've got options. And we already know, like, come on, 7769 is going to try to pick 1690. And okay, let's say 1690 says no. Who are they picking? I don't know.
I really liked what I saw from a lot of the robots in that match. So it's not like you're picking around and you don't like any of your options. You might like too many of
it
your
really
options.
comes down to 5913. Like, is 5913, like, can they disrupt the line selecting, or would 1506 say yes to 5913? Like, that's I don't know, because I'm not familiar with 5913.
As easy as it would be for all of these divisions if the rankings accurately reflected good cohesive pairings, then you could just sort of collapse them. Just each team picks in order, but that's never really how it works out.
Yeah, never really how it works out. Yeah.
Teams have to look a lot. You have to think. You have to really noodle it out. Like, who's going to pick whom, and will they accept, and then what does that mean for us? It's very complicated in those middle captain positions. You really want to know what's going on before you get to.
And the more I think about, the more I know about 1690, and they really like being the Alliance captain. Like, a lot.
It is really good to be the Alliance captain.
And if all things are being equal, maybe they think there's a couple of robots that are the same, but they say no and they pick their own alliance, because I wouldn't put it past them.
You also get your third pick, your third partner pick.
A little bit better.
A little bit better. But all things being equal, that is a big bridge.
Yeah.
Do we truly believe that there isn't that much separation between these teams that we're talking about and 77-69, who has just been amazing
all year?
They've been amazing
all year
and proven. So,
amazing and proven,
right?
yeah.
And I mean that's where you want to be. The more doubt that you can remove before we get to these picking situations, the better. And so there's little doubt that 77-69 is going to show up.
Well, this next match in Archimedes has Team 27, and we have the rankings up from Archimedes, and it's a bit jumbled still right now. And 27, they can jump a whole bunch of teams with a win here, and they can jump a whole bunch of teams. They've got the highest amount of ranking points for a 9. I got the third highest ranking points for a nine match team, and so they can jump to 3 or 4.
Well, but I think we talked about this division specifically a little bit, but we see it here. The thing that's really weird about this division is we're at 120 out of 124 or 5 matches. Look at how many teams in the top 8 have only 9 matches played.
Yeah.
There's so much left to do on this Archimedes field. We might be just putting the cart before the horse over here. Like, we might be jumping ahead of where we will actually know what's going on, because of the top 10, half of them have a match left. They're nowhere near locked.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's
all
crazy.
sorts of stuff could happen.
Yeah, number 9, number 6, number 5, number 3, number 1, all have a match left.
And in this match with 27, they are going against the number 5 team, I believe, 30-45 here. So even in just this match, there's 2 teams are going to be
huge
moving for sure.
Huge implications. It's almost like you can script it better than this, really.
Yeah.
But
exciting in action all the way to the end.
Archimedes is a deep division too. Like, they have the mid-level is very good.
Yeah.
Well, I would say their upper mid-level is very good.
Going to see some really powerful
some
alliances.
exciting playoffs.
Yeah. Right, because like mid-level and upper mid-level, out of 75 teams, only 32 make it into playoffs.
Right.
So upper mid-level is, we're talking about like the third robot on an alliance, 3rd or 4th. So it's not just like the halfway point on an entire division. It's at least slightly above that.
Yeah, right. Okay, so we're gonna go, looks like we got Galileo presented by Mauser Electronics up on the screen now.
This is the last match that we're playing on Galileo. So most everything has already been decided, but remaining playing in this match, the rank number 15 team, 81-59 on the Blue Alliance, and the rank number 12 team 3501 Firebots on the Red Alliance. There is potential for these robots to move just outside of the top 8, and that can give them the opportunity to perhaps be an Alliance captain as the Alliance selections play out tomorrow morning.
Yeah, 3501. They got an uphill battle, but if they get 5 RP, they can move into number 9 or number 10 with 5 RP.
Blue goes on offense, so they take back the lead. As they score a bunch, they go up by about 40, now maybe 50. Looking to increase the lead by even more, 60-70. Blue Alliance gonna go over 200 points here. We still got over a minute to go. We enter into shift number 3. Red sends in a bunch of those fuel cells into the red hub. They're trying to catch up. They've got 175 points, almost up to 200. Looks like they're gonna go over 200. They're gonna catch up here in this 3rd shift, and they do. They take the lead by about 25. But here comes the Blue Alliance. We enter into shift number 4. Blue is on offense. They're close to tying it up. They get it tied up, they take the lead. And they jump way ahead now. So they're going over the 300-point barrier. They're up by about 70, 80 points now. We go to the end game here. We're under 30 seconds left in the match and the day here at Galileo. Big advantage for the Blue Alliance. They're up by about 70, 80, 90 points. As we go down under 10 seconds remaining in this match. Both alliances scoring. Lots of interaction between the robots. Collisions back and forth as time expires. All right, we come to the end of the day. Let's see how the referees score it.
Close match there on the Galileo division. Neither alliance getting any bonus ranking points, it looks like, from that live score.
Yeah, which has been very rare even today. Even with the suppressed scores today, it's been rare to not have either alliance. We need a name for that because we have the Rhino, we have the Unicorn. Is it the puppy?
The hippo.
It's like a puppy match?
The hippo.
Hippo?
Yeah.
I don't know, but hippos are cool.
I mean, it's like a rhino, but it doesn't have a horn, so.
Oh,
yeah.
maybe.
I don't know.
But they can swim.
They can swim. Hippos are really cool, yeah.
But what we've got going on the screen right now, the Hopper division presented by GE Aerospace. 2056 is the number 2 rank on their field right now. They are looking to keep that going, but on the other side of the field, 6328 is currently ranked number 14, so with the outside possibility of sneaking in just outside the top 8 to be in position to move into a captain's position as
this would be
interpicking happens.
It'd be a heck of an upset, though. I mean, there's a massive lead, and 2056 is showing off now because they just full field passed on the move and put it perfectly in the corner of their home zone.
True this year, as in many others, 2056 doesn't really give their opponents a lot of opportunities to move up in the rankings.
No, they do not. But that, like, again, when you talk about the big dumpers and these turret robots, and some of these turret robots with their rate of fire, it just looks like a laser beam of fuel coming out of that thing.
It's so fun to watch. I love the shooting on the move too, where they're so clearly aiming ahead of where the goal is, where their robot is, and all the math that's going on there in the robot. It's so cool to watch as they're driving and shooting on the move at those insane rates of fire.
And 11024, man, I'm telling you, they're smart. They are moving fuel in places where it's tougher to score. They're playing a little bit of defense against 2056. Now, look, the pivot that 2056 Alliance did, 751 is passing fuel, so no one's crossing into each zone. Like, so 2056 just staying in the home zone for the rest of the match, and 751 is just giving them fuel. It's amazing.
To defense, their partners, Hypernova and the Babies, doing the same. That valiant defense has certainly put a damper on the Red Alliance score, but they are still far ahead of the Blue Alliance. With 10 seconds to go, the Blue Alliance score starts climbing once again. One last second push from all of the teams. And time.
All right, this match just starting on Archimedes. We've got qualification match 122. We've got the number 9th ranked team, Team 27, Team Rush out of Michigan. After a slow start to this tournament, they are trying to solidify a high-seeded position so that they can be a captain, but currently working their way through the beginning of teleop. They and their partners have to make sure that the Red Alliance doesn't get too far ahead during their active period.
Working against the Gear Gremlins here, 3045, currently ranked in 5th, as well as 1619 Upper Creek, also in this match.
5 RP match could get them all the way up to 6 or 7, so this is a big match for 27.
their hub becomes active, these teams sliding around on the field, begin working on tossing up the fuel into their hub. Rush in the neutral zone, grabbing fuel and bringing it on back to meet their teammates. Laser also on the Alliance for Blue. Over on the Red Alliance side of the field, all 5 robots crammed on that corner of the field. Red Alliance working on scoring, trying to toss as much as they can at this hub while it's active. Just being 2 Alliance members, they have to do everything they can to score as much as possible. They are slowly but surely catching back up to that Blue Alliance. Blue, though, not gonna just let them have it. They are going to continue to score. Rush and their partners rolling around in that Blue Alliance zone. Laser back on the Red Alliance side of the field still. Looks like they're gonna try and keep Gear Gremlins from getting over to score, slowing them down even more. Collision between 3 robots in the middle of the field. Looks like no damage, thankfully, at this time. Under 30 seconds remaining in the match. Team's gonna have to put everything they can at this hub. And that's exactly what Gear Gremlins and Upper Creek are trying to do. Just now, 7 seconds remaining, and they are so close to that first bonus ranking point. Blue just pieces away from that second. Blue Alliance earning the bonus ranking point as well. Does look like Red just short of the 360 they needed. Results are in. It's going to go to the Blue Alliance. 513 to 366. Blue Alliance gonna walk away with 5 of those ranking points. This does boost Rush up into rank number 7. Unfortunately for the Gear Gremlins, an important match, only 1 ranking point earned. They're gonna drop down to 6.
Just kidding, I'm good. Adrian's here. I needed Adrian to do the things.
So, with what we saw in that last match, 27 able to get those 5 ranking points and move up, and it also bumps down 30-45 the Gear Gremlins from Archimedes. We're all back.
My bad. Hey, the new guy messed things up. It's okay.
So
what's going on here?
As fields have finished their matches, we're gonna go around all the divisions and show you the ones that have finished up, what their rankings are, and a little bit of a preview of what we think is going to happen during Alliance selection tomorrow morning, which is extremely early in the morning.
27,
like 7 a.m., right?
27 did manage to get those 5 ranking points and only moves up to 7th. So not quite as high as we thought they could.
But that's temporary. But yeah, that's temporary. They can jump. There's another match to go. I think a team ahead of them.
That's right. They actually have 3 more matches to go. I think that may have been the division we were talking about. There were still several of those top 8 teams left to play. So
yes.
Guaranteeing for sure at this point that they will be in the top 8. They will have the opportunity to form their own alliance. If they aren't picked or don't like where they get picked first.
Looks like Johnson is all set.
Yeah, but speaking of, we had talked earlier about surprises. 45-22, 1792 at the top of the Johnson division. 45-22 former world champion winners in 2024, but 1792 coming out of that new Wisconsin district and really showing out at championship for a team that we had not previously heralded as much.
Yeah. Agreed. And we still have, it looks like the Engineers, 23-37, still has another match left. And if they 5 RP it, they will jump in to the top 8. And we're going to see them next. And they could, that's a big match for them because they could jump into the top 8, solidify a spot at number 7 if they get a 5 RP match.
Engineer's having a great year this year. Sounds like this is a pretty favorable match for them, so they've got a good shot at moving up in the rankings here. They're one of those double turret teams, and did really well, won their division at the Michigan State Championship. Yeah, really, really solid robot.
Yeah, and so let's see what's the next division we want us to talk about. Any of them?
So we've got, so 3 of the divisions have, three divisions remain. 5 divisions have finished. So let's check out the daily division. Those rankings have, not only are they done because the matches are done, but the rankings for daily have been sort of calcified from very early in this tournament. Coming out of California, 44-14 and 13-23, really outpacing the field in these qualification matches.
And that's incredible. I mean, an average match score of 693, just short of 700 points. There's plenty of teams that are here at the championship that have never scored that much, probably, right? I mean, that's an incredible score.
But what's even more crazy and improbable is they have 106 more average fuel than 13-23, defending world champion 13-23. That is crazy. That's nuts. It's amazing.
This match that we had just talked about with Engineers is playing now, so we're going to check out 23-37 on the Red Alliance. They have the potential to move up or down from their current rank of 10.
To finish out the autonomous victory, we've got all 6 robots back in action now, getting unbeached from those game pieces in the middle of the field. Now we move on to shift number 1. We got 1 blue robot stuck on some game pieces near the outpost, and 1 red robot trying to steal those game pieces in the blue zone. 67-66 is trying to get to their partner, but they've got the Red Alliance members stopping them from getting there. But now, as time expires for that shift, we move over to shift number 2. Red Alliance takes the lead now, 118 points to 88. Engineers hang out by the red tower. Now we'll continue to cycle with their partners. All 3 Red Alliance partners shooting in unison to strengthen their lead to 177 to 88 right now. We've got the Blue Alliance back in full swing with 2 robots shooting, and the third one trying to collect some game pieces. 28-48, the Rangers playing some defense against the Blue Alliance. The Blue Alliance cleaning house on their side of the field, picking up those game pieces, cycling it through and getting a few more points on the board in those last seconds of that shift. But the Red Alliance has the lead, and we'll begin shift number 3. 28-48 and 23-37, the Engineers and Dirt are shooting for the Red Alliance, and now we've got 20-40 joining the fight as well, hanging out in front of the Red Alliance hub as we go into the end game. We've got 2 blue robots stacking up the points. The third one joins as well. 20-40 glides across the top of some game pieces. Their partners 20-48 gets them off of those game pieces. The Blue Alliance keeps stacking up the points. It's just non-stop here on the Johnson Field as the Engineers continue to score for the Red Alliance. Let's see if the Red Alliance get to 500 in 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to the desk here at First Champs Live, presented by the Robo Sports Network. We're at the culmination of the rebuilt season at the First Championship here, and we are just coming up to the end of qualification matches as teams get ready for Saturday, the final day.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you're used to the noise in Newton the whole day, the fact that it's dead silent behind us is actually quite distracting. So, look, some of these divisions are, I'd love to see some rankings at, you know, whatever we can see up. It's just, so we got the Curie rankings. Again, this is one of those things where, like, we're talking about 0.06 or 0.6 average fuel scores separating 5907 and 6800. Not sure what that's going to do. This is such a deep, deep field. I'm really interested in what the Poofs are going to do in this regard because, you know, they're sitting, they got a lot of options, man. Mercenary at 6369, 125 the Neutrons, 6800. You know, I'm sure 6800 is really, if they were one, I guarantee they'd be picking probably the Poofs, I would think. Maybe, you know, that's one heck of a guarantee. But with, well, that's really the question is, if the Poofs decline, okay, what's that scenario look like, right? So 6800 now is left with, so 5907 is going to either get, you know, Mercenary, 125. There's probably other robots, 1987, even 5199. Like, all of these robots in the top 8 can score. I mean, look at this. Look at the Curie average. The top 10 robots are all over 500.
All substantially over 500.
Substantially over 500.
It can get lost in averages, but
yeah,
you get some real ups and downs at the tournament. So it's the question, I think, for each of these captains. We're past the dumper versus turret debate. We're in real life. So between these teams, you have to select. Do you think you want to go for the most consistent performer, the one that has the highest potential, the one that does something acute in their strategy that is going to throw a wrench in the works of somebody else? Looking at how Rebuild is playing out, this seems like the kind of game where being in a lower captain's position isn't as much of a detriment to your not getting the absolute best first partner on for what robot they're putting on the carpet. It doesn't seem as much of a detriment in this game because you can make up so much with the capabilities of your third partner.
I can tell you, the scouts in this division are going to earn their money. Really. Because,
yeah.
I mean, I think if you're sitting at 4 or 5 or 6 in this division specifically with as many big dumpers, like 22 legit really good big dumpers, then you throw in the turret robots that are up there. I don't know if I'd want to be in that discussion. And a team like the Poofs, they take forever during their decision making. This is going to be so much worse for them. I'm telling you, I would love to be a fly on the wall in that one.
Yeah, I mean, again, one big difference about the championship here, Alliance selection not until tomorrow morning. So all season long, teams are used to finishing these matches, immediately going into Alliance selection. And now you've got all night to think about it.
Yeah.
Sleep or no sleep, talk about it. A lot of those number one teams are going to be communicating with the teams that they decide to choose and building a pick list together. That can be a big advantage. I think, especially in a game like this where we're talking a lot about like the intangibles, that it's going to come down to a lot more than just pure numbers.
Yeah.
That could be a real big advantage to have that whole night to build a strategy together.
So, sorry, go ahead.
No, upcoming on this next Hopper Division match that we're going to show you, we've got the number 5 and the number 9 ranks on the Red Alliance, 1732 and 8749. So those two teams looking to get as many ranking points. I'm going to check how much it could possibly affect the overall top 8 here, but in this last match together, that's actually kind of nice to have somebody else who has exactly the same incentives as you have in your final match when you're a captain, because you both just you need to increase your tiebreakers and you need to increase your ranking point score. So both of them benefiting from the Red Alliance doing well.
Yeah, 8749 Farmersville. They're in it's a Dallas suburb, but it's kind of the middle of nowhere. I mean, the name of their mascot, not just the robot mascot, but their school mascot is they're the Fighting Farmers. That is their mascot, and they are literally, they have overalls as their uniform. But this is a team that is really, they used to be primarily defense. They have a wicked driver, and the last several years, but they really, They have a beautiful technology center. They hosted a district in Northeast Texas, which we desperately needed, and they ran a top-notch show. But they've really come on board. They've always had a large dumper this year through things, and they really played well at the Texas District Championship. And I'm glad to see them that they're doing well. It would be great to see them stay in the top and be in the top 8 and be a picking alliance. They've come a long way.
So they're clearly fighting really hard. I mean, they're currently sitting in number 9. If this match goes well for them, and possibly moving up.
Yeah, so if they get 87-49, if they get 5 ranking points in this match, they're going to jump 2 teams and become the number 7 seed, which is a pretty big difference from having to wait for alliances to concertina for you to move into a captain's position than if you're going into tomorrow knowing that you're already on the carpet.
But this is a great match. Like, this is match 124, and they only have 124 in this division. This is the last match, and it's exciting. Back and forth. The teams have been, it's been a seesaw battle. We're now in period 5, and it's only a slight lead, and the Red Alliance is kind of run out of fuel, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens
and with
the rest of this match.
With so few matches left, we are going to show you the last matches on the Archimedes field, which has this match and another match to go. So as Hopper ends up, we are winds down their last match of the tournament. We are also going to watch Archimedes, which is just into teleop. The teams in this match will not be able to move into the top 8, but they are certainly looking to have a great last match, maybe show the teams that are considering them that we are working as of the last possible moment that we could be.
Yeah, those scouts are still out there. They're still watching, taking notes, trying to figure out who they're gonna pick tomorrow morning. And it does look like in the final match that we will watch today, the match after this one on Archimedes, there are two teams in the top 8 and one in number 11. So still ranking implications here to play even on Archimedes.
That especially means that the scouts are still out there because they can't even have left. So that Hopper match that we just showed you, Red Alliance not able to pick up any bonus ranking points even with the win.
And they won, and both 1732 and 8749 dropped in the ranking. And so Farmersville was sitting at 9. They're now at 11. That's a deadly space to be. You know, you don't really know what you don't know. So you're basically saying yes unless you skip into the top 8 somehow, and then you have options. But being 3 away, that's tough.
Yeah,
that's tough.
Yeah, it can be a little scary spot to be there, but they also could be a heck of a steal for somebody later in the draft.
The 30-second mark. Both hubs active. Blue Alliance continuing to climb their point scoring. If we look at the number of fuel scored by both alliances, you'll see they are pretty close. Red sitting at about that 330 mark, blue sitting at about 328. 1 or 2 fuels making the difference here between these teams. Goon Squad up on that level 3 of the tower, hanging from it, unsure if that counts all the way. We'll have to see what final scores dictate.
One more qualification match to play at the first championship. We will bring you that, but before that, let's go over the rest of the division's top 10s so that we know what's going on. 77-69, top of the table on Galileo.
Yeah, I mean, they ran the table in Michigan, right? And they've got the experience, and they showed it here. They went out and they had the highest average fuel score, and 1690 right behind them. So I wouldn't be surprised if the two of them have already decided that they're going to team up and they're already strategizing. The only X factor there is 1690 likes to run their own alliance.
Well, I don't think it's the only X factor, because I think what we see from these averages and also the win-loss ties on this division, Galileo has already seemed to be a division devoted to defense. These average match scores are lower than we see in other divisions, and there are more losses among these top 10. So I think that these are battle-hardened veterans coming out of the Galileo division.
Well, battle-hardened veterans at this point, again, 1690 only playing 10 matches so far this year officially, compared to 55 matches that 77-69.
And then we go to the Newton, where I mean, I would be shocked if 2910 and 9128 are not together. I think this plays perfectly. Jack in the Bot and Itcon. They both have massive autonomous scoring. Itcon has consistently put up 90 to 110 points by themselves in autonomous mode. So I would be surprised if those scouting teams aren't already talking to each other.
And check out these average scores here.
706 for
706. That's 170 points down to the number 2 after number 1 Jack in the Bot there.
Well, and another thing,
great.
We know this about the Newton division, but it's also true of other divisions. Not all of the top picks that will happen are already in the top 10. One of the teams that we'd been paying attention to all weekend, 2046, bare metal winners of the Pacific Northwest District Championship as the number 1 seed, coming into the tournament like a really high-performing robot with a lot of capabilities, had some difficult matches, but teams have to consider what is their potential.
Yeah. And is it a question of did they go backwards, or they just have a tough schedule? And that's a real question, right? If they still performed great, but they didn't have a lot of help, that's a whole different conversation than, oh, they regressed a little, what's going on?
Yep, lots and lots of factors and variables going into it all here. We'll take a look at Milstein. We've got 7457 up in number 1. I believe the only undefeated team here this weekend?
No, that's 1706.
Oh, 1706.
No, so there's
they're undefeated all year, 1706.
Yeah.
But 7457,
7457.
without any blemishes on their win-loss tie. Super duper showing out, but lots of different very high capacity robots for them to choose from on the Milstein division.
I mean, Super Duper has been, the last couple of years, it's just always been at the top of their division. They've just been performing quite well.
Nice.
Yeah, must be nice. I agree.
Always good to peak at championships.
Always good to peak at championships.
Everybody should do that. Take a note.
Yeah, true.
Bake that into your strategy. But a couple more teams had won all of their qualification matches. You keep forgetting about Scream, and that doesn't seem like a very good idea. But
yeah, right.
We've mentioned a lot of the other teams on this division more than we've mentioned Scream, and that can sometimes that can happen when the number 1 seed just has a smooth sail, like everything works for them, so there's no drama.
No drama, and their average scores, just not quite the same distinction between the next one as we had in daily, but they're in the driver's seat, and they get to pick a litter how they want to go. But it's going to be a tough choice for them. There's a lot of great robots in this division.
I'd be intrigued to look at after some reflection, look at the highest average match score from teams with losing records at the championship, or the highest match score out of the top. All of these sorts of things to kind of see how volatile was this game. We know it was because we're talking about average match scores in the 500, 600, 700s means that there's a lot in between 0, because every match you start with a score of 0 and that. So how much different were these matches? Were you always putting up the same scores and just losing or winning based on your opponents? Or were your scores all over the place?
And why were your scores all over the place? Is it because you're not reliable and your intake keeps breaking? Because when your intake breaks, you don't score a lot, right? You don't score any. You don't score any. That's a very, very hot take. But
gotta put the ball in the hole.
But yes, gotta.
Okay. It's
a bullet.
The last match here.
You can't tell me she's not doing that on purpose. You
at the
can't
tournament
tell me
is ready to go. And what we've got on the Red Alliance, we've got Team 103, the Cybersonics from Pennsylvania. They are currently ranked 11th, but they're going up against the number 2 and the number 5 ranked teams on this division, 9470 Control Alt Defeat from California and 1241 Theory 6 from Ontario. So a tough road to hoe for 103 and 9470 and 1241 looking to stay up at the top of the rankings with this match.
So I want to get a little bit nostalgic. 1241, they were a rookie team in 2004. And I was a game announcer or MC, I can't remember now, so long ago, in 2004. And I remember that game where the human player had a huge influence. Well, 1241, their robot was okay, it was pretty good. But their human player made every match their goal was filled to the top because their human player never missed. They had a basketball player as their human player. I'll never forget it because they were a rookie team and they like mastered this weird part of the strategy of the human player. They're like, oh, we're just gonna have that guy and he's gonna score a bunch. And the weirdest things stick in your mind, right? I forget so many things, but I'll never forget that because it was so impactful to me. They were so excited about it. Their robot was okay, but they performed so well because of that aspect of the game. And so I just thought it was neat.
It's hard not to wax Rhapsodic as we come to the close of one aspect of this tournament. There's so many just wonderful experiences to be had at the first championship.
Yeah.
Things that come up for the first time. Opportunities for teams that they don't get at their qualifying tournaments, and it's the championships. And a brand new team, a brand new alliance is going to be crowned champions of Rebuilt. And there's a lot in between here and there, even though there's only one day left. Tomorrow is hectic, and the teams that are best prepared and most relaxed will have the best time.
I think Paul's story is a great reminder, too. I mean, we spend a lot of time talking about the biggest numbers and the highest scores and the best robots, but, you know, sometimes those most memorable things about a year or most memorable things about your experience are those weird little nuanced things, like the best human player in the world that year, or you know, something not necessarily to do with the robot or the best robot in the world. Big variety of experience here in this program.
So we are also showing you on the left side of the screen a match that has to be replayed. So it is match 110 from the Hopper division, which. Sorry, I'm just checking the ranking implications here from
because these teams are whatever that 110 was, their results from 110 are locked in. So they really technically only played 9 matches, not 10. So
so whatever their rankings currently are going to change with the results from this match. So
could possibly change. Yes.
Yes. Well, the first tiebreaker being average match points means that it's.
Sure.
That one's going to change.
1296 seems like it's got 200 balls in its hopper right now.
Hopefully they can get a ball.
And they also look like they're 50 inches tall.
And we have the scores in from that Archimedes, the last match from Archimedes that we showed. 9470 and 1241 staying in their positions at 2 and 5. 103 moving down to 13. So now everybody on Archimedes gets the opportunity to start their strategy for tonight.
Back on the blue side, 3297 looking to shoot. Their hub flickers in and off. It is the Red Alliance's turn one more time. Fuel going all across the field. Robots colliding on the Red Alliance zone. This is the last individual shift, and the Red Alliance is trying to get every point they can. 35-12, making their way back towards their alliance zone, moving very slow. Cheers for the blue and red alliance behind me. 10 seconds to go. The Blue Alliance is down by 200. And that's the match. Scores are in. This match goes to the Red Alliance. A final tally of 481 to 278.
Notifications on Archimedes when they showed the score.
No changes to the top 8 there with that last match on Hopper, and I believe we are done. Qualification matches for 2026 at the World Championship have completed.
Congratulations, everybody. Now we get to the fun parts. Well, I hope everybody was having fun, as we have on the desk. First Champs Live is a highlight of the year, certainly for me, and I hope for everybody else. The RoboSports Network loves putting on this show. It's so exciting to see all of the divisions all the time during Championship and really get a sense of what is going to be happening tomorrow. So what is going to be happening tomorrow is our stream will be back on at 7 p.m. or 7 a.m. Central Time, where they will be announcing the winners of the Impact Finalists Award. So all those teams will come out and we will see who is in contention to be part of the Hall of Fame from this year. Alliance selections will begin at 7:15 on all the fields, and we will be here bringing you all of the Alliance selections as they come in rapid fire with those new timers. So we'll show you what all of the pairings are on all of the fields as we go through. And then there'll be a quick break, and then as quickly as possible, we will come back with all the matches around 8:30 as each division starts its playoff tournament, the double elimination tournament that determines which alliance of 4 teams moves on to Einstein. It all comes down to this for Rebuild. And we hope that you come back and join us tomorrow for the best part of the year. Hope you had a great time. I know I did, and we will see you tomorrow.